Chapter 1, Caught Sleeping in Class, Breaking Down the Math Textbook. Tianhe City, Tianhe No. 2 Middle School, Class 8, Grade 3. In the classroom, a tense atmosphere filled the entire classroom. On the upper right side of the blackboard, a 30-day countdown hangs coldly. On the podium, a middle-aged man with glasses and a big head was giving a lecture while tapping on the blackboard. In such a tense atmosphere, a boy with short hair and fairly delicate features was lying on the table, smacking his lips. His name is Jiang Hao, a real poor student. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic synthesized sound rang in Jiang Hao's mind. Target found. System scan. System binding requirements are met, system binding begins. Bind successfully, super decomposition and synthesis system activated, personal space activated. As this cold and majestic electronic synthesized sound rang in Jiang Hao's mind, Jiang Hao, who was still having a tryst in his dream, was suddenly awakened. Who's beeping? Jiang Hao woke up in shock and shouted loudly. Suddenly, 50 pairs of eyes in the classroom fell on Jiang Hao. Their faces were full of surprise, and some of those who reacted looked gloating. On the podium, math teacher Yuan Hong's face was as red as a pot, staring at the confused Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao. Arrive! Jiang Hao adheres to the principle of being there when called and answered immediately. This made Yuan Hong so angry. Explain this question to me. Yuan Hong laughed in anger, knocked the question on the blackboard hard with the eraser in his hand, and then stared at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao finally woke up completely, and suddenly he had the urge to curse. Helplessly, he could only bite the bullet and look up at the blackboard. At this moment, his mind was blank. I felt extremely bitter inside, and I fell asleep in class as usual. He didn't know why, but he felt sleepy whenever he started studying and had no way to control himself. In order to support his schooling, his parents worked hard from dawn to dusk to earn money, but he slept in school every day. There were many times when he wanted to drop out of school, but he couldn't bear to see his parents' disappointed eyes. At this moment, Jiang Hao could only lower his head silently and pretend to think. At the same time, he was secretly flipping through the math book in his hand, trying to find the answer from the book. A poor student like Jiang Hao can also do the exercises? That's right, I can't even do this problem. It would be a miracle if Jiang Hao could figure it out. He's such a poor student and doesn't even listen in class. He's hopeless. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Hao's mind again. Welcome to the Super Decomposition and Synthesis System. Ding, I found a high school math book. Do you want to decompose it? System? How could Jiang Hao, who has been poisoned by countless online articles, not know what the system is? Suddenly, Jiang Hao's face was filled with ecstasy. However, when he looked at Yuan Datu's gloomy eyes, he immediately suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart and said silently in his heart, "Break down." As Jiang Hao's order was given, the math book in Jiang Hao's hand instantly emitted a soft white light and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for decomposing the Senior 3 math book and obtaining a Senior 3 math knowledge crystal, 0.3 skill points, and 0.3 experience points. Decomposition complete. Do you want to extract and fuse? A spinning regular polygonal crystal appeared in his mind. The crystallization of high school mathematics knowledge contains all the mathematics knowledge before high school. Seeing this annotation, Jiang Hao was ecstatic and said without hesitation, "Yes." Chapter 2, Slapping Everyone in the Face and Becoming a Top Student in a Second. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the polyhedron crystal seemed to melt and merged into Jiang Hao's mind. Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt as if he had been enlightened, and at the same time, a sense of enlightenment rushed into his heart. At this moment, when Jiang Hao looked up at the question on the blackboard again, the math problem that originally had no idea how to solve, now the solution process had already appeared in his mind one by one. Jiang Hao glanced at the classmates around him, and seeing their gloating smiles, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He then left his seat and walked straight to the podium to the astonishment of his classmates and teachers. Pick up the chalk on the desk and start writing on the blackboard. In an instant, the precise steps for answering the question were written on the blackboard. Jiang Hao is really good at pretending. That's right, if you don't know, then you don't know. And you're pretending to know. If he really knew how to do it, even sows would learn to climb trees. That's right, he was wrong in the second step. The teacher didn't say that at all. Jiang Hao ignored his classmates' whispers, finished writing, turned around and glanced at everyone in the classroom. Mathematics textbook, page 104, example 3. Mathematics textbook, page 128, first example. Math textbook, page 200, example 4. If you combine the solutions to these three examples, you can get the answer to this problem. After saying that, Jiang Hao returned to his seat with a confident smile. Yuan Hong looked at the answer on the blackboard in shock, then looked at Jiang Hao deeply with a look of deep suspicion in his eyes. Could it be that Jiang Hao was hiding his strength in the past? You know, what he wrote on the blackboard was a very difficult college entrance examination question from previous years. Jiang Hao was not only able to solve the problem, but also could accurately tell the source of the answer. Yuan Hong suppressed his excitement and continued to lecture. Student Jiang Hao's answer to this question is completely correct. Now let me explain this question to you in detail. As soon as Yuan Hong finished speaking, there was a cry of surprise from the audience, and everyone gasped. Hiss. Impossible. How could this poor student possibly solve such a difficult problem? Is this still the same poor student Jiang Hao who only knew how to sleep in class? Has he been hiding this whole time? Everyone looked at Jiang Hao with complicated eyes, each with a different expression. They couldn't believe that this was the last place Jiang Hao. Looking at the scene in front of him quietly, Jiang Hao was filled with emotion. It turns out that being a top student feels so good. Before, I would feel sleepy whenever I read, which prevented me from studying seriously. Now, with the system, Shuimu University is my goal. I will never let my parents down, I want them to live the happiest life. Jiang Hao secretly swore in his heart. Then, Jiang Hao's mind sank into his thoughts again. Hello host, the Super Decomposition and Synthesis System is at your service. System, introduce your functions. The Super Decomposition and Synthesis System can decompose everything in the world to obtain various skills and items. You can also synthesize everything in the world and obtain various items and abilities. In addition, the system will gain randomly varying amounts of skill points and experience each time it synthesizes and decomposes. Skill points can be used to upgrade the host's skills, while experience is used to upgrade the system. System, do you have my personal information or something? Chapter 3, Encountering a Wretched Young Man, Taking Action When the Time is Right. The systems in novels all have the host's personal panel, so Jiang Hao just asked casually to test it out. However, soon, a personal panel appeared in front of him. Host, Jiang Hao. Rating, 10.310. Age, 18. Strength, 0.8 normal adult 1. Agility, 0.8 normal adult 1. Mental, 1.2 normal adult 1. Stamina, 0.8 normal adult 1. Skill, Math 3010. Natural magical power, none. Skill points, 0.3. Personal space, on. Jiang Hao looked at this attribute panel and suddenly felt uncomfortable. With regard to my attributes, only my mental state has reached the level of an ordinary adult, and everything else does not meet the standards. Afterwards, Jiang Hao thought about the mathematical crystallization he had obtained by decomposing the math book just now. It felt as if the book had been condensed into a crystal using some unknown rules. And after he merges, he will be able to fully control all the knowledge in the book. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao was suddenly ecstatic. So, can I break down every subject's textbook into crystals of knowledge like a math book, and then integrate them? He pulled out an English book from the pile of books on the desk. System, decompose. After the English book in Jiang Chen's hand emitted a soft light. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing the Senior 3 English book and obtaining a Senior 3 English knowledge crystal, 0.5 skill points, and 0.5 experience points. Decomposition complete, do you want to extract and fuse? At the same time, a regular polyhedron crystal appeared in Jiang Hao's mind again. The crystallization of senior high school English knowledge contains all the English knowledge before senior high school. Yes. As Jiang Chen finished speaking, the regular 64 hedron melted again and merged into Jiang Hao's mind. Then a stream of information flooded into Jiang Hao's mind. There are various grammars, pronunciations, and phrases in it. At this moment, Jiang Hao instantly understood them all. Jiang Hao was experiencing the crystallization of English knowledge he had just integrated, and time passed by unknowingly. As the bell rang, Yuan Hong stopped teaching and Jiang Hao was also awakened. Under everyone's strange gazes, Jiang Hao packed up his things as if no one was around. Of course, this time he packed a lot of textbooks in his backpack. While walking on the road, Jiang Hao was thinking about how he should use the system in his hand to quickly change the current situation. At this moment, a series of screams reached his ears. Ah! Help! Hey, girl, come on. Give me a kiss. Jiang Hao hurried forward and turned the corner to take a look. I saw three young men with rolled up sleeves, messy tattoos on their bodies, and gaudy clothes surrounding a female student who was also wearing the uniform of Tianhe No. 2 Middle School. Song Waner desperately shouted for help, her face full of horror. At this moment, she was filled with regret. Uncle Hai had something to do today and would come to pick her up later, so she shouldn't have gone home alone. Someone come and save me. Woo! Song Waner is already desperate. Little sister, just come with us. Brother will take good care of you. Yes, yes. Brother will definitely take good care of you. Ha ha ha. As they said that, the three wretched men were about to drag Song Waner away. Jiang Hao felt a little nervous when he saw three people, but he still pretended to be calm and spoke. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You three grown men, aren't you ashamed to bully a girl? Chapter 4, I fought to the end with a brick, but the danger sensor assisted me. At this time, the three wretched men were also startled by the sudden sound. But when they turned around and saw that the person who made the voice was a student in school uniform who still looked childish, they immediately felt relieved. One of the yellow-haired hooligans tilted his head with a playful look on his face. He glanced at Jiang Hao and then turned back to look at Song Waner. Kid, you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? At this time, Song Waner was ecstatic when she heard that someone was coming to rescue him. Save me, please save me. She yelled. But when she turned around and saw that the person coming was a thin student wearing the same school uniform as her, her newly risen hope fell into the abyss again. How could he possibly defeat three people alone? Am I really doomed today? Song Waner's pale face was covered with tear marks and looked desperate. She looks so charming that people can't help but feel pity for her. At this moment, the yellow-haired man suddenly took out a folding knife from his trouser pocket. The knife was about 20 centimeters long. He held the folding knife, tapping the blade against his other hand and looking at Jiang Hao teasingly. Kid, get out of here now, and I'll pretend nothing happened, otherwise, hee hee. Jiang Hao's heart tightened when he saw the blade in the yellow-haired boy's hand. Although he was a poor student, he had never been in a fight. It was normal for him to feel nervous when he saw this scene. He also heard what Huang Mao said, but if he didn't take care of it today, he was afraid he would have a nightmare. So, he lowered his head and looked around, trying to find a weapon to counter the folding knife in the yellow-haired man's hand. However, when he looked around, he only found a broken brick under his feet and nothing else that could be used. Helplessly, he had to pick up the bricks on the ground and use them. With the brick in his hand, Jiang Hao felt a little relieved and stared at the yellow-haired man. Ding, found a spider corpse, is it decomposed? At this moment, a sudden voice sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. Jiang Hao was slightly stunned, then he realized that he had a system, but where did the spider come from? Really? Jiang Hao lowered his head to glance at the brick in his hand, and sure enough, a small spider on the brick was killed by him without paying attention. Jiang Hao was delighted and did not hesitate at all. Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing a spider. You gained the spider skill, danger sense, 0.7 skill points, and 0.7 decomposition experience. Decomposition complete, do you want to extract and fuse? Soon, a small ball of light appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. When his eyes focused on it, a piece of information came into his mind. Danger perception, current level is 101, which gives you a keen sixth sense, allowing you to detect the arrival of danger in advance and react, agility +1, spirit +0.6. After hurriedly reading the annotations, Jiang Hao chose to extract the integrated skill danger perception. Soon, the ball of light in Jiang Hao's mind slowly merged, but disappeared in an instant. After Jiang Hao merged into the ball of light, he suddenly felt his vision become clear and everything around him became clear. His body seemed lighter and stronger. However, nothing else seems to have changed. At this time, Huang Mao saw that the boy not only did not leave, but also picked up a brick, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed. Boy, you forced me to do this. As he spoke, the yellow-haired man approached Jiang Hao with a ferocious look on his face and a folding knife in his hand. Then, he swung the knife straight at Jiang Hao. Chapter 5, Danger Sense shows its power, a bloody hero saves Jinmei. Song Waner, who was standing by, was so frightened when she saw the scene that she screamed. Ah! Be careful! At this moment, Jiang Hao's mind suddenly felt like it was pierced by a needle. He moved subconsciously, and suddenly, his body dodged the yellow-haired man's knife at an incredible angle. At the same time, he subconsciously hit the yellow-haired man hard on the back with a brick. The yellow-haired man missed his move, and before he could react, Jiang Hao hit him on the back with a brick, causing him to lose his balance immediately. Bang! He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. At this moment, the other two thugs who were pulling Song Wanner were shocked when they saw this and shouted at the yellow-haired man on the ground. "Brother Ma, Brother Ma!" However, there was no response from Huang Mao. Jiang Hao was also surprised and was looking down at his body. At this time, the two gangsters saw that their brother Ma did not respond, and their faces suddenly turned grim. They left Song Wanner, each took out a butterfly knife from their trouser pocket, swung it, and rushed up angrily. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's nerves suddenly tensed up, and at the same time, all the muscles in his body contracted, and he reacted subconsciously. Bang, bang. Aha, ah. In a flash, two figures fell to the ground. Ah. My stomach. Hiss, my head. Then, the screams of two gangsters were heard. Song Wanner, who was standing by, was stunned by the scene before her. She looked at Jiang Hao and the three thugs lying on the ground with a look of shock on her face. What happened? These three thugs were defeated just like that? At this moment, if she hadn't seen the trace of blood on the head of one of the gangsters, she would have thought that these people were acting together. At this moment, she stared at the boy in front of her, who was radiating light all over his body, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Jiang Hao looked at the brick in his hand and the three thugs lying at his feet and wailing, and remembered his subconscious action just now, and was suddenly overjoyed. Is this what danger perception is? Then he turned his attention to Song Wanner, who was standing aside and staring at him. Only then did Jiang Hao see clearly the appearance of the girl who was wearing the same school uniform as him. Beautiful hair, slender eyebrows, a pair of big round eyes that are slightly red and full of mist, a straight nose, and pink lips. It is true that one look can conquer a city, and another look can conquer a country. But there were traces of tears on her crystal clear face, and her complexion was a little pale, which made people feel distressed and want to protect her. Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Song Wanner felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Hao's stare, so she lowered her head. Jiang Hao was awakened by this, and quickly looked away and walked up. "Are you okay?" the two said in unison. Then they both looked up at the same time and smiled at each other in surprise. "I'm fine." The two of them said it in unison. Now, both of them felt embarrassed. At this time, Jiang Hao remembered the three thugs lying on the ground behind him and spoke. "What do you think the three of them are going to do? Should we call the police?" Upon hearing this, Song Wanner frowned slightly and turned to look at the three thugs who were still wailing. "I don't know either." Song Wanner gritted her teeth, feeling a little overwhelmed. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately spoke. "Then why don't I do it?" Then, under Song Wanner's curious gaze, he picked up his brick and came to the three gangsters. Chapter 6, 3 bricks and 2 feet to teach you a lesson. Anyone who touches my family will be killed. The three thugs still looked unconvinced and glared at Jiang Hao. Huang Mao also came to his senses and looked even more angry. "Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you hit me and ruin my plans? You're done." That's right, you actually dared to hit Brother Xiao Ma, you're finished." When Jiang Hao saw this, he suddenly felt a little funny. Snap, snap, snap. Ah! My back. Oh my god, my hand. Are you convinced? Jiang Hao asked, holding a brick. The three of them were just howling. Jiang Hao raised his hand, and like a gust of wind and lightning, 3 more bricks fell down. Ah! Are you convinced? At this moment, the 3 hooligans looked at the brick that Jiang Hao raised again, and nodded in a crying voice. I'm convinced. I'm convinced, big brother, please let us go. I won't dare to do it again, never again. After hearing this, Jiang Hao stood up and spoke while facing Song Wanner's surprised gaze. Look, this kind of person deserves to be punished with a brick. Then, he cast his gaze upon the 3 of them and scolded them. Get out of here, you 3. Don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll beat you up every time I see you. After saying that, Jiang Hao kicked the yellow-haired guy on the ground. When the 3 hooligans heard this, they immediately looked happy and spoke hurriedly with crying voices. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go now, let's go now. We must hide from Big Brother. Puff. Seeing this scene, Song Wanner couldn't help laughing. Jiang Hao turned around and saw this scene, and his heart started pounding. Thank you so much for today. By the way, I still don't know your name? At this moment, a buzzing sound came from Jiang Hao's pocket, interrupting their conversation. Jiang Hao took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from his sister Jiang Zixuan, the academic genius who had never liked him. After being slightly surprised, Jiang Hao answered the phone, and immediately, a burst of anxious crying came from the phone. Woo woo woo. Jiang Hao, come to Tianhai Hospital quickly. Dad was beaten up while setting up his stall. When Jiang Hao heard this, he was shocked and his face was full of anxiety. What? What's going on? When? Which ward are you in Tianhai Hospital? Jiang Hao looked anxious and asked questions one after another. Woo woo. We're in bed 62 in the second orthopedics department. Hurry up. Got it. Take care of Dad first, I'll be there soon. Jiang Hao hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Then, Jiang Hao spoke with a slightly apologetic tone. Sorry, I have something urgent at home. I have to leave first. You should go home soon. After saying that, without waiting for Song Wanner to speak, Jiang Hao turned around and ran out. When Jiang Hao's figure was about to disappear, she remembered that she didn't know the name of the boy who had just saved her. Suddenly, she shouted. Hey, what's your name? But Jiang Hao was so anxious about his father's affairs that he had already run 1,000 meters away. Naturally, he didn't hear Song Wanner shouting. Song Wanner was very upset when she shouted but got no response. Only then did she remember that Jiang Hao was wearing the same school uniform as her, which meant that he was also a student of Tianhe No. 2 Middle School. Then, a smile that captivated everyone appeared on her face. I will definitely find you. On the other side, Jiang Hao was extremely anxious when he heard that his father was in trouble. He quickly ran out to get a taxi and rushed to Tianhai Hospital. Chapter 7, the whole story is finally revealed, and the enemy is taught a lesson. On the way, Jiang Hao's face looked extremely ugly. Dare to hit my dad, I'll make you live a life worse than death. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and swore secretly in his heart. The waiting time is always long. After Jiang Hao's anxious waiting, he finally arrived at Tianhai Hospital. After throwing $8 to the driver, Jiang Hao rushed into Tianhai Hospital. After asking the front desk for the location, Jiang Hao hurried over. After finding the ward, Jiang Hao pushed open the door and walked in. I saw an ordinary middle-aged man wearing a hospital gown, lying on the bed, with an 4 drip. This was Jiang Hao's father, Jiang Weiping. On the side, a middle-aged woman was taking care of Jiang Weiping carefully. This was Jiang Hao's mother, Guo Chunlan. At the same time, on the other side of the bed, a little girl with tear marks on her face and red eyes was looking at Jiang Dad with concern. She was Jiang Hao's sister Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Hao took 2 steps at a time, stepped forward and asked anxiously. Dad, how are you? When Dad Jiang saw Jiang Hao, he put on a nonchalant smile. It's okay, Howard, Dad just fell down accidentally and broke a bone. Jiang's father didn't tell Jiang Hao the truth because he was afraid of affecting Jiang Hao. Not to mention, if Jiang Hao knew the truth, would he help him fight for revenge? Even though the college entrance examination was about to begin in 30 days, he didn't want to affect Jiang Hao's exam, otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. When Jiang Hao heard this, he knew what his father was thinking. He didn't want to make his father worry about him, so he pretended to be ignorant. Dad, why are you so careless? What's the situation now? What did the doctor say? Jiang Hao scolded with concern. At this time, the mother said, Your father is fine. The doctor said he will be fine after a few days of rest. Howard, you are going to take the college entrance examination soon. Go back and review. You have classes tomorrow. It seems that my sister and mother were warned by my father and did not tell the truth. It's okay, Mom. I've almost finished my review, it's no problem. But Jiang's father disagreed and drove Jiang Zixuan and Jiang Hao out, asking them to go home and study. Helplessly, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan left the ward. Zixuan, what did the doctor say? After leaving the ward and coming to the bottom of the hospital, Jiang Hao said coldly. Jiang Zixuan glanced at Jiang Hao and seemed to feel that her cowardly brother seemed to have changed. After a slight hesitation, she finally spoke. The doctor said Dad has a broken rib, but luckily it's not dislocated. Everything else is fine. As long as he takes his medicine on time, he should be almost healed in about 3 months of rest. After hearing this, Jiang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of the person who hurt his father like this, he hated him so much. Then do you know who it was? And what was the reason for the fight? At this time, Jiang Zixuan seemed a little worried and hesitated to speak. Explain. Jiang Hao suddenly changed his usual behavior and shouted coldly. Jiang Zixuan was so scared that he shivered. It's Hong Liang, he wants Dad to pay 2,000 yuan for protection money. Dad had only just opened his stall, so how could he have made so much money? Later, he stole the 1,000 yuan that Dad had worked so hard to earn. When Dad went to ask for it back, he was beaten by his lackeys. After hearing this, Jiang Hao became furious. Hong Liang, just wait for me. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, turned around and punched a small tree next to him. Bang! Ding, a tree was found. Do you want to decompose it? Chapter 8, Resurrection Medicine, the World's Best Chef. Hearing the voice in his mind, Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment, then turned to surprise, realizing that he still had a system. Then he looked at the small tree he was holding and spoke. Break down. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing a small tree. You received a bottle of life essence, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 decomposition experience. Decomposition complete. Do you want to extract? Life essence, a liquid that can enhance vitality, quickly repair any injuries, and has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Seeing this annotation, Jiang Hao was immediately ecstatic. ISNT, this exactly what he needs now. Extract. Soon, Jiang Hao saw a thumb-sized bottle of emerald green liquid in his personal space. At this time, Jiang Zixuan also looked up and secretly looked at his brother, whose expression kept changing, feeling that he was different from before. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the tree in front of him again. To outsiders, this tree seemed to have not changed at all, but in Jiang Hao's eyes, the inside of the tree had turned black and its vitality had completely disappeared. It would probably not be long before it died. Jiang Hao had no mercy, he wanted to save his father, just a small tree. Now, he was thinking about how to make his father take this bottle of life essence without knowing it. Soon, he thought of a solution, then he turned around and spoke to Jiang Zixuan. Let's go home, let's make some chicken soup for Dad and bring it over to nourish him. After saying that, he took the lead and walked ahead. Jiang Zixuan nodded after hearing this and followed Jiang Hao. After the brother and sister returned home, they found some chicken and prepared to start making soup. However, although Dad Jiang is a decent cook and sets up a stall outside every day, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan did not inherit Dad Jiang's talent. Jiang Zixuan, can you make soup? Jiang Hao, can you make soup? The two asked each other in unison. Helplessly, the two stood in the kitchen, staring at the ingredients, and could only stare at each other. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that his father had bought some cooking books before. Immediately, he rushed into his father's room and started searching. Soon, he found a book called Recipe Collection and a book called Home Cooking Dishes. Just when he picked up the book called Recipe Collection. Ding, I found a recipe book, do you want to analyze it? Hearing this familiar voice, Jiang Hao showed an expected smile on his face. Break down. As he gave the order, a soft light flashed from the recipe collection in his hand. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing the recipe and obtaining the Skill Master Chef, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 decomposition experience. Decomposition complete, do you want to extract? As the system prompt sounded, a ball of light appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. When Jiang Hao focused his mind on the ball of light, a piece of information came into his mind. Divine Chef Level 1010, this skill is practiced by the legendary chefs of God, who specialize in cooking food for God. Being able to use everything in the world as ingredients to make food that even gods would praise. However, at level 1, you can only use ordinary ingredients to make ordinary food. Seeing this annotation, Jiang Hao stood there in a daze. Hi! Awesome! My system! Jiang Hao reacted, his face full of shock and ecstasy. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao said anxiously. Extract fusion. As Jiang Hao gave the order, the ball of light in Jiang Hao's mind instantly merged into his mind. In an instant, a huge stream of information rushed into Jiang Hao's mind. Chapter 9, The Master Chef Makes a Delicious Soup, Everyone Praises It's Good. All of this information was actually related to cooking. In an instant, he went from a little chef to a master chef. At this time, Jiang Zixuan also came and saw Jiang Hao staring at the recipe. Jiang Hao, is it in the book? Jiang Hao was instantly awakened by Jiang Zixuan and spoke quickly. Yes, yes. After saying that, he rushed into the kitchen with the recipe in his arms, and Jiang Zixuan was about to follow him in. Don't come in and disturb me. After saying that, he closed the kitchen door and blocked Jiang Zishuan out. Jiang Zishuan was so angry that he pointed at the door, his mouth was crooked with anger. You're so good, Jiang Hao, just wait for me. Jiang Zishuan stomped his feet in frustration and left. At this time, Jiang Hao turned on the gas in the kitchen, holding a shovel, and suddenly, a sense of familiarity arose. Jiang Hao followed the knowledge in his mind, poured oil, added seasonings, and poured chicken nuggets, and everything was done in one go. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked serious, like an experienced chef. Soon, a special and rich fragrance emanated. Jiang Zishuan was shocked, and was also attracted by this special fragrance. It smells so good. Can you make such a delicious soup just by following the recipe? Jiang Zishuan reached out and knocked on the door with doubt. Knock, knock. Jiang Hao, are you done? At this time, Jiang Hao tasted the soup he made and was shocked. Hiss, it smells so good. It's truly a skill that could amaze even the gods. At this time, he also heard Jiang Zishuan knocking on the door. Okay. While responding to Jiang Zishuan, he divided the soup into 3 portions and left 1 portion for Jiang Zishuan. Then, he took out the life essence he obtained after decomposing the small tree. System, if I pour the life essence into the chicken soup, it won't affect its effect, right? Jiang Hao asked in a deep voice. No, host. The system's answer made Jiang Hao delighted, and he quickly poured the life essence into one of the bowls of chicken soup. Suddenly, a faint freshness emanated from the chicken soup. After Jiang Hao stirred it with a spoon, he placed the chicken soup with life essence at the bottom of the lunchbox and placed another bowl on top. After installing it, Jiang Hao took Jiang Zishuan, who was looking surprised, and quickly rushed to Tianhai Hospital. Come to the ward where Dad Jiang is. Dad, I made chicken soup for you. You and my mom should have some. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were a little surprised when they heard this. Can you make chicken soup? Jiang Zishuan interrupted at the right time. Dad, Mom, Jiang Hao made it according to the recipe. It smells delicious. Have some. Mother Jiang looked at her daughter who was showing off, with a look of doting and helplessness on her face. If you want to call me brother, don't call me Jiang Hao. Jiang Zishuan pouted and glanced at Jiang Hao, unhappy. No, I won't. Mother Jiang and Father Jiang looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao took out the chicken soup nonchalantly, and immediately a fragrance wafted out, surprising everyone in the ward. It smells so good. It smells so good, I'm so blessed. Yeah. I've never smelled such delicious chicken soup. Even John's father and mother were shocked, and John's father asked doubtfully. Can you make such a delicious chicken soup just by looking at the recipe? Jiang Hao brought out the bowl of chicken soup that he had added life essence to and handed it to his father with a smile. Dad, I really made this according to the recipe, you should try it first. Father Jiang sat up slightly, took the chicken soup handed to him by Jiang Hao, tasted it, and then exclaimed in surprise. It smells so good. Chapter 10, Miraculous Medicine that works instantly, shocking news and people rush to grab it. Jiang Hao then said to his mother beside him. Mom, there's another bowl in the lunchbox, you can try it too. Okay. I got it. Soon, Dad Jiang finished a bowl of chicken soup, and Jiang Hao felt a little nervous. Dad, do you feel anything? Father Jiang felt it slightly and muttered to himself. What does it feel like? After a slight hesitation, Father Jiang spoke again. After drinking your bowl of chicken soup, I feel warm all over. It's very comfortable, and there's a little itch here. I even feel like I'm full of strength. As he spoke, Dad Jiang pointed to where his ribs were broken. When Jiang Hao heard this, he was immediately delighted. That bottle of life essence must have worked. Then Dad Jiang also felt a little unbelievable, and then he made a bold decision. I feel like I'm getting better. No, I have to get out of bed and try. As he said this, he was about to get up and get out of bed. At this time, Jiang's mother hurried over to hold down Jiang's father who was moving around, and scolded him. Can you please stop being like a child? Don't you know your own situation? Could it be that your son's bowl of chicken soup really cured you? On this side, Jiang Zishuan heard this and teased with a smile. Brother, isn't it just a bowl of delicious-looking chicken soup made by your son? What's the big deal? You should just lie down in bed and have a good rest. At this time, even the patients in the 2 beds next to him started to make fun of him. You were so happy when you saw your son making soup that you got better immediately, right? Ha ha. That's right, you have a promising son. Oh. I'm sick, my sons are busy, and only I, the old woman, can take care of me. When Mr. Jiang heard others praising his son, he was very happy. Everyone hopes that his son can bring honor to them when he goes out. But at this time, Father Jiang did not show it. He was still stubbornly insisting that he had recovered. I'm not lying, I really feel better. I even feel full of strength. If you don't believe me, I'll get out of bed and show you. After saying this, Mr. Jiang was about to get out of bed. In the end, the whole group of people couldn't persuade him anymore, so Dad Jiang had to get out of bed with the help of everyone. After getting out of bed, Mr. Jiang took 2 steps and his face was full of surprise. Then he pushed away Jiang Hao and Jiang Ma who were supporting him. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, he simply spun around on the ground like an ordinary person, and even kept pressing his broken ribs with his hands. He didn't feel any pain. This shocked everyone. Fuck, no way? This looks really good. Oh my god. Could it really be that a bowl of chicken soup cured him? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Even John's mother beside her cried with joy. Howard, you didn't put anything in the chicken soup, did you? At this time, John's father was also a little confused, but soon he denied his doubts. No, even if you put 1,000-year-old ginseng, it wouldn't be that powerful. At this time, several patients nearby were shocked by this scene and said to Jiang Hao, Hey young man, do you still have that soup? I'll give you 100 yuan for a bowl. Yes, yes. I want a bowl too, and I'll pay. How could you do this? I wanted it first. What? You're the only one who can buy it. I'll pay 300 for a bowl. Here, Jiang Hao hadn't said anything yet, but in the ward, the patients in the 2 adjacent beds had already started fighting for the bed. Spend $100 or $200 to get a healthy body. I believe everyone knows how to choose. Chapter 11, Revenge does not wait overnight, and if it does, you are not a hero. At this time, Jiang Hao was afraid that his father would ask too many questions, so he quickly said, That's just a bowl of chicken soup. There's no such thing as 1,000-year-old ginseng. Dad, wait for me, I'll call the doctor to check you out. After saying that, Jiang Hao rushed out of the ward. Afterwards, when the doctor learned about the situation, he was also shocked. Meanwhile, Mr. Jiang was still clamoring to be discharged from the hospital. Finally, in order to confirm the diagnosis, the doctor suggested taking another X-ray tomorrow after other doctors in the hospital come to work to confirm it before making plans to be discharged. Jiang Hao also agreed. On this side, Jiang Hao has actually put his mind at ease. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Afterwards, at the request of John's father, Jiang Hao took Jiang Zixuan home, leaving John's mother to accompany him. Before leaving, Jiang Hao even took away his lunchbox with chicken soup. He doesn't want anyone to know about the life essence. After returning home, Jiang Zixuan went to do her homework. Jiang Hao thought about it and felt unwilling. And it just so happened that when the hero saved the beauty today, the spider's sense of danger gave him a certain confidence. Hongliang, just wait for me. Jiang Hao took a peek at Jiang Zixuan who was doing her homework seriously, and without disturbing her, he quietly left the house. Jiang Hao came to the place where Jiang's father usually set up his stall, and there were still traces of fighting around it. Jiang Hao asked the passers-by who were setting up stalls nearby about Hongliang's whereabouts. Hongliang has accumulated power here for a long time, and many people are unwilling to offend him, so they did not provide Jiang Hao with any useful information. Some people knew Jiang Hao and knew what happened to John's father today, so they also knew Jiang Hao's intentions. They didn't think that Jiang Hao could defeat Hongliang and his gang alone, so naturally they wouldn't tell him any news about Hongliang, and they also tried to persuade Jiang Hao. But in the end, Jiang Hao still found out Hongliang's location. Jiang Hao rushed over and happened to find Hongliang at a food stall. Hongliang, I finally found you. Jiang Hao's face was full of hatred, but he was not blinded by hatred. There are too many people here and it's not a good place to take action. Moreover, there are more than 10 people around Hongliang. Even if he has the ability to sense danger, he will not be a match for so many people. Jiang Hao leaned against the big trees planted on both sides of the road and fell into deep thought. Ding, I found an ant. Do you want to decompose it? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Jiang Hao's thoughts. Jiang Hao responded and took a look. It turned out that there were many ants on the tree he pressed, and he just crushed one to death with his hand. At this moment, Jiang Hao remembered the spider he had disassembled before, and suddenly felt happy. Since decomposing a spider can give me the skill danger sense, I wonder what I'll gain if I decompose an ant. Jiang Hao thought so, and then said expectantly. Breakdown. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing an ant. You gained the ant skill, giant strength, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 decomposition experience. Decomposition complete. Do you want to extract and fuse? Giant strength level 1010, powerful enough to break all rules. Jiang Hao read the annotations with a look of ecstasy. Scientists have determined that an ant can lift objects that are 400 times more than its own weight and can drag objects that are 1,700 times more than its own weight. I wonder how much strength I can achieve after integrating the giant strength skill. With this expectation, Jiang Hao integrated the giant strength skill. Fusion. Chapter 12, The Tiger Comes Out of the Mountain, Leaving No One Alive. With the fusion of magical powers, Jiang Hao instantly felt that the muscles all over his body seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation, becoming more compact and harder. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Rating, 14.110. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 1.8. Spirit, 1.8. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, Mathematics level 3010, Master Chef level 1010. Talented magical powers, Danger Sense level 101, Giant Strength level 1010. Skill points, 4.1. Personal space, on. Seeing this data, Jiang Hao was shocked for a moment. The first level of the Great Strength Divine Ability actually increased my strength tenfold. I wonder how powerful the second level will be. Unfortunately, it takes 10 skill points to upgrade the Giant Strength ability to the second level. At the moment, Jiang Hao only has 4.1 skill points, which is obviously not enough to upgrade the Giant Strength. Upgrading the Danger Sense ability to level 2 only requires 1 skill point, and he has just enough skill points. System, spend 1 skill point to upgrade my innate magical power, Danger Sense, to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, spend 1 skill point to upgrade the magical talent Danger Sense to level 2. Danger Perception level 2010 gives you a keen sixth sense, allowing you to detect the arrival of danger in advance and react, agility +2, spirit +1. As the skill upgrade was completed, Jiang Hao felt his mind become clearer, and then his whole body felt much more relaxed. And in the system, his personal information also changed accordingly. Now, Jiang Hao possesses 8 times the strength of a normal person and 3 times the agility of a normal person. At this moment, he looked at Hong Liang and the others without fear. Now, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. On the other side, Hong Liang didn't know that someone had come for revenge and had already set his sights on him. After a long time, he and his group of men ate and drank their fill, and walked out of the food stall without paying, leaving the boss with nothing but to watch. Jiang Hao followed behind, and Hong Liang and the others turned left and right and entered an alley. At night, it was pitch black here, and there was no one there. Jiang Hao understood. The opportunity has arrived. He was as swift as a cheetah. Before Hong Liang and the others could react, he suddenly appeared from behind, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and knocked down several of Hong Liang's younger brothers with one punch. Bang! Bang! Ah! Aya! With Jiang Hao's current punching power, if he had used all his strength, one punch might have really killed someone. Fortunately, Jiang Hao restrained most of his strength when he punched. But even so, those loud little brothers were knocked to the ground by Jiang Hao's punch, and they kept groaning on the ground and never got up again. At this time, Hong Liang, who had been drunk before, was also frightened by this sudden change and immediately sobered up. What? Who is it? Don't you want to live anymore? How dare you attack me? Come on. Hong Liang was frightened. Looking at the brothers who were knocked down, he mustered up his courage and shouted at Jiang Hao loudly. At the same time, he pushed up the brothers around him. The younger brothers around Hong Liang also plucked up their courage and rushed forward. Jiang Hao has the ability to sense danger and a strength 8 times greater than that of an ordinary person. He knocked down several people in no time. Then he looked at Hong Liang. Now, Hong Liang was scared. Brother, what kind of business are you in? Hong Liang originally wanted to get close to Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao ignored him. At this time, he immediately backed down. Chapter 13. You want a sneak attack, but I have the skills to defend against you. Brother, how have I ever offended you? I apologize, I apologize. Hong Liang spoke in panic, and as Jiang Hao approached, he was frightened and kept backing away. Jiang Hao looked at the terrified Hong Liang, the culprit who injured his father. He could no longer suppress the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Hong Liang suddenly smiled grimly, picked up an iron rod as long as his arm, and smashed it towards Jiang Hao's head. If you dare to block my way, I'll let you block me. At this moment, Jiang Hao shuddered instantly, sensing the danger in advance, and quickly dodged, while throwing a punch with his backhand. Jiang Hao used 60% to 70% of his strength in this punch. Ah! Bang! With a loud scream, he fell forward to the ground. Ambush me? Jiang Hao stepped forward and kicked Hong Liang over. Let you go? Why don't you let my dad go? As he spoke, Jiang Hao picked up Hong Liang and punched him in the stomach. Bang! Ugh! This punch turned Hong Liang into a crayfish. He curled up and vomited continuously. You still dare to collect protection money? Are there any laws left? Bang! Then, Jiang Hao said one word and then a punch. Finally, Hong Liang lay on the ground and could never get up again. Jiang Hao didn't want to cause any loss of life, so he gave up. Then, he stared at the half-dead Hong Liang and warned him sternly. Remember this, next time I see you collecting protection money, I'll break your legs. Believe me. Jiang Hao reached out and picked up a piece of iron rod that Hong Liang was carrying on the ground, brought it in front of Hong Liang, and under Hong Liang's horrified gaze, he bent the iron rod with both hands and threw it in front of him. Then, under Hong Liang's horrified gaze, he left in a dashing manner. After returning home, Jiang Zixuan was still doing homework. Jiang Hao quietly slipped into the bedroom, then called his mother to confirm Jiang's father's current condition. After that, he chatted with his mother for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Jiang Hao lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Today, Jiang Hao was really tired. First, he was surprised by the system, then he saved the beauty as a hero, then he was shocked to hear that his father was injured, then he treated his father, and finally he avenged his father. After this series of events, even if he has a spirit far superior to that of ordinary people, he can no longer hold on. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao packed up his things and called Jiang Zixuan to go to school. When I arrived at the classroom, it was noisy. When Jiang Hao looked at the blackboard, he realized that today's physical education class was occupied by the English teacher again. The English teacher had to prepare a set of mock papers in the 3rd and 4th classes. Jiang Hao has become accustomed to it. He took out books of various subjects from his backpack, used the system to decompose the textbooks, and integrated the crystallization of knowledge. As the textbooks were broken down, the crystallization of knowledge merged into his mind. In a short while, Jiang Hao mastered all the knowledge in high school and turned into a super academic master. At this time, Jiang Hao was feeling his mind being filled with endless knowledge. Just then, a beautiful girl appeared at the door of the classroom. She looked inside, as if looking for someone. He was Song Wanner, whom Jiang Hao rescued yesterday. Uncle Hai said he was in class 8 of grade 3. How could he not be there? Song Wanner seems to be very famous in school, and all the students in class 8 of grade 3 know her. Hey, look, isn't that Song Wanner, the daughter of the Jade King of Zhongbei Province? Who? Song Wanner? Where? Where? What is she doing here? Is she looking for someone? Wow! Whoever gets to date her will be really rich. Chapter 14, Beautiful women bring disaster, and little monsters are ignorant. At this time, a fair-faced, handsome boy in the front row stood up, walked straight to Song Wanner, and showed a smile that he thought was very handsome. Wanner, I'm Lu Xian, monitor of class 8, grade 3. Nice to meet you. How can I help you? Lu Xian introduced himself to Song Wanner in a very showy way. Song Wanner responded, Hello. Can you call Jiang Hao for me? Jiang Hao? When Lu Xian heard this, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes, and then he said, Wanner, if you have anything to say, it's the same if you tell me. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner frowned slightly, and felt a surge of disgust from the bottom of her heart towards Lu Xian, who was being so attentive to her. She ignored Lu Xian and looked into the classroom. At this time, the other students in the classroom were shocked. Hiss, Goddess Song actually came to see Jiang Hao? Ah! My goddess! Oh my god, when did Jiang Hao get on the good side of this super rich woman? How is this possible? A daughter of heaven's pride and a worthless waste who lives on eating and waiting to die. There's no way they could possibly have anything in common. At this time, Jiang Hao was also awakened by the discussion. He looked up and saw Song Wanner at the door. Song Wanner also followed the crowd's gaze and saw Jiang Hao sitting in the last row, looking at her. Song Wanner was delighted to find Jiang Hao, and immediately spoke. Jiang Hao, come out for a moment. Jiang Hao was still a little confused when he heard this. He looked around and saw that everyone's eyes were on him. Finally, he pointed at himself and asked back. If it's not you, then who else? Come out quickly, I have something to tell you. Looking at the cute Jiang Hao, Song Wanner smiled slightly and spoke. After hearing this, Jiang Hao stood up and walked over. At this time, Lu Xian, who witnessed this scene, was furious. Song Wanner actually ignored him. Moreover, she was actually flirting with that loser Jiang Hao. This made Lu Xian, who knew some of Song Wanner's background and had other ideas about trying to please Song Wanner, furious. I am a gifted child, yet I am not as good as a poor student? Suddenly, Lu Xian secretly hated him, and the disgust in his eyes deepened. Jiang Hao ignored Lu Xian, walked straight past him, and left with Song Wanner. Lu Xian gritted his teeth as he watched. Song Wanner, Jiang Hao. Snort! On the other side, after Jiang Hao followed Song Wanner out, Song Wanner took out a purple invitation from her school bag, which looked very extraordinary. She handed it to Jiang Hao, looked at Jiang Hao, and spoke with a smile. Tomorrow is my 18th birthday party, and I'd like to invite you, my benefactor, to attend. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment after hearing this. At this time, Song Wanner was afraid that Jiang Hao would refuse, so she quickly slapped the invitation in her hand on Jiang Hao, then turned around and left with a smile. He did not forget to give instructions before leaving. You must come. Before Jiang Hao could say anything, Song Wanner had already run away. He looked at the invitation in his hand, opened it, and then murmured with a silly smile. So, she is Song Wanner, the daughter of Song Wanzhong, the Jade King of Jianbei Province? Although Jiang Hao was not much of a gossip monger, he often hears people talk about several celebrities in Jianbei Province. Among them, Song Wanzhong, the Jade King who made his fortune in the jade business, is the best. And this Jade King has a precious daughter named Song Wanner. Jiang Hao looked up, glanced in the direction Song Wanner left, then turned around and went back to the classroom. As soon as he reached the classroom door, Lu Xian blocked Jiang Hao's way and glanced at Jiang Hao. His gaze finally stopped on the invitation in Jiang Hao's hand, and then he pointed at the invitation in Jiang Hao's hand and said domineeringly. What is that? Let me see it. Lu Xian's domineering attitude made Jiang Hao even more disgusted with Lu Xian, who looked down on the students with lower rankings in the class, especially his class monitor. Chapter 15, The Little Monster Made a Bet Out of Jealousy, I Don't Have Such a Son. Jiang Hao glanced at him, then ignored him and returned to his seat. At this time, Jiang Hao's disregard made Lu Xian very angry, and immediately, Lu Xian started to speak sarcastically. Jiang Hao, you were just a blind cat catching a dead mouse yesterday. You just happened to run into it. You really think you're a big shot? If you have the guts, take the English test today and let's have a competition. If my score is higher than yours, you can call me Dad 3 times. If you were taller than me, I would call you Dad 3 times. Lu Xian was afraid that Jiang Hao would not agree, so he quickly ridiculed him again. Whoever is afraid is a grandson. Lu Xian's shouting caused many classmates who were watching the fun to talk about it. Wow, Lu Xian is not interested in goddess song, is he jealous of Jiang Hao? Hiss. Our class monitor is so shameless. His English is the best in our class. Yes, only a fool would agree to such a bet. At this time, Jiang Hao looked up, looked at Lu Xian quietly, and then spoke. Okay, I accept. But I don't have a stupid son like you. If I win, all you have to do is get down on the ground and bark like a dog 3 times. Jiang Hao's words caused everyone to burst into laughter. However, what is even more shocking is Jiang Hao's response. Damn, is Jiang Hao stupid? Damn, he actually agreed? Jiang Hao is still too young. He fell for it once he was provoked. They are not optimistic about Jiang Hao in this bet. Jiang Hao's words also made Lu Xian grit his teeth in hatred, but the most important thing was that Jiang Hao agreed. Lu Xian looked at Jiang Hao with a vicious look in his eyes, and his heart was filled with determination. Okay. I agree. After saying that, Lu Xian turned around and left. Jiang Hao ignored it, his mind immersed in the system, looking at the system panel, and smiled with relief. Host, Jiang Hao. Rating, 17.310. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.8. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, Mathematics level 3010, Chinese level 3010, English level 3010, Physics level 3010, Chemistry level 3010, Biology level 3010, Chef level 1010. Magical powers, Danger Sense level 2010, Giant Strength level 1010. Skill points, 6.3. Personal space, on. Lu Xian was just a clown, and Jiang Hao didn't take him seriously. At this time, Jiang Hao picked up the invitation sent by Song Wanner and fell into deep thought. What gift should I bring? In a blink of an eye, the second class was over. As soon as the teacher left, a middle-aged woman walked in. She took out a stack of papers and shouted, "If you need to use the restroom, hurry up. I'll hand out the papers soon. You're not allowed to use the restroom during the exam." She is Jiang Hao and their English teacher, Zhou Hong, a decisive female teacher. Class started, the test papers were handed out, Zhou Hong sternly warned everyone, and the exam began. Jiang Hao glanced at the English test paper and found that the English that usually made him drowsy had become simple and clear. Then Jiang Hao picked up the pen and started writing. In the front row, Lu Xian looked back at Jiang Hao in the back row, as if reminding him of their bet. The exam was going on. Zhou Hong stood on the podium, monitoring everyone with her eagle-like eyes. 20 minutes passed in a short while. "Teacher, I'm done." At this moment, a voice broke the silence. Chapter 16, Pretending to be cool is like the wind, always with me. As this voice broke the silence, all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 immediately turned around, with shocked expressions on their faces, and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Jiang Hao? How is that possible? Jiang Hao wouldn't have forgotten. He had a bet with Lu Xian. Sassafras, it's only been 20 minutes. Has Jiang Hao just given up? Lu Xian also turned around and looked at Jiang Hao, who was holding his hand up with a calm expression, and suddenly felt a panic in his heart. But he changed his mind and thought about Jiang Hao's previous English grades. He immediately felt relieved and glanced at Jiang Hao and said, "It's just grandstanding." At this time, even Zhou Hong was surprised, but when he saw that it was Jiang Hao who scored 20 or 30 points in the first test, his face suddenly became gloomy. But when she saw the noisy classroom, she immediately shouted, "Quiet." Then she walked down from the podium and walked towards Jiang Hao. Coming to Jiang Hao, she frowned and warned him. "Jiang Hao, if you don't want to do the test, that's fine, but could you please not affect others? If you don't want to do the questions, get out and don't disturb others." Zhou Hong's harsh sarcasm made Jiang Hao feel uncomfortable. Jiang Hao glanced at Zhou Hong, then turned and left in the shocked gazes of everyone. Zhou Hong looked at Jiang Hao, who had really left, and immediately pointed in the direction Jiang Hao left in anger. You? Is that your attitude? Okay. I want to see your finished test paper." After saying that, Zhou Hong angrily grabbed the English test paper on Jiang Hao's desk. "Look at what's written all over this crooked thing." As soon as she picked it up, she blamed Jiang Hao for his handwriting problems. Then he took another closer look and began to criticize again. "Look, this." But after taking a closer look, she was instantly stuck. It turned out that Jiang Hao had done it right. However, he quickly found a reason. "Okay, you guessed right." When she continued to look down, she was suddenly shocked. "How is this possible? They are all right?" At this time, Zhou Hong carefully checked Jiang Hao's test paper. After confirming it again and again, she was stunned for a moment. This set of questions is the college entrance examination questions from a certain province in previous years. Excluding the 30 points for listening, there are still 120 points. Some of the answers in Jiang Hao's test paper were even more perfect than hers. For such a paper, she could give full marks, 120 points. At this moment, Zhou Hong had a deep question in her heart. Why did Jiang Hao only score 20 or 30 points in the exam before? As for the accusation that Jiang Hao cheated, Zhou Hong looked at the classmates around Jiang Hao and shook her head. That's impossible. Could it be that Jiang Hao had hidden his strength before? If so, then with this level of ability, perhaps he can compete for the highest score in the college entrance examination. By then, Zhou Hong suppressed her inner excitement, looked in the direction where Jiang Hao left, and made a decision in her heart. At this moment, Zhou Hong's unconscious mumbling and shock were particularly clear in this quiet classroom. For a moment, all the students in the classroom heard Zhou Hong's unconscious mumbling. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. What? The teacher actually said that everything Zhang Hao did was right. Hiss. How is this possible? No way. Could it be that Zhang Hao has really been hiding this whole time? At this time, Lu Xian was completely panicked. How is that possible? It's impossible, it must be fake. He's just a poor student who got lucky. At this moment, when he thought of the bet between him and Zhang Hao, his face suddenly became extremely ugly. At this time, everyone also saw the panicked Lu Xian, and immediately looked at Lu Xian with eyes full of sympathy. Chapter 17, New Synthesis Experience, Stones or Treasures. At this moment, Zhou Hong heard the whispered discussion, and she immediately turned around and shouted coldly at everyone. Stop whispering to me and do your own thing. After warning everyone, she took Zhang Hao's test paper and walked up to the podium again. On the other side, Zhang Hao left the classroom and found an opportunity to sneak out of the school and go to Tianhai Hospital to see his father. Arriving at the ward where Zhang Dad was, Zhang Hao just walked in and saw Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom with happy faces, packing things. When they saw Zhang Hao, they were a little surprised, and Zhang's mother asked, Hao, why are you here? Zhang Hao had already thought of a reason when he came. Mom, I have an exam today, so I'll be out of school early after the exam, so I'll come over to see my dad. After hearing this, Zhang's father and mother also believed it. So how did the exam go? Zhang Hao answered truthfully, not bad. Then he asked back, Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Why are you so happy? At this time, Zhang Ma spoke happily. Hao, the doctor took another X-ray of your dad today, and your dad's illness is completely cured. Your dad even said that his chronic headache was cured. Now we are discharged from the hospital, so we are kind of happy. Father Jiang also interjected, what your mother said is true. Zhang Hao was also very happy when he heard this. Suddenly, the family packed up their things, completed the paperwork, said goodbye to their fellow patients, and went home. In the evening, Zhang Hao returned home from school. Tomorrow night is Song Wanner's birthday. What should I give her? Zhang Hao sat outside in the garden, looking at the moon in the sky and thinking. Hey, doesn't the system have two mechanisms, decomposition and synthesis? Since I've already experienced decomposition, how about synthesis? But what should I synthesize? Zhang Hao looked around, but there was no material. Finally, Zhang Hao grabbed two small stones. Ding, 2 stones were found. Do you want to combine them? Well, let's give it a try with these 2 stones. Zhang Hao didn't take it too seriously after hearing it. He thought, what good thing could be made from 2 broken stones? With this mentality, Zhang Hao muttered to himself. Synthesis. Ding, congratulations on the successful synthesis. You received a piece of medium-sized jade, 0.3 skill points, and 0.3 experience points. Extract? In an instant, a ball of green light appeared in Zhang Hao's mind. When Zhang Hao focused his attention on the green light, a piece of information came into his mind. Medium-grade green jade, worth 500 yuan. Holy crap! 2 broken rocks actually combined into a medium-grade jadeite, and it's worth 500 yuan? Seeing this, Zhang Hao was instantly shocked. Extract! Zhang Hao hurriedly shouted in his heart. The next thing he felt was a smooth, round object in his hand. Looking down, he saw a green, shiny jade in his hand. Zhang Hao picked up the green jade and was ecstatic. It's sent, it's sent. He quickly put the jade treasure into his personal space, then found 3 more stones on the ground and took them in his hand. Synthesis. Ding, congratulations on the failed synthesis. I got a handful of LUS, 0.1 skill points, and 0.1 experience points. The 3 stones in Zhang Hao's hands instantly turned into powder and scattered from between his fingers. Now, Zhang Hao was a little confused. System, come out here, where is my jade? Zhang Hao shouted angrily. Ding, host, the super decomposition and synthesis system has a certain success rate for both decomposition and synthesis, and naturally there is a possibility of failure. At the same time, whether you can obtain good things by decomposing or synthesizing them has a certain probability. Chapter 18, Synthesizing New Discoveries, System Upgrades. After Zhang Hao was reminded by the system, he thought about it for a moment and quickly understood it, but he still felt a little regretful. Yeah, if the success rate of decomposition and synthesis is 100%, then I'll really be rich. But, how is this success rate calculated? Jiang Hao asked in confusion. Ding, host, the success rate of decomposition and synthesis is constantly increasing with the upgrade of the system. Jiang Hao understood instantly after hearing this. Then, Jiang Hao found 3 more stones, put his hands together, and muttered to himself. Oh, all the gods and Buddhas. Please bless me to succeed this time. After worshipping the gods and Buddhas, Jiang Hao began the synthesis. Synthesis. Ding, congratulations on the successful synthesis. You've obtained a piece of low-grade topaz, 0.2 skill points, and 0.2 experience points. Extract? Low-grade topaz, worth 80 yuan. Ah, it's only a low-grade topaz, but it's better than failure. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was a little disappointed and could only comfort himself. After Jiang Hao extracted it, he started to look for a few more stones to synthesize it. A long time passed and the system prompt sounded again. Ding, congratulations on the successful synthesis. You've obtained a piece of top-grade black jadeite, 0.7 skill points, and 0.7 experience points. Extract? Top-grade black jadeite, worth 100,000. Not bad, it's actually worth 100,000. Although it can't be compared with that special glass-type imperial green jadeite worth 100 million, it's still pretty good. Extract. After Jiang Hao extracted it, he didn't think it was too rare and put it into the system space. Ding, the system experience is full, do you want to upgrade? When Jiang Hao heard this, he felt a little happy. Then, his eyes fell on the system panel. Experience is finally full. Upgrade. Ding, congratulations on the system upgrade. The success rate of decomposition or synthesis in the super decomposition and synthesis system has increased. Soon, a new page appeared in front of Jiang Hao. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Rating, 20.8100. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.8. Stamina, 0.8. Skill, Master Chef level 1010. Magical powers, Danger Sense level 2010, Giant Strength level 1010. Skill points, 9.8. Personal space, Special Icy Jadeite, Top Grade Oily Green Jadeite, Top Grade Violet Jadeite. When Jiang Hao saw the system interface, he found that his subject skills were gone, and he suddenly panicked. Fuck, I'm not going to disappear, am I? He quickly searched in his mind, but the knowledge had not disappeared. Only then did he feel relieved and began to ask. System, why are all my knowledge and skills gone? Ding, host, the system has hidden those knowledge and skills. When you need them, just recite them silently in your heart. After listening to it, Jiang Hao gave it a try. It was finally confirmed that the system was indeed just hidden. That's good too, it looks much neater. Jiang Hao took a look at the upgraded system and murmured. Afterwards, Jiang Hao went home. No words were spoken that night. The new day soon arrived, and Jiang Hao came to school as usual. The first class was English class, and their English teacher Zhou Hong walked into the classroom with a happy face. Today, I will tell you about yesterday's test paper. But before that, I have something else to say. As she spoke, she looked towards the last row, where Jiang Hao was lying on the table. Chapter 19, Apology from the Teacher, Nothing is Impossible. Classmate Jiang Hao, I apologize to you for what happened yesterday. I'm sorry. After saying that, Zhou Hong actually bent down and bowed to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was a little confused for a moment, and he stood up hurriedly. Teacher, no need. It was my fault yesterday. I shouldn't have done that. Jiang Hao bowed to Zhou Hong apologetically and apologized. At this moment, the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 were instantly confused. Fuck. Teacher Zhou actually apologized to Jiang Hao. This can't be. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Everyone was talking about it. Lu Xian in the front row was a little shocked, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. At this time, Zhou Hong spoke again. Everyone made progress on this exam, except for a few who lost their composure. As Zhou Hong spoke, she glanced at Lu Xian who was sitting in front of the desk, her eyes full of warning. Okay, let's start handing out the test papers now. Xu Chang, 37 points. Zhou Lingling, 40 points. Huang Jia, 96 points, 3rd place. Lu Xian, 100 points, 2nd place. At this moment, Zhou Hong paused slightly, her eyes fell on Lu Xian's face, and after glaring at him, she handed the test paper to Lu Xian. At this time, everyone underground became curious. Even Lu Xian's 100 points only put him in second place. I wonder who came in first. I'm curious too. Did you hear anyone else's name being read out? Hiss, could it be Zhang Hao? At this time, Lu Xian was holding the test paper, absent-minded, and even a little panicked. Because he had been listening carefully, but he did not hear Teacher Zhou calling Zhang Hao's name. How is this possible? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Xian shook his head, still with a glimmer of fantasy in his heart. However, the next moment, Zhou Hai's voice broke his illusion. I never expected to win first place this time. As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Hao in the back row and her voice suddenly increased. Zhang Hao, 120 points, full marks. First place. After Zhou Hong finished her announcement, the whole classroom suddenly became lively. Fuck, Zhang Hao? Hiss, 120 points, full marks. So terrifying. This, no way? When did Zhang Hao's English become so good? Everyone couldn't believe it. At this moment, a discordant shout interrupted the excitement of the crowd. Impossible, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Zhang Hao, a loser, get a perfect score? Teacher, did you see it wrong? It turned out that the questioning voice came from Lu Xian. He couldn't believe that Zhang Hao, a poor student, could get full marks. Zhou Hong was instantly annoyed by this questioning voice. Lu Xian, what do you want to say? Are you saying that the teacher is blind? Or that the teacher has been bribed? Zhou Hong's voice suddenly rose and she questioned loudly. Lu Xian was instantly awakened and he apologized hurriedly. No, teacher, that's not what I meant. Zhou Hong looked at Lu Xian, very disappointed. Okay, sit down. Just remember, jealousy doesn't make you stronger. Afterwards, Zhou Hong ignored it. At this time, all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 focused their attention on Lu Xian, and their eyes were full of pity. Lu Xian is unlucky, he actually lost. Oh. Who could have thought of that? Lu Xian is in trouble now. He has a bet with Zhang Hao. Chapter 20. You were joking, but I was serious. Zhang Hao took the test paper from Zhou Hong, and when he returned to his seat, he glanced at Lu Xian in the front row, not daring to look up at him. Then he smiled slightly and went back to his seat. Zhou Hong also began to explain the test paper. This class went by too fast for Lu Xian. He didn't hear anything, all he had in his mind was the bet between him and Zhang Hao. Ding ling ling. The get out of class was over, and Lu Xian was suddenly awakened by the bell. After their English teacher Zhou Hong left, a voice suddenly rang out. Lu Xian, it's time for you to fulfill your bet. As the voice sounded, everyone's eyes first looked in the direction where the voice came from, that is, at Zhang Hao. Then everyone's attention was focused on Lu Xian. In an instant, Lu Xian's body, which was about to escape, suddenly froze. At this moment, the classroom was extremely quiet. Zhang Hao sat in his seat, looking at the frozen Lu Xian with a smile on his face. Is our monitor planning to cheat? Lu Xian was stared at by everyone, and his face was burning. At this time, Lu Xian turned to Zhang Hao in the back row and said with an awkward smile. Classmate Zhang Hao, I was just joking with you, just joking. Zhang Hao looked at the shameless Lu Xian, stood up with an ambiguous smile, and walked straight towards Lu Xian. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Hao again. They were a little curious about what Zhang Hao was going to do. Coming to Lu Xian's side, Zhang Hao stared at Lu Xian with a smile on his face. Lu Xian also looked at Zhang Hao, smiling awkwardly, his eyes full of pleading, wanting Zhang Hao to let him go. The two looked at each other. Bang! Crack! At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise, which frightened everyone so much that they trembled all over. Lu Xian was so frightened that he staggered and almost fell. He looked at his desk in horror. A fist landed on it, and a big hole was broken in the wooden tabletop. At this time, the students around him also turned their eyes to Lu Xian's desk. Hiss! Looking at the big hole on the table, everyone gasped. This is so scary. Everyone looked at Zhang Hao with shock on their faces. At this moment, Zhang Hao lowered his head, his eyes fell on his fist, and he calmly pulled his hand out of the big hole, while talking to himself. Oh my! This table is so flimsy. Lu Xian was terrified. If this punch had hit him, then Then, Jiang Hao's gaze returned to Lu Xian and he asked with a smile. Squad leader, what did you just say? This instantly woke up Lu Xian, who was in a daze. Lu Xian had a smug look on his face and quickly smiled. Nothing. I mean, I'm willing to accept the loss. Lu Xian was so frightened that he was incoherent and explained hurriedly. Oh, that's great. Then start delivering on your promises, or else we'll have to go to class soon. At this time, Lu Xian didn't dare to refuse, and quickly got up from his seat and lay on the ground. The moment he lay down, Lu Xian's eyes were filled with endless resentment. Woof woof woof. After Lu Xian finished barking like a dog, he looked up at Jiang Hao. Class monitor, I didn't expect you to have such a strong talent for acting. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Xian lying on the ground with a smile on his face and teased. After saying that, he turned around and went back to his seat. Lu Xian's face flushed red. After Jiang Hao left, Lu Xian quickly stood up and sat back in his seat, not daring to look at the eyes of the people around him. But at this moment, his heart was roaring. Jiang Hao, just wait for me. I will never let today's humiliation go like this. Chapter 21. The time has come as promised. Soon, the day passed uneventfully. Tomorrow is Sunday, and they finally have a day off. As a hard-working senior high school student, I only have one day off a week. Jiang Hao picked up his school bag, bought a small gift box, and quickly returned home. After returning home, Jiang Hao found a new sportswear to put on. He then took out an exquisite jade phoenix pendant from the system space and put it into the prepared gift box. I think this gift should be able to attract the attention of the Jade King. I can make friends with this big boss in the Jade world and prepare for my future entry into the Jade industry. Jiang Hao thought to himself. Then he informed his parents and rushed to the address on the invitation with the invitation. After Jiang Hao arrived, he took out the invitation and came to the banquet venue under the guidance of the waiter. After Jiang Hao entered, he found that the banquet was divided into two parts. One side was for young people like Jiang Hao, and the other side was for some bigwigs from all walks of life who had extraordinary momentum. At this time, there were already a lot of people coming. The men were all in suits and the women were in evening gowns. They were holding high-heeled glasses and chatting and laughing. At this moment, Jiang Hao discovered with embarrassment that he seemed to be the only one wearing a sports suit. Wearing sportswear, he was so conspicuous in such an occasion that many people looked at him with curiosity. Jiang Hao was a little uncomfortable with such occasions, so he found a less conspicuous corner and sat down. Soon, it was exactly 8 o'clock and the protagonist of today's banquet finally came out. A purple evening gown with golden dots on it, shining like stars in the night sky. With this evening dress as a backdrop, Song Wanner looks more noble and at the same time, more mature. Coupled with her angelic face, she made most of the girls present pale in comparison. Next to Song Wanner was Jade King Song Wanzhong and his wife. When Song Wanner appeared, everyone gathered around her. At this time, the middle-aged man next to Song Wanner spoke. I, Song Wanzhong, welcome everyone to attend my daughter Song Wanner's 18th birthday party. Jiang Hao stood in the corner and watched. It was also the first time for him to come into close contact with Jade King Song Wanzhong. After Song Wanzhong finished his opening remarks, he handed the place over to the young man and went to the other side, where some bigwigs from all walks of life gathered. At this time, everyone also started giving Song Wanner birthday gifts. Jiang Hao looked at the beautifully packaged gift boxes, then looked at his own gift box. He thought it was a very good gift box, but it turned out not to be of the same quality as the person who gave it to him. However, Jiang Hao didn't care, because the gifts here were not simple. But if I send it out like this and Miss Wanner doesn't even look at it, how am I supposed to attract the attention of Jade Prince Song Wanzhong? Jiang Hao glanced at Jade King Song Wanzhong, who was sitting with a group of bigwigs, and then glanced at Song Wanner, who was surrounded by everyone. Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. Over there, many young people vied to give gifts, and Song Wanner thanked them one by one with a smile. However, she seemed a little absent-minded, her eyes constantly looking around, as if she was looking for something. At this time, Song Wanner finally saw Jiang Hao sitting on a sofa in the corner, wearing a sports suit, and looking out of place in the entire venue. Jiang Hao was also looking at her. The two looked at each other, and in an instant, Song Wanner's smile bloomed like a flower. Song Wanner thanked everyone, broke free from the protection of many young talents, and walked straight towards Jiang Hao. I thought you weren't coming, Song Wanner said with a smile. Jiang Hao looked at the dazzling Song Wanner in a daze, but he quickly reacted and spoke. How is that possible? I'm here. Then Jiang Hao took out the small gift he had wrapped, handed it to Song Wanner, and gave her his blessings. Happy birthday to you. Song Wanner took the gift and thanked him happily. Thank you, I'm repaying you for saving my life. This is costing you money again. Here, the two were chatting happily, when suddenly an inappropriate voice interrupted their conversation. Wanner, who is this? At this time, a young man appeared next to Song Wanner. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. 22, sweet-mouthed but treacherous, a true villain, a pig opponent comes to assist. When Song Wanner heard this, she frowned and turned around and said unhappily, Jin Shou, please call me Miss Song, or classmate Song. Don't be so intimate. I'm not familiar with you. Song Wanner's words immediately froze the young man in a suit. Puff. When Jiang Hao heard Song Wanner call him a beast, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had seen someone named Beast in a novel before, but he never expected that there would actually be someone with this name in real life. Jiang Hao's smile immediately froze Jin Shou, who had just recovered. After laughing, Jiang Hao quickly stopped and apologized. I'm sorry for losing my composure. At this time, Jin Shou reacted, still with a smile on his face, and spoke to Jiang Hao. It's okay. My name is easy to be misunderstood. I'm also very distressed, but this is the name chosen by my father, and there's nothing I can do about it. May I know your name, brother? My name is Jiang Hao, Miss Wanner's classmate. Oh, so you're Miss Song's classmate. Then we're classmates too. I'm in class 1, grade 3. Nice to meet you. Jin Shou stared at Jiang Hao and spoke with a smile. However, this smile seemed a bit cold to Jiang Hao. Sure enough, the next moment, Jin Shou saw the shabby little gift box in Song Wanner's hand and immediately spoke. Is this the gift that Jiang Hao gave to Miss Song? I'm sure Jiang Hao's gift is worth a lot of money. Would you be so lucky as to take a look at it? Jin Shou was afraid that Song Wanner would refuse, so he raised his voice deliberately when speaking. The people around him heard the noise and gathered around out of curiosity. When they saw Jin Shou talking, Song Wanner beside him, and Jiang Hao, who was dressed very strangely for such an occasion, they immediately started talking. Hey, isn't that the young master of the Qin family? What's wrong? Oh, someone actually gave me a gift that even young Master Qin praised. I want to see it too. Miss Song, open it and let us take a look. Brother Qin, what gift did this brother give you that you all want to see? Exactly. Could it be that it's not even as good as the guqin that Brother Qin gave me? At this time, Song Wanner looked a little ugly. How could she not know that Jin Shou wanted to deal with Jiang Hao? Uncle Hai had already told her about Jiang Hao's background. She naturally knew the situation of Jiang Hao's family and also knew that Jiang Hao could not give her any expensive gifts. However, she didn't care whether the gift Jiang Hao gave her was expensive or not, as long as she liked it. But now, after being provoked by Jin Shou, she couldn't not open it, but if she did, she was afraid of hurting Jiang Hao's self-esteem. She was in a dilemma and was in a very difficult situation. At this time, Jiang Hao on the side didn't seem to care about Jin Shou's provocation, and looked calm and composed. However, he was extremely happy in his heart. I was originally thinking about how to attract attention, but I didn't expect this beast brother to give me such a great assist. I'm so grateful to him. At this time, Jin Shou was unaware of Jiang Hao's joy, and he was still looking at Jiang Hao with a smirk on his face. Brother Jiang, everyone wants to see the world-shaking treasure that Brother Jiang gave us. Brother Jiang, do you mind if we take a look? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly and said to Jin Shoudao. It's not a world-shaking treasure, it's just a small item. Then he turned to Song Wanner. Since everyone wants to see it, Miss Wanner, please open it and take a look. I hope you like it. After Jiang Hao said this, Song Wanner suddenly found it even more difficult to refuse. She had originally wanted to find another reason to get away with it. All right. Helpless, Song Wanner had to agree, and only apologized to Jiang Hao again afterwards. Song Wanner held the boxes in one hand and pulled the ribbon on the gift box with the other. The people around who were watching the fun also gathered around. Chapter 23, Pretending to be Ignorant, a professional expert will identify. When the gift box was opened, a rich emerald green, extremely clean, crystal clear, and lifelike hollow phoenix pendant lay quietly on a cotton mat. The moment I saw this pendant, the air around me seemed to freeze. Even Song Wanner was shocked by this lifelike pendant. If this pendant is authentic, it must be worth a lot of money. At this moment, Jin Shou, who was standing aside and wanted to laugh at Jiang Hao's joke, became even more frozen in expression. Suddenly, his heart was in turmoil. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the street sportswear that Jiang Hao was wearing, and he immediately reacted. Brother Jiang, you weren't fooled, were you? Look, there's a crack on the front of this phoenix pendant. It's obvious that someone modified it after it was broken. Let us look at the material of this pendant. It looks like a piece of jade. However, if you look closely, you'll find that this is actually a piece of crystal craftwork made by machine. Xinshuo's voice instantly broke the silence, and at the same time, it made the surrounding spectators who were watching the fun and didn't know much about jade suddenly suspicious. After all, Jiang Hao's dress doesn't look like that of a rich man. If this is a genuine piece, I'm afraid some of them can't take it out, let alone a poor boy. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. No way, you actually gave me a piece of crystal craft as a gift. I thought it was a piece of crystal. It might be true or not. After all, this young man doesn't look like a member of the family. But why do I feel like this is a real treasure? Everyone was talking, while Jiang Hao just looked at Xinshuo with a smile on his face, smiling without saying a word. What's wrong? What's something good? Let us see it too. At this time, Song Wanzhong came over with a few big guys, smiling. At this time, Xinshuo was about to tell Song Wanzhong about this matter proudly. Uncle Song, Wanner's classmate, was scammed into buying a fake pendant as Wanner's birthday gift. Before he could finish his words, an old man next to Song Wanzhong suddenly saw the phoenix pendant in Song Wanner's hand. His eyes suddenly widened, and then he rushed to Song Wanner, his eyes almost glued to the pendant. He stared at the pendant in Song Wanner's hand like a child seeing a toy, and his hands were itching to touch it. The old man's action stunned everyone for a moment. Even Xinshuo was stuck. At this time, the old man pushed Song Wanner, who was staring at the pendant in a daze, and said embarrassedly, "Wanner, let me see your pendant." Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on the old man. At this moment, Xinshuo suddenly had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Song Wanner was awakened by the old man. When she saw who it was, she was overjoyed and shouted, "Third grandpa, it's you. That's great. Please help me check if this pendant is a glass-type imperial green." As she spoke, she carefully handed the pendant to the old man next to him. Song Wanner's words suddenly exploded in everyone's mind like a depth bomb. Hiss. Suddenly, everyone at the scene gasped. Hiss, glass-type imperial green? Fuck, this isn't real jade, is it? Oh my god. Imperial green. Chapter 24, Don't pretend if you don't understand, or the boss will slap you in the face. Jiang Hao was also very surprised when he heard this. It seems Miss Wanner is a connoisseur of good things. However, when he saw Jade King Song Wanzhong, who was also staring at the Emerald Phoenix pendant, he immediately understood. He is in the jade business, so it doesn't seem surprising that he has such knowledge. When Xinshuo heard this, his face changed drastically. At the same time, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. How is it possible? It's fake. How could it be glass? It must be a crystal handicraft. He murmured softly. At this time, Song Wanner's third grandfather took it, looked at it carefully again and again, and talked to himself happily. The color is rich and uniform, the tone is consistent, without any impurities, and the quality is fine and moist. This is indeed a real glass-type imperial green jadeite. This carving fully embodies the spiritual and lustrous beauty of jadeite, while perfectly capturing the spirit of the phoenix. It is truly a work of art that surpasses all others. This is definitely from the hands of a master. When Song Wanner's third uncle gave his evaluation, everyone was shocked. Mr. Song San is a well-known figure in the jade industry. Everyone knows him. The fact that the Song family's Tsueyu Pavilion is able to rank among the top 3 in the fiercely competitive jade industry in Jiangbei province is due to the efforts of Mr. Song San. After hearing Mr. Song San's evaluation, Jiang Hao immediately looked at him twice. At this moment, after hearing Mr. Song San's evaluation, Xinshuo suddenly seemed to have lost his soul. He collapsed to the ground, still unwilling to believe it. How is that possible? It's fake, all fake. How could a poor boy like him possibly have such a precious treasure? It must be fake, fake. Xinshuo was screaming wildly as if he had gone mad. Now, Mr. Song San couldn't stand it anymore. Boy, are you saying that I, an old man, am blind? He asked, seeming very angry. I'm not afraid to tell you that this pendant was made by a master, and the material is top-notch. This piece alone is worth over 50 million. Also, seeing as this piece has a joint, it should be a pair, and there should be another dragon-shaped piece to match it. If the dragon and phoenix appear together, the value will be even higher. After Mr. Song-san said this, everyone was shocked again. Grandmaster. I really want to meet the Grandmaster who can carve such a rare treasure. After saying this, he returned the lifelike phoenix pendant to Song Wonner with some reluctance. Jiang Hao on the side could only mutter silently in his heart. The system is truly powerful. Even a small modification can be so powerful. Yes, this phoenix pendant was modified by the system at Jiang Hao's request. Originally, he thought the system only had decomposition and synthesis functions, but last night, he accidentally mentioned it, and the system actually helped him modify the piece of glass-type imperial green jadeite he synthesized into a pair of dragon and phoenix pendants. The system's modification function is only applicable to things synthesized or divided by the system, and can only modify their appearance. Even so, this made him happy for quite a while. At the same time, this also allowed him to find a way to make a fortune. At this time, Song Wonner took it carefully, although she loved this pendant very much. At the same time, she was also very touched that Jiang Hao gave her such a precious thing, but she could not accept such a precious thing. Moreover, this was inconsistent with the information about Jiang Hao that she asked Uncle Hai to check, which made him very confused. She put the pendant back into the box and handed it to Jiang Hao, who was standing beside her. She looked at Jiang Hao and said, "Jiang Hao, I can't accept such a valuable gift, please take it back. I'm glad you came to my birthday party, but I really can't accept it." Song Wonner said apologetically. Chapter 25. Everyone is shocked and their wish is fulfilled. Seeing this, Jiang Hao naturally would not take it back. Moreover, he gave such an expensive gift not just to congratulate Song Wonner on her birthday. "Miss Wonner, I gave something away, how can I take it back? I gave you this pendant not only to wish you a happy birthday, but also on behalf of my master, to reach an agreement with your Cui Yuxuan. That is the treasure he will carve in the future. I hope to bring it to your Cui Yuxian to sell. To be honest, this pendant was made by my master. This old gentleman has a good eye. This pendant does have another half in the shape of a dragon, so together they are called the dragon and phoenix," Jiang Hao said to Mr. Song Sanyan in neither humble nor arrogant manner. After saying that, Jiang Hao set his sights on Jade King Song Wanzhong standing beside him. Song Wanzhong also saw the pendant. As he was known as the King of Jade, he naturally knew at a glance that it was a genuine glass-type imperial green jadeite. Moreover, this carving was done by a master, so its value is unimaginable. Now, this grandmaster actually wanted to cooperate with him, and he was suddenly delighted. "Okay, I agree. From now on, all the treasures carved by your master can be sold at Cui Yuxian, and Cui Yuxian will only take 10%. Although I don't know whether this master is genuine or not, even if there is a problem, it will not affect him at all." Song Wanzhong's move was indeed huge. Giving up so much profit at once was not a decision that an ordinary person could make. However, he was not stupid. If it was true, then he would not lose anything by exchanging a small benefit for a favor from a master. Even the reputation of a master can bring more benefits to their Cui Yuxuan. Jiang Hao was also surprised by Song Wanzhong's decisiveness, but then he understood. "Okay, it's done. I thank the Jade King on behalf of my master." Jiang Hao bowed and thanked him. Seeing this, Song Wanzhong hurried forward and helped Jiang Hao up. "You're being so formal, so formal. What's the point of calling me Jade King or not? Since you and my Wonner are classmates, just call me Uncle Song." Jiang Hao was also unambiguous. "Thank you so much, Uncle Song." The two of them reached such an agreement in just a moment, which shocked everyone. 10%? The Jade King only takes 10%. This is truly worthy of being called the Jade King. Hiss. Don't judge a person by his appearance. I didn't expect this pendant to be made by a master. At this time, Mr. Song San saw that Jiang Hao and Song Wanzhong were talking about business, so he quickly interrupted. "Young friend, could you please introduce me to your master? I'd like to meet him." Jiang Hao felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. "Well, I'm afraid. My master has no fixed place to stay, so he has to come looking for me, but I can't find him. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, old man." Jiang Hao's master was naturally fabricated by him, otherwise how could he explain this pendant? Suddenly, Mr. Song San was very disappointed. "Well, my dear, if your master has any new works in the future, please let me, an old man, take a look at them." "That's no problem." Jiang Hao agreed after hearing this. At this time, Jiang Hao also became the center of the party, and everyone tried to curry favor with him, while Qin Shou had long been forgotten. Qin Shou stood in the distance, looking at Jiang Hao, who was surrounded by people, his face full of resentment. In the end, he quietly left with a few of his lackeys. At this birthday party, Jiang Hao finally took out 3 pieces of high-quality jade jewelry whose appearance had been modified by the system. They are a top-grade black jade ring, a phoenix-shaped jade hairpin, and a hibiscus jade Buddha. It was bought on the spot by several business tycoons for 1 million, 3 million, and 5 million respectively. Jiang Hao almost became a multi-millionaire on the spot. At this point, Jiang Hao has entered the sight of the upper class. Chapter 26, The Huge Sum of 9 Million, The Concepts of 2 Generations. Carrying such a large sum of money, Jiang Hao felt a mixture of excitement, nervousness, worry and other emotions on his way home, which was extremely complicated. In Jiang Hao's eyes, 9 million is a huge sum of money. He never imagined that one day he would have so much money. Arriving at the door of his home, Jiang Hao suppressed his inner excitement. It's only 9 million. In the future, I will have 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more money than 9 million. At this moment, Jiang Hao is full of endless expectations for his future life. However, jadeite crafts should not be sold in large quantities frequently, otherwise it will really cause big problems. After calming down, Jiang Hao immediately became alert. Although the grandmaster I fabricated managed to fool those people temporarily. But there must be people who are full of doubts about my words, and this lie may only deceive people for a while, but not forever. It seems that I have to become stronger as soon as possible. As long as I am strong enough, everything will be solved. After returning home, Jiang Hao lay on the bed. Now that I have money, it's time to make my family live a better life. At this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to remember something and suddenly frowned. But how should I tell my parents? Jiang Hao pointed out the key point now, and Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. A new day arrived, and before Jiang Hao got up, he heard the clanging of bells outside. Jiang Hao walked out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes and saw his father and mother packing up their things, apparently to go out to set up a stall. Jiang Zixuan was already reading and studying. Since Dad Jiang drank the essence of life, all the diseases that had accumulated in his body over the years have been cured, and Dad Jiang's body has even shown signs of reverse growth. Even Jiang Dad's hair, which was originally a little gray, has now become shiny black. Looks like I'll try to decompose a few more bottles of life essence and get one for Mom too. Jiang Hao was thinking this, and Jiang's mother also saw Jiang Hao. She smiled and said to Jiang Hao, "Hao, did I wake you up? Your father has recovered from his illness and can't sit still, so we're going out to set up a stall. You're going to take the college entrance exam soon, and you have a lot of study to do. Go get some more sleep. I'll come back and make you something delicious at noon." At this time, Jiang Hao felt a little sad after hearing this. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to work so hard, I have plenty of money." Jiang Hao spoke directly. When Jiang Ma heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then she laughed and teased. "Silly child, how much money do you have? Is it 100? Or 200? Jiang Hao heard the disbelief in his mother's words and suddenly became anxious. "Mom, I'm really rich. I have 9 million. When Jiang Ma listened to Jiang Hao's nonsense, her face suddenly became serious. She reached out and touched Jiang Hao's forehead, and then touched her own forehead. "I don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense?" After being treated like this by his mother, Jiang Hao suddenly began to doubt his life. "Are your words so unrealistic?" However, Jiang Hao thought again and realized that if such a thing happened to him, he probably wouldn't believe it either, right? At this time, Dad Jiang came out pushing a cart, and then joked with a smile. If we really had 9 million, we wouldn't use it. We'd save it for you to marry a wife in the future. It's not easy to find a wife nowadays. To get married, you first need to own an apartment, which usually costs over 1 million yuan, and a good one costs several million yuan. Then, you need a car, which costs hundreds of thousands. Then there's the betrothal gift, which also costs hundreds of thousands. Only with these will people be willing. In the future, you still need money to live, and if you have children, you will need money even more. So, you should keep your 9 million for yourself. Jiang Hao was stunned by what his father said. Chapter 27, The $9 million No One Believes, The Rich Young Master's Quirk. Since when has Dad become so nagging? At this time, Dad Jiang pushed the cart out and shouted. "Laogua, let's go, we have to go to the stall." "Here I come." Mother Jiang responded, then looked at the stunned Jiang Hao with a smile. Your father is right, you should keep the 9 million for yourself. After saying that, he turned around and followed Jiang Dad's footsteps. At this time, Jiang Zixuan, who was reading a book on the side, sneered and retorted. Jiang Hao, are you still asleep? It's broad daylight, what are you daydreaming about? And 9 million? If you have 9 million, I still have 10 million. What a pity it's 10 million ghost money. Then, he went back to his room with the book in his arms and a smile on his face. Jiang Hao turned around and pointed at Jiang Zixuan. Jiang Zixuan, you. Bang! The sound of a door closing interrupted Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao put his hands down helplessly and muttered to himself. Well, you all don't believe it, right? Look, I'll show you my proof. After saying that, Jiang Hao went back to the house, washed up, and turned around to go out. Should I buy a house first? Or a car? Jiang Hao was thinking about this when he suddenly remembered that his 9 million was still 3 checks and he hadn't cashed them yet. I'd better go to the bank to cash the check first. Afterwards, Jiang Hao took his ID to exchange the check. The exchange was not smooth at the beginning. After all, Jiang Hao was only 18 years old, and it was very suspicious for him to bring a check for a huge sum of 9 million to exchange. However, the news seemed to be confirmed later within the bank, and everything went smoothly. After cashing the check and depositing it into his bank card, the bank staff upgraded Jiang Hao's card by several levels and replaced it with a diamond card. With 9 million, the bank staff introduced various financial products to Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao was not very interested. Now, time to go check out the house. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao took a taxi and went to the nearest sales center. They soon arrived at the destination. Jiang Hao got out of the car and entered the Tianhong Sales Center. After entering the Tianhong Sales Center, you will find that the interior is very large and the decoration is luxurious and high-end. There were quite a lot of people inside, and some salesmen in business attire were introducing information to their customers with smiles on their faces. Some people who didn't have any customers were chatting on the side. At this time, the chatting female sales clerks also saw Jiang Hao, who was wearing sportswear and had a young face, but no one went to greet him. One of them actually pointed at Jiang Hao and spoke to another lady beside him. Xiaomei, a client is here, please greet him quickly. He might be a rich young man. The female salesperson next to him looked back at Jiang Hao and immediately teased him. Sister Hong, why don't you go? He looks so young, he must have just been weaned. Not to mention his attire, $100 sportswear and a pair of dozens-dollar sneakers, he doesn't look like a rich young man at all. Maybe this is the habit of today's rich young masters? Just when those people were making fun of Jiang Hao, a short but very pretty girl with a somewhat immature look happened to walk over. At this time, the girl named Xiaomei saw the little girl and immediately spoke. Su Jia, come here. The little girl responded and ran over quickly, speaking a little restrainedly. Sister Mei, what did you call me for? Chapter 28, Dog Eyes look down on people and slaps them in the face. Jia. Manager Su asked us to take care of you more often. We didn't have the chance normally, but now's the chance. At this time, Xiaomei pointed at Jiang Hao and spoke. Look, there's a rich young man over there, go and greet him. At this time, Su Jia also saw Jiang Hao. Okay, thank you Sister Mei. After Su Jia thanked him, he walked towards Jiang Hao. Although she had only been there for a few days, she still had some vision. From her perspective, Jiang Hao did not look like a rich young man. However, she still went, after all, it was her job. Moreover, even if he is not a rich young man, I can just consider it as an experience. On the other side, a few gossiping girls looked at Su Jia and started laughing, covering their mouths. Alas, the girl is still too young. Yeah. So stupid, and you still want to steal our customers. Stop talking, maybe he really is a rich young master. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao saw the performances of several people one by one, but he just smiled without saying anything. He looked at the young girl walking towards him. Su Jia was also looking at Jiang Hao. Hello, sir. My name is Su Jia, you can just call me Xiao Jia. How can I help you? Hello, I'm here to see the house. Oh, what's your name, sir? Surname Jiang. Oh, Mr. Jiang, what kind of room do you need? Could you tell me your requirements first? Su Jia asked very seriously. Jiang Hao thought about it, and he didn't seem to know what his request was. First, please introduce me to a house worth around 5 million. Jiang Hao said casually. Su Jia, who was standing by, was also stunned when she heard this request, but adhering to the concept that the customer is God, she still agreed with a smile. Afterwards, Su Jia led Jiang Hao and introduced him to several houses with a value of between 5 and 6 million. Su Jia seemed to have done his homework and gave very detailed introductions to these houses. Finally, after considering all the houses introduced by Su Jia, Jiang Hao finally set his eyes on one of them. He stopped and pointed at the display picture. That's it. Then, he turned around and looked at Su Jia, who was still introducing. Su Jia was still introducing, but was stunned when he heard this. However, she quickly reacted. Mr. Jiang, do you want to buy this set? Jiang Hao nodded. At this time, Su Jia reminded. Mr. Jiang, this fully furnished apartment is worth approximately 5.16 million yuan. Are you sure? Jiang Hao turned around, looked at Su Jia, and spoke with a smile. Why? Are you worried that I don't have money? Then, Jiang Hao took out his diamond card and handed it to Su Jia. Then, he turned and walked out and spoke. Go get the contract and the key to this room. I'll be waiting for you outside. At this moment, Su Jia's face was full of shock. She stared at the gray bank card in her hand. If she was not mistaken, this was the bank's highest level VIP card, the diamond card. At this moment, Su Jia felt like a pie had fallen from the sky and hit him on the head. After Su Jia realized what was happening, he was immediately overjoyed. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Then, he turned around and ran to get the keys and contract. Xiaomei and Sister Hong, who had been gossiping about Su Jia and Jiang Hao, started teasing Su Jia when they saw him running over with a happy look on his face. I wonder what that rich young master said to make our Jia Jia so happy. That's right, could it be that the rich young master decided to buy a house after listening to our Jia Jia's introduction? Chapter 29, Don't Underestimate the World, A Warm Family. How could Su Jia not hear the sarcasm in their words? However, sometimes pretending to be stupid is a person's way of survival. And that is exactly what Su Jia is like. Su Jia pretended to be shocked when he heard this. Wow, Sister Mei, you have such good taste. That Mr. Jiang is truly a wealthy young man. He's decided to buy Jingtai's house, which is worth 5.16 million. As he spoke, Su Jia took out Jiang Hao's diamond card and shook it in front of his eyes. Look, this is his diamond card. No more talking, Mr. Jiang is still waiting for me to get the keys and the contract. Having said that, he turned around and left with a happy look on his face. At this moment, Xiaomei and Sister Hong stood there in a daze. After a long time, several people finally came to their senses, with a look of regret and unwillingness on their faces. No way. He has a diamond card? 5,160,000? How much commission would that be? How is that possible? You have a diamond card dressed like that? At this moment, all this fell into Jiang Hao's eyes, causing Jiang Hao to sigh. This little girl has some tricks up her sleeve. Sure enough, no one should be underestimated. Su Jia happily took the keys and contract, then rushed out of the sales hall and came to the door. She thought that Jiang Hao, the rich young man, was driving a luxury car. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao directly blocked a taxi, which really surprised Su Jia. Finally, after Su Jia looked at Jiang Hao's clothes and appearance, he could only think that this was a special hobby of Jiang Hao, the rich young master. Jiang Hao personally looked at the house, then returned to the sales center, signed the contract readily, and asked Su Jia to swipe the card. Sister Hong and Xiaomei were a little bit unconvinced at first, but they froze when Jiang Hao swiped the card. Then the two of them stepped forward and tried to get close to Jiang Hao, but they were still defeated by Jiang Hao's disgusted look. Jiang Hao took the keys and various documents and left the sales center with the farewell of the crowd. Now it's time to go buy a car. Just as Jiang Hao was about to go buy a car, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly froze. Damn, I don't even have a driver's license, who's going to drive the car? Damn, what bad luck. I guess I need to find time to get a driver's license. Jiang Hao went home mumbling. When he returned home, Zhang's father and mother had not yet returned home, and Zhang Zixuan was the only one at home reading and studying. Jiang Hao still admires his sister very much. There is a saying that goes, don't be afraid of others being smarter than you, just be afraid of others being smarter and working harder than you. Anyway, that's what it means. Maybe many people envy Zhang Zixuan, a top student, but they never thought about how hard Zhang Zixuan works behind the scenes. Of course, this does not include Jiang Hao, who is cheats. It was noon when there were many guests, and Jiang Hao prepared to go help his parents. Jiang Zixuan, I'm going to help my parents, do you want to come? How about we go together? You can have lunch at your parents' and come back later, so mom won't have to run back and forth. Jiang Hao then proposed. Okay. It is said that children from poor families grow up early, and Jiang Zixuan is also very sensible. Then the two of them went to where Jiang's father set up his stall. Jiang Hao and his sister came to the place where Jiang's father usually set up his stall. As expected, many customers had come and Jiang's father and mother were already very busy. The brother and sister also hurried forward to help. Dad Jiang runs a small noodle business. Maybe because today is Sunday, Dad Jiang's business is pretty good. Chapter 30, The Godly Chef Reappears, Everyone is Shocked. When Father Jiang saw Jiang Hao and his sister coming, he knew that they were running out of noodles today, so he spoke up. Zixuan, you and your mother should go to your Uncle Tang's house and buy some more noodles. Jiang Zixuan responded. Oh, I know, Dad. Mom, let's go. Just let Jiang Hao clean up the tables. Mother Jiang spoke with a smile. Good. Then the two of them went to buy noodles. At this moment, when Jiang Hao saw the kitchen utensils, he remembered his superb cooking skills and his hands suddenly itched. Then he spoke to Jiang's father. Dad, let me do it, you take a rest first. Dad Jiang doesn't seem to be at ease with Jiang Hao. It's okay, just help me carry the dishes and wipe the table, I'm not tired. Jiang Hao refused to give up and tried to persuade his father, and finally his father gave up his seat. Jiang Hao picked up the kitchen utensils and suddenly felt as if they had come to life. At the same time, he began to move them with great skill. Jiang Hao's father, who was worried about him, was watching from the side. However, when he saw Jiang Hao's familiar and instinctive movements, he was suddenly a little surprised. At this moment, a piece of information suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. After watching it, he suddenly understood, ignored the soup prepared by Jiang's father, and started to prepare the soup again. Father Jiang quickly stepped forward to stop him. Howard, I still have the soup I made. You don't have to make it again. You've never made soup before, so the one you make won't taste good. At this time, several of Jiang Dad's old customers came and saw Jiang Hao cooking with Jiang Dad instructing him on the side, and they immediately teased him. Lao Jiang, does your son know how to cook? Don't let him cook it out and not be able to eat it, it would be a waste. After saying that, he took out $7, handed it over, and then gave some instructions. Old Jiang, I want you to personally serve my portion to me. Father Jiang also quickly smiled and said. It turned out to be Teacher Su. My son wanted to try it. I had no choice but to let him try it. But don't worry, I won't give his portion to any of the guests. As for your portion, I'll make it for you myself. Or find noodles? While Mr. Jiang was chatting with a regular customer, on the other side, Jiang Hao had quickly prepared the soup and then scooped the noodles into it. A bowl of noodles was also born under Jiang Hao's hands, and as the bowl of noodles was completed, an enticing aroma instantly spread. It smells so good. Jiang Hao was also surprised when he smelled the fragrance. A breeze blew by, and the fragrance spread instantly. Immediately, several customers nearby were attracted by the fragrance, and began to look around and talk about it. Wow, what's this delicious food? It smells so good. You smell it too? I think that to be able to make such a delicious meal, this person must be a master chef. Sassafras, after smelling this fragrance, I suddenly feel that this place is boring. I really want to try it, even if it costs a few hundred or a few $1,000s, it's worth it. At this time, Dad Jiang also smelled the fragrance and was suddenly envious. However, he couldn't show it. At this moment, he had collected the money and was about to make noodles for the old customer himself. Suddenly, several customers around stood up, walked over to Jiang Hao, and surrounded him while he was cooking. Their noses twitched and their eyes were intoxicated, as if they smelled something. Finally, they all turned their eyes to the bowl of noodles that Jiang Hao had just made, their eyes full of shock. Chapter 31, After 3 days of absence, one should look upon each other with new eyes. Then, as if they had heard an order, they pointed at the bowl of noodles made by Jiang Hao and spoke in unison. I want this bowl of noodles, no one can snatch it from me. Then they looked at each other and spoke in unison again. I asked for it first. You can't do this, I wanted it first. Me first, me first. Suddenly there was chaos there, and seeing this scene, Father Jiang was so surprised that he was speechless. Jiang Hao was awakened by the people here. Seeing this situation, he hurriedly tried to persuade them. Brothers, stop arguing. I made this bowl of noodles. I'll make another portion for you later. Now, several customers heard the voice and looked at Jiang Hao, their eyes revealing surprise, suspicion, etc. Jiang Hao naturally knew what they meant. Trust me, if I don't do a good job, I won't take your money, I'll even pay you 10 times the compensation. Is that okay? Jiang Hao was ruthless, otherwise the problem could not be solved. At this time, seeing Jiang Hao's confidence, several people finally looked at each other. Okay, I want the same bowl of noodles as this one. If it's different, you have to pay 10 times the compensation. That's what you said. Afterwards, with Jiang Hao's nod of confirmation, the few of them gathered around the stall and sat down at a small table brought by Jiang's father. At this time, Father Jiang hurried over, and suddenly, the fragrance that he had just envied became stronger and stronger. Finally, he discovered that the fragrance was coming from the bowl of noodles next to Jiang Hao. Suddenly, his face was filled with shock. Hauer, when did you learn to cook? Jiang Hao looked at his father's expression and immediately teased him. Dad, this is a talent. Jiang Hao also made John's father laugh. Hey, you kid. After teasing, Jiang Hao pointed at the bowl of noodles. Dad, go and take this bowl of noodles to someone, I'll cook a few more. Okay. Dad Jiang carried the bowl of noodles to the customer with a happy face. Jiang Hao started to cook noodles and prepare soup again the same way he did when he first came. After Mr. Jiang brought it over, the young customer thanked him and was about to eat it when he was suddenly a little surprised. Uncle Jiang, why does the noodle smell so good today? Then he couldn't wait to take a mouthful of noodles. Wow, it smells so good. It smells so good. When Mr. Jiang saw this, his face immediately filled with smiles. The commotion here immediately attracted several more passers-by. Is it that fragrant? No, it looks delicious. I want to try it today. It looks good, and it smells really good. I'll try it too. Dad Jiang quickly helped several customers sit down. On the other side, Jiang Hao had already skillfully made several servings and gave them to the customers who were vying for them. They then received unanimous praise. In the end, even the old customer who was not optimistic about Jiang Hao and asked Jiang's father to make noodles for him changed his mind and chose the noodles made by Jiang Hao. As Jiang Hao made more and more noodles, the aroma became stronger and stronger. It attracted a large number of pedestrians. When the noodles brought by Jiang's father were almost sold out, Jiang's mother and Jiang Zixuan arrived in time, each carrying a bag of noodles. When the mother and daughter saw so many customers at their stall, they were immediately surprised. Then the mother and daughter hurried forward to help. While helping, they understood the situation. Suddenly, they looked at Jiang Hao in shock. Mother Jiang was naturally happy to see her son becoming more and more capable. As Jiang Zixuan got to know his brother, whom he thought was a loser, more and more, his inner resistance began to slowly dissolve. Chapter 32, Encountering a surprise attack on the way, and showing off his innate magical powers. When he returned home in the evening, Jiang Hao decided not to tell his parents about the house for the time being. Dad's birthday is in 3 days, let's give him a surprise then. A new day came, and Jiang Hao went to school with his school bag as usual. Now, with my current strength, going to school seems unnecessary. Should I take a leave of absence and take the college entrance examination directly when it's time? Jiang Hao was thinking this and just turned a corner when suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head and his body tensed up involuntarily. He already sensed the danger. At this moment, the moment he raised his head, a wooden stick came whistling towards him and kept getting bigger in his pupils. The next one will fall on Jiang Hao's head, in this moment of 0.01 seconds. Jiang Hao was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He subconsciously raised his hand and grabbed the stick that was about to fall. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched forward without reservation. Bang! Ah! With a scream, a figure was knocked out by Jiang Hao, fell 6 or 7 meters away, and stopped after hitting the wall. Only then did Jiang Hao see the situation clearly. At this time, there were 8 young people standing in front of Jiang Hao, each of them had brightly dyed hair. At the same time, each of them held a wooden stick in both hands and raised it above their heads, ready to smash it down at Jiang Hao. But at this moment, they all stared at their companions who were flying backwards with shock on their faces, and then turned back to look at Jiang Hao and froze in an instant. At this time, one of the leaders saw this and immediately stammered with a look of encouragement on his face. Brothers, go ahead. There are still 8 of us. Are we afraid of just one of us? At this time, the leader pushed the 2 men in front of him forward, and at the same time pushed and kicked the men on the side. At this time, although these gangsters were frightened by Jiang Hao's move just now, they were pushed out by their boss. They had no choice but to take action. Suddenly, they all held wooden sticks in their hands, with ferocious looks on their faces. They kept shouting, cheering themselves up and rushed towards Jiang Hao. Ah! Hit me! Go! When Jiang Hao saw this, he immediately smiled contemptuously. Then he rushed forward with bare hands and agility, and collided with the 8 people. Bang! 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 Ah! After a while, only screams were heard. In the end, only Jiang Hao was standing, while the 8 people were lying at his feet in a mess. Looking at the 8 minions that he knocked down in an instant, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Danger sense is definitely a good thing. Jiang Hao was very satisfied with his level 2 danger perception, but when he looked at the 8 thugs lying on the ground and wailing, he frowned slightly. Then he came to the leader, squatted down and asked. Boy, I have no grudge against you, why did you attack me? The boy just held his stomach and cried, and didn't answer. But Jiang Hao is not a soft-hearted person, Jiang Hao said with a smile. You don't want to tell me, right? Okay, I'll tell you for you. After saying that, he punched the gang leader again, hitting him hard in the stomach. Ugh! This punch made the gangster's stomach feel sour and he almost vomited. If you don't tell me, I'll destroy you. As he spoke, Jiang Hao picked up a wooden stick from the ground and pressed it against the crotch of the gangster. When the gangster saw this, he felt a chill on his back. Chapter 33, The Sinister Villain Behind the Scenes, the joint exam is coming. He was instantly frightened and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Brother, don't. I'll tell you. Then tell me now. Jiang Hao threatened in a stern voice. The gang leader then quickly spoke. Yes, it was Qin Shou. He was the one who spent 20,000 yuan to give us your photo and said he would buy your legs. At this time, as the gangster finished speaking, Jiang Hao heard it. It is indeed so. Qin Shou, you were so cruel that you actually bought my 2 legs. Jiang Hao's face was gloomy. I'll write this down first. Then, Jiang Hao looked at the 8 thugs and growled. Get lost, all of you. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Suddenly, the 8 gangsters were surprised. Thank you, brother. Let's get out of here. Several people hurriedly thanked Jiang Hao, and then ran away crawling. In the afternoon, the leader sent a notice that the final test will be conducted tomorrow. This test is a major test in Tianhe City, so it is very formal. They had their holiday early. Jiang Hao also went home early. He had already used his knowledge to master all the contents of the test, so he naturally didn't need to prepare hard anymore. So, Jiang Hao began to study the system. Ever since he used several stones to synthesize jade last time, Jiang Hao realized that his understanding of this magical system was still not enough. The system claims that it can decompose everything and synthesize everything, but it is not just talk. At this time, Jiang Hao was thinking about what to use for the experiment. Suddenly, he saw 2 crucian carps in a basin on the ground. These were bought by Jiang Ma to make soup for him and add nutrition. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Dissecting spiders and ants has given me some very powerful skills. I wonder what kind of changes dissecting fish will bring me. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickly walked to the fish basin and grabbed one of the fish without hesitation. Ding, found a crucian carp, should we disassemble it? Break down. Jiang Hao responded without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing a crucian carp. You gained the skill, swimming, and 0.5 skill points and 0.5 experience points. Decomposition complete, do you want to extract? Swimming level 101, allows you to swim in water like a fish. Seeing this skill, Jiang Hao was a little disappointed. Although he was a landlubber, this skill was too low compared to the danger perception given to him by the spider and the super strength given to him by the ant. Although this skill is a bit low level, Jiang Hao still chose to integrate it. As the saying goes, it's always good to have many skills. After integrating the swimming skills, Jiang Hao did not feel any changes in his body. Afterwards, Jiang Hao tried to decompose other things, but the effect didn't seem to be good. Helplessly, Jiang Hao could only give up the decomposition temporarily. A new day came, Jiang Hao went out and arrived at his destination. Just as he was looking for his seat, he felt someone pushing him. When he turned around, he was a little surprised. Song Wanner? When Song Waner saw that it was really Jiang Hao, she was also surprised. "Why are you here?" the two said in unison. Chapter 34, The Smiling Tiger Makes a Trouble, but Jiang Hao remains unafraid. In an instant, the two smiled awkwardly. "Are you taking the exam here too?" Jiang Hao glanced at the classroom next to him and gestured. You're here too?" Song Waner nodded and asked back. Jiang Hao smiled silently. "What a coincidence." Just as the two were chatting, a voice that disgusted Song Waner suddenly came. "Hey, isn't this classmate Jiang?" Jiang Hao and Song Waner turned around and saw Qin Shou also holding the examination tools, walking towards them with a smile on his face. "Oh, Waner is here too." Qin Shou seemed to have just seen Song Waner and immediately greeted her. But when Song Waner saw Qin Shou, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes, and she ignored him. Jiang Hao looked at Qin Shou, who was walking towards him, always smiling and making people mistake him for a sunny boy. Who would have thought that such a sunshine boy would break someone's legs just by speaking? Perhaps, if it weren't for what happened yesterday, even he would have been deceived by Qin Shou's smiling face. Song Waner's indifference made Qin Shou feel a little embarrassed. In the moment when no one saw, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Afterwards, he greeted Jiang Hao in a familiar manner, without any strange expression on his face, as if he was not the one who ordered others to break Jiang Hao's legs yesterday. "Student Jiang, you're taking the exam here too. What a coincidence." Jiang Hao pretended to be very surprised. "Yeah. Are you here too?" Jiang Haoshu and Wei Si are trying to figure out what tricks this smiling tiger is up to. "Oh. That's a coincidence. Student Jiang is a good student because he can take the exam in this class. I heard that this exam is very formal. How about we compete to see who does better?" Hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly, fearless. "Oh? How do you compare?" At this time, the other candidates around heard the words and turned their attention to Jiang Hao, Song Waner and Qin Shou and started discussing. "Hey, isn't this Qin Shou, the top student in Class 1, Grade 3, and Song Waner, the school beauty from Tianhe No. 1 Middle School? But who's that guy next to them? Huh? Who is he? How dare he compete with the top student Qin Shou in an exam? Could he be that top student? Sasaji, isn't that Jiang Hao, the notorious sleeper from Class 8 of Senior 3? Why is he here, and even trying to compete with the top student in terms of grades? Holy crap, is that true? A top student competing with a poor student? And he dared to agree to it? This doesn't seem to be a foregone conclusion, right?" Alas, Jiang Hao really overestimates his own abilities. One of these candidates knew Jiang Hao and told him about his past deeds. In an instant, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with strange eyes, full of ridicule, as if they were watching a joke. Song Waner, who was standing aside, heard the conversation between Qin Shou and Jiang Hao, in which Jiang Hao showed signs of agreeing. She became anxious for a moment. She quickly and secretly pulled the back of Jiang Hao's clothes to remind him not to agree. Although she didn't know how Jiang Hao was assigned to this class to take the exam, she had already asked Uncle Hai to check Jiang Hao's information. It is natural to know that Jiang Hao's academic performance is not good, or even very poor. But Qin Shou was different. Although she hated Qin Shou very much, his academic performance was among the top 10 in the senior year of Tianhe No. 2 Middle School. And she also knew that Qin Shou was a smiling tiger and not as simple as he seemed. Since he mentioned this, he must have a purpose. Chapter 35, Confidently Making a Bet, Song Waner's Concern. Sure enough, the next moment Qin Shou spoke, confirming her guess. Qin Shou smiled slightly and then spoke. "Of course, it's based on the ranking of this mock exam. Whoever ranks higher wins. Of course, we're all men, so if we're betting, there must be stakes." At this time, Qin Shou pretended to think, and then spoke again. "Let's make a bet on a meal. Whoever loses will treat us. We'll go to Tianfu Building on Central Street. Everyone can bring a partner. How about that? Will Jiang Hao be scared?" After Qin Shou finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Hao with a smile, as if asking for Jiang Hao's opinion. At this moment, the students watching around were shocked when they heard it. TSK, Central Tianfu Restaurant. That's one of the top 3 high-end restaurants in Tianhe City, and even in the entire Jiangbei province. Yeah. I heard that too. I heard that you need a membership card to eat there, so most people can only stay away. I know that too. I heard that a bottle of wine in the Central Tianfu building costs tens of thousands, and the good ones cost hundreds of thousands. Hiss, I'm afraid Jiang Hao won't agree. After all, Jiang Hao doesn't look like the son of a wealthy family. Everyone was talking about it, and naturally, all of this fell into Jiang Hao's ears. Next to her, Song Wanna heard this and became even more anxious, secretly pulling Jiang Hao's sleeve. I hope he doesn't act impulsively. As the daughter of Jade King Song Wanzhong, she naturally knew about the Central Tianfu Tower, and her father even had the supreme-level amethyst membership card of the Central Tianfu Tower. She had also been there, so she naturally knew the situation inside. Xin Shou was clearly trying to trick Jiang Hao. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao remained extremely calm after hearing this, as if he didn't feel Song Wanner's reminder. Then he said to Qin Shoudao, "Okay, since you want a bet, let's make a bet." Then, Jiang Hao turned to Song Wanner and said, "Since this is a bet, then Wanner will be the notary." At this time, Song Wanner originally thought that Jiang Hao would understand his reminder, but she never expected that Jiang Hao not only agreed to this obviously unfair bet, but also asked her to be a witness. She was so mad. Song Wanner felt a little disappointed with Jiang Hao, and she glared at him subtly. Now that things have come to this, she can only ask her father for the Supreme Membership Card to help Jiang Hao get through this. At this moment, the students around were also shocked when they heard this, and immediately looked at Jiang Hao as if he were an idiot. Fuck, is there something wrong with Jiang Hao's brain? This is obviously a trap, yet he still jumped in? Ah. You're still too young. You can't even understand such a simple provocation. Sasa, I think Jiang Hao is going to be embarrassed this time. Hiss, get away from this idiot right now, he might be contagious. Everyone was talking about it. No one thought that Jiang Hao would win this bet. After all, Xin Shou was ranked in the top 10 in the senior year of Tianhe No. 2 Middle School. However, Jiang Hao is an absolute poor student. The two of them are not even on the same starting line. At this time, Xin Shou on the side did not expect that Jiang Hao actually agreed, and even asked Song Wanner to be a witness. Xin Shou immediately stopped suspecting anything and was overjoyed. That's the best. I let you escape last time, but this time, I'm going to make sure you know the consequences of offending me, Xin Shou. Xin Shou said harshly in his heart. However, when he saw Song Wanner beside him, he suddenly seemed to think of something. Chapter 36 You can only envy and be jealous, can you hand in your paper early? At this time, he said to Song Wanner beside him. Then I'll have to trouble Wanner. However, since you're a witness, you can't help Jiang. When Song Wanner heard this, she became anxious and wanted to refute. But who would have thought that Jiang Hao would actually pull Song Wanner over and say, "Don't worry, a gentleman's word is as good as gold. Besides, I won't necessarily lose." Xin Shou looked at the confident Jiang Hao and was a little surprised, but when he thought of the information he had found out, he felt relieved. Ha, it seems like Jiang is full of confidence. Let's wait and see. After saying that, he turned and walked into the examination room. After the excitement ended, the other students shook their heads and walked away from Jiang Hao as if he were a plague, and walked into the examination room. It's like they're afraid the idiocy will be contagious. Song Wanner was also a little angry, pouting and glaring at Jiang Hao fiercely. Jiang Hao was stunned when he saw Song Wanner in such a posture. However, he soon reacted. Then he smiled at the lovely Song Wanner and said, "Okay, believe me. There's no need to hide now. It's time for me to show some strength and prove myself." As he spoke, Jiang Hao's tone was filled with strong confidence. Seeing Jiang Hao so confident, Song Wanner was also a little stunned. "Okay, let's go in." Then, for some unknown reason, he grabbed Song Wanner's soft little hand and was about to enter the classroom. When Song Wanner felt Jiang Hao's thick, strong and warm hand, she was also stunned, and then a blush appeared on her delicate face. "Let Jiang Hao pull me into the examination room." As soon as they entered the examination room, everyone's eyes immediately fell on their hands. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Feeling the strange gazes of the people around her, Song Wanner quickly withdrew her hand, sat in the first row, and lowered her head. At this time, the people around seemed to react, and they all stared at Jiang Hao hatefully, as if they wanted to beat him to death. Then, a large number of wailing sounds were heard. "Ah! My dream goddess! I want to kill Jiang Hao! Hiss, you beast! That's my goddess! Oh my god! The good cabbage was eaten by the pig again." Everyone stared at Jiang Hao as if he were an enemy. Xin Shou, who came in first and was sitting next to the window on the left, already had a gloomy face and stared at Jiang Hao with vicious eyes. Despite the scene, Jiang Hao didn't seem to notice anything had changed. He walked calmly to the last row, where was his seat. Soon, the invigilator came and the test papers were distributed quickly. Everyone also focused on the exam. Jiang Hao got the test paper and flipped through it casually. When he saw the questions, ideas for solving them appeared in his mind. It seemed that they were not difficult at all. Then he also started to answer the questions with his pen. Suddenly, the only sound in the quiet classroom was the sound of writing. Soon, half an hour passed, and when others were thinking hard or writing furiously, a voice broke the silence. "Teacher, I'm done. Can I hand in my paper?" All of a sudden, everyone turned around and their eyes fell on the owner of the voice. But when they saw that this person was actually Jiang Hao, some were shocked, some looked suspicious, some looked sarcastic, and their expressions varied. "Sassafras, Jiang Hao actually finished it? No way. I've only done less than half of it. Humph, it's just grandstanding." Humph, he must have felt he couldn't defeat Qin Shou and was planning to throw in the towel. Chapter 37, The Invigilator's Misunderstanding, Handing in the Paper and Leaving Early. At this time, Song Wanner was also shocked. She was a little anxious, but at this moment, she suddenly thought of what Jiang Hao said when she entered the examination room. Could it be that Jiang Hao was really hiding before? However, she took another look at the 3/5 of the questions she had completed, and her doubts grew even stronger. On the other side, Qin Shou was also shocked by Jiang Hao's actions, and even felt a little panic in his heart. But soon he thought of the information he had found out about Jiang Hao, and he felt relieved. Then, a hint of sneer flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Grandstanding, but it's better to give it up." Afterwards, I ignored it and did the questions seriously. At this time, the invigilator frowned, glanced at Jiang Hao, and walked down. After taking a quick glance at Jiang Hao's test paper, the invigilator spoke. "You can't hand in your paper for now. You'll be able to do it in 40 minutes. But don't just focus on filling it up. You're all in your third year of high school now, and the college entrance exam is less than a month away. Didn't your teacher tell you that no matter what kind of exam it is, you should be serious and not rush? Even if you have finished answering the questions, don't hand them in early and check them several times?" The invigilator said kindly. However, Jiang Hao was extremely confident in himself and did not appreciate it. "Teacher, I checked it 3 or 4 times after I finished it." In fact, Jiang Hao did not lie. However, the invigilator did not believe it. He did not expect that Jiang Hao would ignore his good advice, and his impression of Jiang Hao suddenly decreased. He frowned and said coldly, "Okay, in that case, just lie down on the table and don't disturb others. Once the 40 minutes are up, you can hand in your paper." Then he turned around and ignored Jiang Hao and went back to the podium. "Everyone else, hurry up and answer the questions. Stop whispering. There's still plenty of time." Seeing this, Jiang Hao was helpless and had to lie down. Soon, 10 minutes passed quickly. Jiang Hao raised his hand again and was about to speak. The invigilator above was disgusted when he saw such a student who refused to change despite repeated warnings, and then said in a cold voice, "The one who raised his hand at the back, you can hand in your paper now, and don't disturb others who are doing their homework." The other people in the classroom were shocked, and then they saw Jiang Hao walking up with the test paper. Suddenly, their expressions changed. However, most people are full of doubt and even a little sarcastic. Only Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao, her face full of worry. Jiang Hao gave Song Wanner a reassuring look. At this time, the invigilator spoke again. "Okay, once you've handed in your test, you can leave. Don't stay here and disturb others while they're doing their homework." Jiang Hao smiled without saying anything and turned away. On the way home, Jiang Hao was thinking about what valuable things he could disassemble, and he didn't seem to care about the bet between him and Qin Shou at all. "Quick, someone please call the emergency number. Don't just stand there. Stop arguing, the fight has already begun. Spread out, let the air circulate, don't crowd around. Hey, one of you grown men can drive these two to the hospital. Sasagi, who dares to send me off? You go. What if they blackmail you?" At this time, there was a noisy sound coming from the front. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that there was a large group of people gathered in Tianfu Garden. Something seems to have happened there. Out of curiosity, Jiang Hao quickly went over to join in the fun. It was still early anyway. After Jiang Hao finally squeezed into the crowd, he saw an extremely beautiful young woman squatting on the ground, hugging an old man in a tang suit and crying bitterly. But the old man's eyes were white, his face was pale, and his whole body seemed stiff. Chapter 38. People's hearts are always cold and warm, but there is true love in the world. At this time, Jiang Hao also learned from other people that the beautiful girl was the granddaughter of the old man in tang suit who had an accident. The girl was originally taking her grandfather for a walk in the park, but the old man suddenly fell ill and fainted on the spot. Some kind-hearted people around have already called the emergency number, but it is almost the end of the working day and it will take 20 minutes for the ambulance to arrive. Although some people wanted to drive them to the hospital, in today's society, even the elderly ladies passing by were afraid to help them for fear of being blackmailed. Not to mention this situation. So they could only watch. Jiang Hao looked at the old man lying on the ground with little life left, and the girl beside him who was crying. He felt that it was not a scam and immediately felt compassion. I'm afraid by the time the ambulance arrives, this old man will have already died. I wonder if the life essence can save him. At this time, Jiang Hao thought of the life essence with amazing effects and pondered in his heart. Ding, host, the life essence can bring back to life, flesh and bones. As long as the vitality is not lost, you can snatch life from the hands of the king of hell. The system's prompt sound suddenly rang, startling Jiang Hao, who was in a trance. However, when he heard the system's prompt, he was shocked. The life essence is so powerful. It seems I underestimated its power. Besides being shocked, Jiang Hao was immediately overjoyed. He decided to help the old man. After all, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. However, before that, he must first obtain a bottle of life essence. At this time, Jiang Hao hurriedly withdrew from the crowd and came to a corner of the park where there was no surveillance. Then he reached out and put his hand on a tree. Ding, a tree was found. Do you want to decompose it? Break down. Ding, congratulations on the decomposition failure, gain 0.1 skill points and 0.1 experience points. After failing for the first time, Jiang Hao suddenly became anxious. Quickly put your hand on another tree. Ding, a tree was found. Do you want to decompose it? Break down. Ding, congratulations on the decomposition failure, gain 0.1 skill points and 0.1 experience points. After several consecutive failures, 2 or 3 minutes passed and Jiang Hao felt a little disappointed. However, Jiang Hao did not give up. After several attempts, the system prompt sound finally rang again. Ding, congratulations on the successful decomposition. You received a bottle of life essence, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Jiang Hao was overjoyed when he heard this. Just as he was about to use the life essence to save people, he suddenly seemed to think of something and his body froze instantly. If I just rushed over like this, I'm afraid no one would believe me, let alone give that old man the life essence. Moreover, I cannot reveal the existence of the essence of life. But, in this case, how can I integrate the life essence into that old man's body? Jiang Hao was very anxious. Ding, host, the system can help you. As long as your hand keeps in contact with the old man for a long time, the system will silently integrate the life essence into his body. Jiang Hao was overjoyed when he heard this. Ah! That's wonderful! With the help of the system, Jiang Hao quickly squeezed into the crowd again, shouting. Move aside, I can help him. Now time is life. Of course we can't delay. Chapter 39, Get out of the way, let me do it. At this time, the people around heard someone shouting, and they responded by making way and looking in the direction of the voice out of curiosity. Is the doctor here? Jiang Hao took the opportunity to rush up from behind and came to the side of the old man who was being held by the girl and had little life left. At this moment, everyone saw that it was actually a student, and they were all stunned. Where's the doctor? Didn't they say the doctor is coming? Damn, is this the kid shouting? No way. How could a student save anyone? Don't kill them. Whose kid is this? How dare he make jokes at this hour? At this time, Jiang Hao came to the old man. When Tian Tong heard that someone could save his grandfather, it was like he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and he quickly looked over. However, when she looked up and saw a student who was about the same age as her, with a young face and wearing a school uniform, her eyes were immediately filled with suspicion. However, at this time, she was already panicking. Even towards this young-looking student, she still had a little fantasy in her heart. Can you really save my grandpa? Jiang Hao looked at Tian Tong, who was staring at him pitifully with a hopeful look on her face, and comforted her softly. Believe me, I can do it. Your grandpa will be fine. At this time, Jiang Hao was about to reach out and touch the old man so that the system could integrate the life essence into the old man's body. Stop him. Don't let him touch the patient. What does the little brat know? At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from the crowd. Then, a young man in a suit and tie squeezed in, taking out an ID from his briefcase and speaking quickly. My name is Jia Ren, and I'm a doctor at Tianhe Second Hospital. This is my medical license. As soon as everyone saw the ID, they immediately gave way. The doctor said, stop letting that kid mess around. At this time, several people went up to pull Jiang Hao, and even Tian Tong, who was standing by, hurriedly protected her grandfather to prevent Jiang Hao from touching him. Jia Ren stepped forward to check on the old man's condition and lectured him sternly. Which school are you from? How can you touch patients casually? What if someone dies? At this time, as he checked the old man's condition, his face suddenly became more and more ugly. I'm sorry, the old man's life force is very weak, maybe. Before Jia Ren could finish his words, Tian Tong was so frightened that her face turned as pale as snow and she almost fainted. At this time, Jiang Hao struggled to get rid of the people. Get out of here! He pushed Jia Ren away and shouted at the furious Jia Ren, ignoring the man pointing at him. If you don't have the ability, then go away and don't delay me from saving people. If you are any later, I won't be able to do anything. At the same time, he turned around and pointed at the people who had just pulled him and questioned. And you guys, are you responsible for delaying me from rescuing people? Suddenly, those people saw Jiang Hao speaking confidently and stopped moving forward. Then, Jiang Hao came to the old man and said softly, it's too late for the ambulance. I'm the only one who can save your grandfather now. Are you sure you don't want me to touch him? Tian Tong is in a dilemma at this time. Can you really save my grandfather? Yes, make a decision quickly. Otherwise, if you keep dragging your feet, I won't be able to do anything. Jiang Hao looked at the old man who was showing less and less vitality and said hurriedly, well, go ahead. Tian Tong gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Hearing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly reached out to help the old man over, laid him flat, and put his hands on the old man's body and began to press down in an orderly manner. Chapter 40, Departure after the mission is completed, leaving the achievements and fame hidden. Jia Ren standing aside had a grim look on his face as he stared at Jiang Hao. Let's see how you deal with it. If someone dies today, you can't escape even if you're a student. At this time, the people around looked at Jiang Hao's actions, and their faces were full of doubts. They didn't believe that Jiang Hao could save people at all. Can this really save lives? Sassafras, you're not really here to cause trouble, are you? I'm saying, how could a student possibly do this? We should stay away from him, so that we won't be blamed if something goes wrong. Jiang Hao pretended to perform first aid, pressing and kneading the old man's body in a very realistic manner, while secretly, the system had already integrated the life essence into the old man's body. Ding, host, fusion complete. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao stopped immediately and looked at the old man's face expectantly. Seeing this, Jia Ren immediately seized the opportunity. Look at you, you're pretending to know everything, thinking you can save someone with just a couple of touches? What a joke! Just wait for jail time! Jia Ren shouted harshly. Jiang Hao ignored it. At this moment, he found that the old man's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jiang Hao immediately felt relieved. Cough, cough. What's wrong with me? The next moment, with a light cough, the old man woke up slowly. Tian Tong, who had been staring at the old man nervously, saw that her grandfather, who had been pale and cold, suddenly became rosy-faced and woke up. She burst into tears of joy and shouted loudly. Grandpa, Grandpa, you finally woke up. Woo! I thought I'd never see you again. With a light cough and Tian Tong's excited expression, the onlookers were startled for a moment, and then the crowd exploded. Fuck! I'm awake, I'm really awake. Oh my god. It's amazing. Can this save people? Hiss, I was almost dying just now, how come I woke up in the blink of an eye? Oh my god. Could those pinches be some lost life-saving technique? Just as everyone was shocked and talking about it, the old man actually stood up by himself, completely different from the patient who was about to die. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. When Jia Ren saw this, his face was full of disbelief, as if he had lost his mind, and he kept muttering to himself. How is this possible? This is impossible. However, he soon came to his senses. No, I want to become your disciple. Yes, become your disciple. He hurriedly looked for Jiang Hao, but after Jiang Hao rescued the people, he had already left in the chaos, and there was no trace of him. Grandpa, this is the classmate just now. Tian Tong had tears on her face. She was happily about to introduce her savior Jiang Hao to her grandfather, but suddenly she found that Jiang Hao was missing. Hey, why is he gone? He was here just now. Tian Tong looked around anxiously, searching for Jiang Hao in the crowd. At this moment, the old man also understood instantly. I must have been ill again just now, but I was saved by a noble person. Moreover, at this moment, he felt relaxed all over, and the pain in his head had disappeared. This shocked him greatly. He knew his own condition best. Even Chinese medicine practitioner Chao Guoshuo could not cure it, yet he was cured by a passerby. This made him sigh that there are many masters among the people. However, he couldn't just let go of the life-saving favor. Then he comforted his anxious granddaughter, took out a mobile phone and made a call. Director Wang, it's me, Tian Tang. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Chapter 41, Exam results are out, I'm doing this for your own good. At this time, on the other side, Jiang Hao was already on his way home. When he took action this time, he didn't think about anything in return, and he didn't take this matter to heart. Just like that, 2 days passed in a flash. After 2 days of hard work, the joint entrance examination for senior high school students from the 4 major universities in Tianhe City ended, and the test results came out. May 12th, good morning. Before the first class, a teacher replaced the column in front of the school building and posted a ranking list of senior high school exams. In an instant, countless high school students surrounded the place like sharks smelling blood. Don't push, let me see. Sassafras, why do I only have over 400 points? Hey! Me too, I only did a little bit. I felt that the test was a bit difficult this time, and I didn't have time to finish many of them. The students looked at the exam rankings and talked about it. When Jiang Hao heard that the results were out, he was about to join in the fun. But who knew that as soon as he walked out of the classroom door, he met his classmate, smiling Tiger Bird Beast, who was still smiling like a gentleman. Next to them, Song Wanna was walking along with a very reluctant look on her face, and around them were some of their classmates. As soon as classmate Qin Shou saw Jiang Hao, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, Student Jiang, are you going to check the exam rankings? I'm going there too, so why don't we go together and find out who won and who lost? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the reluctant Song Wanna and the classmates following behind Qin Shou, and instantly understood Qin Shou's intention. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly and spoke kindly. Do you really want to see it? Or should we just forget it? Jiang Hao was very confident in himself, and he was afraid that he would hit Qin Shou too hard. But who would have thought that Qin Shou did not appreciate it? In fact, he thought that Jiang Hao was afraid. He was immediately very proud. In this case, he would not let Jiang Hao go. How can this be possible? A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Is Jiang Hao afraid now? Qin Shou spoke quickly and used a simple method of provoking the opponent. At this time, even Song Wanna on the side thought that Jiang Hao was going to admit defeat. At this time, on the one hand, she felt a little disappointed with Jiang Hao's surrender, but on the other hand, she somewhat agreed with Jiang Hao's early surrender. However, Qin Shou obviously would not miss such a good opportunity. Seeing this, the younger brothers behind Qin Shou also spoke up to assist. How can we just let it go? Is Jiang Hao really scared? Hey, you're such a coward. Sassafras, I thought he was a man, it's just a meal. At this time, Qin Shou's smile became even wider when he heard this. Jiang Hao listened to the discussions around him and smiled helplessly, realizing that these people had misunderstood what he meant. Seeing this, Jiang Hao had no choice but to speak again. Everyone, please stop arguing. You misunderstood me. I was just afraid that the beast classmate would be deeply shocked when he saw my grades. However, since classmate Qin Shou and everyone else wants to see it, let's go and have a look. However, please don't let anyone get upset when the time comes. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, Qin Shou's face suddenly froze when he heard the reason why Jiang Hao didn't want to gamble. However, he soon reacted, and with a forced smile, he spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh my, Jiang Hao really knows how to tell jokes. I think Jiang Hao might be a little overconfident. Chapter 42 Witnessing a Miracle, Qin Shou's Pride. At the same time, it was not only Qin Shou who was dissatisfied with Jiang Hao's words. The classmates beside him were also stunned when they heard it. Ha, I didn't expect Jiang Hao to be so humorous. Hit us? Ha ha. No worries. I'm not afraid of being hit. Oh, how arrogant. A poor student who gave up during the exam is afraid of hurting us? They were all unconvinced and immediately spoke with endless sarcasm and laughter. At this time, Shinsho didn't want to worry about it anymore and spoke. Okay, since Jiang Hao is so confident, let's go and take a look. As he spoke, he turned to Song Wanner who was standing beside him. Wanner, come along too. You're a witness, so we can't leave anyone else out. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Hao beside her. Seeing this, Jiang Hao walked up to Song Wanner and said with a smile under the astonished gaze of everyone. Alright, then I'll trouble Wanner to be our witness. Come with us and take a look. Song Wanner looked at the confident Jiang Hao and was somewhat infected by him. Good. Song Wanner responded softly. Then the two of them ignored Shinsho and the helpers that Shinsho brought with him, and walked side by side in front, heading towards the column with the test score rankings. Walking on the road, Song Wanner felt extremely conflicted. On the one hand, Jiang Hao did not admit defeat, which made her inexplicably happy. On the other hand, she was afraid that if Jiang Hao didn't admit defeat now, he might really lose and suffer a greater blow. As for what happened later, Shinsho saw this scene with a smile on his face, and then his face suddenly became so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes, and then he spoke coldly. Let's go and take a look. Soon, they came to the list surrounded by everyone. Looking at the list surrounded by many classmates, Shinsho winked at his younger brother beside him. In an instant, the younger brother next to him cleared the area. Although the students who were looking at the list were very dissatisfied with this situation, they knew the people who cleared the area. They are all uneducated and dominate the schoolmates, so they can only be angry but not speak out. After a while, they finally stood in front of the list as they wished. Jiang Hao, Shinsho, and Song Wanner stared at the list and began to look for their rankings on the list. After a while, an excited cry was heard. Hey, I found it. Shinsho from Class 1, Grade 3, Tianhe No. 2 Middle School, scored 632 points in total. Tianhe No. 2 Middle School ranks 5th, and the overall ranking among the 4 schools is 12th. Oh. I didn't do well in the test this time. I only got this little bit. Shinsho pointed at a list. Although there was some regret and dissatisfaction in his words, he could not conceal the pride in his tone. At this time, people around gathered around. Wow, that's amazing. 632 points. Hiss, you are indeed a top student. Hey, this is the gap between top students and poor students. 632 points is not good in the eyes of top students. How can we poor students survive? 632 points. Actually, I don't think it's necessary to watch anymore. Jiang Hao has already lost. Shinsho pretended to be embarrassed and then pointed at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner next to him. No way, it's only 632 points. These two over here are the top students. At this time, Song Wanner suddenly spoke. Oh, I found mine too. The total score is 681. Tianhe No. 2 Middle School ranked 2nd? As Song Wanner spoke, she frowned, as if she was a little confused, and then she continued to read. The 4 schools ranked 3rd overall. Chapter 43, The Birth of a Miracle, Everyone S'd Out. At this time, the people around also gathered over, and when they saw the result, they were all shocked. Wow, 681 points. Oh my god, he is truly the best among the best. Second, not first? Sassafras, 681 points isn't even first? When did a tough guy appear in our No. 2 middle school who could actually score higher than Goddess Wanner? Everyone was a little shocked, and at the same time, they were even more surprised at who actually took the first place from Song Wanner. At this time, Jiang Hao heard this, looked at Song Wanner's grades, and said gently. 681 points, very good. Jiang Hao's words instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him, and everyone was speechless when they heard his words. Hiss, 681 points is just good? Sasabi, this student Jiang Hao is really good at pretending. I wonder what his score was. Even 681 is considered just good. You really think you're the reincarnation of the king of tricks? You'll die if you don't act tough. When everyone heard what Jiang Hao said, they immediately retorted with some dissatisfaction. Even Song Wanner beside her frowned slightly, feeling that Jiang Hao was a little arrogant. At this time, Qin Shou seized the opportunity and quickly spoke to Jiang Hao on the side. It seems that Jiang Hao's score is even higher than Wanner's. Then could Jiang Hao please point it out so we can see it? Qin Shou stared at Jiang Hao with a smile. The other students nearby also started to make a fuss. That's right. Point it out so we can see it. If you're not 681 centimeters tall, don't judge me. Exactly, how much did you score? You're commenting on other people's grades, aren't you afraid of losing face? Everyone was talking about it, but Jiang Hao's face remained calm, as if he was not affected at all. I found mine too. As he spoke, he pointed to the first place on a page of lists. Here, this is it. Upon hearing what was said, Qin Shou, Song Wanner and the people around them all looked towards the place Jiang Hao pointed. Hiss. Seeing the names and grades above, everyone present gasped and the surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. After a long time, a scream broke the silence, and for a moment, the place was like a pot of boiling water. Fuck, 747 points? Oh my god. Is this still a human being? Sasaji, Tianhe number 2 middle school, senior 3 class 8, Jiang Hao, total score 747 points, ranked first in Tianhe number 2 middle school, and first in the overall ranking of the 4 schools. Is this really Jiang Hao? Is this a mistake? Seeing this result, everyone couldn't believe it. Song Wanner was completely shocked. At this moment, he finally understood what Jiang Hao said before the exam. She looked at Jiang Hao, who remained calm even though he had scored such a high score. For a moment, she looked at him in surprise. However, the one who could not accept this reality the most at this time was Qin Shou. His eyes were dull, his face was ugly, and he was muttering to himself. This is impossible, it's fake, it must be fake. Oh, yes, there must be a printing error. That must be it, I'll go find the teacher. After saying that, he turned around and ran. Jiang Hao was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Qin Shou, who was about to run away, and spoke with a smile in front of everyone. Isn't Beast-san planning to run away? As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Qin Shou. Being stared at by so many strange eyes, Qin Shou's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 44, The Dean's Confirmation, Qin Shou's Collapse. He could even feel the contempt in Song Wanner's eyes. This made him feel very uncomfortable, but soon, he had an idea and quickly spoke out to defend himself. How could I possibly run away? I just thought there might be something wrong with the exam rankings, so I was going to the academic affairs office to check the exam papers. How about I go with you to take a look? Jiang Hao laughed. Seeing this, Song Wanner on the side also interrupted. Why don't we go together? I happen to know that the test papers haven't been distributed yet. They are all with the Dean of Studies. Let's go take a look. At this time, Qin Shou's face froze again when he heard this. The classmates next to him also started to make a fuss. Go and see. That's right, maybe it was a wrong number. At this moment, Qin Shou was in a dilemma. Jiang Hao had already dragged him to the training office, and was even comforting Qin Shou at the same time. Let's go, maybe my grades really are wrong. Being pulled by Jiang Hao, Qin Shou was like a little chicken, unable to fight back at all. He could only hope that there was indeed an error in the transcript. Soon, the group arrived at the teaching office. The director of teaching was a slightly plump middle-aged man with a beer belly. Song Wanner said that she wanted to find the test papers of several people. The Dean of Studies knew that Song Wanner was the daughter of Jade King Song Wanzhong, so he would naturally help with this little matter. When the Dean of Studies learned that they were looking for Jiang Hao's test paper, he suddenly realized it. While helping them find the test paper, he said, "Oh, so you're looking for Jiang Hao's test paper. Do you suspect there's something wrong with Jiang Hao's score?" Actually, this isn't surprising, but I can say with certainty that there's absolutely no problem with Jiang Hao's score. Because at the beginning, we also thought that there might be something wrong, but after we checked again and again, his score was not inflated at all. This shocked all the teachers in our senior year group. When we learned about Jiang Hao's previous grades, we couldn't believe it. However, such a high score is impossible to achieve even by cheating, so we all agreed that he might be a dark horse. At this moment, he took out a stack of test papers and pointed at them. Found it. This is Jiang Hao's test paper. Take a look. This time, we've decided to hold a special pep rally for all the senior students, and we're going to have Jiang Hao share his study methods with the others. At this moment, everyone was shocked when they heard the explanation from the dean, and all their eyes fell on Jiang Hao. Hiss, it's so terrifying. That's amazing. Even the dean said so. It seems to be true. And at this moment, Qinshu completely collapsed. How is it possible? It must be fake. Qinshu couldn't accept this fact for a while. At this moment, he was like a madman. He pointed at Jiang Hao and even boldly questioned the dean. How could he, a loser who only knows how to sleep and always scores last on exams, possibly get such a score? He must have cheated. The head teacher, who had never seen such a bold student, turned pale. Which class are you from? Call your homeroom teacher. I want to see who taught a jealous student like you. At this time, Song Wana hurriedly stepped forward to apologize, and Jiang Hao on the side directly pulled Qinshu out of the academic affairs office. After coming out of the academic affairs office, Jiang Hao spoke frankly. Since classmate Beast doesn't admit it, then forget it. Let's just pretend we never made this bet. After saying that, he turned around and left. Chapter 45, Qinshu surrenders, Father Jiang's birthday. Song Wana, who was following closely behind, also looked at him with disdain when she heard this. The other classmates who understood everything also passed by Qinshu with strange looks. Oh, I never thought that Qinshu would be such a person. Humph, you're just a jealous bastard. Look at how magnanimous Jiang Hao is. That's right, let's go. These people who usually looked at him with admiration, unexpectedly, were unwilling to pay attention to him today. Qinshu couldn't stand it anymore. A trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, and then he shouted loudly to Jiang Hao, who had already walked away. I, Qinshu, admit defeat. This Sunday, I'll treat you to a meal at the Central Tianfu building. No later than the appointed time. After saying that, he turned around angrily and left from the other side. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately turned around and smiled at Song Wana. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao took the report card handed out by the teacher for today's class, went to the gift shop, bought a gift box, and then went to the cake shop to buy a birthday cake. Today is his father's birthday, he won't forget. And it just so happened that this report card was the surprise he gave to his father. His father worked hard to send him to school, and good grades are the best reward for him. When he returned home, his parents were still at the stall and had not returned home yet. It was still his sister Jiang Zixuan who came home early from school. Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan began to decorate the house to give their parents a surprise when they came home from the stall. At the same time, Jiang Hao once again used his superb cooking skills to cook a table full of dishes. Then the brother and sister turned off the lights and waited quietly at home for Jiang's father and mother to arrive. Pa! With the sound of the door opening, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan hurriedly got ready. When the door opened and Dad and Mom turned on the lights. Immediately, Jiang Hao clicked to play the birthday music and sang in unison with Jiang Zixuan beside him. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. As the birthday song ended, the brother and sister suddenly shouted with laughter on their faces. Happy birthday, Dad. At this moment, when Jiang's father and mother saw this scene, their eyes suddenly became wet. Thank you, Hao Zixuan. Dad Jiang said thank you with a slight sob. At this time, Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan each held a gift box. Jiang Hao spoke first. Dad, this is my birthday present for you, open it and take a look. Hearing this, Father Jiang looked at his son, who was already a head taller than him, and nodded silently. Then, start opening the presents. At this time, Jiang Zixuan was also curious about what gift his brother, who had changed so much, would give to his father, so his eyes fell on the gift box in Jiang's father's hand. The same goes for Jiang Ma. When the gift box is opened, the first thing that comes out is a report card. Look at the line circled in red pen at the top of the report card. Dad Jiang, Mom Jiang, and Jiang Zixuan were all shocked. Jiang Hao, total score 747, first in Tianhe No. 2 Middle School, first in the joint entrance exam for the top 4 high schools in Tianhe City? Suddenly, except for Jiang Hao, the other 3 members of the family were stunned. They knew Jiang Hao's previous achievements. Although the college entrance examination is approaching, the family does not want to put too much pressure on Jiang Hao, but they do not have high hopes for Jiang Hao's studies. But this transcript. The family looked at the transcript, and at the same time, they also saw the signature of Jiang Hao's head teacher in the school seal at the bottom of the transcript. They were certain that this was true, but they still found it hard to believe. Father Jiang was the first to break the silence. Hao, is this true? Chapter 46 Gifts from 2 brothers and sisters, a warm family. Jiang Hao also understood, after all, his previous self was indeed too unbearable. "Dad, don't you have my homeroom teacher's phone number? If you don't believe me, just call and confirm." Jiang Hao's words instantly dispelled all the family's doubts. Although Jiang Hao didn't study well before, he never tells lies. Okay. At this moment, Dad Jiang happily said 3 good words in a row. His face was full of smiles and he was full of relief. The same was true for Mom Jiang beside him. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke with a mysterious look on his face. "Dad, the report card is just a small surprise. There's a big gift below." Upon hearing this, Father Jiang smiled at Jiang Hao. "Ha, I feel like this report card is the greatest gift I've ever received. Everything else doesn't matter." However, he still held the report card in his hand and looked under the gift box. When he saw the red notebook below and the line of words on it, he immediately became confused. Even Jiang Ma and Jiang Zixuan standing by were the same. "Property certificate? Howard, this is ours? What are you going to do with it?" Mother Jiang asked doubtfully. Suddenly, the whole family's eyes fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously and spoke. "Yes and no, Dad, just open it and you'll know." Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang immediately opened the red book with confusion. Sure enough, his name was written on the title page. But what shocked him was the location of the house. Number 333, Jingtai 2nd Road, Tianhe City, 3rd floor, Unit 3? Well, our family didn't buy a house in Jingtai. Besides, Jingtai is where rich people gather. How could we possibly afford it? Dad Jiang asked in confusion. Seeing this, the family stared at Jiang Hao, hoping that Jiang Hao would give an explanation. Jiang Hao looked at the confused family and found it a little funny, then he started to explain. He told everyone that he had a mysterious master and that he had earned a huge sum of 9 million. After listening to it, the family felt like they were listening to a novel. Finally, after Jiang Hao repeatedly assured him that this was all true and that he had not done anything illegal, the whole family began to believe it. Jiang's father also scolded Jiang Hao for spending money recklessly, but Jiang Hao knew that this was his father's love for his son, so he was not angry. After Jiang Hao's matter was over, Jiang's father looked at Jiang Zixuan, who was hesitant about a small gift box, so he said gently, "Zixuan, you prepared a gift for me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zixuan panicked and hid the gift behind him. "No, Dad, I forgot to prepare it." Jiang Zixuan lied. Although she also wanted to give her father the gift she had carefully prepared today, when she saw the gift from her brother whom she used to look down upon, she suddenly felt that her gift was not good enough. Dad Jiang seemed to have noticed it as well, so he touched Jiang Zixuan's head and comforted her. "Zixuan, it's okay. No matter what gift it is, whether it's from you or your brother, I like it equally." Mother Jiang on the side also comforted her. In the end, Jiang Zixuan took out his gift somewhat embarrassedly. Dad Jiang opened it and the whole family looked at it curiously. At this time, Dad Jiang took out a folded greeting card from the gift box. It is beautifully decorated and contains a picture of a warm family of 4. Everyone has a happy smile on their face and they are having a great time. After seeing this, Dad Jiang gently touched Jiang Zixuan, who was lowering her head. "Dad likes it very much. This is our family." Chapter 47. Classmates come to ask for help, who said I can't play basketball. A new day has arrived, and Jiang Hao goes to school as usual. Since Jiang Hao showed his strength, the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 no longer ignore and isolate him as before. Instead, he started looking for opportunities to get Jiang Hao to play together. Of course, if there were any problems that couldn't be solved, he would also ask Jiang Hao for help. Jiang Hao was not resistant to these things and would help wherever he could, and he enjoyed this feeling. During the afternoon break, other students went to play ball. Jiang Hao had never played before, so he didn't go. Instead, he sat in the classroom and chatted with a few classmates. Just when they were chatting enthusiastically, Zhou Yu suddenly rushed in, looking very anxious. "Have you met our sports committee member?" As soon as he came in, he shouted loudly. The other students were also confused and didn't know what was going on, so Jiang Hao asked, "What's wrong?" "Zhou Yu, didn't the sports committee member go play ball with you guys?" When Zhou Yu saw that it was Jiang Hao, he said anxiously, "Something terrible happened. I was playing basketball with Chao Wen and the others when the guys from the sports team suddenly came over to grab the rebound. We refused, and a conflict ensued. Now those people from the sports team are clamoring to teach us a lesson. We only have 4 of us now, and we're still short of 1 person. The other guys in our class aren't very good at playing basketball, so we definitely can't stand up to the sports team. That's why I came to find our sports committee member. But now the sports committee member is nowhere to be found. What should we do? Joe, you looked anxious. Now, several classmates around him also became anxious. At their age now, they are full of passion and naturally want to bring honor to their class. Now, someone is bullying them, and they suddenly share a common hatred for the enemy. Let's go, beat him up, he's being unreasonable. That's right, the sports team is nothing special. Several classmates said angrily. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. But, can you play ball? Jiang Hao's words were like a bucket of cold air poured over their heads. At this time, a classmate nearby was somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Hao's attitude and immediately retorted. We don't know how to fight, so how can you fight? Aren't you just the same as us? Now, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Hao, and their eyes were full of strangeness. Although they were convinced that Jiang Hao was a good student, and what Jiang Hao said was true, there were indeed some things he shouldn't have said at this time. Although Jiang Hao was criticized by his classmates, he was not angry. He faced everyone's strange looks, smiled calmly, glanced vaguely at where he was sitting, and at an NBA album on the table, and spoke. Ha! Who said I can't play basketball? Having said that, Jiang Hao paused slightly, pretending to be mysterious, and then stood up from where he was sitting and said, Come on, I'll show you my basketball skills. Then, he casually picked up the picture album and pulled Zhou, who looked confused, out of the classroom. The other students behind were also confused and looked at each other. Could it be that Jiang Hao really knows how to play basketball? Look at his confidence, it doesn't seem fake. Damn, let's go and take a look and we'll know. Suddenly, everyone jumped up and ran out to catch up with Jiang Hao and the others, and rushed to the basketball court together. Jiang Hao was walking on the road, but his mind had already been immersed in the system. Ding, found an NBA picture book. Do you want to disassemble it? Break down. Chapter 48. Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing and obtaining the God-level ball skill crystal, gaining 0.7 skill points and 0.7 experience points. The crystallization of God-level ball skills, the pinnacle of all ball sports. Decomposition complete, should we fuse? Hearing this voice, Jiang Hao's originally uneasy heart instantly calmed down, without any hesitation. Fusion. Following Jiang Hao's command, a flood of memories instantly flooded into Jiang Hao's mind, including all kinds of gorgeous ball skills, various steps, and so on. In an instant, Jiang Hao, who was originally unfamiliar with basketball, instantly turned into the god of basketball. On the side, Zhou was still a little worried. Jiang Hao, can you really play basketball? How are your skills? Jiang Hao looked at the worried Zhou and smiled. Once you see my skills, you won't ask that question anymore. After saying that, Jiang Hao quickened his pace. Behind him, Zhou was slightly stunned after hearing what he said, and then he quickly quickened his pace to catch up. When Jiang Hao and his group arrived at the stadium, they saw that there were already many people gathered there. Chao Wen and others were also confronting several tall boys. After they squeezed in, Chao Wen saw Zhou, but did not find their sports committee member. He immediately became anxious and questioned. Zhou, what's going on? Where's the sports committee member you were looking for? As for Jiang Hao standing aside, he was ignored by Chao Wen. Although they admired Jiang Hao's academic ability, they had never seen Jiang Hao play basketball, so they naturally ignored Jiang Hao. Zhou glanced at Jiang Hao and then spoke. I couldn't find the sports committee member. When Zhou heard this, he became very anxious. What's going on? Where did the sports committee member go? At this time, Zhou hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. Well, Jiang Hao said he could play basketball, so he dragged me over here. When Chao Wen heard this, his face was immediately filled with suspicion. Jiang Hao? Then he looked at Jiang Hao beside him. Jiang Hao, can you play basketball? We're playing against a bunch of guys from the sports team this time, so it's more than just being able to play. On the side, several other team members looked at Jiang Hao, their eyes full of doubt. That's right, the technique is not good enough, so forget it. Just knowing how to fight is not enough. Faced with his classmates' doubts, Jiang Hao was not angry at all. After all, he had never played basketball before, so their doubts were understandable. But who made him have a cheat device? You'll know how good your skills are once you try them out. If they're not up to par, I can take over first. You can ask the others to talk to the sports committee member. We can make substitutions later. Zhang Hao came up with an idea. At this time, a big guy from the sports team shouted loudly. Those guys over there, have the people you're looking for arrived? Are they scared and don't dare to come? Several players around him who were wearing uniform jerseys also shouted. That's right, are you scared? If you're scared, get out. How dare you, a bunch of scumbags, compete with us for this? Chao Wen and the others responded and looked over there with anger on their faces. I couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around to look at Zhang Hao and said harshly. Okay, listen to Zhang Hao. Zhou Yu, have a few classmates go find the sports committee member. I, Guiqi, Lulu, Wang Wenjie, and Zhang Hao will go first. Afterwards, Zhou Yu took a few classmates to find the sports committee member, while Zhang Hao and Chao Wen took the stage. Lu Biao, we have enough people. Who will be the referee? We don't trust your people. Chao Wen and his group of 5 confronted several big guys from the sports team. Chapter 49, Someone is being a bully on the court, Zhang Hao teaches him a lesson. At this time, the leader of the sports team, the big guy who had just mocked Chao Wen and the others, glanced at Chao Wen and the others. Are these your team members? Why do they all look so skinny, like they haven't been weaned yet? His words also caused the people around him to burst into laughter. But it is true. Among Zhang Hao and his team, only Chao Wen's physique is comparable to those of the sports team, while the others have average physiques. In terms of physique, the two sides are not at the same level at all. Lu Biao's ridicule made Chao Wen and others very angry. At this time, Zhang Hao on the side retorted. We play basketball not with physique, but with technique. We are not like some people who are simple-minded, strong-limbed, and only know how to rush around recklessly. You can imagine the skills of such people. Zhang Hao's words immediately made Lu Biao angry and embarrassed. Lu Biao rushed up viciously. What did you say? Who has a simple mind and strong limbs? He's looking for death. As he said that, he punched Zhang Hao. Lu Biao suddenly got angry and the people around him were unable to react. On the side, other students were immediately frightened by this scene. Ah! Zhang Hao, be careful. At such a critical moment, Zhang Hao looked at the fist hitting him and smiled contemptuously. The second level of danger perception allowed him to foresee the danger in advance. He was quick-eyed and quick-handed, reaching out and grabbing Lu Biao's wrist. The innate magical power of great strength was activated, and he pinched it hard. Then, a scream was heard. Then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. The scene that the students had expected, where Zhang Hao might be knocked down, did not happen. On the contrary, they imagined that Zhang Hao, a boy of 1.75 meters tall and a little thin, was holding the wrist of Lu Biao, a burly man, with one hand. But Lu Biao's face twitched in pain, his knees bent, and he screamed. This made everyone stunned. At this time, Lu Biao's accomplices were stunned for a moment, and then they quickly reacted. They were all angry and stepped forward to besiege Zhang Hao. Boy, let our captain go. At this time, the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 who were cheering for Chao Wen and the others also came to their senses and surrounded them one by one. The same goes for Chao Wen and the others. Zhang Hao was also very moved when he saw the scene. Such a large group of people surrounding them frightened the members of the sports team. They immediately stopped and stood there shouting. Let go of our captain. We're not playing basketball. Are you going to bully the minority by relying on your numbers? If that's the case, we surrender. That's right, when a large number of people bully a small number of people, what kind of hero is that? It was clearly Lu Biao who started the fight first, but this group of people turned the tables on him. Chao Wen was so angry that he wanted to argue with him. Zhang Hao grabbed Chao Wen and then pulled up Lu Biao who was pinched by him. Just play ball, don't act tough. After saying that, he easily pushed the burly man Lu Biao out with his backhand. Lu Biao was pushed and staggered several times, but fortunately he was supported by his accomplice behind him. Captain, are you okay? Are you not hurt? His teammates also quickly helped Lu Biao up and asked. Unexpectedly, Lu Biao stared at Zhang Hao with hatred and an unwilling look on his face. Fuck! After yelling a curse, he was about to rush up and hit Zhang Hao again. He couldn't believe that he was taken down so easily. He thought he was just careless. At this time, the team members around him hurriedly grabbed Lu Biao and persuaded him. Captain, they have more people than us. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Let's play ball, play ball. That's right, Captain, don't be impulsive. Chapter 50, Lu Biao's Pride, Jiang Hao's Actions. Lu Biao was caught by several people, and then he stopped. He just used his eyes to warn Jiang Hao fiercely, as if to say, "Be careful next time." However, these were of no use to Jiang Hao. In fact, Jiang Hao felt that he was a little childish. On the other side, someone asked a teacher who loved playing ball and had very good skills to be the referee, and then the two sides started playing. The audience outside the stadium was also divided into two teams. One pair cheered for Jiang Hao and his team, while the other pair was optimistic about the sports team. At this time, the audience was talking and had begun to speculate. Which of these two teams do you think will win? I think they must be from the sports team. Just look at their body shapes. That's right. Look at them, they're tall and strong, while the students in class 3-8 are so skinny and not very tall. That's right, I think so too. Most of the spectators on the side were optimistic about the sports team. After all, compared with those people in the sports team, Jiang Hao and his team had no size advantage at all. Only the students in class 8 of grade 3 were cheering for their classmates. On the court, after the two teams took their positions, a whistle sounded, and the players in charge of grabbing the ball on both sides suddenly jumped up and started to grab the ball. On Jiang Hao's side is Zhou Yu, and on the sports team's side is Lu Biao. After all, among Jiang Hao's team, only Zhou Yu has a decent physique. The two men jumped at the same time, but Zhou Yu was ultimately no match for Lu Biao and the others who trained every day. The basketball was snatched away by Lu Biao and quickly passed to his teammates. Jiang Hao and his team also quickly caught up. The basketball team members were indeed very good at regular training and their cooperation was amazing. After several passes, Lu Biao suddenly rushed forward, his teammates quickly passed the ball to him, he dribbled past them and made the shot. Lu Biao was even more proud and stared at Jiang Hao with disdain. Outside the field, the cheerleaders also quickly applauded and cheered. The students in class 8 of grade 3 were a little disappointed, after all, they had trouble opening the door. In this way, Lu Biao and others cooperated with each other and scored 3 goals in a row, but Zhou Yu could not keep up with Lu Biao at all, which made the onlookers sigh. The students in class 8 of grade 3 who are on the cheerleading team are also very anxious. Seeing this, Jiang Hao became a little anxious, so he decided to chase Zhou Yu down directly. "Zhou Yu, go follow the person I'm following." "I'll follow Lu Biao." Zhou Yu hesitated when he heard this. "Can you do it?" "We'll know if it works once we give it a try." After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he ran up and caught up with Lu Biao. Zhou Yu had no choice but to follow the person that Jiang Hao had followed before. On this side, Lu Biao was holding the ball and saw that the person following him had been replaced by Jiang Hao. He immediately smiled evilly and wanted to show off his ball skills in front of Jiang Hao and play a trick on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao also saw it clearly. Just as Lu Biao was about to pass Jiang Hao with the ball, Jiang Hao was quick-eyed and quick-handed, stealing the ball from Lu Biao, then turned around and passed it to Zhou Yu. Just when Lu Biao was still a little dazed, Jiang Hao had already rushed to the railing and shouted loudly, "Zhou Yu!" Zhou Yu was thinking about who to pass the ball to when he heard Jiang Hao's call. Then he looked around and saw that there was no one around Jiang Hao, so he subconsciously passed the ball to Jiang Hao. After passing the ball, he felt a little regretful. They had finally gotten the ball, and he didn't know how good Jiang Hao's skills were, but he passed the ball so easily. On the side, the cheerleading team of class 8 of grade 3 were so happy when they saw that they finally got the ball, and they shouted loudly, "Jiang Hao, come on!" Chapter 51, The court is full of obstacles, Lu Biao blocks the way. When Jiang Hao received the ball, Lu Biao also reacted and quickly chased after him. But Jiang Hao jumped up and threw the ball directly. Bang! With a sound, the ball went straight in. Suddenly, there was a burst of screams outside the stadium, followed by warm applause. The students in class 8 of grade 3 also kept calling out, "Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao!" Lu Biao, who was chasing after him, looked a little unhappy, but with so many people watching, he couldn't lose. He came to Jiang Hao and said arrogantly, "Boy, I'm giving you one, otherwise I'm afraid you'll end up with 0 points, and then you'll cry." However, Lu Biao's pretense failed, and Jiang Hao just smiled and said nothing. Here, it was finally Zhou Yu's turn to serve. As the ball was passed to Zhou Yu, he dribbled the ball but was intercepted by the person in front. At this moment, Jiang Hao seized the opportunity and shook off Lu Biao, who was staring at him with a quick move. At this moment, Zhou Yu also saw Jiang Hao. With the goal just now, Zhou Yu had some confidence in Zhang Hao, so he passed the ball to him. Zhang Hao got the ball and dribbled past the opponent directly, while Lu Biao chased him frantically from behind. Just not far from the board, Zhang Hao rushed up and made a slam dunk. Bang! The ball went in. Zhang Hao grabbed the railing ring and hung on it. Seeing the scene, the whole audience suddenly boiled over. Wow! Zhang Hao. At this time, even those who don't know how to play basketball are shocked. Zhou Yu and the others were even more ecstatic and rushed directly towards Zhang Hao. Lu Biao, who was chasing after him, was also completely shocked when he saw this scene. Even though he has practiced basketball for many years, he can't do such a dunk. The screams of the people around him made his face look very ugly. He could only comfort himself in his heart that this was an accident. But then, with the cooperation of Zhou Yu and others, Zhang Hao dribbled the ball even more flexibly, and made a long three-pointer from time to time, or dunked with one hand. Various gorgeous moves that can only be seen on international courts emerged one after another, and the atmosphere on the scene was even more exciting. The number of spectators was increasing, and almost half of the students and teachers on the playground had crowded over. Even Song Waner came with a few classmates after hearing the news. Several of Song Waner's classmates kept saying that Zhang Hao was so handsome, which made Song Waner inexplicably proud. The members of the sports team were replaced again and again. Even Lu Biao followed Zhang Hao and ate dirt all the way. He was as tired as a puppy and kept sticking out his tongue. Zhou Yu and the others finally understood where Zhang Hao's confidence came from. Such football skills are something they will never be able to achieve in their entire lives. With a whistle, the time is finally up. At this time, everyone was excited when they saw the score of 100-6 on the scoreboard. The boys in Class 8 of Grade 3 rushed forward, lifted Zhang Hao up, and threw him into the sky. After the excitement, the crowd gradually dispersed. Everyone surrounded Zhang Hao and prepared to return to the classroom. At this time, Lu Biao and others suddenly blocked the way of Zhang Hao and others. Everyone thought that Lu Biao lost the game and wanted to take revenge on Zhang Hao and the others. Immediately, they surrounded Zhang Hao, glared at Lu Biao and the others, and started chattering and arguing with them. Lu Biao, what's wrong? You can't stand losing and want to hit someone, right? That's right, you're such an adult, but you don't mind being embarrassed. Come on. Who's afraid of who in a fight? I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't cripple a few of you. Chapter 52, A Sudden Turn of Events, Lu Biao wants to become a disciple. Faced with such an excited crowd, Lu Biao was a little nervous. Finally, he made up his mind, knelt down on his knees, stared at Zhang Hao and said, "Master, please teach us how to play basketball." After saying that, he even pulled his embarrassed teammates aside. When those people saw their captain kneeling down, they also knelt down on their knees and shouted in unison, "Master, please teach us how to play basketball." This sudden turn of events also made Zhang Hao a little confused. Not only Zhang Hao was confused, but everyone around him was confused. Originally, they thought that Lu Biao and others were angry and came to fight. But who knew that they actually came to become his disciples? Moreover, the person they wanted to become apprenticed to was actually the person they were challenging just a moment ago. This shocked everyone. However, when they thought about it, they were no longer so shocked by Zhang Hao's superb playing skills. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao then walked out of the crowd, looked at the kneeling people, and quickly asked them to stand up. "Come on, get up. I'm not very good at playing basketball. I'm just playing for fun." As soon as these words came out, the people around him looked at Zhang Hao in disbelief. They really wanted to say, "I don't believe you." Lu Biao and others who were kneeling felt even more uncomfortable. It turned out that after so many years of hard training, they were still not as good as others in a casual fight. "It hurts, my friend." They looked at Zhang Hao, and while they were hurt by him, they became more determined to take Zhang Hao as their master. "Master, please accept us." Lu Biao has the image of a big man, and his pitiful look as he kneels in front of Zhang Hao makes people feel extremely weird. At this time, Lu Biao saw that Zhang Hao had no intention of accepting them, and suddenly became anxious and spoke. "Master, if you don't accept us, we won't get up." Zhang Hao was helpless, he had never thought about taking in a disciple. "Okay, kneel down if you want. I'm about to take the college entrance exam, so I don't have time to teach you." After saying that, he turned around and was about to walk around Lu Biao, but Lu Biao directly hugged Zhang Hao's legs and quickly spoke. "Master, don't go. We won't waste your time studying. If you can just teach us a few moves in your spare time, we'll be satisfied. When Jiang Hao was hugged by Lu Biao, the burly man, he immediately got goosebumps all over his body. He struggled and shouted, "Let me go now, I'm not gay." Jiang Hao's words immediately made everyone laugh, and then they looked at Lu Biao with a strange look. When Lu Biao heard this, he shuddered all over. "Master, don't worry, I'm not gay. If you promise me, I'll let you go." At this time, several of Lu Biao's team members followed suit and surrounded them directly. "Master, if you promise us, we will let you go." Now, Jiang Hao was completely speechless. Seeing that the class was about to start, Jiang Hao finally had no choice but to speak. All right. All of you get up." Upon hearing this, Lu Biao looked at Jiang Hao with eyes full of anticipation. "Master, did you promise us?" Jiang Hao said helplessly. "Yes." Before Lu Biao and the others could be happy, he warned again. "But, let me be frank. I don't have time. I can only teach you when I have some free time." When Lu Biao and the others heard this, although they were a little disappointed, they were delighted that Jiang Hao had agreed to teach them, and they quickly stood up and made a promise. Yes. We will definitely not disturb the master from studying, definitely." Chapter 53. Jiang Hao becomes famous, and the coach comes to visit. The basketball game between Class 8 of Grade 3 and the sports team is over. Ran and Jiang Hao's amazing performance on the court was recorded and posted online. For a moment, there was an exclamation on the internet. The number of likes and comments is growing at a terrifying rate. Jiang Hao's amazing performances on the court drove countless basketball fans crazy. Such skills are very rare even in international competitions. The outside world was completely in an uproar, but Jiang Hao and his classmates did not seem to show much joy when they returned to the classroom. This made all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 admire them even more. Just like that, a day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, Jiang Hao came to the classroom as usual. As Jiang Hao walked into the classroom, Su Wentao suddenly ran over with an excited look on his face. Jiang Hao, you're famous. Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this. "What's going on? What are you talking about?" Jiang Hao asked doubtfully. However, Jiang Hao's doubts made Su Wentao stunned, and Su Wentao asked back anxiously. "You don't know yet?" This made Jiang Hao a little puzzled. "What do I know? Brother, please explain clearly." Jiang Hao was too tired to complain. At this time, Su Wentao finally confirmed that Jiang Hao really knew nothing. Then, he quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, clicked on a video, and started chattering excitedly. Jiang Hao was a little curious and took a closer look. "Huh? Is this a video of us playing basketball with the sports team?" After Su Wentao's explanation, Jiang Hao finally understood that someone had uploaded the video to the internet. He became famous because of this and gained a lot of fans online. This group of fans also calls themselves the Hao Family Army. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was a little surprised. This was an unexpected gain. However, this doesn't seem to be of much use. After taking a look, Jiang Hao just smiled and ignored it. Then, Jiang Hao returned to his seat and lay down to think about life. Knock. Just when Jiang Hao was thinking about life, he was suddenly awakened by the sound of knocking on the table. Jiang Hao frowned and looked up. Under a pair of reading glasses, a dry old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. "Ah!" Jiang Hao was so frightened that he quickly moved away. "Who are you?" Jiang Hao asked with a confused look on his face. "Hello, are you Jiang Hao?" "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Yangming, the sports team coach at Tianhe No. 2 Middle School." Jiang Hao was still a little confused when he heard this, but he still stood up politely. "Oh, hello, Teacher Wang. Excuse me, what can I do for you?" At this time, not only Jiang Hao was confused, but the other students in the classroom were also very confused. "Hey, isn't this Teacher Wang? Isn't he teaching PE? Why are you looking for Jiang Hao?" Hiss, could it be that his sports team was humiliated in front of Jiang Hao yesterday, and he's here to seek revenge? The classmates around him also had gossip on their faces and looked at Jiang Hao. At this time, Wang Yangming looked at Jiang Hao's polite appearance and nodded. Then he showed a smile that he thought was very friendly, and then he spoke. "Hey, classmate Jiang Hao, I watched your match yesterday. It was really exciting. And your basketball skills are not inferior to those of some professional basketball players. I am very optimistic about you and would like to invite you to join the sports team. After you have completed a period of systematic training, I will recommend you to serve directly in our provincial basketball team. What do you think? Chapter 54, Coach Wang's Invitation. Jiang Hao's grades are not ideal. As soon as Wang Yangming finished speaking, there was an exclamation in the classroom. Hiss, directly join the provincial basketball team? Sassafras, I heard that joining the provincial basketball team requires going through multiple rounds of selection. How come it's so easy here? I wonder if Jiang Hao will agree. The students were also surprised by Wang Yangming's words. At this time, Jiang Hao was also surprised after hearing this. It is true that not everyone can enter the provincial basketball team. Then, Coach Wang was able to directly recommend him to join, which surprised him. It seems that Coach Wang is not a simple person. However, this seems to have nothing to do with him. Because he had never thought about joining any provincial basketball team. Even the fact that he played yesterday was only because he was forced by the situation. Jiang Hao looked at Wang Yangming's expectant eyes and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Coach Wang, thank you for your appreciation. However, I don't want to join a sports team, let alone a provincial basketball team. The college entrance exam is coming soon, I have to seize the time to review and take the exam. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, there was an exclamation in the classroom. Hiss. Jiang Hao actually refused? That's the provincial basketball team. However, when they thought about Jiang Hao's studies, they suddenly understood and it was not so shocking anymore. On the side, Jiang Hao's answer made Wang Yangming a little confused. He thought that if he offered Jiang Hao a recommendation spot on the provincial basketball team, he would definitely rush to accept it. However, what he didn't expect was that Jiang Hao actually rejected him. Wang Yangming thought Jiang Hao didn't hear clearly, so he immediately emphasized to Jiang Hao. You probably didn't hear clearly. I can recommend you to join the provincial basketball team directly. It's the provincial basketball team, and there's no need for any assessments. Jiang Hao was speechless. He really had never thought about joining the provincial basketball team. Besides, with his skills, he was more than qualified to join the national team, let alone a provincial team. He was somewhat helpless and had to explain again. Coach Wang, I heard you clearly. I don't want to join any provincial basketball team. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I just want to take it and get into the university of my choice. When Wang Yangming heard this, he immediately became anxious. He watched the video of Jiang Hao and his team's basketball game yesterday. To be honest, Jiang Hao's basketball skills are so good that he may even be able to enter the national team. Jiang Hao is so young, he is definitely a talented athlete. He can't just give up like this. Just when he was secretly worried, he was suddenly awakened by Jiang Hao's last words. Studying for university? Suddenly, he spoke quickly. Student Jiang Hao, don't you want to go to university? In fact, sports students can also apply for university. Nowadays, every university will recruit some sports students. You first join the provincial basketball team, and then with this springboard, it won't be easy to get into university. Besides, judging from where you are sitting now, your academic performance is probably not ideal. It will be difficult for you to get into a good university. When Jiang Hao heard this, he burst out laughing. My academic performance is not satisfactory? It seems that Coach Wang didn't check any information about him when he came. Wang Yangming's words immediately shocked the students around him. Jiang Hao's academic performance is not ideal? Sassafras, the first place in the joint entrance exam of the 4 schools in Tianhe City, with a total score of 747 points, is not ideal? Oh my god, this isn't ideal. How are we supposed to survive like this? Everyone suddenly wailed. Chapter 55, The Principal Agrees, I will consider it. Coach Wang, thank you so much for your appreciation, but I don't want to go into sports. Then, Jiang Hao seemed to have thought of something, and he changed the subject and said, unless. Wang Yangming was very disappointed to see that Jiang Hao had never considered pursuing a career in sports. However, Jiang Hao suddenly changed the subject, which gave him a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he hurriedly asked, unless what? Jiang Hao looked at the excited Wang Yangming, his eyes rolled and he said casually, I will only consider your suggestion if the principal agrees to let me switch to a sports student. However, if the principal disagrees, you can't bother me anymore. When Wang Yangming heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. He was afraid that Jiang Hao would go back on his word, so he quickly agreed. Okay, it's settled. You can't go back on your word. I'll tell the principal right away. Just wait, a good talent like you can't be wasted on studying. Having said that, he turned and walked out, as if he couldn't wait any longer. When Jiang Hao saw Wang Yangming, who was so happy, he immediately felt happy. Okay, I won't regret it. Jiang Hao watched Wang Yangming leave happily and smiled. Will the principal agree to let me, the top scorer in the 4-school joint entrance exam, become a sports student? Even if he agreed, I only promised you that I would consider your opinion, but I didn't promise you to become a sports student. On the other side, Wang Yangming, who was still in an excited state, had no idea what Jiang Hao was planning. What he didn't know was that Jiang Hao's academic performance was not unsatisfactory, but very good. He even ranked first in the joint entrance examination of the 4 schools in Tianhe City. He jogged all the way and rushed to the principal's office excitedly. Without knocking, he just barged in. At this time, in the principal's office, a slightly fat middle-aged man was sitting at his desk working. Suddenly he heard someone breaking in. He frowned and looked up, wanting to scold the intruder. But when he looked up and saw that it was the old man Wang Yangming, he suddenly felt helpless. Mr. Wang, what's wrong? Wang Yangming was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Principal Gua, what's wrong? Are you so unhappy about me coming to see you? When the principal heard this, he was speechless. Wang Yangming used to be the captain of the provincial sports team. Even after retirement, he couldn't stay idle, so he was invited to the school to serve as the coach of the sports team. He also has great respect for this old man who once led the Jiangbei provincial sports team to win major awards across the country. However, even though this old man is almost 60 years old, he still acts in an impetuous manner, which makes him feel helpless. Okay, Mr. Wang, you fooled me. No one comes to see you for no reason. Tell me, what's the matter? Wang Yangming felt a little embarrassed by Principal Guo's directness, but when he thought of the talented young man Jiang Hao, he couldn't contain his excitement. He pretended to be mysterious. Principal Guo, this is great news. I'm telling you, I discovered a genius today, a monstrous genius. Principal Guo was a little surprised by Wang Yangming's excitement and immediately became interested. Oh, what kind of genius is this that deserves such praise from Master Wang? What's going on? Tell me about it. Upon hearing this, Wang Yangming quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the video, and then put it in front of Principal Guo. Look, this student's basketball talent is the best I've ever seen. He pointed at Jiang Hao, who was showing off his basketball skills in the video, and exclaimed. Chapter 56, Principal Guo's Strangeness, Wang Yangming's Shock. Yes, that's true. Principal Guo watched the video and nodded silently. At this time, Wang Yangming said excitedly again. Principal Guo, this student is in our school. Such a genius deserves our special attention and nurturing. Principal Guo looked at the excited Wang Yangming and spoke. From our school? Didn't you go to find him from our school? Hearing this, Wang Yangming felt a little embarrassed. Could it be that he had gone to look for someone himself, and even offered the conditions of recommending him to join the provincial sports team directly, but the other party still refused? If that were the case, where would Wang Yangming's face be? Suddenly, an idea came to him. Principal Guo, I went to look for him. But Jiang Hao said he would only agree if you agreed. Wang Yangming's words also surprised Principal Guo. If I agree, he will agree? Then, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. Okay, At this time, just as Wang Yangming was looking at Principal Guo expectantly, Principal Guo was also ready to agree. Suddenly, Principal Guo seemed to react and stopped talking. Then, he stood up suddenly. Mr. Wang, what did you say his name was? Wang Yangming was also surprised. Seeing Principal Guo's nervous expression, he answered truthfully. Jiang Hao, he's in Class 8 of Senior 3, sitting in the last row. Judging from his academic performance, he's probably not that good either. When Principal Guo heard this, his face froze. Jiang Hao from Class 8 of Grade 3, how could he not know? The senior year is his main focus. In this joint entrance examination of 4 schools, the dark horse Jiang Hao suddenly emerged and shocked many people. He is one of them. The high score of 747 moved even some students who considered themselves geniuses. With such results, you say his academic performance is not good? Mr. Wang, are you kidding me? No wonder Jiang Hao asked you to ask me, this smart boy. At this time, Principal Guo looked at Wang Yangming with a strange look. Wang Yangming shuddered when he saw Principal Gua's strange look. Principal Gua, why are you looking at me like that? Wang Yangming asked with some doubt. Mr. Wang, don't you know that we have a joint entrance exam for the senior high school students in Tianhe City? That Jiang Hao you mentioned, whose academic performance wasn't very good, actually won first place in the joint entrance exam of 4 schools with a high score of 747. Principal Gui explained speechlessly. When Wang Yangming heard this, he was stunned. Ah! No way? 747 points? First place in the joint entrance exam of 4 schools? Is this true? Is there a duplicate name? Wang Yangming was a little hesitant. In his opinion, shouldn't those so-called academic masters be nerds who sit in the front row, wear glasses, and don't exercise much? Principal Gua felt helpless when he heard this. Mr. Wang, there's only one Jiang Hao in Class 8 of Senior 3. Not surprisingly, the Jiang Hao you're referring to is the top scorer in this joint entrance exam of 4 schools. Otherwise, that kid wouldn't have asked you to ask me. After Principal Gua said this, Wang Yangming understood instantly, and he became a little anxious. But, he has such a good basketball talent. Before Wang Yangming finished speaking, Principal Gua stretched out his hand and stopped Wang Yangming from continuing. Mr. Wang, I will never agree to let this student become a sports student. Besides, don't you understand what he means? He never thought about becoming an athlete. As for him asking you to ask me, that was his excuse, a polite refusal. He must have thought I wouldn't agree. Chapter 57 Coach Wang's doubts, genius is not understood. After hearing this, Wang Yangming thought about it carefully and his face was suddenly filled with disappointment. Hey! Alright then. I didn't expect this kid to be so smart. Okay, Principal Gua, you can get busy. After saying that, Wang Yangming left dejectedly with Principal Gua seeing him off. After leaving the principal's office, Wang Yangming felt unwilling to give up when he thought of Jiang Hao's amazing basketball talent. In Class 8 of Grade 3, Jiang Hao was still sleeping on the table, but no one was dissatisfied with his behavior. All they had was admiration and worship for him. Look at Jiang Hao, who can get the first place in the joint entrance examination of 4 schools even if he sleeps every day. However, I and others work hard every day, but we are still far behind Jiang Hao. Sure enough, geniuses are so unreasonable. At this moment, Wang Yangming suddenly walked into the classroom of Class 3-8 again. This immediately caused a whisper in the classroom. They all knew about the previous conversation between Wang Yangming and Jiang Hao. Coach Wang went to ask the principal. I wonder if the principal agreed. I don't think the principal would agree. Jiang Hao ranked first in the joint entrance exam of 4 schools. How could he possibly become a sports student? Maybe the principal didn't know it was Jiang Hao and agreed? At this time, Wang Yangming looked at Jiang Hao, who was sleeping on the table, out of tune with the tense atmosphere around him. If Principal Gua hadn't told him in person, he would never have believed that a student who only knew how to sleep could actually score 747 points. He came to Jiang Hao's desk and knocked on it. Jiang Hao heard the noise outside and pulled his mind out of the system. When he looked up and saw that it was Wang Yangming, he smiled and asked curiously. It's you, Coach Wang. What did the principal say? Wang Yangming looked at Jiang Hao, who blamed everything on the principal, and understood. He's a smart boy indeed. This also made him like Jiang Hao even more. The principal disagrees. After Wang Yangming finished speaking, the classmates in the class immediately started discussing it. I told you, the principal won't agree. Jiang Hao was not at all surprised when he heard this, as he had already thought of this result. At this time, Jiang Hao said to Wang Yangming with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Coach Wang. Wang Yangming looked at the polite Jiang Hao and nodded. It's okay, but if you change your mind, you can always come to me. After saying that, he turned around with disappointment and prepared to leave as Jiang Hao looked after him. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back, with a puzzled look on his face. Jiang Hao, can I ask you something? Jiang Hao was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Yes, go ahead. Wang Yangming hesitated for a moment and then spoke. I see you're always sleeping, but why are you so good at studying? Wang Yangming's words immediately expressed the thoughts of all the students. Many classmates also looked at Jiang Hao with anticipation. Jiang Hao paused when he heard this, but he soon understood. Coach Wang must have known that he was the first in the joint entrance exam of 4 schools. But how should I answer this question? Could it be that I have a cheat? I'm afraid no one will believe this if I tell them. Jiang Hao looked at Wang Yangming's puzzled eyes and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Coach Wang, a genius, is not understood. When Wang Yangming heard this, a hint of understanding and surprise flashed in his eyes. Looking at Jiang Hao, who was full of arrogance, he nodded, turned and left. Chapter 58, The Bet That Should Be Fulfilled, and the Somewhat Abnormal Qin Show. When the students around heard this, they were all stunned. It hurts, my friend. Saturday came in a blink of an eye, and it was time for Qin Show to fulfill his bet. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Song Wanner came to the door of Jiang Hao's classroom and waited for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, hurry up, let's go and remind Qin Shudi that today is Saturday and he should honor his bet. When Song Wanner thought of Qin Shou pestering her in his hateful look, and then thought of the dinner Qin Shou was going to host at the Central Tianfu building today, she suddenly felt very happy. Today, this fairy is going to kill you. Just as she was thinking this, Jiang Hao came out after packing his things. As soon as the two walked out of the corridor, they suddenly saw Qin Shou walking towards them. When Qin Shou saw Song Wanner with Jiang Hao again, his signature smile froze and his face instantly became gloomy. You stinky bitch, I chased you so hard, but you ignored me, and now you're trying to throw yourself at me. Then, his eyes fell on Jiang Hao. And you country bumpkin, have embarrassed me time and again. Today I'm going to take good care of you. A hint of viciousness flashed in Qin Shou's eyes, but in a flash, he returned to his smiling face. Classmate Jiang, Wanner, you're all here. I was just about to go call you. Let's go to the Central Tianfu building later. It's my treat. Oh, by the way, Jiang Hao, where are your companions? Qin Shou seemed to be kind and gave a reminder. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner were a little surprised that Qin Shou kept his promise. Is there any conspiracy? The two looked at each other, but Jiang Hao was skilled and brave, so he didn't take it to heart. I'll make a call and my companion will be here soon. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Jiang Zishuan. Jiang Zishuan, where are you? Come to the gate of number 2 middle school, I'll treat you to a delicious meal later. It's okay, it won't take up any of your time. Just tell your parents that we'll be home later. Jiang Hao was talking on the phone as if no one was around, while Qin Shou still had his signature smile on his face. Wanner, come to the school gate with Jiang Hao later. I'll go get some things and invite a good friend. When Song Wanner saw Qin Shou like this, she was a little confused, but she still nodded. Qin Shou left and Jiang Hao finished his call. Jiang Hao said to Song Wanner a little embarrassedly. Wanner, we may have to wait. It will take a few minutes for my sister to come over. Song Wanner smiled indifferently. Fine. However, she seemed to have thought of something, then put away her smile and said to Jiang Hao. I feel like Qin Shou is a little abnormal today, be careful. When Jiang Hao heard Song Wanner's kind reminder, he immediately smiled and nodded. It's okay, we'll fight back if the enemy comes, and we'll block the water with earth. Soon, after Jiang Zishuan arrived, the group took Qin Shou's car and came to the Central Tianfu building. When they arrived at the Central Tianfu Tower, Qin Shou took out a blue crystal card, and then everyone walked in under the guidance of the waiter of the Central Tianfu Tower. After entering the Central Tianfu building, Jiang Zishuan was shocked by the gorgeous decorations here. Soon, the four of them came to a private room and sat down. When the waiter handed over the menu, Qin Shou intercepted it. Jiang Hao and the others were a little confused. At this time, Qin Shou said apologetically. Sorry. Let's wait a moment. One of my friends hasn't arrived yet. We can order after he arrives. Chapter 59, Qin Shou's Conspiracy, Jiang Hao's Return. Since Qin Shou has spoken, Jiang Hao and the others have no choice but to wait. 20 minutes passed, but the person Qin Shou was waiting for still didn't show up. This made Jiang Hao very dissatisfied. Not to mention Jiang Hao was dissatisfied, Song Wanner was also dissatisfied, and Jiang Zishuan on the side pinched Jiang Hao in anger and resentment. Jiang Hao was so angry that he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only blame Qin Shou. Qin Shou, your friend is so unpunctual. Jiang Hao said dissatisfiedly. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, a vibration was heard. Jiang Hao and the others subconsciously touched their mobile phones. At this time, Qin Shou took out his mobile phone. It turned out to be his mobile phone. Jiang Hao, with his sharp eyes, immediately saw the words Brother Shui written on Qin Shou's mobile phone screen. At this time, Qin Shou looked at the phone, his expression changed slightly, then he stood up, holding the phone in his hand, and apologetically gestured for him to go out and answer the call. Then he went out. Now, only Jiang Hao, Jiang Zixuan and Song Wan'er were left in the private room. At this time, Jiang Hao stood up. Well, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he turned around and left. After leaving the box, Jiang Hao went into the bathroom under the guidance of the waiter. Brother Shui, you said you can't come today? Just as he was about to enter the bathroom, he heard Qin Shou's voice coming from inside. Upon hearing that, Jiang Hao stopped immediately. But what you promised me? Oh, you've asked Ma to wait outside? Okay, I won't kill anyone. I'll just take that kid's leg. Don't worry. After hearing this, Jiang Hao suddenly understood. I was wondering why Qin Shou was so attentive today, so this is what happened. After understanding it, Jiang Hao heard it again. Then I'll treat you to dinner another day. Oh, don't worry about the money. Okay, go ahead and get busy. I won't bother you anymore. At this time, Jiang Hao heard the noise and quickly turned around and returned to the box. After a while, Qin Shou answered the phone and came back. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. My friend called and said he had something to do and couldn't come. Let's start ordering. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao pretended to know nothing and said with some dissatisfaction. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made us wait for him. Song Wan'er on the side also muttered. That's right, if you didn't tell us earlier, we would have been waiting for him in vain. At this time, Jiang Hao stood up and snatched the menu from Qin Shou's hand. No matter what, you must order 2 good dishes to compensate us. Having said that, he started looking at the menu and ordering dishes without caring about anything else. This abalone looks good. Give me 3 servings. Well, this bird's nest is good. Give me 4 servings. Jiang Hao said a lot in a blink of an eye. The waiter next to him was so nervous that his hands were limp. Moreover, Jiang Hao specifically picked out some expensive items on the menu. After hearing what Qin Shou said on the phone, Jiang Hao knew that Qin Shou was going to take revenge on him. Since someone has been looking for revenge on him, he will naturally not let go of such a good opportunity so easily. Song Wan'er and Jiang Zixuan on the side were stunned. Song Wan'er silently looked at Qin Shou, whose face was ashen, and suddenly felt some sympathy. Originally, she was planning to give Qin Shou a good beating, but she didn't expect that before she even made a move, Jiang Hao had already taken action, and he was so cruel. As for Jiang Zixuan, she was not familiar with her brother's friends, so although she was a little shocked, she did not say anything. Only Qin Shou stood aside, clenching his hands so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh without him noticing, staring at Jiang Hao with a gloomy expression. Chapter 60, Qin Shou is about to vomit blood, and Jiang Hao is full of food. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly looked up. Classmate Qin Shou, do you think the dishes I ordered are enough? How about a few more? Qin Shou's heart was bleeding at this moment. When he heard that Jiang Hao was still preparing to order food, he immediately put on his signature smile. That's enough, that's enough. Actually, I don't eat that much. And there are only 4 of us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao stared at the menu, still looking dissatisfied. Hey, it turns out the food at Central Tianfu Tower isn't anything special, just like any other 5-star hotel. At this time, the waiter on the side retorted. Sir, you don't understand this. In fact, the membership of our Central Talent Building is also divided into different levels. The private room you are in is only for Blue Crystal membership card level, and even the dishes are limited to Blue Crystal membership card level. Above the Blue Crystal membership card, there are also the King level Black Crystal and Supreme level Amethyst membership cards. After hearing this, Jiang Hao was also surprised. So that's why. No wonder he felt that Central Tianfu was nothing special after looking at the menu. It turns out that a Blue Crystal level membership card is equivalent to a 5-star hotel. And above the Blue Crystal card, there are even higher levels. At this moment, his eyes turned and he suddenly said to Qin Shoudao. Student Qin Shou, I'm a country bumpkin with no experience. I wonder if you have a Black Crystal or Amethyst membership card. Let's switch levels so that I, a country bumpkin, can experience the treatment of the supreme level. Puff. Jiang Hao's words made Song Wan'er, who was drinking water, unable to hold back and spit out the water. Wan'er, are you okay? Jiang Hao asked with concern. It's okay, it's okay. Song Wan'er wiped the water stains quickly in embarrassment. Jiang Zixuan looked at Jiang Hao's concerned expression, then turned to look at Song Wan'er beside him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. On the side, Jiang Hao's words instantly made Qin Shou feel like vomiting blood. This blue crystal membership card was stolen from his father. Where did he get the black crystal and amethyst? He also wanted to experience the supreme treatment. Classmate Jiang Hao, you're joking. I don't even have a membership card of that level. Qin Shou replied with a forced smile. He has been cheated so much by a blue crystal card. If a black crystal or amethyst card comes, won't he be sold out? What a country bumpkin. The more Qin Shou looked at Jiang Hao, the more disgusted he felt. I'll let you show off for a while, but you'll be in trouble later. A hint of viciousness flashed in Qin Shou's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Soon, the food arrived. Jiang Hao and the others ate like crazy, while Qin Shou ate like crazy with a sad mood, as if he wanted to make up for all his losses today. But Jiang Hao ordered too many dishes. When they were all unable to eat anymore, the waiter was still serving the dishes. Waiter, how many dishes do we have left? Jiang Hao asked while lying on the chair and touching his belly. Sir, you still have 6 dishes, including crystal lobster. Look, do you still need to go up? After the waiter said that, Qin Shou wanted to return those dishes to reduce his losses. At this time, Jiang Hao also waved his hand. No need to go on. Hearing this, Qin Shou was delighted, thinking that Jiang Hao had a change of heart. Who knew that the next moment, Jiang Hao's nightmare-like voice came. No need to go, just pack it up for me and I'll take it away later. This is such a delicious dish, I have to let my parents try it too. Qin Shou suddenly had the urge to run away. Chapter 61, After a good meal and a good drink, they parted ways and encountered a robbery on the way home. After having a good meal and a good drink, Jiang Hao carried the packed food and left the central Tianfu building with Jiang Zixuan, Song Wanner and Qin Shou, who had been following behind with a gloomy face. Wanner, can I take you home? At this time, Qin Shou hurriedly caught up with a smile and offered his courtesy. Song Wanner glanced at Qin Shou, then pointed to a black car not far away and said, No need, my dad has already sent someone to pick me up. You can see Jiang Hao and sister Zixuan off. Then, she said shyly to Jiang Hao, who was standing beside her. Jiang Hao, my dad asked you to come to my house when you have time. Thank Uncle Song for me. I'll go over when I have time. Song Wanner nodded. When Qin Shou, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the two, his eyes almost spitted fire. At this time, Song Wanner jumped to Jiang Zixuan's side, took Jiang Zixuan's hand and said, Sister Zixuan, on behalf of my family, I welcome you to our home. After the meal, the two girls who were originally strangers had become so familiar with each other that they called each other sisters. Jiang Zixuan was very happy. Thank you, Sister Wanner. Okay then, be careful on your journey, I should go back too. The same to you. The two sisters said goodbye, and Song Wanner got into her car and was taken away. Jiang Hao and Jiang Zixuan got into Qin Shou's car. Jiang Hao lay in the car with his eyes squinted, feeling a little sleepy. Bang! Ah! At this moment, the car shook suddenly, then braked and stopped. Jiang Zixuan screamed in fright. Jiang Hao was also shaken awake all of a sudden, and Qin Shou also looked panicked. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the car. At the same time, a loud shouting was heard. Come down, and rob. Jiang Zixuan was so scared that he rushed to Jiang Hao. Brother, what should I do? What should I do? Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this. Elder brother? This word seemed strange, yet familiar to him. Jiang Zixuan hasn't called him brother for a long time. And this call of brother actually made him feel happy. It's okay, sister, I'm here. At the same time, he looked ahead and saw Qin Shou sitting in the passenger seat and thought to himself. Has it already begun? At this moment, a subtle curve appeared at the corner of Qin Shou's mouth, and then he pretended to be frightened. Don't hit me, big brother, don't hit me, I'll be right out, right out. Then he opened the car door. A group of people got off the bus. After getting off the car, a group of people surrounded Jiang Hao and the others with blades, iron rods, and other things in their hands. Jiang Zixuan was so scared that she buried her head in Jiang Hao's arms. At this time, a gangster holding a blade among the group spoke. Robbery. Our boss said, 50,000 yuan per person, leave the money and you can leave. At this time, Qin Shou bravely stepped forward and spoke to the gangster who was speaking with a nod and a bow. Brother, can you please give us a discount? I'll give you 100,000 and you can let us go. 100,000? 100,000 and you too can go. Leave the money and you two can go. The gangster pointed a razor blade at Chin Shou and the driver beside him and spoke. Brother, I only have 100,000 in total. Can you please be flexible and let us all go? Chin Shou smiled and spoke humbly. What nonsense! Only 2 people can leave with 100,000, or no one can leave. The little gangster scolded. Yes. Chin Shou was so scared that he quickly agreed. Chapter 62, Poor Acting Skills, Meeting Huang Mao. Afterwards, Chin Shou got into the car to get the money. When he passed by Zhang Hao, he whispered. Zhang Hao, I'm sorry, I only have 100,000 yuan on me, and they won't let me go because the money is not enough. But don't worry, once I'm free, I'll definitely call someone to rescue you. Zhang Hao smiled slightly and watched Chin Shou's clumsy performance. What are you two whispering about? Leave the money and get out. On the side, a gangster shouted. Yes. Chin Shou hurriedly nodded and took out the 100,000 yuan that he had prepared long ago and gave it to the gangster. Brother, can we go now? Chin Shou smiled and asked. Get lost. Yes. Afterwards, Chin Shou turned around and looked at Zhang Hao apologetically, and the moment he turned around, his eyes were full of coldness. Chin Shou's departure made Jiang Zixuan even more frightened, and she almost cried. While no one was paying attention, Chin Shou got into a black car not far away. Zhang Hao patted Jiang Zixuan's back gently to comfort her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. At the same time, he looked at these gangsters and had already condemned them in his heart. Where's the money, you two? At this time, someone questioned Zhang Hao and Jiang Zixuan. Zhang Hao said with a smile. Stop acting. Your acting skills are rubbish. Where's your boss? Let him come out. Zhang Hao's words startled the man. What are you talking about? If you don't have money, then leave a leg for each person. The gangster threatened. And behind him, a younger brother sneaked away and headed towards the black car in the detention center. The young man came to the black car, knocked on the window, and after the window was rolled down, he spoke hurriedly. Brother Ma, this is bad, that kid seems to know something. At this time, Chin Shou was in the car. Next to him, there was a young man called Brother Ma with dyed yellow hair and tattoos on his arms. The younger brother's words startled Chin Shou and Ma Go for a moment, and they looked at each other. How is that possible? This bunch of useless people are more likely to cause trouble than to help others. Ma Go scolded and then turned to Chin Shoudao. Young Master Chin, wait a moment. I'll go take care of it. Chin Shou nodded, extended his hand as if inviting, and spoke. Brother Ma, please. Then, Brother Ma got out of the car and went towards Zhang Hao. Brother Ma. When his younger brothers saw him coming, they all made way for him. At this moment, when he saw Zhang Hao surrounded by his younger brothers inside, he suddenly shuddered all over. How could it be him? At this time, Zhang Hao also saw Ma Go and was a little surprised. Isn't this the yellow-haired guy who had been beaten by him? Oh, Huang Mao, it's you again. Zhang Hao's words immediately shocked Huang Mao's little brother. How dare he call Ma Go like that? Hiss, is he courting death or is he courting death? Sassafras, does he know Ma Go? Huang Mao's face was gloomy at this time, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Last time, the 3 of them joined forces, but were still easily defeated by Zhang Hao. This time, Brother Shui asked him to help Chin Shou deal with someone, but he didn't expect that this person was Zhang Hao. At this moment, Huang Mao glanced at the many younger brothers around him without leaving a trace, and suddenly felt relieved. He said harshly. Boy, I didn't expect it to be you. It's just right, this time we can settle all the old and new scores together. Zhang Hao smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Yellow hair, have you forgotten what I said? Chapter 63, Decomposing a Stick and Gaining Martial Arts Skills. After saying that, Zhang Hao glanced at Huang Mao. In an instant, a fear arose in Huang Mao's heart. However, he quickly realized that he had brought a lot of younger brothers with him this time. Boy, don't be arrogant. This time, I'm not alone. Zhang Hao shook his head helplessly, looked up again, and his eyes instantly became cold. It seems that you don't have a good memory. In that case, I will help you learn a lesson. After saying that, he took a step forward in an instant, snatched the stick from the hand of a gangster next to him, and at the same time, he quickly knocked down several gangsters next to him with a few sticks. At this time, the gangsters were also frightened by Zhang Hao's skills. They retreated one after another, expanded the encirclement, and stared at Jiang Hao closely. After Jiang Hao eliminated all dangers around Jiang Zixuan, he stood in front of Jiang Zixuan with an iron rod in his hand. Jiang Hao's face was solemn. The situation was a little bad this time. If he was alone, he could easily escape, but now, he has his sister behind him. At this moment, suddenly, a voice came from Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, found a long stick, should we disassemble it? Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment when he heard this, but that hesitation disappeared in an instant. Now, we can only give it a try. Breakdown. Ding, congratulations on decomposing a long stick and obtaining the dog beating stick technique, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Extract the fusion? Dog beating stick technique level 101, the orthodox martial arts of the beggar gang, the gang's unique skill. When Jiang Hao saw this annotation, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. The dog beating stick technique. This is a martial art. A legendary martial art. And it's one of the two ultimate skills of the beggars sect. This is incredible. Is there really such a thing as martial arts? Jiang Hao was a little shocked. Martial arts. However, when he suddenly thought of the system in his body, he was not so shocked. Speaking of incredible things, the system is probably the most incredible thing. Besides, now is not the time to worry about this. There is a large group of people outside who are eyeing us covetously. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao said indifferently. Fusion. Following Jiang Hao's command, a flood of memories appeared in his mind in an instant. The dog beating stick technique has a total of 36 moves and 12 techniques with an 8-character formula. It is one of the two great magical skills handed down from generation to generation by the leaders of the beggar gang. The 36 moves of the dog beating stick technique was created by the founder of the beggars sect. It has always been passed down orally by the previous leader, who personally teaches the stick techniques to the next leader and never passes it on to a second person. The dog beating stick technique, the direct martial art passed down from the leader of the beggars sect, is a unique martial art that can only be taught by the leader of the beggars sect. The dog beating stick technique has 8 techniques: tripping, chopping, entangling, poking, picking, leading, blocking, and turning. The moves include hitting 2 dogs with the stick, hitting the dog's head with the stick, and intercepting the dog's buttocks. But in an instant, Jiang Hao understood all the mysteries. With the dog beating stick technique combined with his sense of danger and his super strength, Jiang Hao's confidence increased instantly. System, upgrade the dog beating stick technique to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, the dog beating stick technique has been successfully upgraded. Dog beating stick technique level 2010, the orthodox martial arts of the beggars sect, the unique skill of the sect. As the dog beating stick technique was upgraded, Jiang Hao suddenly felt as if there seemed to be something special in his body. However, it is not obvious. Jiang Hao looked at his skill points and finally made up his mind. System, upgrade the dog beating stick technique to level 3. Yes, host. Ding, the dog beating stick technique has been successfully upgraded. Dog beating stick technique level 30100, the orthodox martial art of the beggar gang, the gang's unique skill. Chapter 64, Martial Arts Show Off Your Power, giving you 2 choices. As the system prompt sounded again, Jiang Hao clearly felt a surge of energy in his body. At the same time, he felt that his whole body was full of strength. At this moment, he felt better than ever. It happened so quickly that Jiang Hao completed the fusion of skills in a flash. On the other side, Ma Ge and others also reacted quickly. Ma Ge retreated hurriedly while shouting in fear. Come on, cripple him. As soon as Ma Ge gave the order, his younger brothers looked at each other with a hint of cruelty in their eyes, and then they raised the iron rods and blades in their hands and surrounded him. Hit me. Kill. Ah. At this moment, Jiang Hao quickly hooked an iron rod on the ground with one foot, and his body moved flexibly almost instinctively. He pushed the frightened and screaming Jiang Zixuan into the car, closed the door, and then shouted loudly. Beat the 2 dogs with a stick. He leaned over and swept a stick at the thugs rushing towards him, knocking down several of them instantly, but a few of them were smart enough to dodge. However, this was useless. Jiang Hao changed his tactics instantly. Hit the dog's head with a stick. He swung the stick in his hand at the heads of the hooligans who had dodged with great force. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, accompanied by a wailing sound, several more people fell down. At this moment, a group of people fell to the ground, but he did not stop there. Instead, he took advantage of the opportunity to pursue them and beat them up. But within a few moves, all the thugs who surrounded him were knocked down. There were wailings everywhere on the ground, and Jiang Hao, holding an iron rod in his hand, stood in front of the yellow-haired man who was trembling all over and had cold sweat on his face. Jiang Hao leaned over to Huang Mao's ear and whispered, "Remember what I said?" Huang Mao was so frightened at this time that he kept nodding his head like a chick pecking at rice. "Remember, remember. Just remember it. Tell me, should I break one of your legs? Or..." Jiang Hao was just speaking when the yellow-haired guy was so scared that he suddenly fell to his knees, his voice filled with tears. Brother, please forgive me, please forgive me." He kept kowtowing, and suddenly, he seemed to think of something, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Brother, someone instructed me to stop your car today. It was the young master of the Qin family, Qin Shou. It was him. He asked me to do it. He's still in that black car." The yellow-haired man began to confess like pouring beans, and at the same time, he did not forget to point to the black car in the distance. Brother, please forgive me." Huang Mao's words also confirmed Jiang Hao's guess. Jiang Hao looked at the yellow-haired man crying and snotting, his face calm without any sympathy, and said in a cold voice, "Huang Mao, today, I give you two choices. The first choice is that I break both of your legs and we'll be even." Jiang Hao's words made Huang Mao shiver. If his legs were broken, wouldn't his life be ruined? He had also offended many people. Instantly, it's scary to think about it. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke again. "The second option is to capture Qin Shou and break his legs." Huang Mao's face instantly turned awkward when he heard this. Although the Qin family is not a big family, Qin Shou's father is the boss of a listed company. After breaking Qin Shou's legs, Qin Shou's father would kill himself. However, Jiang Hao did not consider these. "Okay, I've given you both options. I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. Start now." 10. 9. Chapter 65, Huang Mao's Choice, Qin Shou begs for mercy. Jiang Hao started the countdown, and Huang Mao looked at Jiang Hao's eyes which were shining with coldness. He immediately understood that Jiang Hao was definitely not joking. If he didn't do as he said, he would probably break his legs. 5. 4. Jiang Hao's voice was like a death sentence, which made Huang Mao finally make up his mind. It is better for his fellow Taoists to die than for me. Stop, big brother, uncle, I choose the second one. Huang Mao spoke quickly with a crying voice. I'm going to grab Qin Shou and break his legs right now. As he said that, he asked Jiang Hao for permission and prepared to go and capture Qin Shou. When Jiang Hao heard this and saw that Huang Mao had made a choice, the coldness on his face instantly melted away and he smiled. You don't have to go over there. Have your little brother go over and capture Qin Shou for me? Then, I want to watch you do it yourself. Jiang Hao's words instantly made Huang Mao's face freeze, and his last bit of luck was blocked by Jiang Hao. He had a sad face, but he had to force a smile. Yes. He had no choice but to agree to Jiang Hao's request. Then he turned around and scolded the two younger brothers who were still standing behind him. Didn't you hear? Go quickly. His two younger brothers were also frightened by Jiang Hao's voice. When they were scolded by their boss, they immediately reacted and turned around and ran towards the black car not far away in embarrassment. At this time, in the black car, Qin Shou was already shocked by what he saw. How is this possible? How could Jiang Hao be so powerful? He kept mumbling to himself unconsciously. At this moment, he saw the two gangsters walking towards him, and suddenly, he felt a bad feeling in his heart. Brother Ma betrayed me? What should I do? What should I do now? Qin Shou panicked. At this moment, suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He quickly took out his cell phone and started making a call. Beep beep beep. The phone was connected, but no one answered, which made Qin Shou very tormented. Brother Shui, why don't you answer the phone? Bang! Qin Shou was extremely anxious, but at this moment, Huang Mao's two younger brothers had already opened the car door and reached out to grab Qin Shou. Qin Shou was so scared that he dropped his phone and began to plead with the two men. Brother, I'm your boss's friend. Why are you arresting me? We can discuss this. Qin Shou kept begging for mercy, but these two people were already frightened by Jiang Hao, so how could they possibly listen to him? The two men pulled Qin Shou down and dragged him towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao stared at the disheveled Qin Shou and smiled without saying a word. Qin Shou knew that the matter was exposed and was afraid that he would not have a good ending. He met Jiang Hao's gaze and pleaded quickly. Jiang Hao, I'm sorry, I was possessed by the devil, I'm a bastard, please let me go, I won't dare to do it again, never again. Xinsho spoke in a crying voice and slapped himself in the face, looking extremely pitiful. However, Jiang Hao remained unmoved and shifted his gaze to the yellow-haired man. Huang Mao immediately understood, and his eyes showed a hint of ferocity. He then picked up an iron rod from the ground and walked in front of Xinsho. Xinsho was frightened by the yellow-haired man's actions and struggled to retreat. Brother Ma, what are you doing? Xinsho, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. After Huang Mao finished speaking, he signaled to his two younger brothers with his eyes. Chapter 66, Moving Home, Undercurrent Surge. His two younger brothers understood and helped capture Xinsho. The yellow-haired man's eyes turned fierce and he raised his stick and swung it down. After several blows, Xinsho fainted with a scream. Jiang Hao had already turned around and walked to the car window where Jiang Zixuan was, blocking the way in front. Over there, after a few blows from Huang Mao, Xinsho's legs had already drooped down. Jiang Hao glanced at it, then opened the car door and got in, speaking at the same time. Huang Mao, get someone to take me home. Originally, after Huang Mao broke Xinsho's leg, he was still a little nervous, fearing that Jiang Hao would not let him go. However, unexpectedly, Jiang Hao kept his promise and seemed not to hold him accountable. Suddenly, he dropped the iron rod in his hand, with a smug look on his face, and hurriedly got into the car. I will personally send Big Brother home, I will personally send him home. Jiang Hao didn't refuse either. The three people in the car each had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Not far from his home, Jiang Hao asked Huang Mao to stop the car, and he and Jiang Zixuan got out. At the same time, he did not forget the delicious food he packed from Central Tianfu Building. Before leaving, Jiang Hao looked at the respectful Huang Mao and warned him. Everything that happened today was your fault. It has nothing to do with me. Remember? Jiang Hao's words immediately made Huang Mao's mouth twitch. However, seeing Jiang Hao's warning look, he didn't dare to refute and made repeated assurances. Remember. Jiang Hao then nodded. Okay, go back. Huang Mao felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly thanked him and drove away. Watching Huang Mao's car go away, Jiang Hao took Jiang Zixuan for 2 circles before going home. He is afraid of bringing danger to his family. On the way home, Jiang Hao reminded Jiang Zixuan. Zixuan, you can't tell anyone about what happened today, especially your parents. Remember? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zixuan nodded silently. Then the two of them went home. No words all night. The next day was Sunday, and Jiang Hao had already discussed with his parents that they would move into the new house today. Especially after what happened yesterday, Jiang Hao naturally didn't want to stay here any longer. At Jiang Hao's strong request, Jiang Hao and his family moved. After moving into his new home, Jiang Hao began to study his own system, eager to become stronger. He naturally knew what happened yesterday, and it was definitely not going to end so easily. Next, he will face the Qin family's crazy revenge, so he must become stronger. At the same time, on the other side, in a separate ward of Tianhe Second Hospital, Xinsho was lying on the hospital bed, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. Beside the bed, a noble lady of about 37 or 38 years old stared at Xinsho with tears in her eyes, her face full of pity. In front of the window not far away, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face was looking out the window, silent. At this time, the lady looked at the middle-aged man who remained silent and suddenly shouted. Qin Ming, I don't care what method you use, you must kill Jiang Hao and avenge Shou'er. The man turned around and took a look at Xinsho lying on the hospital bed. He felt heartbroken and angry at the same time. Qin Ming only had this one son, and he was crippled. Jiang Hao, no matter what your background is, I will make you pay the price. A hint of viciousness flashed across Qin Ming's face. Then he turned around and came to Xinsho, looked at Xinsho and comforted him. Shou'er, rest assured and recover. I've already hired a famous orthopedic surgeon from Country M. Your leg will be fine. As for Jiang Hao, I will avenge you. Chapter 67, Unexpected Neighbors, a child falls into the water. However, at this time, Jiang Hao did not know that someone was seeking revenge on him. He felt that staying at home would not make him stronger, so he decided to go out for a walk and look for an opportunity. Just as Jiang Hao walked out, the door opposite him suddenly opened and a beautiful woman in a dress walked out. When Jiang Hao saw his neighbor, he suddenly felt strange. This is too much of a coincidence. On the opposite side, Tian Tong, who was just about to go out, was surprised when she saw Jiang Hao, and then she was extremely happy. Is it you? Great! I finally found you. Tian Tong jumped to Jiang Hao's side, pulled Jiang Hao, and was very happy. Oh, I didn't expect that, but is your grandfather recovered from his illness? Yes, this is Tian Tong, the granddaughter of the old man he rescued in the park when he left the exam early last time. Well, my grandfather's illness is all healed, and he's much stronger now. When Tian Tong talked about her grandfather, she was also in disbelief. After all, she knew her grandfather's health condition well before. Oh, that's good. Jiang Hao just asked casually. He naturally would not doubt the power of the essence of life. He had anticipated this result a long time ago. Are you going out? I'm going for a walk. Jiang Hao looked at Tian Tong, who was enthusiastically pulling his arm, and gave her a reminder. Ah! Hearing this, Tian Tong's eyes rolled, and then she looked at Jiang Hao and spoke quickly. It just so happens that I'm planning to go out for a walk too. Let's go together. Jiang Hao did not refuse. I didn't have any purpose in the first place and was just going to try my luck. Now that I have a beautiful woman by my side, that couldn't be better. Then, the two of them left Jingtai community together and headed towards a river not far away. Along the way, Jiang Hao and Tian Tong became more familiar with each other. It turns out that Tian Tong is also a senior high school student studying at Tianhe No. 1 Middle School. Tian Tong also told Jiang Hao that his grandfather had been looking for him, his benefactor, for a long time. She even invited Jiang Hao to visit her home in the evening. Jiang Hao saved people at that time and did not think about any reward, so he wanted to refuse, but in the end he could not resist Tian Tong's repeated requests. He had no choice but to agree. Just like that, the two of them chatted casually. Ah! At this moment, a sudden scream scared countless people. Everyone around looked towards the source of the sound. What's wrong? Who's wrong? It seems like something happened up ahead, let's go take a look. Just then, someone pointed into the river and shouted. Fuck! A kid fell into the river. Suddenly, a large group of people lay in front of the river guardrail and looked into the river. Sure enough, a little kid was splashing around in the river. The kid didn't seem to be able to swim and was scared. He drank a lot of water while crying. At this time, the child's mother jumped down despite everyone's obstruction. However, she couldn't swim, so she drank a lot of water after jumping in. At this time, Jiang Hao and Tian Tong also saw the scene, and Tian Tong suddenly became anxious. What should I do? What should I do? Who can swim? Come and save him. But at this time, the people who came out for a walk were all old men and old ladies. We can't expect them to save people. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that he seemed to have acquired a swimming skill from fish. Suddenly, without any hesitation, he jumped up. Chapter 68, Jumping into the water to save someone, unexpected intrusion. Jiang Hao's determination shocked Tian Tong, who was standing beside him. Jiang Hao, be careful. Tian Tong subconsciously reminded him. Then, there was endless worry in my heart. I wonder how good Jiang Hao is at swimming. I hope nothing happens to him. Tian Tong stared at Jiang Hao's figure in the water and prayed in her heart. After Jiang Hao jumped into the water, he activated the swimming skills he had obtained from decomposing the fish, and instantly made him as agile as a fish in the water. Someone has already gone into the water. It's a young man. On the shore, the others felt relieved after seeing someone jump into the water to save people. At the same time, everyone kept praying for Jiang Hao. On the other side, Jiang Hao came to the side of the child in a few seconds. Jiang Hao dragged the child up and was immediately greeted with admiration from a large group of people by the river. This guy is a good swimmer. He'll be fine. Yes, thanks to this young man today. Quick, let's go to the river and lend a hand. As everyone was talking, some people hurried to the river to prepare to meet Jiang Hao. Tian Tong felt relieved when she saw that Jiang Hao was a good swimmer and had rescued the child. At this time, Jiang Hao, like a small fish, had dragged the child quickly to the riverbank. He planned to send the child up first, and then rescue the young mother who could not swim but jumped into the water anxiously to save her child. Tian Tong also hurried to the river, ready to meet Jiang Hao. As soon as Jiang Hao reached the shore, he stuck his head out, took a breath of fresh air, and then handed the child over. Beside her, Tian Tong also quickly spoke with concern. Jiang Hao, are you okay? Before Jiang Hao could answer, someone on the shore suddenly pointed at the water in the distance and exclaimed, "What the hell, what is that?" Now, everyone's attention was immediately attracted, even Jiang Hao was no exception. Everyone looked in the direction that person pointed. It was a piece of something like old bark, floating on the water. But, strangely, there are sand teeth on the back of this old bark. Seeing this, Jiang Hao suddenly felt uneasy. However, just when everyone thought that it was really a piece of bark, the bark-like thing actually floated up, revealing a large part of it, and everyone could see the whole picture. Oh my god! That's a crocodile, run! With someone screaming, the entire riverside was thrown into chaos. Crocodile? Holy shit, how could there be a crocodile here? Run! Hurry up, the crocodile is coming! Everyone exclaimed, pushed and shoved, and turned around to climb up. Suddenly the place became a mess. At this time, who cares whether to save people or not? Tian Tong was also frightened by the sudden appearance of the crocodile and her face turned pale. After she came to her senses, she hurried to pull Jiang Hao. "Jiang Hao, hurry up and come up." The child who was rescued by Jiang Hao woke up and started crying out of fear. In an instant, everyone fled, leaving only Tian Tong and the child by the river, while Jiang Hao was still in the river. Jiang Hao was also startled by the sudden appearance of the crocodile. At this time, he no longer cared about why there was a crocodile here. He glanced at the crocodile in the distance, the young mother still struggling in the water, and the crying child on the shore. My heart softened immediately. Forget it. Tian Tong, take the child upstairs quickly, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, turned around, kicked the shore, and used the force to rush back towards the young mother who was still struggling in the water. Chapter 69, Swimming Skill Upgrade, Swimming Competition with Crocodiles. At the same time, Jiang Hao's mind sank into the system space. System, add all my skill points to swimming. Yes, host. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading his swimming skill to level 2. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading his swimming skill to level 3. Swimming level 30100, with it, you can be like a fish in the water. Tian Tong was shocked to see that Jiang Hao not only did not come up, but even ignored the threat of the crocodile and swam towards the struggling young mother in the water. She shouted, "Ah! Jiang Hao, come back quickly! What are you doing? There are crocodiles!" After climbing onto the river guardrail, those who had already run up were shocked to see that Jiang Hao not only did not come up, but actually went to save the woman. Fuck! There's a crocodile in the river! Come back quickly! Young man, time is running out. You can't save her. Come up quickly. And that little girl, bring the child up here quickly, stop staring blankly. Then, Jiang Hao ignored everyone's reminders and swam over without hesitation. Someone went down and pulled Tian Tong and the child up. The third-level swimming skill allowed Jiang Hao to swim in the water as if he were on flat ground. At the same time, the time he could stay submerged in the water was also greatly extended. Soon, Jiang Hao came to the young mother, and the young mother grabbed Jiang Hao tightly, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Jiang Hao's body suddenly sank. Then, at this time, the crocodile had heard the news and rushed over, only 3 or 4 meters away from them. Jiang Hao's heart sank, and without any hesitation, he dived into the water, dragging his young mother who was holding onto him tightly on her back and swam forward with all his might. Behind, the crocodile suddenly accelerated and chased after him. At this time, everyone watched the crocodile approaching little by little, and they were suddenly secretly anxious, and some people even felt secretly regretful. Hey, young man, you don't listen to advice. The crocodile has already caught up. Even if the young man rescued the people, he probably wouldn't be able to get out. What a pity. There's no way he could outswim a crocodile. Everyone seemed to have foreseen Jiang Hao's fate, and suddenly became pessimistic. When Tian Tong heard what the people on both sides said, her eyes suddenly burst into tears and she roared, "Shut up!" Everyone looked over, and when they saw that it was Tian Tong who was with Jiang Hao, they subconsciously mistook her for Jiang Hao's girlfriend. They understood what was going on and suddenly fell silent. In the river, under the threat of life and death, Jiang Hao unleashed all his potential, and his speed suddenly increased several points. There were actually signs of it trying to break free from the crocodile. At this moment, everyone near the river guardrail was also shocked. Fuck, maybe he can actually swim past alligators. Hiss, what speed! When everyone saw this, anticipation rose in their hearts, and they immediately held their breath in anticipation. When Tian Tong saw this scene, her face was filled with ecstasy and nervousness. Come on, Jiang Hao. Now everyone knew that the young man who saved people was called Jiang Hao. At this time, Jiang Hao just kept swimming with his head covered and didn't look back. After a few breaths, Jiang Hao miraculously reached the shore carrying the young mother. He grabbed the hand of the young mother who was still holding him tightly, broke free violently, and with the help of his great strength, he threw the person onto the shore. Then he leaned on the river bank with his hands and jumped up. At this time, before everyone had time to be happy, they suddenly saw the crocodile chasing Jiang Hao suddenly pounce, leap into the air, open its bloody mouth, and bite Jiang Hao on the shore. Chapter 70, The Power of Jiang Hao's Kick, The Fear in the Crocodile's Eyes. Ah! Everyone screamed and then subconsciously closed their eyes. At the same time, Jiang Hao felt as if his mind was pricked by needles, and his whole body suddenly tensed up. When he subconsciously turned around, he saw a ferocious pointed mouth and teeth shining with cold light coming towards him. Suddenly, Jiang Hao was startled. At this moment, his sense of danger kicked in. His body almost instinctively jumped up and kicked the crocodile's jaws. At the same time, the great power of strength was also activated at the same time to bless. Crack! Plop! Following a crisp sound, a huge plop was heard. The crocodile that pounced on him was kicked into the water by Jiang Hao, causing a splash. At this time, hearing the sound of water, everyone subconsciously opened their eyes and secretly looked towards the shore. However, the scene they imagined did not happen. What shocked them was that Jiang Hao was standing on the shore intact. When they looked at the river in front of Jiang Hao, there was nothing there, only ripples in the water. However, after a while, traces of blood seeped out from the bottom of the water, quickly dyeing the water red. Seeing this scene, everyone was suddenly shocked. Did someone get bitten? However, when everyone looked at the shore again and saw Jiang Hao and the young mother who were intact, they were immediately confused. However, soon, everyone saw a head wrapped in armor slowly emerging from the Red River. However, what shocked everyone was that this guy who had just looked extremely ferocious, now had deep fear in his eyes as he stared at Jiang Hao. At the same time, blood continued to flow out of its mouth, and its lower jaw drooped as if it was broken. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Fuck, am I seeing things? Why does its jaw look like it's broken? Hiss, I saw it too. Did you notice that it seemed scared? At this moment, when everyone was shocked, Jiang Hao did not expect that the kick he just made actually broke the crocodile's jaw. However, when he remembered that he had just used all his strength, which was at least 800 kilograms of force, he was not so surprised anymore. The danger was over, and Jiang Hao was just about to turn around to check on the young mother he had rescued. At this moment, the crocodile in the water that was staring at Jiang Hao was suddenly startled and turned around and flew away in fear. Now, everyone looked incredulous. The crocodile is really afraid of that guy. Holy crap! Could this guy have broken the crocodile's jaw? Hiss, that's impossible. That's a crocodile. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was also shocked to see that the crocodile was scared away by him. But besides being stunned, he also felt relieved, and his tense heart finally relaxed. Jiang Hao then walked over to the young mother he had rescued. At the same time, people on the river reacted one by one. Some called an ambulance, and some called the relevant departments to report that there were crocodiles in the river. After the others confirmed again and again that the crocodile had gone far away, they hurried down to help, and Jiang Hao was free. Tian Tong rushed down all of a sudden, regardless of the wet Jiang Hao, and rushed directly into Jiang Hao's arms. The little girl said with concern in a crying voice, "Are you okay?" Chapter 71, Going home to visit Tian Tong's house, Song Wanner is unusually serious. Tian Tong was really scared. After all, it is a notorious crocodile. However, Jiang Hao felt a little uncomfortable at this time. When has Jiang Hao ever encountered such a scene? There is no need to say much about Tian Tong's appearance, she is definitely a top beauty. Jiang Hao was caught off guard by such a beautiful woman suddenly throwing herself into his arms. However, soon, Tian Tong seemed to react. She quickly withdrew from Jiang Hao's arms with a red face. In order to avoid embarrassment, Jiang Hao pretended nothing had happened. Well, let's go back quickly. I'm soaking wet and feeling terrible. Jiang Hao reminded. Tian Tong looked at Jiang Hao, who was soaking wet, and immediately said hurriedly, Yes, go home and change your clothes, otherwise it will be troublesome if you get sick. The two broke away from the crowd and hurried home. The people who witnessed the whole process of Jiang Hao saving people looked at Jiang Hao who was leaving, and they were all full of admiration. What a good man who did good deeds without leaving his name, and at the same time did not forget to take pictures. It seems like they want to remember Jiang Hao, the little hero who saved people. What Jiang Hao didn't know was that there happened to be a reporter in the crowd, who was using high-definition equipment to record the entire process of him saving people. Jiang Hao was in a mess and returned home with the help of Tian Tong. Jiang Hao's miserable return home scared Jiang's father and mother. In order not to worry his parents, Jiang Hao downplayed the situation and just said that he saved a child who fell into the water. But even so, he still faced the mixed doubles of Jiang dad and Jiang mom. They never knew their son could swim, let alone save people. However, only Jiang Zixuan believed in his suddenly mysterious brother. In the evening, Tian Tong invited Jiang Hao to visit his home. Jiang Hao was afraid that his parents would investigate further, so he said that Tian Tong was his classmate. Afterwards, Jiang Hao reported to his parents and went to Tian Tong's house. When Jiang Hao saw Mr. Tian again, he was also surprised. Hiss, the life essence is indeed powerful. At this time, Mr. Tian was wearing a Zhongshan suit. His originally gray hair had disappeared and was replaced by black hair. He looked extremely energetic. "Grandpa, look who's here." Tian Tong did not tell her grandfather about finding Jiang Hao because she wanted to give him a surprise. Tian Tong turned around and was also surprised when he saw Jiang Hao. Then it turned into a surprise. "Ah. So it's my little benefactor, old man, I finally found you." Tian Tong was very excited and came over to hold Jiang Hao. Then the three of them started chatting. Originally, Tian Tong wanted to call back his son and host a banquet for Jiang Hao to thank him for saving his life. However, Jiang Hao repeatedly declined on the grounds that he was a student, and finally gave up. Finally, Tian Tong gave Jiang Hao a personal business card and told Jiang Hao to come to him if he had any problems. Jiang Hao didn't care either. After chatting for a while, Jiang Hao said goodbye and went home. The next day, Jiang Hao went to school as usual. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived at school and sat down, Song Wanner came to Jiang Hao with an anxious look on her face. Jiang Hao was a little confused and didn't know what was going on, so he followed him out. When they arrived at the back playground, Song Wanner's face looked extremely serious, which made Jiang Hao confused. "Jiang Hao, was it you who broke Qin Shou's leg?" Then, Song Wanner's question made Jiang Hao understand instantly. "Oh, you mean Qin Shou?" Jiang Hao spoke calmly. This made Song Wanner very anxious. "Tell me, did you do it?" Chapter 72 Song Wanner's reminder, Jiang Hao becomes angry again. Yes and no. He planned it yesterday. He called someone before inviting us to dinner. And after you left, he wanted to have someone break my legs on the way. There is no other way, I have to give him a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Hao briefly described what happened. After listening to it, Song Wanner was immediately furious. Serves you right. I didn't expect Qin Shou to be such a sinister villain. However, after cursing, she remembered the reason why she was looking for Jiang Hao, and she suddenly became very worried. Jiang Hao, although what you did this time was very satisfying, you have completely offended the Qin family. Yesterday, Uncle Hai asked me to remind you to be careful these few days. Qin Shou's father, Qin Ming, seems to want to avenge Qin Shou. Although my father has warned Qin Ming, there's no guarantee that he will do something desperate. Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao with a worried look on her face, very worried. This also touched Jiang Hao. There's nothing I can do. If Qin Shou wants to hit me, I can't just stand there and let him hit me, right? Now that I've broken his legs, it's only natural for his father to retaliate against me. Don't worry, I'll deal with it as soon as it happens. Besides, I'll be careful myself. By the way, please thank Uncle Song for me. I will definitely visit you someday. Song Wanner frowned, unable to think of any better solution. This is the only way. My dad has warned Qin Ming, so I don't think he would dare to retaliate openly. Then the two chatted casually and went back to the classroom. Back in the classroom, Jiang Hao lay on the table, lost in thought. Song Wanner's reminder made Jiang Hao alert. Although he was not afraid of Qin Ming, he was afraid that Qin Ming's revenge would implicate his family. It seems that we must nip the danger in the bud. However, how to bring down Qin Ming has become a big problem. Jiang Hao learned from Song Wanner that Qin Shou's father is the owner of a listed beauty company. Although he cannot be compared with Song Wanner's father, such an existence is no different from a behemoth for Jiang Hao. So, how can we bring it down? Jiang Hao was thinking. At this moment, his desk mate suddenly pushed Jiang Hao next to him with excitement, and secretly covered his mobile phone with a book and pushed it in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, is this you? Do you know the legendary martial arts? Jiang Hao was a little confused at first, but when he saw the mobile phone screen pushed by his deskmate, he was suddenly surprised. It turned out that a video was playing on the phone, which showed the whole process of Jiang Hao saving people yesterday. There is even a scene where a crocodile pounces on him, and he turns around and kicks the crocodile's jaw to break it, and there is also the whole process of the crocodile being scared away by him in the end. What surprised him even more was that this video appeared in the news. It attracted a lot of attention, and the scene where Jiang Hao broke the crocodile's jaw with one kick was even shown as a close-up. For a while, many people suspected that Jiang Hao knew the legendary martial arts. The legendary martial arts. That is the dream of countless people. Now, this legend actually happened in reality, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. All of a sudden, Jiang Hao became popular again. However, Jiang Hao was not happy with this kind of anger, and even felt a little depressed and dissatisfied. Not to mention the various troubles that the exposure of this video has brought to himself. If Qin Ming saw this video, he would probably be more cautious in his revenge. Chapter 73, Acquire Hacker Skills, the Network King shows his power. He still likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. Brother Hao, is this you? Do you really know martial arts? The classmate looked at Jiang Hao, who was in a daze, and asked anxiously. Jiang Hao was awakened, looked at his deskmate who was looking expectant, and quickly spoke. How is that possible? This person only looks a bit like me. If I knew martial arts, would I still be sitting here? Jiang Hao's words seemed to have worked. That's true, but this is too similar. However, at this time Jiang Hao had already laid down again, ready to ignore it. His deskmate had no choice but to put his phone away in boredom and continue studying. However, this scene reminded Jiang Hao. Internet. Can I get some negative information about Qin Ming from the internet? Thinking about it this way, Jiang Hao felt that there was great potential. Then, Jiang Hao took out his mobile phone and started searching online. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. There are only some rumors about Qin Ming's company on the internet, and there is no real evidence. But then again, it would be strange if that really happened. But soon, Jiang Hao thought of a mysterious profession. Hacker. Although Jiang Hao is not a hacker, he has a system. Suddenly, without thinking too much, Jiang Hao stood up and walked out of the classroom in the surprised eyes of his deskmate. He quickly went to his head teacher's office and lied that he had a cold and asked for half a day off to buy some medicine. When Jiang Hao's class teacher heard that Jiang Hao had a cold, he immediately became concerned and approved it. Jiang Hao left the school and soon came to a very large bookstore and began looking for books about hackers. After a while, Jiang Hao found a book called Hacking Technology. Jiang Hao held the book with a look of anticipation. System, decompose this book. Ding, I found a copy of Hacking Techniques. Do you want to disassemble it? Breakdown. Ding, decomposition successful, obtained a Hacker Technology Crystal, 0.9 skill points, 0.9 experience points. The crystallization of hacker technology contains most of the hacker technology on the Earth. By integrating it, you will be an absolute presence in the network. When Jiang Hao saw this annotation, he was immediately ecstatic. Is it fused? The system prompt sounded again. Fusion. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao immediately gave the order. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a flood of memories instantly flooded into Jiang Hao's mind. The countless internet knowledge made Jiang Hao a little dizzy. Soon, as the fusion ended, that feeling disappeared. Jiang Hao was very happy when he felt the knowledge in his mind. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Rating, 260.8100. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, Chef level 1010, Swimming level 30100, Dog beating stick level 30100, Hacker level 501,000. Magical powers, Danger sense level 2010, Giant strength level 1010. Skill points, 27.8. Personal space, on. Jiang Hao was also extremely shocked when he saw his attribute panel. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky this time and actually directly obtained level 5 hacking skills. Suddenly, in ecstasy, he hurried out of the bookstore and ran to an internet cafe. After paying the money, he found a corner, turned on a computer, and began to type on the keyboard almost as skillfully as before. After a while, Jiang Hao stared at the computer, seemed to have discovered something, and looked extremely angry. Chapter 74, The two sides are in an unusual sync, Qin Ming's revenge. Fuck, this scumbag is such a piece of shit. They hired assassins, evaded taxes, laundered money, and even sold our intelligence to Country M. Jiang Hao looked at the huge secret he had just discovered after hacking into the internet based on clues, his eyes full of anger. At this time, Qin Ming didn't know that Jiang Hao was investigating him. In an office on the top floor of a building in the center of Tianhe City, Qin Ming was leaning back in a chair, resting with his eyes closed. After his only son's legs were broken, Qin Ming was ready to take revenge immediately. Unexpectedly, when he was about to take action, he received a warning from Jade King Song Wanzhong. This made him shocked and extremely angry at the same time. Song Wanzhong's influence in Tianhe City is simply incomparable to mine, so I must take his warning seriously. But his only son is still lying in the hospital. Should he remain indifferent because of Song Wanzhong's warning? No, I must avenge my son. Thinking of this, Qin Ming's eyes suddenly opened, and his eyes were like a poisonous snake. He picked up the phone and dialed a number he hadn't heard from for a long time. Hello. A hoarse voice came. The call is connected. Qin Ming spoke directly without any hesitation. Number 3, I want the murderer who hurt my son to die in an accident before tonight. After Qin Ming finished speaking, there was no response from the other side, but Qin Ming did not seem to be in a hurry. After a long time, the hoarse voice finally appeared again. Good. However, this is the last time I will help you. According to our agreement, after this order is completed, we will be strangers and have nothing to do with each other anymore. Then, after hearing this, Qin Ming did not hesitate at all. Okay, after this, you don't owe me anything anymore, and I never knew you. Well, wait for the news. The person on the other end seemed very satisfied with his answer. After saying something, he hung up the phone. After Qin Ming finished the call, his face remained calm. He pulled out the SIM card, broke it and threw it away, then lay back down on the chair. The number 3 just now was a fellow hiker who was covered in blood and dying and whom he rescued in the jungle of Tanglong Mountain when he was traveling 10 years ago. However, what he didn't expect was that the person he saved actually had another identity, a killer. When he saved number 3 not only did not kill him, but also agreed to take action for him 3 times unconditionally to repay his life-saving grace. Over the years, he has used number 3 twice in the most critical moments, which led to who he is today. This time, it's the 3rd time. Once the deal is done, there will be no connection between them anymore. Although using number 3 this time was a bit of an exaggeration, he couldn't care less in order to avenge his son. Jiang Hao didn't know that Qin Ming had chosen to retaliate against him today. At this time, Jiang Hao was in the internet cafe, flipping through the evidence he had collected, gritting his teeth in hatred. Humph, God is watching what you do. If you do bad things, there will be no good end for you. Today, it is time for you to be punished. Jiang Hao murmured, and then his hands began to dance quickly on the keyboard. In an instant, he suddenly tapped the keyboard for the last time. Done. Then, he lay down on the chair with a relaxed look on his face. Qin Ming, I think now you should be completely famous. Jiang Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, staring at the computer screen, and murmured. Chapter 75, The Power of Level 5 Hacker Skills, Qin Ming's Strange Path. At this moment, a pop-up window suddenly popped up on almost everyone's computer in Tianhe City, occupying the entire computer screen. In a university dormitory, Su Tianqing was wearing headphones and concentrating on playing one of the hottest shooting games right now, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. At this moment, he was fighting with someone with a gun. Suddenly, a pop-up window popped up on his computer screen, instantly blocking his computer screen. What the hell, what is this? I'm going to be beaten to death. He suddenly felt like he was going to faint from anger. At this time, he hurriedly looked for the place to close the pop-up window, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find it, and he accidentally clicked on the pop-up window. Suddenly he felt like he had no desire to live. Even if I retreat now, I'm definitely finished. But when he saw the forwarded message in the pop-up window, he was immediately attracted by the content. When he finished reading it in one breath, he took a breath of cold air. Hiss. Then, there was endless anger. Sasa, there are still scum like this in Tianhe City. People like this should be shot. At this time, Su Tianqing was not the only one who showed such an attitude after watching this video. Countless people who were using their computers were forced to click on the pop-up window and saw the content inside. They were immediately furious. This scumbag is actually the CEO of a listed company. He's actually a traitor. He's really brought shame to the people of Tianhe City. It's terrible. We live in a society ruled by law, yet there are still people who hire killers to kill people. Even the internet cafe where Jiang Hao was working was filled with curses. Jiang Hao was very happy to see the scene. Just like that, the evidence spread across the internet at an extremely terrifying speed. The internet police also discovered it immediately, but they couldn't do anything about the pop-up window. Soon, the police were alerted and they verified the evidence based on the pop-up window. However, he was shocked to find that several serious cases that had been buried in the archives and had no clues were actually solved in this evidence. Immediately, they took action immediately. In Qin Ming's office, Qin Ming was still lying on the chair with his eyes closed. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Qin Ming was awakened, frowned, and picked up the phone on the table to look at it. It turned out to be an unfamiliar number, and he was a little confused for a moment, but he finally answered it. Hello. At this moment, an urgent voice came from the phone. Viper, I'm Owl, where are you now? Owl? The two seemed to be very familiar with each other. After Qin Ming murmured something, he seemed to hear that there was something wrong with Owl's tone, and quickly answered truthfully. I'm in my office, what's wrong? Owl, office? The owl was extremely furious and roared. Why the hell are you sitting here instead of running away? You've been exposed. The entire internet is full of news about you. Who the hell did you offend? Okay, let's not contact each other anymore. Good luck to you. On the opposite side, the owl's mouth was like a machine gun. It spoke in one breath in an instant and died immediately. Beep beep beep. There was a busy tone on the phone. Who did you offend? No one. At this time, Qin Ming, who was a little confused, quickly turned on the computer. After a while, his face turned pale. It's over. However, Qin Ming was indeed the CEO of a company. He reacted quickly and rushed out of the office without any hesitation. Chapter 76, Qin Ming is arrested, Song Wanner's suspicion. Outside the office, the employees of Yali Beauty Group stared at Qin Ming, who was fleeing in a hurry, their eyes full of strangeness. Qin Ming didn't care and hurriedly pressed the button for his private elevator. When the elevator came up, he rushed in directly. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, raised his hands, and began to slowly back away. Then, 6 policemen with guns came out of the elevator. Faced with such a situation, how could Qin Ming dare to move? Even the employees of Qin Ming's company were so frightened that they immediately covered their heads with their hands and squatted down quickly. Mr. Qin Ming, please come with us. Qin Ming was arrested just like that, but Jiang Hao didn't know that everything would end so soon. At this time, in Tianqing Internet Cafe, Jiang Hao felt that it was almost time, so he cleaned up all traces of his internet use and prepared to log off. However, he suddenly thought of the video of himself saving someone, and then he started to work on the computer again. But after a while, he showed a relaxed smile. Done. Compared to being famous, I still prefer to play the pig and eat the tiger. Jiang Hao deleted the online video of himself saving people and then got off the plane. After leaving the internet cafe, it was still early, so Jiang Hao returned to school. As soon as he returned to the classroom, he heard his classmates talking about Qin Ming. Jiang Hao pretended to know nothing and listened to their discussion from the side. At this moment, Jiang Hao didn't know that his action had shaken the entire Tianhe city, and even further. In an instant, countless people were in a panic and everyone felt threatened. Jiang Hao didn't know any of this. Soon, news of Qin Ming's arrest appeared on the internet. When Jiang Hao saw this, he was surprised and at the same time, he felt a lot more relaxed all over. Now that Qin Ming has been arrested, with all the crimes he committed, the Qin family is basically finished. After Jiang Hao thought about it for a while, he decided that the Qin family was no longer a concern. During the break, Jiang Hao was lost in thought when his deskmate suddenly pushed him and reminded him that someone was looking for him outside. After Jiang Hao went out, he saw Song Wanner in the corridor. Wanner, it's you. What do you want from me? Jiang Hao was a little curious and asked immediately. Upon hearing this, Song Wanner turned around and stared at Jiang Hao, as if she wanted to see something from his face. Jiang Hao didn't understand what was going on. He touched his face and then asked in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Song Wanner stared at Jiang Hao without retracting her strange gaze, but suddenly spoke. Qin Ming was arrested. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao instantly understood Song Wanner's intention and immediately started to act with full force. I know. I just saw it online too. I didn't expect Qin Ming to be so terrifying. However, fortunately he was caught, otherwise I might not be able to withstand his revenge. Jiang Hao was still frightened and felt relieved. Song Wanner stared at Jiang Hao's eyes from beginning to end, however, he did not see anything he wanted in Jiang Hao's eyes. Song Wanner stared at Jiang Hao and asked immediately. Did you do this? Song Wanner's words shocked Jiang Hao. But in an instant, Jiang Hao reacted. How is that possible? If I had that ability, how could I have kept him until today? However, although Jiang Hao denied it, Song Wanner did not notice anything unusual in Jiang Hao's eyes. However, Song Wanner's sixth sense told her that this matter was definitely related to Jiang Hao. Chapter 77, The Attention of Two Big Men, The Out-of-Control Car. However, Jiang Hao was unwilling to say more, and she didn't dare to ask too much. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while and then parted ways. At the same time, in a villa in the center of Tianhe City, Song Wanzhong was holding a jade Buddha in his hand. Behind him, Uncle Hai was reporting something to him. At this moment, he seemed surprised. Old Zhao, you said Qin Ming was screwed? Uncle Hai's real name is Zhao Hai. At this time, Uncle Hai behind him said respectfully. Yes, boss, it happened an hour ago. Song Wanzhong stopped what he was doing and was a little absent-minded. This Qin Ming is really unlucky. But, this time, I wonder who he offended. After saying that, he shook his head and ignored it. A little Qin Ming is not worth his too much attention. After a brief silence, Song Wanzhong suddenly spoke again. Old Zhao, do you think this has anything to do with Jiang Hao? Song Wanzhong's question made Uncle Hai slightly stunned, but after thinking for a moment, he spoke. This is a little hard to judge. It doesn't matter, but just when Qin Ming was about to take revenge on Jiang Hao, he got screwed. If this matter is related to Jiang Hao, then who is helping Jiang Hao? However, Uncle Hai's doubts are also Song Wanzhong's doubts. At this time, Uncle Hai hesitated slightly and spoke again. If this matter is really related to Jiang Hao, then Jiang Hao may not be as simple as he seems. On the other side, Mr. Tian was reading a newspaper, but at this time a phone call came in, and he picked up the phone and answered it. A strong voice came from the other side. Dad, Qin Ming, the person you asked me to warn, was arrested before I could even warn him. A powerful hacker exposed Qin Ming's secret activities, and Qin Ming was arrested by the police. Old man Tian was also surprised when he heard this. Do you know who did this? At this time, the voice from the opposite side came again. I don't know, but it should be related to Jiang Hao, whom you asked me to take care of. Upon hearing this, Mr. Tian was surprised again. Oh. Okay, go get busy. Okay, Dad, take care of yourself here at Tongtong. After Mr. Tian hung up the phone, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He has a master who is a master of carving, he also has miraculous medical skills, and now he is related to such a powerful hacker. As expected, he is really a mysterious kid. However, Jiang Hao was unaware of the two bosses' attention. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Hao packed up his things and prepared to go home with his school bag on his back. Qin Ming was brought down, and without the pressure of Qin Ming, he returned to his previous state. Just as he was walking on the street, thinking about his future path, suddenly, his whole body tensed up and his head felt like it was pricked by a needle. Immediately afterwards, a harsh friction and collision sound suddenly came from behind him. He subconsciously turned around and saw a car that seemed to be out of control and was crashing towards him. Jiang Hao's face suddenly changed, his brain worked quickly, and his danger perception was activated. He took a step forward in an instant and dodged to the right. Next, a car crashed into him. Although Jiang Hao reacted extremely quickly, he was still scratched and was directly dragged out and thrown out. The out-of-control car crashed directly into the guardrail next to it, breaking it and leaving a dent in the front of the car. Chapter 78, First a car accident, then an assassination. Jiang Hao rolled over several times before finally stopping. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from all around. Fuck, there was a car accident. A kind-hearted person immediately called the emergency number. At the same time, many spectators stopped on both sides of the streets. Alas, what a pity for that young man. Quick! Go over and see how the boy who was hit is doing. I hope the boy is okay. At this moment, in front of the window of a building on the opposite side of the road, a middle-aged man wearing sportswear, sunglasses, and a hat saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Qin Ming, even though you've been arrested, I won't break my promise. Now that I have fulfilled my original promise, it is time for me to leave this place and return to the organization. This person is number 3. However, at this moment, Zhang Hao, who was carried away and rolled on the ground for several times, suddenly got up from the ground as if nothing had happened. Suddenly the people around were also shocked. Fuck, he's fine. At this time, on the opposite building, number 3 also saw this scene. He immediately stood up and stared at Zhang Hao, who turned over with an incredible look. How is that possible? For a long time, his face looked sinister. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. It seems I have to do it myself. After saying that, he turned and left. At the same time, Zhang Hao looked at the car that had been deformed by the collision, with a lingering fear on his face. At this moment, he suddenly felt someone was watching him from behind. Without any hesitation, he turned around suddenly and looked in the direction where the feeling of being watched came from. At this moment, he saw the back of a middle-aged man wearing sportswear and a hat in front of the window on the opposite building. Zhang Hao thought he had seen it wrong, so he shook his head. Soon, the traffic police arrived. Zhang Hao was just carried away and was not injured. The car driver was seriously injured and was taken to the hospital. Zhang Hao did not pursue the matter and turned around and walked back quickly. After Zhang Hao entered the alley of Tian, there was no one around except for a man in front of him wearing sportswear and a hat, with his head lowered, walking towards him. Zhang Hao, who was still frightened by the scene just now, felt a little familiar when he saw this person, as if he had seen him somewhere. Afterwards, I didn't pay much attention to it. However, as the two got closer, a feeling of depression and uneasiness rose in Zhang Hao's heart. Just then, the two met. Just when the two were about to miss each other, suddenly, they both attacked at the same time. At some point, the man in the baseball cap and sportswear suddenly had a dagger in his hand and stabbed it directly at Zhang Hao's chest. Zhang Hao subconsciously reached out and grabbed the wrist of the man holding the dagger and deflected it. At the same time, he clenched his other hand into a fist and punched directly at the man's chest. Number 3 didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so agile. Not only did he block his attack, but he was also able to counterattack so quickly. A look of shock appeared on number 3's face. Yes, this person is number 3. However, despite being shocked, number 3's reaction was not slow at all. He also punched out with his other hand. However, he underestimated Zhang Hao after all. Because of the life and death crisis, Zhang Hao mobilized all his strength. The two fists collided, and there was a cracking sound. Aha! With a muffled groan, number 3's eyes were filled with shock, and he flew backwards. Number 3 crashed directly into the wall, creating a huge hole in the wall behind it. The area around the hole was covered with spider webs. Chapter 79, Unpredictable Assassination, Capture the enemy with 3 punches and 2 kicks. At this moment, number 3 felt as if all his internal organs were displaced, and a feeling of suffocation came over him. At this moment, he felt like cursing. This power, is this even human? At this time, Zhang Hao took advantage of the victory and came in front of number 3 in 3 or 2 steps. Without any hesitation, he punched number 3 directly in the stomach. Number 3 slumped down against the wall, powerless. At this moment, number 3's face turned pale. The piercing pain was unbearable for him, a man who had undergone cruel training as hell. However, Zhang Hao did not intend to let him go. Zhang Hao rushed up and stepped on the man's chest. Puff! Suddenly, number 3 spat out a mouthful of blood. He just felt as if his chest was pressed down by a huge truck, and even breathing became very difficult. In desperation, number 3 used up his last bit of strength and kicked Zhang Hao in the back. However, Zhang Hao, who has a sense of danger, is not so easy to attack by surprise. Zhang Hao turned around and threw an uppercut, directly hitting the knee of number 3 that had been extended. Crack! With a crisp sound, number 3's legs were dislocated and drooped down weakly. Aha! Number 3 was indeed a killer who had undergone brutal training. The broken knee only made him groan. Zhang Hao raised his foot and kicked number 3 in the waist. This time, number 3 was completely destroyed and no longer posed any threat. Zhang Hao stepped on the man with a gloomy face. What happened to him today? Why is he so unlucky? Who are you? Zhang Hao questioned. But in response to Zhang Hao's questioning, the other party remained silent. At this moment, he looked at the man's attire and suddenly remembered. This seemed to be what happened not long ago when I was hit by a car, felt an unknown gaze, and then saw the back figure on the opposite building. At this moment, he connected the past and the present and instantly felt that things were not simple. Did you instigate the car accident just now? However, in response to Jiang Hao's questions, number 3 remained silent. However, when Jiang Hao saw number 3's reaction, he became even more certain that the car accident just now was definitely related to this person. At this time, he stared at number 3, frowned, exerted a little force on his feet, and asked, "Who is it? I don't know you at all. Tell me, who sent you to kill me?" However, although blood kept gushing out of number 3's mouth, he refused to speak. At this time, Jiang Hao thought about who he had offended. Just as he was recalling, someone suddenly broke into his mind. Qin Ming? It was only Qin Ming. He had broken his son's leg. Moreover, this morning, Warner said that Qin Ming wanted to take revenge on her. At this time, Jiang Hao was extremely certain that this person was sent by Qin Ming. Did Qin Ming send you here? Jiang Hao stared at number 3 and asked again, but his tone was full of affirmation. However, this time, number 3 glanced at Jiang Hao with a strange look in his eyes and said no more. However, this scene did not escape Jiang Hao's eyes. Suddenly, he understood. He has been at odds with Qin Shou for a while now. Apart from Qin Ming, no one else would be so cruel as to kill him. However, Qin Ming was already captured, but he didn't expect that this person would actually come to assassinate him. But now, how should he settle down? Jiang Hao thought for a moment and prepared to call the police. He had just made the call when suddenly, the expression of number 3 under his feet suddenly changed. Then he looked ruthless and gritted his teeth. Chapter 80, Inexplicable Death, Close-Up Decomposition. Then, number 3's head tilted, and blood started flowing from all 7 orifices, and he lost his voice. Jiang Hao was startled and quickly raised his foot. Hello? Are you okay? Jiang Hao's question received no response, and his face turned pale. Sassafras, he's not going to die, is he? He imitated what was shown on TV and put his finger on the nostril of number 3, which was already bleeding from all 7 orifices. However, the next moment, he staggered and fell to the ground. Fuck, he's really dead. What should I do? For a moment, Jiang Hao was completely panicked. Call the police? No, there's no one here, and there's no surveillance, so no one can testify for me. But I didn't kill him, he was fine just now. At this time, Jiang Hao looked at number 3, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, with confusion in his eyes. Why does this look like the assassins trained by mysterious organizations in TV dramas? He seemed to have heard me saying I was going to call the police, that's why it turned out like this. Could it be that he is from some mysterious organization? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao reached out to check number 3's body to find out what was going on. However, as soon as his hand touched number 3's body, his body suddenly stiffened. Ding, a human corpse was found. Is it decomposed? Hearing this voice, Jiang Hao found it hard to believe. Sassafras, can corpses also be decomposed? At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the body of number 3, hesitated for a moment, and then made up his mind. Break down. Now he has to get rid of the body, and the best way is to make him disappear from this world completely. Otherwise, no matter how he handles it, it will bring him endless troubles. The decomposition of this system will definitely not leave any traces. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing. You have gained the skill Immune to All Poisons, skill points 2.1, and experience points 2.1. Immunity to All Poisons level 101, the nemesis of all poisons. With it, you can taste all kinds of herbs without worry from now on. Decomposition complete, should we fuse? As the system prompt sounded, the bodies of Jiang Hao's men disappeared instantly without leaving any trace. Jiang Hao looked at all this as if he was dreaming. However, the big hole on the wall not far away proved that this was not a dream. Number 3's body completely disappeared, and Jiang Hao finally broke free from his fear. However, when he saw the information coming from the system in his mind, the corners of his mouth twitched. Go taste all the herbs. After being teased by the system, Jiang Hao's tense mind instantly relaxed a lot. Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and then gave the order. Fusion. As the fusion progressed, he only felt a stream of energy sweeping through his whole body, causing him to shudder, and then he felt nothing. After the fusion was completed, Jiang Hao looked back at the ground to see if there were any traces left. After checking again and again, he hurried home. After returning home, Jiang Hao ignored Jiang Ma's greetings and quickly returned to his room and closed the door. Only then did he ask his doubts to the system. System, why does decomposing a human corpse give rise to the skill of being immune to all poisons? Yes, this time the decomposition made him feel puzzled, because human corpses had nothing to do with immunity to all poisons. Ding, host, decomposing a human corpse does not grant you the ability to be immune to all poisons. In fact, the system just decomposed the human corpse and gained nothing. The skill of being immune to all poisons was obtained by the system decomposing the poison in the corpse. Chapter 81 Bloody Plot, Nightmare. What? Jiang Hao was shocked. But soon, the shock turned into solemnity. It seems that my guess is correct. He really was from some mysterious organization. When I called the police, he was afraid they might find out some secrets, so he committed suicide. But what secret is it that makes him want to die? Jiang Hao's mind was full of doubts. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted Jiang Hao's thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Hao, are you okay? Outside the door, Mother Jiang looked worried. Jiang Hao quickly got up, tidied himself up, opened the door, pretended nothing had happened, and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Mother Jiang looked at Jiang Hao, who acted as if nothing had happened, and was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. Oh, nothing, I've prepared the meal, you and Zishuan go eat quickly, I'll go see if your dad has closed the stall. Oh, I see. Jiang Hao replied, and then he was speechless. Mom, now that I have money, you and my dad don't have to work so hard setting up a stall anymore. You can go dance, take a stroll, or something like that. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother smiled and looked at Jiang Hao with pride. I'm old, why would I want to dance? Besides, your dad and I have been busy for half our lives, and now we're suddenly free, and we're not used to it. However, Jiang Hao ultimately failed to convince his stubborn mother and let her go. After dinner, Jiang Hao went to bed early. The two life and death experiences today had exhausted him greatly. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time has passed. At this moment, Jiang Hao, who had fallen asleep on the bed, suddenly began to roll left and right on the bed, and his hands couldn't help but grab around. Then, he suddenly turned over and sat up from the bed. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao's eyes were wide open, sweat was dripping down his forehead, and he was gasping for breath. Jiang Hao was awakened and looked around in the moonlight, only to find that he was in the bedroom. It turned out to be a nightmare. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and lay down weakly. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, the face of number 3 with blood coming out of all 7 orifices would involuntarily appear in his mind. Jiang Hao gave a wry smile. It seems that I am still a mortal after all. Even with the system, I will still be afraid. Helpless, Jiang Hao had to get up, turn on the light and get out of bed. Jiang Hao quietly walked out of the bedroom and got a glass of water. However, even so, Jiang Ma was still awakened. Mother Jiang walked out of the bedroom puzzled, saw Jiang Hao, and said with concern, Hao, what's wrong? Jiang Hao looked apologetic when he saw that his mother was woken up by him. Mom, it's okay, I just can't sleep. Can't sleep? What's going on? How about I find you 2 pills? Jiang Hao was about to refuse, but Jiang's mother looked worried and had already gone to find medicine. Soon, Mother Jiang took out a bottle of tranquilizing pills. Hao, this is what your dad bought last time when he couldn't sleep. It shouldn't be expired. Look at the instructions. How many pills should you take? Jiang Hao took the medicine bottle handed to him by his mother and said quickly, Mom, go to bed. I'll read the instructions myself. Okay, remember to take the medicine. Mother Jiang turned and left. Jiang Hao watched his mother leave, then he returned to the bedroom with water and medicine. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Hao looked at the medicine bottle in his hand and muttered to himself, I don't know if it will work. Then he opened it and found the instruction manual. Once a day, 15 pills each time. Chapter 82 Synthesis of Super Tranquilizing Pills, the effects of super tranquilizing pills. As requested, Jiang Hao opened the medicine bottle and poured out 15 pills. The pills are only the size of toy gun bullets, and 15 pills are not a lot. Jiang Hao was about to put it in his mouth and eat it. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. Ding, 15 tranquilizing pills found. Do you want to synthesize them? Suddenly, Jiang Hao became interested. I wonder what this medicine will be synthesized into. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao gave the order without hesitation. Synthesis. Ding, congratulations to the host for the successful synthesis. You have obtained 1 super tranquilizing pill, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Super tranquilizing pills, 1 pill will work immediately, even an earthquake 1 tea make you sleepless. Extract? Zhang Hao was originally looking forward to it, but when he saw this annotation, his face suddenly froze and he was speechless. He found that the system seemed to have changed. Sassafras, if there really is an earthquake, are you trying to make me die in my sleep? Zhang Hao was really impressed by his own system. However, should I take this medicine or not? Zhang Hao hesitated a little and then asked. System, this medicine won't really make me fall into a deep sleep, right? Host, please feel free to use it. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the results. After receiving the system's guarantee, Zhang Hao felt much more at ease. Extract. Following Zhang Hao's command, a shiny pill about the size of a little finger appeared in his hand in an instant. After taking the medicine, Zhang Hao went to bed and prepared to sleep. When he turned off the lights, lay down and closed his eyes. Soon, a sound of even breathing was heard, and Zhang Hao fell into a deep sleep. No words all night. The next day at around 5 o'clock, Zhang's father and mother got up early, and Zhang Zixuan also got up. However, Zhang Hao still didn't move. This made Zhang's father and mother confused. Their whole family gets up at this time. Zhang Hao and Zhang Zi, brother and sister, have to go to school, while the couple have to go out to set up a morning stall. Zhang Hao never stays in bed. Zixuan, go wake your brother up. He said he couldn't sleep last night. Mother Jiang spoke as she packed her things. Zhang Zixuan frowned slightly, but still listened to her mother and walked towards Zhang Hao's room. Knock, 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 knock. After knocking on the door to no avail, Zhang Zixuan opened the door and went in by himself. Looking at Zhang Hao lying on the bed like a dead pig, Zhang Zixuan hesitated for a moment, but finally pushed Zhang Hao. Brother, wake up. However, Zhang Zixuan shook it again and again, but to no avail. Zhang Zixuan suddenly felt something was wrong, and for a moment he started to think wildly, and came up with a certain possibility. This scared Zhang Zixuan so much that her voice trembled as she quickly called out to Zhang Dad and Zhang Mom. Mom and Dad, come quickly. I don't know what's wrong with my brother, and I can't wake him up no matter how much I call. When Mr. and Mrs. Zhang heard this, their faces changed. They quickly put down what they were holding and ran over. Mom and Dad, what happened to my brother? Zhang Zixuan looked anxious when he saw Zhang's father and mother. Zhang's father and mother hurried to Zhang Hao's side and touched his forehead. Hower. But still no results. Zhang's mother, Zhang Zixuan, is already panicking, but at the critical moment, Zhang's father can be relied upon. Zhang's father instructed. I'll carry Zhang Hao on my back. Hurry up and get a car. Let's take Hower to the hospital. As he said that, Dad Zhang quickly dragged Zhang Hao out of the quilt and put on his clothes. As soon as Dad Zhang reminded him, Mom Zhang reacted instantly and quickly made a phone call. Just as Zhang Hao's father had put clothes on him and was about to carry him to the hospital, Zhang Hao suddenly woke up. However, when he saw his anxious parents and Zhang Zixuan, he was suddenly confused. Chapter 83, inspired by Superantian pills, the super cold medicine is birth. Dad, Mom. What are you doing? Zhang Hao's eyes were full of confusion. Zhang Hao's voice immediately scared the two elders. Hower? Are you awake? After Zhang's mother realized what was happening, she was very excited and quickly came to Zhang Hao's side. Zhang Hao was stunned when he heard this. I just took a nap. What happened? Later, Zhang Hao learned what had happened from his mother. After learning the truth, Zhang Hao looked apologetic and hurried to comfort his nervous family. Only after his family confirmed again and again that Zhang Hao was fine did they breathe a sigh of relief. After Zhang Hao sent them away, he went to call for justice. System, what did you promise me yesterday? Zhang Hao asked angrily with gritted teeth. As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, the system refuted. Host, the system has never guaranteed anything. The system only said that the efficacy of the medicine is guaranteed to satisfy you. Could it be that the host is not satisfied with the efficacy of the super tranquilizing pill? The system's rebuttal left Zhang Hao speechless. Last night, the system seemed to say so. Zhang Hao was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. At this time, Zhang Ma's voice came. Howard, come and have breakfast, then go to school. Jiang Hao then took advantage of the situation and backed off, very arrogantly, muttering softly as he walked out the door. I'll let you go this time. After taking the super tranquilizer pill, Jiang Hao's mind seemed to be opened up. A few ordinary tranquilizing pills, after systematic synthesis, can actually have such miraculous effects. If it is a painkiller, is it possible to synthesize a super painkiller to relieve pain for patients? Or can a few cold medicine pills be combined to form a super cold medicine that can cure the disease with just one pill? Even if we take a few anti-cancer drugs and synthesize them systematically, can we get a super anti-cancer drug that can directly cure cancer? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao suddenly became more and more excited. However, the reality was not as simple as Jiang Hao thought. Because some medicines require a prescription. On the way to school, Jiang Hao passed by a pharmacy. Driven by curiosity, he walked into the pharmacy. Jiang Hao lied that he had a cold and a headache, and bought several boxes of cold medicine from the pharmacy, including more than a dozen painkillers. When he arrived at school, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to prepare the cold medicine according to the dosage. Then I took it in my hand, my heart full of anticipation. Ding, found 5 cold medicine pills, do you want to synthesize them? Synthesis. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing a super cold medicine pill, 0.7 skill points, 0.7 experience points. Super cold medicine, the nemesis of all cold viruses. With it, you can relax and have fun. Synthesis completed, do you want to extract it? As he expected, Jiang Hao was ecstatic when he heard the system prompt sound. Extract. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, a white pill the size of a fingernail appeared in his hand. There are 5 big words written on it, super cold medicine. Afterwards, Jiang Hao prepared the remaining 9 doses of cold medicine and synthesized them one by one. After 3 failures, Jiang Hao obtained 6 super cold medicines. He put the 7 cold medicine pills into the system space as if they were treasures. Then he took out the 10 painkillers and put them 2 by 2 together. When he took 2 of them in his hands, the system prompt sound in his mind came as expected. Ding, I found 2 painkillers. Do you want to synthesize them? Chapter 84 Yuan Hong caught a cold, the first person to test the medicine. With the synthesis of the cold medicine just now, Jiang Hao was much calmer this time. Synthesis. Ding, congratulations to the host for failing the synthesis. I received some medicinal residue, 0.1 skill point, and 0.1 experience point. Although the synthesis failed, Jiang Hao was not discouraged. He threw away the residue in his hand and picked up 2 more pills. Soon, a smile appeared on Jiang Hao's face. Yes, he succeeded. This annotation is indeed very systematic. Looking at it, Jiang Hao was speechless. Super painkiller, with it, the top 10 tortures are no problem. Extract. Ignoring the annotations, after extracting the super painkiller, Jiang Hao synthesized the remaining 3 parts. After experiencing a failure, Jiang Hao obtained a total of 3 super painkillers. The first class in the morning is Yuan Datu's Mathematics. Ding ling ling. As the bell rang, Yuan Hong walked into the classroom. Hello, teacher. Hello, students. Please take a seat. Please take out the test papers from the day before yesterday. We will discuss that test paper today. Yuan Hong's voice was a little hoarse today and his face looked very ugly. It was only then that Yuan Hong explained the reason. Well, I was grading papers late last night, and I woke up today with a slight cold. My voice might not be loud, so please be quiet, or the students behind me won't be able to hear you. Oh, and you guys are going to take the college entrance exam soon, so make sure you take care of your health and don't catch a cold like I did. Yuan Hong reminded jokingly. Jiang Hao was somewhat touched by Yuan Hong's concern. At this moment, he remembered the super cold medicine he had just synthesized. Should I give him one? Jiang Hao hesitated a little, but soon he made a decision. Yuan Hong treated him well in the past, and he never gave up on himself even though his grades were poor. Besides, a dedicated teacher like Yuan Hong deserves his help. Jiang Hao extracted a super cold medicine from the system space and put it into a medicine bottle that had been used to hold medicine. Then he raised his hand. Yuan Hong on the podium soon noticed Jiang Hao raising his hand, which surprised him a little. Why didn't Jiang Hao sleep today and raised his hand? He admired Jiang Hao very much. He slept in class every day, but still got the first place in the exam. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Jiang Hao, what's the matter? Yuan Hong's words made everyone's eyes fall on Jiang Hao, who was holding his hand up behind him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao ignored everyone's puzzled looks, stood up, took the medicine bottle in his hand and walked directly towards Yuan Hong on the podium, explaining as he went. Teacher Yuan, this is the cold medicine my mom bought me when I caught a cold last time. It's very effective. You should try it. Yuan Hong was very touched when he heard this, but he couldn't take medicine randomly. Yuan Hong thanked him with a smile and politely declined. Thank you, Jiang Hao, but no thanks. I have a special physique. Medicine is basically useless when I have a cold. I have to go to the hospital to get in 4 drip. I'll go after class. Yuan Hong did not lie. His physique might be a little poor. It is just as he said. However, Jiang Hao was already close to Yuan Hong in just 2 or 3 steps and handed the medicine bottle to Yuan Hong. Teacher, you should try it. This medicine is quite effective. Last time I caught a cold, I took 1 pill and it cured me. Looking at the medicine bottle handed over by Jiang Hao, Yuan Hong hesitated, but finally took it. Jiang Hao cares about him so much, he can't let him down. As for what Jiang Hao said, that taking 1 pill would cure the disease, he didn't take it to heart. Chapter 85, just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Thank you, Jiang Hao. In fact, not only Yuan Hong did not believe what Jiang Hao said, but even all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 who usually admired Jiang Hao very much did not believe it. Because they have never heard of a cold medicine that can cure a cold. At this time, Yuan Hong came to the desk with the medicine bottle, put down the test paper, opened the medicine bottle, and prepared to take a pill to try. He didn't think much about it. After all, Jiang Hao was his student, so he couldn't possibly harm him. However, when he opened the bottle of medicine, his figure suddenly stopped. This. Student Jiang Hao, is this really just 1 pill? Are there no other prescriptions? Yuan Hong asked somewhat embarrassedly. Teacher, this medicine only takes 1 pill, and it can cure it. Jiang Hao also knew that a cold medicine pill was indeed suspicious, but his pill was not comparable to those of the slutty bitches. However, only Jiang Hao himself knows the efficacy of this cold medicine, no one else knows. When the others heard what Jiang Hao said, they looked unconvinced and started to talk about it. 1 pill can cure it? Why do I feel like I'm seeing some quack doctor? Sasagi, when did the top student become a quack? Teacher, you'd better not take it. Don't take medicine carelessly. Yuan Hong listened to everyone's discussions. At this time, Lu Xian, who had always been very dissatisfied with Jiang Hao's sudden rise and taking away his halo, stood up and stopped him. Teacher, please don't take it. How can a medicine whose origin is unknown cure your cold? As he said that, he turned around and glanced at Jiang Hao with a look of distrust. I've never heard of a cold medicine that can cure a cold with just 1 pill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao retorted. A frog in a well. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's a lot more you haven't heard of. Jiang Hao's rebuttal immediately left Lu Xian speechless. You. Lu Xian pointed at Jiang Hao, his face flushed. Okay, thank you Lu Xian for your concern. Please take a seat. Yuan Hong spoke up to stop the two from arguing. Looking at the pill in his hand, Yuan Hong was a little hesitant. Especially when he saw the 5 big words on the pill, he became even more hesitant. Super cold medicine. This, you know what, really gives me the feeling of a quack doctor. At this moment, he was rejecting it in his heart. But when he looked up and saw Jiang Hao in the last row with clear eyes, he felt a little caught in a dilemma. In the end, he made a decision. He felt that Jiang Hao was right. Just because he didn't know, it didn't mean it didn't exist. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. Jiang Hao has good intentions. I believe he wouldn't make fun of the teacher. After stopping everyone's discussion, Yuan Hong put the pill in his mouth, picked up his water cup beside him and took a sip of water. It's just a cold medicine pill. If there's any problem, you can just go to the hospital and check it out. Yuan Hong took some cold medicine and picked up the test paper again. Okay, now let's start talking about this test paper. Jiang Hao was also very happy to see that Yuan Hong trusted him so much. He was afraid that there was something wrong with the medicine, so he quickly asked the system again. System, is the super cold medicine okay? Host, please rest assured, the system's products are definitely top-notch. However, the system's guarantee reminded Jiang Hao of his embarrassing situation this morning, and Jiang Hao was speechless. I don't believe you. You old man, you are so evil. Chapter 86. Yuan Hong is shocked, someone wants to buy medicine. During this class, Jiang Hao did not sleep. He kept staring at Yuan Hong, fearing that something might go wrong. However, he soon felt relieved. Because without anyone noticing, Yuan Hong's voice had returned to its previous healthy state, and even his complexion had returned to normal. However, Yuan Hong, who had been explaining the test paper carefully, did not notice this change, and no one else noticed it either. Yuan Hong finished explaining the test paper with 10 minutes left before the get out of class ended. Okay, I've finished explaining this test. Now, take a look. If you still don't understand something, raise your hand and I'll explain it to you again. After saying that, Yuan Hong picked up the water cup and took a sip of water. Suddenly, his body stopped abruptly, his eyes full of shock. He found that his cold was cured. My throat doesn't hurt anymore, my voice isn't hoarse anymore, and the feeling of weakness all over my body is gone. This is actually true. At this moment, Yuan Hong looked at the last row, where Jiang Hao was playing with a pen. Student Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quickly dropped his pen and stood up. The others also stopped what they were doing and looked at Yuan Hong. However, the next moment, Yuan Hong's actions shocked them. Yuan Hong actually bowed to Jiang Hao to express his gratitude. Thank you Jiang Hao for the cold medicine. My cold seems to be really gone. Now, everyone realized that Yuan Hong's voice was not as hoarse as before, and Yuan Hong's face was rosy, with no signs of a cold. Suddenly, they all turned around and looked at Jiang Hao in the back row, filled with shock. Holy crap! Is there really a cold medicine that can cure a cold? Sassafras, is this true or false? Looking at teacher Yuan's current condition, this seems to be true. However, this scene was hard for Lu Xian to accept. You know, he was just doubting Jiang Hao's medicine and even advised Yuan Hong not to take it. But who would have thought that in just a short while, Yuan Hong's cold was cured after taking the medicine he believed was fake? His face was slapped with a loud slapping sound. This made his face flush red. At this moment, Jiang Hao didn't expect Yuan Hong to thank him in person. He felt flattered and quickly stopped him. Teacher Yuan, you're welcome. It's just a small favor. Besides, your trust in me is the greatest gratitude you can give me. Having said that, Jiang Hao looked at Lu Xian in the front row, who looked unwilling, and squeezed him. Unlike some people who are like frogs in a well, never knowing that there are always people better than you and there are always higher standards than you can achieve. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, everyone's eyes subconsciously fell on Lu Xian. Although Lu Xian knew that Jiang Hao was talking about him, he naturally would not ask for trouble now. He can only pretend not to know. Soon, the get out of class was over. As Yuan Hong left, Jiang Hao was about to lie down on the table to rest when a classmate came to Jiang Hao. Zhou Tong, what's going on? Jiang Hao was a little confused. Zhou Tong is also one of the top students in class 8 of grade 3, but he is not as perverted as Jiang Hao. Moreover, as far as Jiang Hao knew, Zhou Tong's family was well off. It was said that his father was the vice president of a hospital in Tianhe City, and his mother ran a pharmaceutical factory. He is a true second-generation rich. However, Zhou Tongren is very low-key, and Jiang Hao has a good impression of him. At this time, Zhou Tong looked at Jiang Hao and spoke. Classmate Jiang Hao, could you please sell me one of your cold medicines? I've had a cold these past few days, and I'm about to take the college entrance exam, and I'm worried that a cold will affect it. Chapter 87, One Pill for 1,000 Yuan, Who is more stupid? At this time, Zhou Tong was afraid that Jiang Hao would not agree, so he quickly spoke again. Don't worry, the price will satisfy you. How about 100 yuan per pill? Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Zhou Tong, whose face was flushed, and became somewhat suspicious of Zhou Tong's motives. I was a little hesitant for a moment, wondering whether I should give it to him. He knew that Zhou Tong's family members were all doctors. Why didn't his family prescribe medicine for Zhou Tong when he caught a cold at such a critical moment? What he was more worried about was that if Zhou Tong got his super cold medicine, he would give it to his parents for research. If his parents really copy the super cold medicine, wouldn't he be at a huge loss? Thinking of this, he became even more hesitant. At this time, Zhou Tong seemed to have noticed Jiang Hao's hesitation, and immediately increased the stakes. Student Jiang Hao, if you are not satisfied with this price, I can increase it. How about 1,000 yuan a pill? In just a few seconds, Zhou Tong raised the price tenfold, which shocked his friends around him. Fuck, is Zhou Tong crazy? Sassafras, it's just a cold medicine, and you gave me $1,000. Ah. As expected, poverty limits our imagination. I wonder if Jiang Hao will agree. For a moment, everyone stared at Jiang Hao and Zhou Tong, talking a lot. However, at this moment, with Zhou Tong's sudden price increase, Jiang Hao suddenly became more suspicious of Zhou Tong's motives. At this moment, I wish I knew medical skills. Jiang Hao thought so. System, do you think he really has a cold? Jiang Hao asked casually, but who would have thought that his casual question would lead him to discover another new function of the system? Ding, host, this person has no cold virus in his body and is in extremely healthy condition. System, can you also treat illnesses? Ding, host, this system does not have this function, this is just the system's scanning function. At this time, when Jiang Hao learned that Zhou Tong did not have a cold, he immediately understood. Zhou Tong definitely saw the value of the super cold medicine and planned to give it to his parents for research. If that is the case, how could he possibly sell the super cold medicine? At this time, he said to Zhou Tong with an apologetic look on his face. I'm so sorry, my mom only bought me 2 pills last time. I've already eaten one, and the last one was just eaten by Teacher Yuan. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Zhou Tong's face, which was full of anticipation, froze instantly. Jiang Hao's answer surprised even the classmates beside him. Sasa, why did this nerdy student suddenly lose his mind? He's selling them for 1,000 yuan each. Even if they're all gone, I can just buy a few more and sell them for a lot of money. That's right. It seems that even the top students have things they are not good at. Fuck, is Jiang Hao stupid? Jiang Hao's answer made everyone think they had heard it wrong. At this time, Zhou Tong also reacted. With a smile on his face, he spoke to Jiang Hao. That's okay, Jiang Hao. How about you give me the location of that pharmacy and I'll go buy a few pills myself at noon. The pharmacy was made up by Jiang Hao himself, so where did the pharmacy come from? Sure enough, if you tell a lie, you will need countless lies to cover up the lies you told before. Jiang Hao pretended to be embarrassed and spoke. Well, this medicine was bought for me by my mother. I don't know where she bought it. Jiang Hao's repeated refusals made Zhou Tong very suspicious. Has my purpose been seen through? Chapter 88, 1 pill for 10,000, it's not impossible. At this time, Zhou Tong, who knew the value of the super cold medicine, did not give up so easily even though he was rejected many times by Jiang Hao. Oh, if that's the case, can I ask Jiang Hao for a favor? Without waiting for Jiang Hao's agreement, he spoke again. Student Jiang Hao, when you go home tonight, can you ask your aunt about the pharmacy that sells this medicine? Tell me tomorrow so I can buy a few pills? At this time, Jiang Hao's impression of Zhou Tong was getting worse and worse. Okay. I'll ask when I get home tonight, but it's been a long time, maybe my mom has forgotten. Jiang Hao pretended to agree. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong immediately spoke. Thank you so much, Jiang Hao. However, what I said still stands. I'm willing to pay 1,000 for each pill. However, after hearing this, Jiang Hao did not show much enthusiasm. After Zhou Tong left, Jiang Hao lay down on the table and went to sleep again. However, this is not the case. After what just happened, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated the value of systematically synthesized drugs. In that case, it seems that after I finish the college entrance examination, I can apply for medicine as a major. Besides, with the system in hand, medicine is not very difficult for me. When I have a certain foundation in medicine, I will come up with super cold medicine, super painkillers, and even super anti-cancer drugs. Then everything will fall into place. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao felt as if he had found a smooth road. Soon, another ordinary day passed, and the college entrance examination was getting closer. The next day, Jiang Hao fell asleep on the table as soon as he arrived at school as usual. At this moment, he felt someone push him gently. Student Jiang Hao? Student Jiang Hao? When Jiang Hao opened his eyes, he found that it was Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong looked apologetic when he saw Jiang Hao waking up. Excuse me. Jiang Hao. Did you ask my aunt for me yesterday? In fact, when Jiang Hao saw Zhou Tong, the first thing he thought of was that Zhou Tong must have come for this matter. However, he didn't expect that Zhou Tong was so concerned about his super cold medicine and couldn't stop thinking about it. This also made Jiang Hao extremely certain that the reason why Zhou Tong wanted his super cold medicine was definitely not simple. However, Jiang Hao, who knew the truth, was disappointed. I'm so sorry about that classmate Zhou Tong. I asked my mom last night, and she said she also forgot where she bought it. Jiang Hao's words made Zhou Tong, who was originally full of expectations, suddenly stiffen. What should I do? The college entrance exam is coming up soon. If my cold doesn't get better, it will definitely affect my performance. Zhou Tong pretended to be anxious, trying to win Jiang Hao's sympathy. Classmate Jiang Hao, are you really out of cold medicine? If you are, please give me a hand for the sake of our friendship. The price is negotiable. As long as you have the medicine, even 10,000 yuan per pill is not out of the question. Jiang Hao was surprised by Zhou Tong's generosity and almost couldn't help but agree. At the same time, Jiang Hao's classmates were shocked when they heard Zhou Tong's conditions. 1 pill for 10,000? Is this an elixir? Sassafras, could it be that Zhou Tong has gone crazy? They couldn't imagine why Zhou Tong was so obsessed with Jiang Hao's cold medicine when it was just a cold medicine. However, only Jiang Hao understood why Zhou Tong was so persistent. Chapter 89, Domineering Jiang Hao, Cowardly Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong's repeated interruptions pushed Jiang Hao's patience with Zhou Tong to its limit. Jiang Hao frowned and stared at Zhou Tong, then couldn't help but said, Zhou Tong, don't waste your time. I see that you have a rosy complexion, bright eyes, and a loud voice. You don't have any cold symptoms at all, so stop pretending. As for that cold medicine, you don't need to take it. You should also stop taking it. Jiang Hao's warning made Zhou Tong panic, but as soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, he quickly pretended to be innocent. Jiang Hao, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I just want to buy some cold medicine. What am I planning? If you don't want to sell it, forget it. Why slander me like this? Zhou Tong acted as if he was very aggrieved. However, Jiang Hao was too disdainful to argue with him. Okay, you can go now, you know what I mean. Don't pretend to be a virgin and still want to be a chastity saint. Snort! There was a sharp gleam in Jiang Hao's eyes as he warned in a cold voice. Zhou Tong was scolded by Jiang Hao, and his face turned pale and red with anger. At this moment, just when he was about to make trouble, suddenly, he saw Jiang Hao's sharp eyes and immediately thought of Qin Shou. Qin Shou had his leg broken by Jiang Hao, and when his father went to retaliate against Jiang Hao, he was directly defeated. This matter is basically no longer a secret among the upper class in Tianhe City. Although his family has some influence among the upper class in Tianhe City, it can never be compared with the Qin family. Thinking of this, in an instant, under Jiang Hao's cold gaze, Zhou Tong became scared. Zhou Tong didn't say much, turned around and left in shame. The ignoring onlookers around saw Zhou Tong being scolded by Jiang Hao, and they actually walked away in shame. Some of them were confused about the situation, but some of them heard something from the conversation between the two and understood it instantly. What's going on? Oh, I see. Isn't Zhou Tong too insidious? Wow, Xueba Jiang is so domineering. Ignoring the comments of the crowd, Jiang Hao chased the shameless Zhou Tong away, then laid down on the table and immersed himself in the system. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Rating, 271.3100. Age, 18. Strength, 8. Agility, 2.8. Spirit, 2.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, Chef level 1010, Swimming level 30100, Dog beating stick level 30100, Hacker level 501,000. Magical powers, Danger sense level 2010, Giant strength level 1010. Skill points, 68.3. Personal space, on. Jiang Hao looked at his personal panel and decided to upgrade himself again. System, upgrade my danger perception to level 3. Yes, host. Ding, danger perception upgraded successfully. Danger perception level 30100 grants you a keen sixth sense, allowing you to detect the arrival of danger in advance and react, agility +4, spirit +2. After upgrading his danger perception, Jiang Hao suddenly felt much lighter, and his mind also became clear. This feeling made Jiang Hao very intoxicated. Afterwards, Jiang Hao once again set his sights on the giant strength magical ability on the system panel. Although the giant strength ability is only level 1, it requires 10 skill points to upgrade it to level 2. Chapter 90, Upgrading Magical Powers, Level 2 Strength. Jiang Hao stared at the giant strength magic with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The first level of the Great Strength Divine ability can increase my strength to 800 kilograms. I wonder how much more power the second level of the Great Strength Divine ability can bring me. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao gave an order to the system. System, upgrade the giant strength ability to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, the giant strength magic power has been upgraded successfully. Giant strength level 20100, powerful enough to break all rules. As the system prompt sounded, the strength column on the system panel changed instantly, from 8 to 16. At the same time, Jiang Hao felt that his whole body was full of strength, as if he could burst the air with one punch. However, he knew that this was just his illusion. Jiang Hao clenched his fists, very satisfied. The second level giant strength ability actually doubled my strength. 1,600 kilograms of strength. Boxing champion Tyson's strength is only 1,600 kilograms. I never thought that just a small upgrade would make my strength comparable to that of a world champion. He would never have dared to think about this before. But now, he has achieved it. Even surpassing the world boxing champion is only a matter of time for him. After a long time, Jiang Hao felt the changes brought to him by the upgraded great strength magical ability, and looking at the extra skill points, he set his sights on the skills again. Among all the skills, the chef skill is a bit low, and then he had an idea. System, upgrade the divine chef skill to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, the godly chef skill has been successfully upgraded to level 2. Divine chef level 20100, this skill is practiced by the legendary chefs of God, specializing in cooking food for the gods. Being able to use all things in heaven and earth as ingredients to make food that even gods would praise. However, the upgraded level 2 divine chef skill didn't seem to have changed at all, which made Jiang Hao confused. Then he began to ask the system. System, what changes have occurred to the level 2 divine chef skill? However, the system's answer left him speechless. Ding, the system has no right to inform, please explore on your own. Helpless, he had to let it go first. Looking at the drastically changed system panel, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. However, when he saw the last attribute in his attribute column, endurance, Jiang Hao frowned. System, how do I improve my endurance attribute? Ding, the system has no right to inform, please explore on your own. Hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Since his inquiry yielded no results, Jiang Hao stopped asking. Soon, it was noon, and the weather was extremely hot at noon in June. Jiang Hao was lying on the table and fanning himself with a book. Brother Hao, do you want to go buy some popsicles? At this time, Jiang Hao's deskmate, the chubby boy, pushed Jiang Hao and asked. Jiang Hao was almost unable to bear the heat, and at this moment, when he heard the question from the fat boy, he was immediately tempted. Let's go, let's go. Let's go together. The two of them jogged all the way to the school canteen. However, there was already a long line in front of the convenience store. Jiang Hao and Xiao Pang could only line up at the back. After about 6 or 7 minutes, it was finally Jiang Hao and Xiao Pang's turn. Jiang Hao followed behind Xiao Pang, and Xiao Pang was in the front. Xiao Pang handed the money to the boss. Boss, give me 2 bottles of iced soda and 2 popsicles. I want chocolate flavor. Chapter 91, The 5 Arrogant People Who Cut in Line. Jiang Hao calmly takes action. Then he turned and asked Jiang Hao. Brother Hao, whatever flavor you want, I'll treat you. Jiang Hao was about to thank the fat kid, but at this moment, 5 tall men in t-shirts, sweating profusely, suddenly ran over from the side. They looked like they just finished playing basketball. At this time, the 5 people seemed to have not noticed the long line at all. They rushed to the front from the side and pushed the fat classmate to the back. Boss, give me 5 bottles of soda and a pack of Red River. The fat classmate was cut in line before he even got his popsicles and soda, and he was immediately furious. Hey, why are you guys like this? Do you have any manners? At this time, the others in the queue behind were also very dissatisfied and started to make accusations. How can you cut in line? Can't you see we're all queuing? That's right, you're already in high school, but you don't even have any manners. No manners. Shame on you. Everyone was very dissatisfied with the 5 men's queue-cutting behavior. At this moment, the tall guy who cut in line to buy something suddenly turned around, looked down at the fat classmate with disdain on his face. Boy, what's wrong? Are you not convinced? I never queue up when I buy things, who do you think you are? At this time, several people next to him surrounded him, squeezed Xiao Pang in the middle, and looked like they wanted to kill him. The chubby classmate was squeezed by these 5 tall guys and was suddenly a little scared. When the others saw this scene, they immediately shut up. They acted as if it had nothing to do with them, and some even lowered their heads, fearing that these 5 people would cause trouble. At this time, the convenience store owner also hurriedly spoke up to mediate. Everyone, drink your soda first. Don't be angry, don't be angry. These people then turned around and took the soda handed to them by the boss one by one. Although Jiang Hao was also dissatisfied, this was a school after all, and he didn't want to cause trouble. He pulled the fat classmate back and chose not to argue with them. The fat classmate squinted his eyes, looked at the 5 people, and was very depressed, muttering to himself. What a lack of quality. However, although the murmur was very small, it was still heard by the 5 people standing nearby and preparing to eat popsicles. The 5 people immediately stopped unpacking the popsicles and looked over. The chubby student quickly pretended to know nothing and looked down at the ground. At this moment, Jiang Hao saw the scene and immediately knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, the 5 men surrounded them again, and the leader even reached out and pushed the little fat kid who lowered his head and pretended to know nothing. The fat classmate staggered after being pushed and bumped into Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao supported the fat classmate. Boy, what did you say? Xiaopang was already frightened by the 5 people, and seeing this, Jiang Hao had to step forward. After all, Fatty had just treated him to a popsicle. Even though he hadn't eaten the popsicle yet, he still had to accept the favor. Jiang Hao pulled the fat classmate behind him, then stared at the 5 people who were looking for trouble without fear, and confronted them directly without mercy. He said, you guys are a bunch of trash and have no manners. What's wrong? Is there a problem? At this moment, Jiang Hao had just finished speaking when the 5 people heard it. One of them got angry and was about to hit someone. At this moment, the one next to him grabbed the person. Then he pointed at the camera above the convenience store with a subtle look. The man immediately understood. At this time, one of them laughed angrily and spoke out. Hey, boy, you're pretty crazy. Chapter 92, Meet at the Playground, not talk about romance but quality. Then, this person stepped in front of Jiang Hao, stared at Jiang Hao, smiled contemptuously, and spoke. Boy, if you have the guts, why don't we go over there and talk? At the same time, he also pointed to the back playground. Jiang Hao was not afraid of these people's threats. Jiang Hao glanced at the man, then turned and said to Xiaopang. Xiaopang, go back to the classroom first. I want to talk to these rubbish about manners. Jiang Hao's words immediately surprised everyone who was watching the fun from the sidelines. Sassafras, did I hear correctly? Hey! He's really a child, he gets impulsive when provoked. Impulse is the devil. At this point, how could they not understand that war was about to begin? However, Jiang Hao's answer shocked them even more. However, none of them thought highly of Jiang Hao, which made Jiang Hao feel like he was being kicked in the head by a donkey. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao's words made the 5 people laugh in anger. Ha, not bad, quite tough. I hope you can be as arrogant as ever when the time comes. At this time, Xiaopang was fully aware of the situation. His face was immediately filled with worry, and he was also very upset. Why did I say so much just now? Brother Hao, don't go. We'll stay here and see what they can do to me. Finally, the fat classmate plucked up the courage and spoke out. Besides, if anyone wants to go, I'll be the one to go. After hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately felt a little more approval towards the fat kid. However, this does not mean that he agrees to let Xiaopang reason with these people. He is a man of great skill and courage, and is not afraid of these 5 people. If Xiaopang goes over there, he will probably be the one being bullied. Jiang Hao smiled and patted the fat classmate on the shoulder. It's okay, go back to the classroom first. After saying that, he turned around and headed straight towards the playground. The 5 people looked at each other immediately, with surprise in their eyes. Hey, it seems we've met a young man with a bad temper. At this time, Xiaopang was about to catch up. Suddenly, 2 of the 5 people who cut in line came out and stood in front of Xiaopang. They smiled at each other and looked at the chubby classmate beside them. Boy, someone is standing up for you today, so we'll let you go for now. After saying that, the tall man in the lead looked at Jiang Hao, who was already walking towards the back playground, and then stretched out his hand to the 4 people with him. Come on, guys, we should go take care of this kid and stop making him wait anxiously. Now, when the fat classmate heard this, he became very anxious. Next to them, those who were queuing in front of the convenience store watched Jiang Hao and the 5 people leave, and immediately spoke one by one. Hey! That classmate was impulsive. That's right, there are 5 of them, how can he fight them alone? I hope he's okay. Everyone was murmuring, but no one showed any sign of being ready to step forward to help. The chubby kid was so anxious that he was about to cry. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Yes, go back to the classroom and find your classmates. After Xiaopeng reacted, he looked back towards the playground with a worried look on his face, and finally, he gritted his teeth. Without even bothering to grab the popsicle, he rushed to the teaching building and went back to the classroom to get help. Jiang Hao came to the back playground, found a place without surveillance, and waited quietly for the 5 people to come. Soon, the 5 men came over, each with a joking look on their faces, and surrounded Jiang Hao. Chapter 93, Jiang Hao shows off his power, and the 5 tyrants kneel down. One of them spoke up. "Boy, kneel down now, call us grandpa, and beg us, maybe we will let you go." "Ha ha. That's right, kneel down and beg us." At this time, several people nearby also laughed and echoed. The commotion here instantly attracted some students around, and they all stopped to watch. "Hey, aren't those the 5 bullies from class 31? I heard they even beat up the teacher. Are they bullying people again? Hey! Who is so unlucky to meet these evil stars?" At this moment, Jiang Hao heard this and immediately looked at these people as if they were clowns. The leader didn't show any fear when he saw Jiang Hao. Instead, he looked at them as if they were fools. Suddenly he became angry and reached out to push Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao suddenly made a move, as fast as lightning, and grabbed the man's wrist. Then, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he exerted his great strength and used a little force on his hands. Ah! With a scream, everyone who was still talking was instantly awakened. They all looked in the direction where the screams came from, and immediately saw a scene that shocked them. Originally, Jiang Hao, who they thought was the weaker party, was pinching someone's hand, and the person was screaming in pain. At this moment, the 4 people nearby saw the situation and immediately started punching and kicking, trying to kick Jiang Hao. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was still calm. He pulled the screaming man and used a quarter of his strength to push the man out. The man's face showed horror. He stepped back quickly and stumbled into the 2 people who were about to rush up. The 2 men flew backwards with pain on their faces. At this moment, they felt as if they were hit by a moving car. At this moment, Jiang Hao quickly turned around, raised his leg, and kicked out suddenly, kicking the other person in the stomach. Suddenly, the man flew backwards like a rag doll. At this time, Jiang Hao changed direction again. With the help of the 3rd-level danger perception, he punched out as fast as the wind, and his fist instantly appeared in the face of the last person who was about to rush up. The last person was so frightened that he froze in place, subconsciously closing his eyes tightly and not daring to move. Whoosh! As a gust of force blew across his face, Jiang Hao stopped when his fist was 1 centimeter away from the man's face. Just as this person slowly opened his eyes and was about to wake up, Jiang Hao raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach, kicking him several meters away. At this moment, everyone around looked as if they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that Jiang Hao, who they originally thought was the weaker party, would be like a wolf among sheep, and with just 3 punches and 2 kicks, he knocked the 5 tyrants to their knees. Hiss! Everyone at the scene gasped. Isn't this too amazing? He actually kicked someone 2 or 3 meters away with 1 kick. Could it be that he knows martial arts? Fuck, the 5 tyrants got beaten like this? For a moment, people were shocked and talked about it. At this time, Jiang Hao came to the tall man who was leading the group and saw him lying on the ground, holding his stomach with a look of pain on his face. Hey, do you know what quality is now? When the tall man saw Jiang Hao, his face was suddenly filled with fear. Jiang Hao was just about to educate this tall guy again when suddenly a shout came from the crowd. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Brother Hao, we are here. Chapter 94, Jiang Hao's quality teaching, Lu Xian's denunciation of evil. Jiang Hao was full of confusion. As soon as he stood up, he saw the fat boy rushing towards him with a group of people, holding a short stick he had found from somewhere. When he saw it was Xiaopeng, he was immediately relieved. Xiaopeng rushed over and saw Jiang Hao was safe and sound. He quickly braked the car, a little confused. Behind Xiaopeng, the classmates who followed him didn't know what was going on and asked anxiously. Fatty, which 5 people are you talking about? Is the master okay? However, when they rushed over and saw Jiang Hao, who looked calm and unharmed, they were all a little embarrassed. The leader was the captain of the sports team, Lu Biao. Master, are you okay? Jiang Hao smiled slightly and nodded. At this time, Lu Biao touched his head awkwardly. That fat guy said someone bullied you. At this moment, he seemed to remember something, turned around and began to hold the fat kid accountable. Sasa, fatty, are you lying to us? My master is fine. At this time, Xiaopeng pointed behind Jiang Hao and saw the 5 people on the ground holding their stomachs with painful expressions. They all looked shocked. Master, they. Lu Biao looked around and then asked stutteringly. Jiang Hao said calmly. These 5 people said they didn't know what quality was, so I'll teach them. Hiss. Now, Lu Biao felt a little scared. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that time when he was playing basketball, he was actually ready to fight with his master. Fortunately, my friend stopped me, otherwise. Lu Biao looked at the 5 people behind Jiang Hao, lying on the ground holding their stomachs with painful expressions. I'm afraid this is his end. Now, he admired Jiang Hao even more. I didn't expect that my master is not only good at studying and playing basketball, but is also so good at fighting. At this time, Xiaopeng reacted, looked apologetic, and said hurriedly. I'm sorry, Hao Ji. Just now, when I returned to the classroom to call my classmates, our idiot class monitor Lu Xian stopped me. He also said he would tell the teacher about this, and I guess the teacher will be here soon. I had no choice but to ask Lu Biao and the others for help. Jiang Hao frowned when he heard this. Lu Xian? At this time, Lu Biao saw the opportunity and hurried forward. Master, do you need my help? Jiang Hao raised his head and looked at Lu Biao, and felt a little more recognition for Lu Biao. However, he was still unwilling to use other people's hands to help the jumping clown Lu Xian. Jiang Hao smiled and said to Lu Biao. It's okay, thank you for today. Let's have a friendly match together tomorrow afternoon. When Lu Biao heard this, he was immediately filled with ecstasy. Really, master? However, he soon felt a little embarrassed again. Master, I actually couldn't help you today. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and reached out to pat Lu Biao. Okay, stop nagging. We should go now, otherwise it will be troublesome when the teacher comes. When Lu Biao heard this, he immediately understood. Yes. What about them? At this time, the chubby classmate suddenly asked. Jiang Hao looked back and immediately frightened the 5 people into panic. Seeing how cowardly they were, Jiang Hao turned around and said. Let's go, don't worry about it. I know my limits, they're fine, just take a break. Okay, let's go. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he hurried back to the classroom with a group of people. Chapter 95, The Arrival of the Class Teacher, the Insidious Lu Xian. After Jiang Hao left, the 5 bullies heard that the teacher was coming, and they immediately struggled to get up, supported each other and hurried back to the classroom. Although they were not afraid of the teacher, they were the ones who started the incident today. Moreover, when 5 of them fought against one person, they ended up getting beaten up. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Otherwise, how can they continue to stay in number 2 middle school? Soon, the group of people on the back playground dispersed. Not long after, Lu Xian rushed to the back playground with several teachers. However, there was no trace of Jiang Hao and the others on the back playground. Jiang Hao and his classmates' class teacher Xiang Yingtian and the Dean of Studies were all furious, thinking that Lu Xian had deceived them. Lu Xian, you said Jiang Hao and the others were fighting here, where are they? Lu Xian was also confused. That fat guy clearly said that Jiang Hao was fighting with someone in the back playground, so how come he disappeared? Not even a trace was left. Now, being stared at by the head teacher and the Dean of Studies, Lu Xian suddenly panicked. Teacher, well, maybe they've already fought and dispersed. Several teachers looked at the back playground without any traces, and their faces looked a little bad. At this time, the dean spoke. Lao Xiang, please go check on your class later. Don't let anything happen to Jiang Hao. Xiang Yingtian nodded. Well, I understand. Jiang Hao probably wouldn't fight with anyone. He's always been very shy during these 3 years of high school. When Lu Xian heard this, he immediately wanted to refute. Their class teacher was obviously deceived by Jiang Hao's appearance. He felt a toothache when he thought about the time when he lost the bet with Jiang Hao and Jiang Hao forced him to bark like a dog. He just wanted to ask, why is Jiang Hao shy? However, the teacher was still angry at that time, so he didn't dare to speak. At this time, the dean glanced at Lu Xian and then said, if someone is lying and slandering others, then I think he needs some punishment to make him understand that school is a school, not a place for intrigue. After saying that, the dean turned around and left. Yes, I understand. I will discipline him. Xiang Yingtian nodded repeatedly, then turned around and glared at Lu Xian fiercely. He didn't expect that his class monitor was so scheming that he even went to find the dean before looking for him. Soon, Xiang Yingtian and Lu Xian rushed to Class 8 of Grade 3 to take a look. Zhang Hao was sleeping on the table, Wang Xiaoman was reading a book, and the other students were reading or doing exercises. There was no sign of anything happening at all. He had known for a long time that Zhang Hao didn't study and slept, but he just let it go. After all, top students are always a little different, aren't they? However, at this time, Xiang Yingtian's face was gloomy, and he turned around and glared at Lu Xian. Then he walked into the classroom, came to Zhang Hao's side, and knocked on Zhang Hao's desk. Zhang Hao pretended to have just woken up. When he saw that it was his head teacher, he stood up quickly. In fact, he had known about the arrival of the head teacher a long time ago. Zhang Hao, what did you do just now? At this time, Xiang Yingtian said. Zhang Hao looked confused when he heard this. Then he said, Teacher, I was thirsty just now, so I went to buy a bottle of water and didn't do anything else. At this moment, Lu Xian's face changed. If he didn't explain, he would be finished. Suddenly, he shouted hurriedly. You're lying. That fat guy just said you were fighting with someone in the back playground, and he even came over to call for help from the classmates. As he spoke, Lu Xian pointed at the chubby kid next to Zhang Hao. Chapter 96, Xiang Yingtian's Rage and the End of the Clown. Lu Xian's words instantly made Xiang Yingtian and everyone in Class 3-8 feel disgusted. Xiang Yingtian frowned, feeling increasingly disappointed with Lu Xian. Xiang Yingtian's face looked grim, and he stared at Lu Xian angrily. Lu Xian, what's your attitude? Also, who allowed you to give people random nicknames? As the class leader, you tell tales, call your classmates names, and never unite with them. Look at you, what have you done? Xiang Yingtian asked almost angrily. Lu Xian was immediately frightened by the angry Xiang Yingtian, and he stammered and couldn't speak. At this time, Zhang Hao made another assist. Zhang Hao looked at Lu Xian as if he were a clown. Squad leader, can you use your brain? If I went to fight, how could I come back so quickly? Besides, if I had just been in a fight, why don't I have any marks on my body? Zhang Hao's few words left Lu Xian speechless. At this time, the little fat boy also stood up and talked nonsense seriously. Teacher Xiang, Zhang Hao, and I just went to buy ice cream. I didn't know about the fight. At this time, Xiang Yingtian glanced at the fat boy and then asked all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3. Just now, did Wang Xiaoman ask you to fight? At this moment, Wang Xiaoman suddenly became nervous, but Lu Xian was very happy. However, the next moment, surprisingly, all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 said in unison. No. In fact, over the past 3 years, most of the students in Class 8 of Senior 3 have been very dissatisfied with Lu Xian, the class monitor. Lu Xian usually looks down on everyone, and bullies others as a squad leader. He keeps any benefits for himself and never considers others. Just now, not only did he stop them from helping Zhang Hao, he also went to tell the teacher about it. This made them even more unbearable. As students, what they hated most was probably people who reported bad things to their teachers. Undoubtedly, Lu Xian had already lost the support of everyone in Class 3-8 of senior high school. This is how this scene happened. Zhang Hao was also surprised when he heard this. Wang Xiaoman was also extremely shocked, but also relieved. However, this ending left Lu Xian confused. You. Lu Xian looked at the indifferent eyes of the other students in Class 8 of Grade 3 and suddenly panicked. That's not true. How can you lie? However, at this time, none of the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 were willing to pay attention to him. At this moment, when he looked at Xiang Yingtian, who was already furious, his face was full of grievance and fear. Teacher, that's not the case. Let me explain. However, Xiang Yingtian's patience had long been exhausted by Lu Xian time and time again. Okay, no more words. After saying that, Xiang Yingtian walked directly to the podium, bowed to everyone very seriously, and then said, I'm very sorry. Due to my mistake, I failed to assign the right people to the right positions, which has caused a lot of inconvenience to everyone. I apologize to everyone here. Sorry. After saying that, Xiang Yingtian turned his head again, glanced at the bewildered Lu Xian, and said, Here, I have one more announcement to make. That means removing Lu Xian from his position as squad leader. Now that the college entrance exam is approaching, I won't let everyone vote anymore. I'll appoint Zhang Hao as the temporary class monitor. Does anyone have any opinions? Chapter 97. Those who are righteous will have many supporters, while those who are unrighteous will have few supporters. Xiang Tian's words instantly made Lu Xian look as pale as death. Jiang Hao was surprised when he heard this. But he never thought of being a class monitor. Just when he was about to politely refuse, all the students in Class 8 of Grade 3 said in unison, "No." At the same time, they applauded and celebrated. Looking at the trusting eyes of everyone looking back at him, Jiang Hao didn't say the words of refusal in the end. At this time, Xiang Tian finally smiled slightly. "Classmate Jiang Hao, since everyone trusts you so much, I'll be troubling you for the next 10 days. Soon, the matter was over. Lu Xian was removed from his position as squad leader and was also taken away by Xiang Tian for ideological education. Jiang Hao became the temporary monitor of Class 8 of Grade 3. Everything is calm again. In this way, time passed day by day. Sunday is here. On Sunday, Jiang Hao and his friends finally had a day off to rest. When they woke up in the morning, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, who couldn't sit still, got up early and prepared to go to the restaurant to work. As for the restaurant, Jiang Hao saw that his parents could not sit still, and for safety reasons, he asked his parents to rent a store and open it. In the morning, Jiang Hao got up early as usual and prepared to go to the noodle shop with his parents. Although Jiang's father and mother wanted Jiang Hao to review well at home, Jiang Hao knew his own situation best. He doesn't need to review at all. Afterwards, after Jiang Ma gave Jiang Zixuan a few instructions, the three of them went out. The three of them soon arrived at Jiang's restaurant. Although there were many people eating breakfast in the morning, Jiang's restaurant had only been open for a few days and the customers around were not familiar with the restaurant, so business was a bit slow. However, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were not in a hurry. Mrs. Jiang started to prepare the ingredients, while Mr. Jiang started to make noodles. Jiang Hao also helped out. However, Jiang Hao came into contact with kitchen utensils again. Suddenly, he remembered his divine chef skill which had been put aside after he was upgraded to level 2 not long ago. Suddenly I felt like trying something new. After upgrading to level 2, the skills of the godly chef had hardly changed. When he asked the system let him explore it on his own. Now, isn't this a good opportunity? With this thought in mind, Jiang Hao spoke to his father Jiang beside him. "Dad, let me do it, you take a rest." Dad Jiang didn't refuse and gave the kitchen utensils in his hand to Jiang Hao. "Okay, you do it for a while, I'll go outside and clean up the table." He is still very confident in his son's craftsmanship. After Jiang's father left, Jiang Hao picked up the kitchen utensils and waved them skillfully. Soon, a bowl of exquisite noodles came out of the pot, and a special fragrance instantly wafted out, which was extremely fragrant. Jiang Hao was also very satisfied when he smelled the fragrance. At this moment, when his eyes fell on the bowl of noodles, he unexpectedly discovered that there was a line of small words floating on the noodles. Fragrance +5. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao was stunned instantly. "Sassafras, what's going on?" Jiang Hao rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. However, when his eyes fell on the bowl of noodles again, the line of words was still there. Suddenly, Jiang Hao was shocked. How come this was a bit like the attributes in the game? Fuck, the food I cooked doesn't have any properties, does it? After being shocked, Jiang Hao reacted and his mind quickly immersed in the system. System, what on earth is going on? As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the mechanical voice of the system sounded. Ding, host, there's no need to panic. This is exactly the change brought about by the level 2 Divine Chef. Chapter 98, Level 2 Divine Chef Skill, Food with Additional Attributes. A level 2 Divine Chef can give the host's food special properties. When Jiang Hao heard this, he took a breath of cold air and felt incredible. Hiss. As expected, this is a skill that even the gods would marvel at. At this moment, there was a noise outside. Boss, what smells so good? I want this. It smells so good. Boss, do you have any new dishes? While comforting the guests, Mr. Jiang hurried to the kitchen. How, what are you making? It smells so good. Is that bowl of plain noodles I just mentioned ready? As soon as Father Jiang entered the kitchen, he asked curiously. Dad, I didn't do anything, I just made this bowl of plain noodles. As he spoke, Jiang Hao picked up the bowl of fragrant +5 noodles he had just made in front of him and turned around to hand it to his father. When Mr. Jiang saw the bowl of exquisite, almost sparkling noodles that Jiang Hao handed over, he was also amazed. It was only then that he discovered that the extremely tempting aroma just now actually came from this bowl of noodles. Being able to make an ordinary bowl of plain noodles to such a high standard, this kind of cooking skill is probably unmatched even by a master chef, right? However, what shocked him even more was that the person who did it was actually his son. Now, Dad Jiang couldn't understand his son even more. At this moment, Dad Jiang suddenly smiled. It seems that I am really old. No matter how mysterious Hauer is, he is still my son. Thinking of this, Father Jiang took the noodles from Jiang Hao's hand, gave his son an encouraging look, and then said, Hao, give me 3 more bowls of this plain noodles. After saying that, he happily went out with the bowl of noodles. After a while, bursts of exclamations came from outside. Soon, Jiang Hao made 3 more bowls of plain noodles. At this moment, Jiang Hao stared at the 3 bowls of plain noodles one by one. First bowl, spirit +2. Second bowl, strength +1. Third bowl, speed +1. Seeing such attributes, Jiang Hao instantly lost his composure. System, can I increase my physical attributes? Ding, the food made by the host's level 2 divine chef skill has increased attributes that are not permanent and can only last for 1 day. Now, Jiang Hao understood the key point. The second level divine chef skill isn't good enough, what about the third and fourth levels? By then, if you only eat the food you make, you might even become a god. Just when Jiang Hao was still looking forward to the future, he heard his father Zhang's voice calling from outside. Hao, are the noodles ready? Jiang Hao was awakened. He quickly wiped his saliva and hurried back. Okay, Dad, I'll serve it right away. In order to see the customer's reaction after eating this bowl of noodles, Jiang Hao decided to serve it himself. After Jiang Hao served the noodles to the 3 guests one by one, he stood aside and observed. When the 3 guests couldn't wait to take the first bite, they immediately praised it highly. Wow, this noodle is so delicious. Soon, the 3 guests wolfed down 3 bowls of noodles. At this time, the customer who had eaten the first bowl of noodles suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Hey, why do I feel so energetic today after eating this bowl of noodles? At this time, the 2 guests who had eaten the second and third bowls were also surprised. Now that you mention it, why do I feel so full of energy after eating this bowl of noodles? I just felt light and airy. Chapter 99, Business is booming, and I came here after hearing the news. At this time, Jiang Hao had an epiphany after seeing the reactions of the 3 people after eating the plain noodles with special properties. Afterwards, Jiang Hao was afraid that the 3 would investigate further, so he quickly spoke up to smooth things over. This is probably just your illusion. If you think my noodles are delicious, you're welcome to come again next time. After Jiang Hao sent these 3 people away, he started a new round of busy work. Soon, before noon, the ingredients that Dad Jiang had prepared for 2 days were almost gone. During this period, Jiang Hao even made meals with various attributes. Some add energy, some add fragrance, some add strength, some add acceleration. At this time, outside Zhang's restaurant, more and more people lined up outside. They were all attracted by the fragrance in this restaurant. Jiang Hao had been busy for most of the morning, and as the ingredients were almost gone, he prepared to close the business. At the same time, he wants to adjust the prices of the food he makes. After all, I am the descendant of a great chef, and the food I make has special properties. A bowl of noodles still costs 7 yuan, which is a bit cheap. Besides, it was too cheap, and there were so many people eating it that he couldn't cook it all by himself. At the same time, he plans to add a few more dishes to his menu. After Jiang Hao called Zhang's father in to discuss the matter, he decided to close the business today. After Father Jiang came out, he looked at the people still waiting in line and said apologetically, I'm sorry everyone, today's ingredients are sold out. Thank you for your support. As soon as Father Jiang finished speaking, everyone wailed. I've been waiting for a long time, how come it's gone? Hey, me too, I haven't eaten yet. However, there was nothing he could do, so Dad Jiang could only apologize and send away these disappointed guests. Then he went back to the kitchen to pack up. Just as the crowd dispersed, a black Land Rover came speeding and stopped by the roadside. Then, the car door opened, and a young and beautiful woman in a black uniform, about 27 or 28 years old, came out from the driver's seat and picked up a cute little girl from the passenger seat. The beautiful young woman looked around, as if searching for something. Soon, her eyes fell on Zhang's noodle house. Then, he pulled the little girl beside him and walked towards Zhang's restaurant. Looking at the deserted Zhang's noodle house, Xia Qin was a little confused. She took out her cell phone, clicked on a picture, walked over to Jiang Ma who was packing things outside, handed it to her, and asked. "Excuse me, sister, are the Yanchen noodles in the picture from your John's restaurant?" Mother Jiang looked up when she heard this, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. However, when Jiang Ma saw the picture in Xiaqin's hand, her face was full of smiles and she said with great pride. "That's right, and this plain noodles was made by my son." "But, sister, you're late, we're closed." Xiaqin became anxious when she heard this. "Sister, it's not even noon yet, why are you closed?" Mother Jiang said with a smile. "My son's cooking is so delicious. I already bought all the ingredients I prepared for 2 days this morning." After Jiang Ma said this, Xiaqin understood. At this time, Xiaqin looked at her daughter who was listless and pale, and felt distressed. "What should I do?" "Sister, could you please let your son make a bowl of plain noodles for my daughter? Look, if you need any ingredients, I can go buy them myself." Chapter 100, The Whole Story, Xiner with Anorexia. For some reason, my daughter developed anorexia and felt nauseous no matter what she ate. I consulted many doctors and took many medicines, but there was no improvement. Later, she hired many chefs to cook specially for her daughter, but it was of no use. This morning, she accidentally saw someone online saying that there was a Yangchun noodle restaurant here that was extremely delicious, and there was also a picture of a long line of customers waiting. Then Xiaqin took a look and found that the restaurant was not far from her. Although she didn't have high hopes for such a small restaurant, she still brought her daughter here with the mentality of giving it a try. Mother Jiang, who knew the truth of the matter, looked at the little girl next to Xiaqin, whose face looked a little hungry and yellow, and her eyes were suddenly filled with pity. "Oh, poor child, how could this happen? Okay, I'll go talk to my son right away." "Sister, please sit down and wait for a moment." Xiaqin was immediately delighted when she heard this. "Thank you, sister." "Thank you, sister." Mother Jiang arranged for Xiaqin to sit down, then went to the kitchen and told Jiang Hao about this. After listening to this, Jiang Hao came out with Jiang Ma. When Jiang Haogang saw Xiaqin, he was also amazed by her. The noble aura of Xiaqin made it clear at first glance that she was not an ordinary person. At this time, Jiang's mother came out and quickly introduced her to Xiaqin. "Sister, this is my son, Jiang Hao. The plain noodles in your photo are made by him." Xiaqin heard the noise and turned around quickly. After listening to Jiang Ma's introduction, she stared at Jiang Hao's young face, with a look of surprise and doubt in her eyes. After all, Jiang Hao looked too immature, and he even didn't hold much hope for this trip. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, my name is Xiaqin." However, her good upbringing prevented her from forgetting where she was. He quickly introduced himself and politely extended his slender hand to Jiang Hao. However, the sensitive Jiang Hao had already noticed the suspicion in Xiaqin's eyes. Seeing Xiaqin's suspicious look, his impression of Xiaqin was greatly reduced. "I didn't ask her to come, she came to ask me for help. What reason does she have to doubt me?" Jiang Hao ignored Xiaqin's outstretched slender hand, and instead his eyes fell on the cute little Lolita next to Xiaqin. Looking at the little Lolita with a pale face and a somewhat listless spirit, Jiang Hao's heart was touched. He felt a little distressed. How could such a cute child suffer from anorexia? At this time, Jiang Hao showed a gentle smile, moved aside and came to the side of the little loli. Jiang Hao's reaction made Xiaqin feel embarrassed. However, although Xiaqin was dissatisfied, she did not say anything. She just smiled slightly, withdrew her hand, and eased the embarrassment. When Jiang Ma saw this, she became angry. "This kid." Jiang Hao reached out and gently touched the little loli's hand, and asked softly, "Little sister, what's your name?" The little girl opened her round eyes and glanced at Jiang Hao, then a soft voice came. "Hello brother, my name is Xiner." "Oh. So the little sister's name is Xiner. Then what do you want to eat, Xiner? Can I make it for you?" Xiner stared at Jiang Hao and said obediently. "Xiner doesn't know." "Don't know? Then I'll make some delicious food for Xiner. Then she can choose what she likes." "Well, thank you, brother." Then Xiner, please sit down first and wait for your brother. I'll make you something delicious right away. The two chatted as if no one was around. Chapter 101 Jiang Hao takes action, Xiner is hungry. After saying that, Jiang Hao stood up, glanced at Xiaqin beside him, and spoke. "I don't know if the food I cook can help Xiner, but I will try my best. Please stay with Xiner for a while." After saying that, Jiang Hao turned around and went straight to the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Xia Qin hurriedly thanked him. However, Jiang Hao had already entered the kitchen. Mother Jiang, who was standing by, felt a little embarrassed and quickly tried to smooth things over. This kid. Sister, I'm sorry. Jiang Hao was not usually like this. Mother Jiang stayed with Xia Qin and Xiner. Jiang Hao returned to the kitchen and immediately fell into deep thought. After a little thought, Jiang Hao started to take action. Jiang Hao actually had no idea whether the dishes he cooked would make Xiner talk, so he could only give it a try. Jiang Hao prepared the ingredients and started cooking according to some recipes in his mind's chef skills. Soon, a fragrance emanated from the pot and drifted out from the kitchen. Xia Qin, who was sitting outside, was immediately attracted by the fragrance. Wow, it smells so good. Xia Qin was shocked. The aroma alone was not inferior to those of the culinary masters she had hired before. At this time, Xiner, who had been sitting quietly on the side, shrugged her nose, suddenly turned around and said to Xia Qin, "Mom, Xiner is hungry." When Xia Qin heard this, she was stunned for a moment, as if she had heard it wrongly. Ah! At this time, Xiner's soft voice came again. "Mom, Xiner is hungry." At this moment, Xia Qin finally heard it clearly, and she was suddenly ecstatic. "Xiner, are you hungry?" It works, it works." Suddenly, Xia Qin burst into tears of joy, and then she quickly stood up, looking towards the kitchen again and again, feeling a little at a loss. When Jiang Ma heard this, she was surprised but also happy. Just knowing you're hungry is good. It seems to be really working. Sister Xia, don't worry, I'll go see how Hauer is preparing. With that, Mother Jiang stood up and hurried to the kitchen. At this moment, in the kitchen, Jiang Hao was also surprised when he saw the delicate side dish on the plate in his hand, which exuded an attractive golden luster. Because in Jiang Hao's eyes, there was a line of small words floating above the dish. Appetizer +5. This dish is red with a hint of fire, fire with a touch of gold, and it also resembles a lotus flower, so let's call it golden lotus in fire. After saying that, Jiang Hao was about to take the dish out and let Xiner taste it first. At this time, Jiang Ma just walked in. "Hauer, are you okay?" "Mom, I just cooked a dish and wanted to let Xiner try it first. Also, Mom, tell my dad to go to the market right after he leaves Uncle Cheng's house and buy some vegetables, some meat, some wolfberries, and some millet. I'll make something else for Xiner later depending on the situation." Okay, then bring this dish over first." Xiner said she's hungry. Mother Jiang urged hurriedly, and at the same time, she took out her cell phone and called Father Jiang. Jiang Hao walked out of the kitchen with the plate of golden lotus growing in the fire in his hand. Soon, the dish was served, and Xia Qin and Xiner's attention was immediately attracted by it. Xia Qin looked at the glowing dishes and the fragrance wafting in the air, and immediately swallowed. "Xiner, hurry up and try the food your brother made to see if it's delicious." Jiang Hao pushed the dish next to Xiner and handed her a pair of chopsticks. Xiner took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of egg and put it in her mouth. On the side, Jiang Hao and Xia Qin looked at Xiner with anticipation. Chapter 102 Anorexia does not exist. Soon, after eating a piece of egg, Xiner's eyes suddenly showed a glimmer of light, and then she quickly picked up another piece of tomato and put it in her mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was immediately delighted. It turned out that the dishes with attributes he made were different. Xia Qin, who was standing by, was so delighted that she burst into tears. My Xiner finally started eating. Xiner put her chopsticks into the plate one after another, and soon most of the side dishes were gone. At this time, Xia Qin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, quickly stood up, bowed deeply to Jiang Hao and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Jiang." Seeing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Poor parents in the world. Okay, no need to thank me, it's just a small favor. Besides, Xiner is so adorable, anyone who sees her will help her. Xiner has just regained her appetite, so she can't eat too much greasy food. The ingredients for this dish of golden lotus in the fire are all appetizing vegetables. Wait, I'm going to make some porridge for Xiner to warm her stomach first. At this moment, Xia Qin was very respectful to Jiang Hao and spoke as soon as she heard the words. Everything is up to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao nodded. Soon, Dad Jiang came. Jiang Hao quickly took the ingredients from Jiang Dad's hand, walked into the kitchen again, and started to get busy. Soon, bursts of rich aroma came from the kitchen. After a while, with the help of Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, plates of exquisite, lustrous dishes were served on the table. Jiang Hao first served Xian'er a bowl of porridge. Xian'er seemed to have a big appetite and started to eat it ravenously while holding the bowl. Seeing this scene, Zhang's father and mother were very happy. Xiaqin looked at the food on the table. No matter the color, aroma or taste, it was far superior to any high-end restaurant she had ever eaten. Even her daughter, an anorexic, couldn't resist it. For a moment, her eyes were filled with shock. In front of the delicacies with additional properties made by Jiang Hao, Xian'er seemed to be completely healthy. Seeing this, Jiang Hao and others felt relieved. Later, when Jiang Hao was about to call Jiang Zixuan to come here for dinner, suddenly a young man in a suit and tie walked in from outside. Seeing this, Jiang Hao quickly spoke out. "Sorry, sir, the shop is closed today." However, this person didn't even look at Jiang Hao, but his eyes fell on the table where Xiaqin was sitting, full of sparkling and fragrant dishes. There was a flash of shock and joy in his eyes, and then his face was full of arrogance, as if he was superior to others. "Kid, where's your chef? Go tell him that Tianfula General Manager Fan Jian wants to see you. Tell him to come out quickly. I'm going to give him a treat." This person's arrogance immediately made Jiang Hao frown and feel very unhappy. "Sorry sir, we are closed. Also, regarding the chef here, I am no ordinary person, it's me. As for the fate you mentioned, I don't want to know." Upon hearing this, Fan Jian was startled and then he set his eyes on Jiang Hao. However, when he saw Jiang Hao's young face, the surprise turned into ridicule. "Kid, you? Stop kidding. Go get your chef and tell him that Tianfula's general manager, Fan Jian, is waiting for him. No more waiting after the due date." Fan Jian simply couldn't believe that a kid who hadn't even grown all his hair could make such a delicious delicacy with exquisite appearance and rich aroma. Chapter 103, The Mentally Retarded Fan Jian, angrily criticizes the mentally retarded. Jiang Hao looked at Fan Jian as if he was a mentally retarded person. "I am the chef of this restaurant. You may not believe me, but please leave now. I am closed today and will not serve you anymore." Upon hearing this, Fan Jian became angry. "Huh, you little brat, do you know who I am?" The commotion here instantly alarmed Xiaqin, Zhang's father, Zhang's mother and others who were not far away. They also stood up and came over. At this time, Fan Jian saw Zhang Dad wearing an apron, and immediately thought that Zhang Dad was the chef. He then pointed to the table where Xiaqin and the others had just sat. "Did you cook that table of food? I am the general manager of Tianfulu, Fan Jian. I'm telling you, you're in luck today. My Tianfu restaurant needs a chef. Hurry up and pack your things and come with me." After saying that, Fan Jian turned around and was about to leave in a very arrogant manner. Fan Jian proudly announced the name of Tianfu Building. He thought that most people would run to follow Tianfu Building when they heard that it was recruiting people. After all, Tianfu Building had a great reputation. At this time, Father Jiang was also stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted. "Sorry, sir, you might be mistaken. That table of food was cooked by my son." As soon as Mr. Jiang finished speaking, Fan Jian, who was about to walk out the door, suddenly froze. He turned around quickly, looked at Jiang Hao, and then looked at Mr. Jiang. His eyes were full of suspicion. "I'm telling you, I hired you because I thought your cooking skills were just okay, so don't lie to me. If you want your son to impersonate someone else and fill in the gaps, that won't work." Fan Jian spoke sternly and mercilessly. Fan Jian's words immediately made Zhang's father and the others frown and look unhappy. At this time, Xiaqin spoke. "Mr. Fan, the dishes on that table were indeed made by this young man. You have the wrong person." Upon hearing this, Fan Jian glanced at Xiaqin, his eyes immediately filled with amazement, then he looked like a pig and his tone changed. "Well, if it's really as this beautiful lady said, then you should come with me to Tianfu Building to take an exam. If you pass, I will believe it is you, and you can stay in our Tianfu Building from now on." Looking at Fan Jian, who acted like a big shot, Jiang Hao was very angry and said in a cold voice. "Tianfu Building, what a big name. Tianfu Building has a general manager like you. I think Tianfu Building is nothing special. Okay, you can go now, you are not welcome here." Upon hearing this, Fan Jian was so angry that he pointed his finger at Jiang Hao with an angry look on his face. You little idiot. I decided to give you a chance just for the sake of this beautiful lady, and you actually dared to scold me." Jiang Hao looked at Fan Jian, who was pointing at his face, and suddenly became angry. "I'm warning you, don't point your finger at me, get out of here." At this time, Fan Jian was furious. In the past, whenever he mentioned that he was the general manager of Tianfu Building, countless people would fawn over him and compliment him. He had never suffered such humiliation. "You little bastard, you." Before Fan Jian could finish his words by calling him a little bastard, Jiang Hao was already furious. He reached out and grabbed Fan Jian's fingers and twisted them hard. "Ah!" Fan Jian screamed in pain. Father Jiang, who was standing by, was startled and quickly grabbed Jiang Hao. "Hao, stop it, let go." Seeing this, Jiang Hao grabbed Fan Jian's wrist and pushed Fan Jian out with all his strength. "Ah!" Fan Jian staggered back several steps as if he had been hit by a train, and then fell directly to the ground with his butt. Dad Jiang suddenly became furious, pushed Jiang Hao away, and hurried forward to help Fan Jian, while apologizing continuously. However, at this moment, Fan Jianqi was dizzy and pushed Jiang's father to the ground. Ouch! Chapter 104. It's not us who are finished, it's you who are finished. Get out of here! Fan Jian roared, turned over and stood up, past Jiang's father, and was about to hit Jiang Hao. Seeing this scene, Mother Jiang was shocked and hurried over to help Father Jiang. His dad. When Jiang Hao saw his father being pushed down, he immediately roared. "You're looking for death." After saying that, Jiang Hao took a step forward, kicked Fan Jian, who had just turned over, to the ground again, and stepped on him hard. "Ah!" Fan Jian made the sound of slaughtering a pig again. At this point, Jiang Hao turned around and looked at Jiang Dad, who was being helped up by Jiang Mom and Xia Qin, and said anxiously, "Dad, are you okay?" Upon hearing this, Father Jiang shook his head. "You little beast, let me go. I'm the general manager of Tianfu Building. If you dare to hit me, just wait for me. I'm going to kill you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately exerted force on his feet. "Ah!" Then, another shrill scream was heard. "Jiang Hao, let him go." Father Jiang was shocked and immediately scolded. Jiang Hao raised his foot reluctantly and let Fan Jian go. After Fan Jian struggled to get up, he looked at Jiang Hao with fear on his face, then stepped back, pointing at Jiang Hao with hatred in his eyes. You just wait." Jiang Hao couldn't bear to watch it anymore and took a step forward, frightening Fan Jian so much that he staggered and turned around to run out. At this time, Xia Qin grabbed Jiang Hao and shouted, "Stop! Are you the general manager of Tianfu Building?" At this time, Fan Jian went out and thought he was safe. Hearing this, he looked at Xia Qin through the glass door and said angrily, "Ha, you only realized it now. It's too late. I will make you kneel down and beg me. Just wait for me." After Fan Jian said this, he was about to run. Fan Jian's threat made Jiang's father and mother look worried, but Jiang Hao didn't care at all. At this time, Xia Qin suddenly spoke. No. I mean, I'm not afraid of you. Besides, we'll all be fine, but you'll be in trouble soon. Because I have recorded everything that just happened. Unfortunately, I also know the eldest lady of Tianfu Tower. I have already sent the recording to the eldest lady of Tianfu Building. I want to see if the people from Tianfu Tower act tyrannically outside and whether the eldest lady of Tianfu Tower will intervene. Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Xia Qin in surprise. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang were pleasantly surprised. Outside the door, Xia Qin's words suddenly made Fan Jian stunned, and a trace of panic flashed in Fan Jian's eyes. But soon, he reacted. The eldest lady of Tianfu Tower is of such a high status, how could she know such a barbaric and inferior person? Suddenly, Fan Jian looked Xia Qin up and down with a sneer on his face. You know our eldest daughter? How could a lowly person like you know our eldest daughter? However, Xia Qin did not refute, but instead smiled and looked calm. Just wait, there will be results soon. Xia Qin's calmness made Fan Jian inexplicably panic. Just when he was about to retort, a cell phone suddenly rang. Everyone subconsciously touched their mobile phones, and then all eyes were focused on Fan Jian outside the door. At this time, Fan Jian was holding a mobile phone, his legs trembling, his eyes full of shock, and then his gaze subconsciously fell on Xia Qin, who had a calm expression. Seeing this, Xia Qin smiled and spoke. Answer it. My general manager Fan, this should be your eldest daughter calling. She'll get mad if you don't answer. Chapter 105, The Domineering Young Lady, the End of Her Submissiveness. Upon hearing this, Fan Jian quickly answered the phone. At the same time, he acted like a lackey and spoke respectfully. Hey, miss. At this moment, a cold, domineering and unquestionable female voice came from the other side. Fan Jian, because you have damaged the image of Tianfu Building and are suspected of accepting bribes and misappropriating public funds, the board of directors has decided to dismiss you from your position as general manager of Tianfu Building District 1. You should have been sent to jail, but the company decided to settle the matter privately considering that you had made some contributions to the company. As long as you make up for the misappropriated public funds, the company will not pursue the matter. Well, I hope you can hurry up. After that, a busy tone came from the other end. It turns out that the other person has already hung up the phone. At this time, Fan Jian looked dazed and pale. This is impossible. At this moment, Xiaqin's cell phone suddenly rang. Xiaqin glanced at Fan Jian, then answered the call and pressed the speakerphone button. Hey, my lady, thank you so much today. At this moment, the female voice that had just spoken to Fan Jian came again. However, this time it was not as overbearing as before, but rather gentle and pleasant. My Chiner, I've already told him to get out. I did you such a big favor today, how are you going to repay me? Do you want to pledge your love to me? I will never despise you. At this time, Xiaqin heard this and secretly glanced at Jiang Hao, Jiang Ma and others, and immediately found that they were looking at her with strange eyes. Jiang Hao looked at Xiaqin and thought. It seems that this Xiaqin and the eldest lady of Tianfu Tower are more than just acquaintances. At this moment, Xiaqin felt embarrassed and angry, and she regretted turning on the hands-free function. Xue Zishi, shut up, there are so many people here. Xiaqin roared while secretly glancing at Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Hao, standing aside, looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, as if he didn't hear anything at all. At this moment, the voice over there suddenly changed, and turned into the queen's voice that was high and mighty, domineering, and unquestionable once again. Xiaqin, I heard some people say that my Tianfu building is just so-so. Please wait a moment, I'll be right there. I want to see who dares to speak so arrogantly. Xiaqin felt a little embarrassed when she heard this and secretly glanced at Jiang Hao. However, he found that Jiang Hao didn't care. Then, Xiaqin quickly spoke out to stop him. My dear lady, if you are so busy, please don't come over. That was just a careless remark from my brother, please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. After Xiaqin's constant persuasion, the queen on the opposite side finally gave in and agreed not to come. Xiaqin hung up the phone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Fan Jian, who had listened to the entire conversation between Xiaqin and Xue Zishi, suddenly looked as pale as death. He quickly opened the door and ran into John's restaurant. Thump! Fan Jian knelt down at Xiaqin's feet, crying and sobbing. Miss Xia, please help me beg the eldest lady for mercy. I won't dare to do it again, I won't dare to do it again. Xiaqin looked at Fan Jian and her eyes rolled. You asked the wrong person for help. You should ask Mr. Jiang for forgiveness. Only then will I help you. Xiaqin wanted to use this incident to make Jiang Hao owe her a favor, so as to build a closer relationship for her daughter's subsequent anorexia treatment. When Fan Jian heard this, he immediately looked up at Jiang Hao, then knelt down in front of Jiang Hao without hesitation, his voice filled with tears. Mr. Jiang, Grandpa Jiang, I have parents and children to look after. The whole family depends on me, and you treat me like a piece of shit. Chapter 106, There is always something hateful about pitiful people. At this moment, Fan Jian looked as pitiful as he could be. However, Jiang Hao was unwilling to pay attention to him. Jiang Hao glanced at the shrewd Xiaqin and naturally knew why Xiaqin did this. But, how could Jiang Hao owe Xiaqin a favor for a fool? Jiang Hao stared at Fan Jian and warned him coldly. Get out of here right now, or I'm calling the police. Fan Jian burst into tears, but was unwilling to let go. Jiang's father and mother were kind-hearted and couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so they kept looking at Jiang Hao's face. However, Jiang Hao is not a kind-hearted person, and he will not sympathize with such a fool who relies on others for power and thinks he is superior to others. Jiang Hao shouted coldly. Get up! Fan Jian still pretended to be pitiful, trying to win the sympathy of Jiang's father, Jiang's mother and others, and was still unwilling to get up. Seeing this, Jiang Hao had already lost his patience. He grabbed Fan Jian by the collar and lifted him up easily as if he was holding a dead rabbit. Suddenly, Fan Jian's face was filled with horror. Then, in front of everyone's horrified gazes, Jiang Hao grabbed Fan Jian, walked out of the restaurant, and threw him onto the street without mercy. Fan Jian was thrown and rolled several times, but Jiang Hao returned to Jiang's restaurant as if nothing had happened. Fan Jian stood up with a look of pain on his face, looked back at the hard-hearted Jiang Hao, seemed to feel that there was no hope, and suddenly his eyes were filled with resentment, and he turned and left. At this time, in the Zhang's restaurant, Zhang Hao asked everyone to sit down, and looking at Xiner who had recovered a little bit of energy, he said softly. Xiner, do you like the food that brother cooks? Xiner looked up at Zhang Hao and gave him a sweet smile. Xiner likes it very much, she loves it very much. The child can no longer find a word to describe his love. Everyone who saw this scene smiled immediately. Zhang Hao smiled and said, since Xiner likes my cooking so much, you can come to my house more often in the future. I'll cook for you. Okay? Xiner was delighted when she heard that. Soon, she turned around and looked at Xiaqin with hope in her eyes. Xiaqin was in a dilemma. Although she also wanted Xiner to get better soon, she couldn't always bother others. Zhang Hao naturally saw Xiaqin's dilemma, and then spoke to Xiaqin. You don't have to be like this. I like Xiner too. Besides, you helped me today. Upon hearing this, Xiaqin's eyes were immediately filled with gratitude. I'm so grateful to Mr. Jiang, and to my elder brother and elder sister. After saying that, Xiaqin quickly took out a bank card and handed it over. Mr. Jiang, here is 1 million. I don't have much to repay you. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Mr. Jiang. Xiaqin's words immediately scared Jiang's father and mother. Zhang Hao looked at Xiaqin in surprise. Although he felt that Xiaqin was no ordinary person, he did not expect Xiaqin to be so generous and casually gave her 1 million. However, those who love money should get it in a proper way. There's no way he'd accept this money. Zhang Hao reached out and pushed the card back, then spoke. I'm willing to help, not for the money, but for Xiner's sake. Besides, I'm not short of money. Okay, if you want me to continue making delicious food for Xiner in the future, take the card back. If you don't want me to make delicious food for Xiner anymore, then leave the card and go. Chapter 107, Lu Biao's request for help, the game about to be lost. Xiaqin was in a dilemma. At this moment, Jiang Ma quickly picked up the card and put it into Xiaqin's hand. Sister, hurry up and put it away. Just like Howard said, we will never accept it. Xiaqin was moved and immediately stood up and bowed to Jiang Hao very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Soon, Sunday passed. It's Monday again, and it's time for Jiang Hao to go to school. As time goes by, the day of the college entrance examination is getting closer and closer. Recently, teachers have started to ask students to do a lot of exercises in order to train students to manage their time when doing exercises. However, no matter what the exam is, it is not a problem for Jiang Hao. Every time, Jiang Hao is always the first to finish, hand in the paper and leave. Every time the teacher saw Jiang Hao's neat and almost perfect test paper, his face was always filled with smiles. Therefore, the teachers turned a blind eye to Jiang Hao's early departure and almost acquiesced to it. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao finished his math test in 20 minutes as usual, handed in the test paper in a cool manner, and walked away under the almost admiring gazes of the crowd. After handing in the test paper, it was still a little early to go home, so Jiang Hao thought of his apprentices Lu Biao and others. It's still early today, so I'll teach them a few tricks. With this plan in mind, Jiang Hao prepared to call Lu Biao. However, at this moment, his cell phone rang. Jiang Hao picked it up and saw that it was Lu Biao, which surprised Jiang Hao. Sasa, could it be that Lu Biao is a worm in my stomach? I just wanted to teach them a few moves, but they already knew it? Surprised, Jiang Hao answered the phone. However, there was a loud noise coming from Jiang Hao's phone. Immediately afterwards, Lu Biao's voice was heard, but Lu Biao's voice was a little hurried and a little aggrieved. Master, I've embarrassed you. Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this. Ha? How did you embarrass me? Only then did Lu Biao slowly explain the reason. Master, this is what happened. Didn't we come in second in the last city-wide high school boys basketball competition, and number 1 middle school came in third? Number 1 middle school has never beaten our number 2 middle school, so they have always been brooding over it. This afternoon, the captain of the number 1 middle school sports team, Yang Chuanwei, suddenly brought people to provoke us. He said that our number 2 middle school only won against them by luck in the last city-wide basketball game, and he wanted a rematch. If they win, we'll give them that second-place medal. If we win, they'll buy us each a cell phone. We couldn't help ourselves and made a bet with them. Having said that, Lu Biao felt a little embarrassed, and then he continued. Originally, we weren't afraid of Yang Chuanwei and his men, but who knew that cunning old man Yang Chuanwei would find some foreign aid from nowhere? As Lu Biao spoke, his words were filled with anger. Zhang Hao listened with a calm expression and asked calmly, "What's the result?" Result. At this time, Lu Biao was a little embarrassed. Zhang Hao said with some regret, "So you guys lost?" Upon hearing this, Lu Biao hurried to explain. "Not yet, master, not yet." Zhang Hao asked back, "Why are you calling me when you haven't lost yet?" Zhang Hao's words instantly choked Lu Biao. Lu Biao hesitated for a moment, then said weakly, "We haven't lost yet, but we're about to lose." Chapter 108. Zhang Hao agrees to save the situation. Can the top student turn the tide? Zhang Hao was speechless for a moment. At this moment, an arrogant and mocking voice came from Lu Biao. "Lu Biao, are you okay? It's almost time for you to rest, right? Are you afraid and want to be a coward?" Upon hearing this, Lu Biao roared in frustration. "Who's scared, Yang Chuanwei? Why the hell are you in such a hurry? The time hasn't come yet." "Ah, that's good, I'll wait for you for 2 more minutes." At this moment, Lu Biao looked at Yang Chuanwei, who looked like a smiling tiger, and wanted to slap this sinister villain. Then, he thought of Zhang Hao on the other end of the phone, and spoke weakly, his words full of pleading. "Master." How could Zhang Hao not know what Lu Biao was thinking? He was just a little angry that he didn't fight back. "Okay, stop yelling. Where are you?" When Lu Biao heard this, he felt that there was a chance and was immediately overjoyed, and quickly spoke. "Master, we are in the second field in the back playground." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao walked towards the back playground and said to Lu Biao, "Got it, wait for me, I'll be right there." After saying that, he hung up the phone and rushed to the back playground. On the other side, when Lu Biao heard that Zhang Hao was coming, he was immediately ecstatic. He quickly pushed through the crowd and kept looking outside. At this time, not far behind him, number 3 among a group of athletes wearing yellow jerseys with a Chinese logo saw this and quickly spoke. "Lu Biao, you're not going to run away, are you?" When Lu Biao learned that Zhang Hao was coming soon, he instantly became full of confidence and didn't care about Yang Chuanwei's ridicule at all. He looked back at Yang Chuanwei and gave him a malicious smile. "How is that possible, Yang Chuanwei? Don't worry, I will never run away. However, I'm afraid you might be tempted to run away soon." As he said that, he turned around and looked at Zhang Hao, who was running towards him in the distance, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt. His face suddenly filled with smiles. Lu Biao's abnormal behavior suddenly made Yang Chuanwei's heart jump and a little uneasy. However, when he saw athlete number 8 sitting next to him and resting calmly, he thought of this person's identity and smiled. "I thought to myself that I was overthinking it." Soon, Zhang Hao arrived, and Lu Biao and his group hurried to greet him, immediately attracting a group of people's attention. "Wow, it's Zhang Hao. Fuck, it really is Zhang Hao. There's finally hope. Who is Zhang Hao? Is he famous? Sasa, you don't know Zhang Hao? Are you from number 2 middle school?" Zhang Hao never thought that he would become so famous that he would be known to everyone. At this time, not far away, Yang Chuanwei and others looked at Zhang Hao, who was protected by Lu Biao and others, as well as the reactions of the surrounding number 2 middle school students. He was suddenly filled with confusion. He asked other students beside him, "Do any of you know who that person is?" The people next to him looked at Zhang Hao for a few seconds and then shook their heads. "I don't know him, I don't know him." One of them looked at Zhang Hao, hesitated, and spoke. "I heard from people around me that his name seems to be Zhang Hao. He was the first in the last Tianhe City High School senior group joint exam. He is an extremely powerful academic master. I think I heard that he scored 747 points." Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei suddenly realized something and looked at Zhang Hao with a hint of envy in his eyes. However, when he saw that Lu Biao was so respectful to Zhang Hao, he suddenly laughed. "Sasa, Lu Biao is not crazy, is he? Now that they are doomed to fail, what does he want to do by finding a top student? Is he expecting the top student to help them turn the tide? Ha ha." Yang Chuanwei's words instantly made everyone laugh. Chapter 109. Zhang Hao enters the arena, his strength speaks for itself. On the other side, Zhang Hao took a look at the score, 6-45. Lu Biao and his team only had 6 points, while number 1 middle school had already scored 45 points. When Zhang Hao saw the score, he understood. No wonder Lu Biao was so anxious. With such a score, there is basically no point in continuing the game. At this time, Lu Biao pointed to the athlete number 8 who was surrounded by athletes from number 1 middle school and the team not far away and said, "Master, that number 8 is the foreign aide they hired. Jiang Hao looked in the direction Lu Biao pointed, and saw number 8 sitting in the center of the athletes from number 1 middle school. He was wearing a sports shirt, was tall, had acne all over his face, and had lumpy muscles on his arms. It was obvious that he was not a good person. At this time, Lu Biao spoke again. I heard he's from the City Basketball Association, and we were abused by him. You must avenge us. After hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the number 8 and was a little surprised. The number 8 seemed to be about the same age as them. He didn't expect that he was from the Tianhe City sports team. Lu Biao looked at Jiang Hao with his eyes blinking, looking pitiful, trying to win Jiang Hao's sympathy. However, if a big and strong man does this action, it is extremely eye-catching. Jiang Hao was speechless. He slapped Lu Biao in the face, pushed him away, and then went to the basketball court. Lu Biao's eyes were full of resentment, and he quickly prepared to catch up, but at this moment, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly came. Hurry up and talk to the referee and make a substitution. When Lu Biao heard this, he immediately looked at Jiang Hao with ecstasy and asked quickly. Master, do you really want to go? Jiang Hao turned around and glared at Lu Biao. Just go if I tell you to. Why all that nonsense? That's just what you want. Lu Biao smiled and instead of being angry, he ran towards the referee happily. After a while, Lu Biao ran back and the referee officially blew the whistle. The show has begun. Here, Jiang Hao replaced athlete number 6 of the number 2 middle school sports team. As the whistle blew, Jiang Hao, Lu Biao and others came on the court. Lu Biao looked at Jiang Hao, who was standing beside him and wearing t-shirt number 6, and immediately felt relieved. Lu Biao, let's follow the same tactics we practiced before. I'll keep an eye on the opposing player, number 8, and you two can each follow someone. Lu Biao quickly agreed. At this time, Lu Chuanwei from the number 1 middle school opposite looked at Jiang Hao beside Lu Biao, and was suddenly surprised, and then he sneered at Lu Biao. Lu Biao, have you lost your mind? You actually found a top student and wanted to turn the tables? Let me tell you, even though the academic master is good at studying, I have nothing to say about it, but this isn't a competition of studying. Today, even if you call in the academic god, you won't be able to turn the tables. Upon hearing this, Lu Biao was about to refute. At this time, Jiang Hao pulled Lu Biao over and said calmly. No matter how many big words you say here, it's all in vain. Everything still depends on strength. Jiang Hao's words instantly left Yang Chuanwei speechless. At this time, number 8 next to Yang Chuanwei looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. He looked at Jiang Hao and suddenly felt familiar with him, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen him. At this time, with the arrival of players from both sides and the referee, the game began again. The people around watched Jiang Hao come on the court. After a burst of ecstasy, they felt more worried. Sasa, why did Jiang Hao come just now? Can he catch up? That's right. And that number 8 from number 1 middle school is so powerful, can Jiang Hao defend against him? Chapter 110, stay calm, it's just basic operation. At this time, although Jiang Hao came on the court, most people were skeptical about whether number 2 middle school could catch up with number 1 middle school after Jiang Hao came on the court. Jiang Hao followed the number 8. At this time, the player from number 1 middle school was serving the ball. As Yang Chuanwei passed the ball to a player, number 8 began to retreat under the backboard. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not follow closely. He deliberately revealed a flaw, hoping that the players from number 1 middle school would pass the ball to number 8. Sure enough, the guy from number 1 middle school with the ball saw that there was no one next to number 8 under the backboard, so he quickly swung the ball and passed it to number 8. Seeing this, number 8 went towards the ball. Bang! At this moment, number 8 only felt a black shadow flash in front of him. Before number 8 could react, the ball was already in Jiang Hao's hands. Jiang Hao rushed down with the ball, like a flash of lightning, and in an instant, he appeared under the opposite backboard. With the help of this force, he jumped up and dunked the ball. Bang! Bang bang bang! With a loud bang, the basketball fell from the basket to the ground. Only then did Jiang Hao let go of the basket and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the audience at the scene gasped. Hiss! Wow, what a slam dunk! I finally saw it again today. Sassafras, dunk, he actually knows this trick. Ha, this is just one of Jiang Hao's unique skills. Those in number 2 middle school who had seen Jiang Hao play basketball looked very proud, while those who had not seen him were shocked. At this time, the players of number 1 middle school reacted one by one and were shocked. No way, he can actually dunk. Outside the court, thunderous applause rang out, and Jiang Hao returned to his team with a calm expression. Lu Biao and the others were all filled with ecstasy, and their eyes looked at Jiang Hao even more fanatically. "Master, you are awesome." "That's right, Master, you're so handsome." Jiang Hao heard this and said with a smile on his face. Calm down, it's just basic operation." Lu Biao and others were speechless looking at the pretentious Jiang Hao. "These are just basic operations. I'm afraid this foundation is too high, right?" On the opposite side, after Yang Chuanwei reacted, he looked at Lu Biao and the others who were so happy that he couldn't bear it anymore and said in a cold voice, "It's just a ball, what's there to be happy about?" Jiang Hao ignored it. On the other side, Yizhang served the ball, but made a mistake and it was intercepted by Lu Biao. Lu Biao rushed forward with the ball, but was intercepted by several people. At this time, Lu Biao turned his gaze to Jiang Hao again. However, at this time, number 8 was staring at Jiang Hao, and Lu Biao was a little anxious. At this time, he saw Jiang Hao's gesture. However, number 8 followed closely beside Jiang Hao. Lu Biao hesitated for a long time and suddenly threw the ball to Jiang Hao. Seeing this, number 8 quickly attacked, wanting to imitate Jiang Hao and intercept the ball from in front of Jiang Hao to avenge what had just happened. Bang! However, he only felt a dark shadow passing by, and someone had already caught the ball before him. When number 8 saw clearly, Jiang Hao had already taken the ball and moved with agility several times greater than that of an ordinary person, and in an instant he had taken several meters away. Number 8 immediately tried to catch up, but in just a moment, Jiang Hao had already reached the three-point line. After a pause, Jiang Hao held the ball, jumped, and shot directly. Whoosh! The basketball drew a perfect parabola in the air, accurately and without hitting anything, and passed directly through the basket. A perfect 3 points. Chapter 111, I didn't hear clearly what you just said. At this moment, there was a burst of shouts and sounds like a tsunami all around. Jiang Hao looked back at number 8 who had just run over, turned around and left without saying anything. However, number 8 was furious. This is a silent mockery of him. Jiang Hao spoke casually when he passed by Yang Chuanwei. Actually, being good at studying doesn't mean you can't play basketball. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei looked at Jiang Hao with a flushed face, unable to refute. And now, it's time for Yizhang to serve. As a player from number 1 passed the ball to Yang Chuanwei looked at number 8. He was still pinning his hopes on number 8. At this time, Jiang Hao did not follow number 8 too closely, so Yang Chuanwei passed the ball without hesitation. At this moment, number 8 caught the ball. Jiang Hao quickly turned around and came in front of number 8. Number 8 looked at Jiang Hao and sneered. Boy, I was just careless for a moment. Now it's my turn to perform. Just as number 8 was about to show off his football skills in response to Jiang Hao's mockery of him, he suddenly felt his hands were empty. The next moment, Jiang Hao disappeared from his sight. At this time, Jiang Hao had already passed all the levels and rushed towards the basket with the ball. At this time, number 8's face turned red and he roared. Stop him, stop him. However, Lu Biao and others were staring at their own people, so how could they give them a chance? Jiang Hao stopped when he was far away from the three-point line. He took a look at the backboard and stretched out his hand to throw the ball out. Whoosh! With a slight sound, the basketball flew through the basket. Jiang Hao turned around, looked at number 8 who was chasing him, and spoke. Sorry, I didn't hear what you just said. My ears are not good and I didn't hear it clearly. Number 8 had a gloomy face and stared at Jiang Hao fiercely without saying anything more. However, just as he turned around, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. However, at this time, number 8's consecutive mistakes made Yang Chuanwei very angry. Sun Zhou, what's wrong with you? Yang Chuanwei asked loudly. At this time, number 8, Sun Zhou, was already full of anger, and when he was questioned by Yang Chuanwei, he became even more angry. He turned around and roared. Shut up, idiot. At this time, Lu Biao saw this scene and felt a little sympathy for number 8. To others, it seemed that everything was caused by number 8's mistake. However, only they know how terrifying Jiang Hao is. Terrifying physique, powerful explosive power, incredible jumping ability, unparalleled accuracy, and various gorgeous moves. He had already expected that number 8 was no match for Jiang Hao. It was another serve from Yizhang. This time, Yang Chuanwei and the others were much more cautious. Number 8 was also moving around flexibly, but Jiang Hao didn't follow too closely at all. Because Jiang Hao knew that only if he relaxed would number 8 have a chance to get the ball, and at this time, his chance came. Sure enough, soon a player from Team 1 saw that there was no one around Team 8, so he seized the opportunity and passed the ball over. At this time, number 8 was outside the three-point line. He received the ball and without any hesitation, he jumped directly and threw it into the basket. Bang! However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared, and number 8 felt a darkness in front of his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the basketball he threw was unexpectedly dunked by Jiang Hao, who suddenly appeared. Seeing the scene, number 8's eyes were full of shock. I am 1.87 meters tall and have been exercising since I was a child, so my jumping ability is naturally not bad. However, even so, he was still blocked by someone. Chapter 112, Eggs Hitting Stones, Overestimating One's Own Abilities. How can we fight this? Number 8 suddenly felt powerless, and a sense of dejection came over him. At this moment, Jiang Hao passed by number 8 with the ball. Number 8 looked at Jiang Hao's slightly thin body, and suddenly a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he came up with a vicious plan. Bang! With a bang, Jiang Hao scored another goal. Number 1 served the ball, and number 8 rushed forward to take the ball. Then, he glanced at Jiang Hao covertly, and then dribbled the ball towards Jiang Hao. At this time, Jiang Hao was facing away from number 8, and number 8 suddenly rushed over with the ball and bumped into Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around and saw number 8 rushing towards him. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was speechless, and he knew the purpose of number 8. Instead of dodging, Jiang Hao even showed a smile on his face. At this moment, number 8 was already close to Jiang Hao. Number 8, who was rushing over with the ball, had a ferocious look on his face, as if his conspiracy was about to succeed. However, when he saw the smile on Jiang Hao's face, he suddenly felt uneasy. Bang! Number 8 flew backwards. Sun Zhou just felt like he had hit a huge rock. Number 8 flew backwards and looked at Jiang Hao, who was standing there motionless, with a hint of horror in his eyes. This is completely different from what he imagined. Bang! Ka-ba. Ah! Number 8 flew backwards and had a close contact with the ground. After a faint sound of bones dislocating, there was a miserable scream. Number 8 was wrong. Although Jiang Hao was a little thin, the energy contained in his skinny body was incomparable to theirs. At this time, number 8 was lying on the ground with his arms hugged. A piercing pain kept stimulating his nerves, and cold sweat kept oozing from his forehead. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Sun Zhou, Sun Zhou. The team members of number 1 middle school quickly stepped forward and helped number 8 up. Although Yang Chuanwei was very dissatisfied with Sun Zhou's continuous loss of strength today, when he thought of Sun Zhou's background, he suddenly looked worried. Sun Zhou, are you okay? Jiang Hao, what on earth do you mean? At the same time, Yang Chuanwei turned around and walked straight up to Jiang Hao, and actually bit back and started to hold Jiang Hao accountable. Lu Biao, who was beside Jiang Hao, was furious when he heard this. Fuck, Yang Chuanwei, are you blind? Didn't you see who hit who just now? Lu Biao took a step forward and stood side by side with Jiang Hao, with an angry look on his face, confronting Yang Chuanwei. That's right, that's right. Behind Lu Biao's younger brothers stepped forward and stared at Yang Chuanwei with anger. Outside, people watching the game saw this and started pointing and talking. It was clearly number 8 who hit the opponent with the ball, and he actually wanted to bite back. Exactly, I didn't expect that the people from number 1 middle school couldn't afford to lose. The discussions around him reached Yang Chuanwei's ears, and he suddenly felt embarrassed and annoyed, and at the same time a little lacking in confidence. After all, it was indeed Sun Zhou's fault just now. In his heart, he became more and more dissatisfied with Sun Zhou. However, he couldn't do anything to Sun Zhou. Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Zhou, whose arm was dislocated, then looked at Yang Chuanwei and said, "Right and wrong will be judged by the public. Now, do you want to continue or admit defeat?" Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei looked at Sun Zhou, whose arm was dislocated, and the demoralized members of the first middle school team, then turned to look at the aggressive Lu Biao and others. Suddenly I felt aggrieved. Chapter 113. 2 choices. 1 is to admit defeat. No more fighting. Yang Chuanwei turned around and was about to leave. Stop! Jiang Hao shouted. Yang Chuanwei turned around angrily, pointed at Sun Zhou beside him, and yelled at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, my people have become like this, what else do you want? Jiang Hao glanced at Sun Zhou and said calmly. What's the situation if you don't fight anymore? I only give you 2 choices, either change someone and continue the fight, or admit defeat and fulfill your promise. Upon hearing this, Yang Chuanwei looked at the teammates behind him who had lost confidence. In this situation, why bother hitting with a few hammers? Continuing to fight will only make yourself more embarrassed. Su Kuan, give them the money and let's go. Behind him, a substitute player heard what he said, took out a stack of red bills from his bag, and handed it to Lu Biao with a painful look on his face. Lu Biao took the stack of red bills from the man with a smile on his face. Yang Chuanwei was furious and turned around and left with Sun Zhou. Yang Chuanwei supported Sun Zhou. At the moment of leaving, Sun Zhou turned around and stared at Jiang Hao with eyes like a poisonous snake. Jiang Hao felt something in his heart, and following his feeling, his gaze fell on Sun Zhou. However, at this time, Sun Zhou had already left with the help of Yang Chuanwei. Yang Chuanwei and others left in disgrace, while Lu Biao and others were ecstatic. Master, you are awesome. Jiang Hao looked at Sun Zhou and frowned slightly, but he didn't care anymore when he saw Lu Biao and others celebrating. Just a small athlete from the city sports team, not even worthy of his attention. Master, where shall we go to celebrate tonight? Lu Biao looked excited, and several other athletes around him were also looking at Jiang Hao excitedly. Jiang Hao looked at everyone, smiled slightly, and shook his head. You guys go have fun. I'm not going, my family's waiting. Remember to be safe. After saying that, Jiang Hao rejected Lu Biao's repeated invitations and turned around to go home. Jiang Hao returned home as usual. As soon as he entered the door, he heard his mother talking to someone. Jiang Hao was a little curious. Could it be that there were guests at home today? With curiosity, Jiang Hao walked into the gate. At home, when Jiang's mother heard the sound of the door opening, she smiled and said to Xiaqin, Xaner, and another young woman who was even more beautiful than Xiaqin, "It must be my son coming back." After saying that, several people looked towards the door, and sure enough, they saw Jiang Hao who had just walked in. After Jiang Hao looked at Xiaqin and Xaner, he understood what was going on. However, when he saw the woman next to Xiaqin, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. If Xiaqin is like a tulip, then the woman next to Xiaqin, wearing black stockings on the lower body and a black bodysuit on the upper body, exuding fatal temptation all over her body, is like a mature poppy. It makes people want to commit a crime. Elder brother. At this time, Xaner saw Jiang Hao, let go of Xiaqin's hand and rushed over. Jiang Hao was awakened, and upon hearing the words, he squatted down, opened his arms, and greeted Xaner who was rushing towards him with a face full of love. Xaner, do you miss your brother? Jiang Hao held Xaner and asked softly. Think. Where do you want to go? Here. Xaner pointed to her heart and replied sweetly. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. Xiaqin said a little embarrassedly. Mr. Jiang, I'm going to trouble you again. Jiang Hao nodded to Xiaqin. At this time, Jiang's mother pointed at Jiang Hao and said proudly. Sister Shui, this is my son, Jiang Hao. Chapter 114, Tell the Truth, Shui Zixi's Shock. After introducing Jiang Hao, Jiang Ma was about to introduce Jiang Hao to the wild beauty next to Xiaqin. At this time, the beautiful woman looked at Jiang Hao with surprise in her eyes, and then introduced herself. Shui Zixi is the not-so-good eldest daughter of the Tianfula family you mentioned. While Shui Zixi introduced herself, she politely extended her slender hand to Jiang Hao. Shui Zixi's words instantly made the situation awkward. Xiaqin secretly glared at Shui Zixi and poked her. Shui Zixi was unmoved, and Jiang's mother was also a little embarrassed. She quickly spoke up to break the silence and said to Jiang Hao. Hao, hurry up and thank Miss Shui. She helped us a lot yesterday. Although Jiang Ma didn't say it explicitly, the change in the address showed that Jiang Ma was dissatisfied with Shui Zixi. However, Jiang Hao just glanced at Shui Zixi's slender hand stretched out, then ignored it and turned away with Xaner in his arms. After Jiang Hao left, his voice finally came lightly. Just telling the truth. As for thanking me? Not even close, because I don't need her help. After saying that, Jiang Hao walked into the bedroom. Mother Jiang was also embarrassed. This kid. Miss Shui, don't worry, Hao has a bit of a childish temper. Shui Zixi shook her head and didn't care. She looked at Jiang Hao who walked into the bedroom, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Jiang Hao's disdain suddenly made her more interested in him. She had been living in a world of compliments since she was born, and had never been looked down upon like this. At this time, Xiaqin on the side also hurried to explain for Jiang Hao. Zixi, don't mind it, Mr. Jiang has always been like this. Shui Zixi nodded, and everyone sat down. Zhang Hao took off his coat, sent Xaner to Xiaqin, and walked into the kitchen. There are 3 more people today, so he has to do more. What should I do? Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was thinking about what to do, a rhythmic knocking sound was heard. Zhang Hao looked back and saw Xue Zixi leaning against the door, looking at him with interest. Zhang Hao glanced at it and ignored it, then started to organize the ingredients. As everything was ready, the oil in the pot was at its best, and Zhang Hao poured the prepared ingredients into the pot one by one in an orderly manner. Then put all kinds of ingredients into the pot according to a certain proportion. He held the spoon in one hand and the pot in the other, and his 2 hands coordinated perfectly. At the door, Xue Zixi became more and more surprised the more she looked. In her eyes, Zhang Hao's smooth movements were a complete enjoyment. Soon, a rich aroma of food wafted over. The fragrance teased Xue Zixi taste buds, and even she, a young lady who was used to eating the delicacies of Tianfu Tower, couldn't help but take a few more breaths of the aroma. Soon, a dish is out of the pot. Xue Zixi couldn't help but walk in from outside the door. Xue Zixi looked at the shiny cabbage roasted in oil mixed with translucent red meat strips on the plate on the table, and the aroma lingered above. It really has a great taste and flavor. Xue Zixi glanced at Zhang Hao, then stared at the dish that looked like a work of art, and was shocked. From her discerning eyes, Zhang Hao's dish is comparable to that of a master chef just by its appearance. Not to mention the aroma that fills the air. Although Xue Zixi hasn't tasted it yet, from what she sees, Zhang Hao's dish is no less delicious than those made by the top chefs at Tianfu Tower. Perhaps only a master from Tianfu Tower who hasn't taken action for a long time can defeat Zhang Hao. Chapter 115, Xue Zixi's invitation, is 5 million a lot? Xue Zixi looked at Zhang Hao with eyes full of strange colors. Her mind also began to become active. At this time, Xue Zixi spoke. Mr. Jiang, are you interested in being a full-time chef? A full-time chef? Zhang Hao had thought about it before, but with the system, how could he be content to be just a full-time chef? This kind of life is not what he wants. With the system, his life shouldn't be so dull. Zhang Hao spoke without any hesitation and without turning his head. No. Upon hearing this, Xue Zixi didn't show any disappointment in her eyes. Instead, she looked at Zhang Hao with a smile. 5 million annual salary. Zhang Hao looked back in surprise at the queen-like figure beside him who had a strong aura and exuded fatal temptation. 5 million annual salary, this was once a dream he dared not even think about. But now, just picking up a few stones costs more than 1 million. Therefore, a 5 million annual salary is more like an insult to him. What surprised him was the courage of this woman Xue Zixi, who asked for an annual salary of 5 million. As expected, she is worthy of being the eldest lady of Tianfu Building. However, Xue Zixi thought that the reward she proposed had aroused Zhang Hao's interest, and she smiled slightly, showing her stunning face. If Mr. Jiang feels it's not enough, we can discuss it again. She still didn't believe that she couldn't fool a little kid. Zhang Hao didn't say much after hearing this. He looked at the dish on the table next to him. Above the dish, a small piece of writing was floating on it that no one could see except Zhang Hao. Spirit +2. Seeing this, Zhang Hao turned his head, looked at Xue Zixi calmly, and said bluntly. 5 million is a lot? 5 million is indeed a lot, but it depends on who it is for. Xue Zixi didn't know his abilities, and she wanted to hire him as a full-time chef for just 5 million? What a joke! I am the descendant of a divine chef, and the dishes I make are no match for those mortals. She wants him, the descendant of a godly chef with additional cooking skills, to work for her for 5 million? Perhaps, only after she tastes the dishes she has cooked herself will she change his mind. Zhang Hao glanced at Xue Zixi and thought so. Besides, for him who now has a system, being a full-time chef would be the biggest insult to the system and to himself. Xue Zixi's face froze. This was a little different from what she had imagined. Sniffing the tempting fragrance in the air, Xue Zixi was unwilling to give up. Then I wonder how much Mr. Jiang would like to be willing to pay. Zhang Hao didn't look back. He refused while shaking the pot in his hand. I appreciate your kindness. However, cooking is just a small hobby of mine. I don't want to make cooking my whole life. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, Xue Zixi was speechless. Such superb cooking skills are just a small interest in his eyes. She didn't know what to say. Indeed, Zhang Hao was still young, and youth meant endless possibilities. Xue Zixi was a little disappointed. Sorry, Mr. Jiang. Then, Xue Zishi turned around and left in disappointment. Jiang Hao didn't say much. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Hao prepared a table full of dishes. During this time, Jiang Zixuan and Zhang's father came back. After the dishes were served, everyone went to the table to eat. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang looked at the table full of mouth-watering delicacies, their eyes full of pride. Jiang Zixuan looked at Jiang Hao, and after a moment of shock, she was filled with endless confusion. She was becoming more and more confused about her mysterious elder brother. Although Xiaqin and Xinr were well prepared, they were still shocked by the delicious food on the table. Chapter 116, Net Worth Skyrocketed, Annual Salary 50 million. Xue Zishi was also shocked, but besides being shocked, her eyes were full of regret when she looked at Jiang Hao. When the food entered their mouths, the ethereal taste made them think they were eating delicious food from the gods. Soon, a group of people swept away the whole table of food like a whirlwind. After eating the food made by Jiang Hao, everyone felt full of strength and energy. Originally, they just thought it was their own illusion. However, Xue Zishi had been busy all day and was sore all over and very tired. She wanted to go home and have a good rest. However, she learned that Xiaqin was going to find Jiang Hao, so she followed her out of curiosity. Of course, Jiang Hao did not disappoint her. But what shocked her even more was that after eating the food cooked by Jiang Hao, all her fatigue disappeared. Now, she is extremely energetic and full of strength. Out of curiosity, she spoke to Xiaqin beside her. Sister Qin, do you feel more energetic after eating? Xiaqin was very surprised after hearing this. Zishi, do you feel the same way? However, before Xue Zishi could speak, Jiang Zixuan, Zhang's mother, Zhang's father, and Xinr also spoke. Me too. Me too. After saying that, everyone turned their eyes to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao remained calm in the face of everyone's gaze. It's just a little trick. Eating the food I cook can relieve fatigue, nourish the spirit, increase strength, whet your appetite, and even prolong your life. Jiang Hao said it with extraordinary ease. However, this made Xue Zishi, Xiaqin, Zhang's father and mother, Jiang Zixuan and others gasp. Hiss. Eating has such benefits? Is this another kind of medicinal food? You know, being able to make medicinal food with such efficacy is a skill that only a master chef has. And culinary masters are not everywhere, and their number is extremely rare. There are only 4 known culinary masters in the whole of China. There is a master chef in her Tianfu restaurant. Even she rarely sees that master chef. Usually, he will only appear at very important banquets. Moreover, each of the culinary masters is at least 50 or 60 years old. And how old is Jiang Hao? Not even 20. Thinking of this, Xue Zishi looked at Jiang Hao with even more eager eyes. As for the incredible possibility that food has properties, Xue Zishi did not think about it. Xue Zishi suddenly thought of many things, and without any hesitation, she spoke quickly. Mr. Jiang, I'll offer you 50 million to come to our Tianfu building. Xue Zishi's words instantly made everyone look at her in shock. However, Xue Zishi was not pretentious at all, because she was the only one who knew the value of this table of food. She had the honor of eating the medicinal food prepared by the old master from Tianfu Tower once or twice, and she even felt that the old master was slightly inferior to Jiang Hao. She stared at Jiang Hao with eager eyes. Seeing this, Zhang's father and others turned their eyes to Jiang Hao excitedly, waiting for Jiang Hao's answer. However, Xue Zishi's words did not arouse much interest in Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao remained calm. In fact, he had already expected Xue Zishi's reaction. 50 million is indeed very tempting to others, but to Jiang Hao, it is not very tempting. Chapter 117, Grandmaster's Power, 50 million just for an apology. Thank you for your appreciation, Miss Xue, but I'm not interested. Sorry. Jiang Hao's straightforward refusal shocked Zhang's father and mother, but they did not stop him. They would support Jiang Hao's decision. Jiang Zixuan was already stunned. His brother actually refused. Xiaqin was shocked and suddenly realized something. Only then did she realize it. Mr. Jiang refused even 50 million without hesitation. No wonder he looked down upon my 1 million thank you gift. However, what was even more shocking was that the next moment, Xue Zishi was actually very serious. He stood up cautiously and bowed respectfully to Jiang Hao to apologize. I'm sorry, Grandmaster Jiang, I was rude. The 50 million just now is Zishi's apology for offending Grandmaster Jiang. Zishi is willing to pay another 100 million yuan a year, as well as 3% of the shares of Tianfu Building, and once again implore Master Jiang to join. Besides, unless it's a major matter, we won't bother Grandmaster Jiang easily. Xue Zixi words were shocking, and the treatment she gave was even more shocking. Just to apologize? Let us not talk about the 100 million a year, but the 3% stake in Tianfu building, if converted into money, is definitely a huge amount. In fact, in order to invite the young master Jiang Hao to join, Xue Zixi has already given Jiang Hao the same reward as the old master of Tianfu Tower. What's more, Jiang Hao has not accomplished anything, and Xue Zixi has taken a great risk by giving him such a huge reward. However, if he really invited Jiang Hao, the extremely young master of cooking, it would be a huge improvement for his Tianfu building. Xue Zixi's words shocked everyone instantly. At this time, Xia Qin thought Xue Zixi was crazy, and hurriedly pulled Xue Zixi's clothes with her hand. Xue Zixi ignored it. Even Jiang Hao was shocked and looked at Xue Zixi in surprise. However, Jiang Zixuan heard the key point in Xue Zixi words. Jiang Zixuan was shocked and asked Xue Zixi immediately. Sister Xue, why do you call my brother Grandmaster Jiang? Upon hearing this, the others also reacted and their eyes fell on Xue Zixi. Xue Zixi looked at everyone in surprise, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Finally, when she saw that Jiang Hao still looked calm and composed, she did not stop him. In fact, even Jiang Hao himself didn't know what a grandmaster was. Seeing that Jiang Hao did not stop him, Xue Zixi began to introduce the grandmaster to everyone. After a short while, Xue Zixi finally finished introducing the grandmaster to everyone. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao in shock. Jiang Hao finally knew the grandmaster. However, he is not a true master, he just uses the skills of a divine chef to give him the same abilities as a culinary master. This made him feel the power of the system again. You know, now his chef skill is only at level 2. Level 2 divine chef skills are equivalent to grandmaster cooking, but what about level 3? And level 4? Hao, when did you become a grandmaster? Mother Jiang couldn't help but ask. Jiang Hao said calmly without any change of expression. It arrived while I was cooking. It's not a big deal, so I didn't tell you. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, everyone was speechless. It arrived while I was cooking? There are so many chefs in China, why are there only 4 known masters? Becoming a grandmaster is not a big deal, right? So what is the big deal? Chapter 118, Generous Conditions, Jiang Hao's Choice. If Jiang Hao said this to others, he would probably be beaten up. Jiang Hao met Xue Zixi's expectant gaze and thought again and again. He had already felt Xue Zixi's sincerity. He could get such a reward by simply using the system to synthesize a few rare jades. But Rare Jade had already decided that he would not act rashly until he had a strong foundation. After all, it's okay if it's a small amount, but if it's a large amount, it will definitely be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Although he is not afraid of being targeted, he is afraid of trouble. Moreover, accepting Tianfu Tower's invitation would bring him many benefits. Then, Jiang Hao stared at Xue Zixi and spoke. You said it's not a big deal, so you won't bother me easily. What exactly is a big deal? I won't be forced to take action just because some upstart or some young master from a certain family shows up, right? Jiang Hao's question surprised Xue Zixi. It looks like there is hope. She spoke quickly. No, the Grandmaster cannot be insulted, Zixi knows that. Then, Xue Zixi asked nervously with a hopeful look on her face. Master Jiang, have you agreed? Everyone else's eyes were also focused on Jiang Hao, waiting for him to make a decision. Although Jiang's father and mother really hope that Jiang Hao will agree, they will also support him if he doesn't want to. Jiang Zixuan, who was standing aside, stared at his brother who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar to him, and suddenly felt a little inferior. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. In the past, she had always been envied and admired. Xia Qin was a little nervous. She wanted Jiang Hao to agree, but she also didn't want Jiang Hao to agree. If Jiang Hao agreed, would he still treat Xin? This is what she is worried about. Jiang Hao's gaze swept across everyone's faces one by one, and finally landed on Xue Zixi's delicate little face. I can join your Tianfu building, but unless it's something serious, you are not allowed to disturb my life easily. Even if it's something important, you have to make an appointment in advance. Jiang Hao's words instantly made Xue Zixi ecstatic. Master Jiang, please rest assured. We will definitely do this. I'll draw up a contract right now, and we'll sign it. Xue Zixi said this and quickly stood up to draft the contract. On the side, Jiang's father and mother looked very happy. Mother Jiang was excited, but then she realized it was getting late, and hurriedly grabbed Shui Zishi and said, Miss Shui, don't be so anxious. It's getting late now. Let's do it tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shui Zishi looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock, and it was indeed late. She looked at Jiang Hao a little embarrassedly. At this time, Jiang Hao also spoke. Tomorrow, just have someone send it over after you've drafted it. Upon hearing this, Shui Zishi quickly agreed. Okay, I'll definitely deliver it myself tomorrow. At this moment, Xaner's baby voice suddenly came from Jiang Hao's side. Brother, don't you want Xaner anymore? Hearing this, Jiang Hao turned around, looked at Xaner's big round eyes, and smiled slightly. At this time, Xia Qin was also looking at Jiang Hao with a nervous expression. How is it possible? Xaner is so cute, how could brother not want Xaner? After hearing this, Xia Qin finally put her uneasy heart at ease. Jiang Zixuan felt jealous when she saw Jiang Hao doting on Xaner. I am his sister, okay? Mom and Dad, Sister Xia, Sister Shui, I'm full. I'm going to do my homework. After saying that, she turned and went to her bedroom. Chapter 119, Undercurrent Surge, Conspiracies Lurk. Jiang Ma was an experienced person and saw it clearly, and immediately smiled. This damn girl is jealous of Xaner. Jiang Ma's words immediately made everyone burst into laughter. At night, Shui Zishi stood on a 100-meter-high building, looking down at Tianhe City at night. Now that Tianfu Tower has the young Grandmaster Jiang Hao joining us, coupled with strong publicity, Tianfu Tower will reach new heights. Shui Zishi thought so, then picked up the phone and made a call. Soon, the phone was connected. Shui Zishi gave the order neatly and clearly. Zhouhui, spread the word for me that Tianfu Tower has added a very young culinary master. Yes, miss. The person on the other side returned immediately without any hesitation. Note that this information must have been leaked accidentally. Yes. Shui Zishi hung up the phone with a slight smile on her lips. This time, with the young Grandmaster Jiang Hao joining us, let's see who dares to speak out. Soon, all the bigwigs in Tianhe City's upper class knew that Tianfulu had added a very young master chef. At the same time, in a very luxurious manner on the outskirts of Tianhe City, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression stepped into the main hall in 2 or 3 steps. After he informed the servants, an old man with a white beard soon appeared accompanied by several young people. As soon as this person appeared, a powerful aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time was revealed. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly said anxiously, Master Wu, something terrible has happened. Master Wu sat down on the upper throne without paying any attention to himself, and then he set his eyes on the middle-aged man. Master Shui, please take a seat. Grandmaster Wu said slowly. What on earth could have caused Master Shui to be so panicked? Mr. Shui was not pretentious. After sitting down, he spoke with an anxious look on his face. Master Wu, something terrible has happened. Today, I received a piece of news from the underground world. My precious niece Shui Zishi found a cooking master from somewhere. Moreover, this master chef is very young, probably not even 30 years old. Master Wu, the situation is extremely unfavorable to us now. Mr. Shui looked anxious. Grandmaster Wu, who was originally very calm, stood up instantly in shock after hearing what Master Shui said. What? A grandmaster under 30? Grandmaster Wu was also panicked. As a master chef, how could he not know how difficult it is to become a master chef? He was 55 years old when he became a master culinary artist. Now, someone told him that someone else became a master culinary artist before the age of 30. How could he not be shocked? Moreover, this master chef who was less than 30 years old had an indirect conflict of interest with him. This is definitely bad news for him. Although he is also a master chef, anyone with a discerning eye can see who has greater potential between the two of them. But, is there really anyone who can break through to the Grandmaster level before the age of 30? When Grandmaster Wu came to his senses, he was instantly filled with doubts. Second Master Shui, is your information reliable? Mr. Shui did not dare to be negligent and said quickly. Master Wu, the news shouldn't be false. This is from the spy I planted next to my niece. When Master Wu heard this, his expression darkened. He was silent for a long time, and then a faint light flashed in his eyes. In this case, we have no choice but to take advantage of this person's unstable foundation and strike first. Chapter 120, Crisis is everywhere, and cooperation is pleasant. I'm going to make friends with my cooking buddies and completely destroy this young genius master. When he said this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Master Wu's face. To be promoted to a master chef before the age of 30, his talent is so strong that it is rare in the world. We will never allow him to grow up. When Mr. Shui heard this, he was shocked. Master Wu, have you decided to have a culinary duel with that young master you've never met? This. Mr. Shui was shocked and a little hesitant. Kitchen fights are a way for chefs to resolve disputes. A chef fight is a gambling game that two chefs set up out of necessity when they have an irreconcilable conflict. Two chefs prepare the dishes, and people taste them and vote for their favorite dishes. The one with the most votes wins. As for the ending of the kitchen fight, it is a bit cruel for the chefs. According to the rules, the loser in the cooking competition must put down his knife and will be completely out of the culinary world and will not be allowed to cook again. Grandmaster Wu seemed to see Mr. Shui's worry, and then pretended to be relaxed. Master Shui, do you not believe me? Upon hearing this, Mr. Shui was shocked and quickly explained. How could it be? How could it be? I'm confident that Master Wu is invincible. Master Wu was very happy with Mr. Shui's compliment. The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. The next afternoon, Shui Zishi arrived at Jiang Hao's house early, waiting for Jiang Hao's arrival. Soon, Jiang Hao came home from school. Master Jiang, there is 150 million in this bank card. Please take it first. On the table in the living room of Jiang Hao's house, Shui Zishi took out a black gold card from her bag and handed it over. Then, without waiting for Jiang Hao to speak, Shui Zishi took out a purple membership card engraved with diamonds. Master Jiang, this is my Tianfu building's highest level supreme membership card. It's just a small token of my respect. Immediately afterwards, Shui Zishi took out a stack of contracts from her bag and handed them over with both hands. This is the contract I drafted this morning. It includes the transfer of 3% of Tianfu building shares. Master Jiang, please review it. If Grandmaster Jiang has no objections, please sign here. Shui Zishi pointed to the last page of the contract and spoke. Jiang Hao looked at Shui Zishi in surprise, then took the contract from Shui Zishi. As for the two cards that Shui Zishi pushed over, he didn't seem to be very anxious. Jiang Hao carefully looked at the terms in the contract in his hand. After making sure that there were no hidden unfair treaties, he picked up a pen and signed his name. In fact, in order to understand contracts, laws and other treaties, he specially studied his legal knowledge today. Fortunately, Shui Zishi did not set any trap treaty. Otherwise, Jiang Hao will definitely let her know what it means that the master cannot be bullied. Happy cooperation, Grandmaster Jiang. Shui Zishi took the contract signed by Jiang Hao, took a look at it, and then extended a friendly hand to Jiang Hao with a smile on her face. Jiang Hao took a look, then reached out and gently held Shui Zishi's soft little hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. In this way, time passed day by day, and June 8th finally arrived. In the morning, after breakfast, Jiang Hao picked up his examination tools and admission ticket and prepared to go to the examination room. At this time, Mother Jiang quickly put down the things in her hands and started looking for her clothes. Hao, wait a moment while I go get dressed, I'll go with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly grabbed his mother. Chapter 121, The college entrance examination is coming. Today's candidates are really awesome. Mom, please stop making such a fuss. Are you still worried about me, your son? Mother Jiang looked at Jiang Hao and rolled her eyes. How can I trust you? I've quietly become a master chef, and even a hero who saves people just by going out. Mother Jiang kept complaining about Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt embarrassed. He didn't expect his mother to know so much bad news about him. Mom, stop scolding your son. Just listen to me today and don't go. If you go, it will affect your son's normal performance. After Jiang Hao's repeated persuasion, Jiang Ma finally agreed to let Jiang Hao not go. However, not long after Jiang Hao left, Jiang's mother looked at the many students outside who were accompanied by their parents to take the college entrance examination. I couldn't help it in the end. No, I have to go check it out. Since Hao won't let me accompany him, then I'll just watch him from a distance, otherwise I won't feel at ease. It's really pitiful how loving parents are in the world. However, Jiang Hao didn't know all this. Walking into the examination room, Jiang Hao was sitting in the third row near the door. With the arrival of the invigilator and after explaining the exam rules, the exam began. First class, Chinese. Jiang Hao glanced through the entire test paper, then picked up his pen and started answering. Unlike other students who were scratching their heads, Zhang Hao just picked up a pen and started writing. In an instant, lines of calligraphy with vigorous strokes, strong brushstrokes, and neat and square characters appeared on the paper. Zhang Hao has made thorough preparations for the college entrance examination. Zhang Hao was answering the questions seriously. Time passed quickly. 30 minutes passed in a blink of an eye and Zhang Hao finally finished writing the composition. After he checked repeatedly and didn't find any major problems, he felt like he had nothing to do. Zhang Hao's abnormality instantly attracted the attention of the invigilator. The invigilator stared at Zhang Hao, frowned, and stared at Zhang Hao closely. However, when he found that Zhang Hao actually fell asleep on the table, he was confused. He took 2 steps at a time and quickly came to Zhang Hao, then gently knocked on the table where Zhang Hao was lying. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Hao looked up in surprise and looked at the invigilator in confusion. The invigilator came close to Zhang Hao and spoke softly. Answer the questions carefully, there's still plenty of time. Hearing this, Zhang Hao didn't say anything, but stood up from the table and opened the answer sheet that was already filled with answers. Seeing Zhang Hao's neatly filled answer sheet, the invigilator was stunned for a moment. Is this done? The invigilator looked at his watch and found that only 40 minutes had passed since the exam started. Finish a complete set of college entrance examination Chinese language questions in 40 minutes? Moreover, it is written so carefully and neatly, without any signs of fabrication at all. At this time, he recalled the hardships he had experienced when he took the college entrance examination. Suddenly, the invigilator looked at Zhang Hao with a strange look. Am I out of date or am I just getting old? When did students become so awesome? Seeing this, the invigilator turned and left. From then on until the end of the Chinese language test, the invigilator's strange gaze kept sweeping over Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was speechless. If the college entrance examination did not prohibit submitting papers early, he would have handed in his paper and left long ago. Soon, as the bell rang, the exam time ended. In an instant, many students looked frustrated. After handing in the paper, Zhang Hao, who couldn't wait to leave, rushed out of the classroom immediately. Chapter 122, 1 word difficult, 2 words very difficult. Zhang Hao's speed was incredibly fast. When Zhang Hao had already rushed to the school gate, other students began to walk out of the examination room one by one. When Zhang Hao was the first to walk out of the school gate, several reporters holding microphones rushed up and surrounded Zhang Hao. Excuse me, are you a student taking the college entrance examination? Is the Chinese language difficult in this year's college entrance examination? May I ask how many points do you estimate you can get on the test? Zhang Hao nodded, then spoke calmly. The Chinese language section of this year's college entrance exam was very easy. I finished it in 30 minutes. As for my score, it's probably above 145, and I might even get a perfect score. As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, everyone around him was petrified on the spot. Are the questions this year really that easy? Soon, everyone came to their senses and stared at Zhang Hao with suspicion in their eyes. Could it be that we have encountered a top student? Thinking of this, the eyes of these reporters lit up instantly. Amidst the shoving and pushing, they quickly handed the microphones in their hands to Zhang Hao. Excuse me, which high school are you from? How are your grades usually? After a long time, Zhang Hao finally broke free from the crowd of crazy reporters. Amid the regretful looks of the reporters, Zhang Hao ran home with a lingering fear on his face without looking back. These reporters are crazy. However, he didn't see Zhang Hao looking at him with pride under a tree in the dark. Soon, most of the students finally poured out of the school gate. But, it's different from Zhang Hao. These students all had expressions of regret, remorse, and annoyance on their faces. Seeing this, the reporters rushed forward again as if they had discovered a new world. Is the Chinese language test difficult this year? Difficult? Of course it's not difficult, I haven't even finished my composition yet. Sassafras, me too. Sigh, I feel like this year's exam questions are probably the hardest in the last 10 years. Oh my god. It seems like I'm totally out of luck with getting into Jiaotong University this year. Amid the wailing of the examinees, these reporters were completely bewildered. Didn't he, the student who came out first, say that the questions were very simple? He even said frankly that his Chinese score would never be lower than 145. Why does this painting style feel a little wrong? Just when they suspected that they might have encountered a poor student, they randomly found a few candidates who had just come out of the school gate to ask. They summarized the answers of the next few candidates. Keep it simple, in one word. Disaster. 2 words. It's very difficult. 3 words, very difficult. Now, they remembered Jiang Hao's calm answer, and suddenly, they had 2 guesses. First, Jiang Hao was a genius student. Second, Jiang Hao was a psychopath and a madman. Afternoon, math. Jiang Hao was still the first one to come out of the school gate. When the reporters saw Jiang Hao, they were stunned for a moment. They had a very deep impression of Jiang Hao. After a moment of stunned silence, they reacted and rushed forward. How is the math level for this year's college entrance exam? Is the question difficult? How many points do you think you can get? Jiang Hao didn't expect that he would be blocked by this group of people again. Seeing these hungry eyes, he suddenly remembered the fear that this group of people had felt this morning. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly found that there were people all around him and he had nowhere to escape. Chapter 123, The King of Forces Reborn, Someone Wants to Plagiarize. Helplessly, he had to answer the questions from this group of reporters. It's not difficult, it's very simple. I was done in 25 minutes. No surprises at all, full marks. Jiang Hao's answer stunned the reporters again. At this moment, Jiang Hao took the opportunity to escape from the encirclement. The next morning, the comprehensive science exam began. Without any surprise, Jiang Hao finished the entire set of papers in less than 30 minutes, and then waited quietly for the bell to ring. This time, in order to prevent himself from being blocked by the group of hungry reporters, Jiang Hao did not rush out first. However, what Jiang Hao didn't know was that outside, reporters from several different organizations had already made bets on whether he would be the first one to rush out of the school gate this time. I guess, this time, it must be that Force King who comes out first. I think so too. No, we've blocked him twice. I guess he'll be mixed in with the other students this time. Soon, the bell rang, the papers were handed in, and students came out of the examination room one after another. Outside, reporters were eagerly waiting, searching for something in the crowd. After Jiang Hao mixed in with the others, he came out and saw this group of crazy reporters who seemed to be looking for something. Suddenly, Jiang Hao seemed to think of something, and then looked like he had seen a ghost. Fuck, are they looking for me? Thinking about it this way, Jiang Hao felt that it was very possible. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be safe. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickly put on the hood of his clothes and prepared to escape quietly. However, when he walked out of the school gate, he was eventually discovered by a young female reporter who was looking for Jiang Hao. Come here, he's here. When the young female reporter discovered it, she screamed. In an instant, the other reporters gathered around like sharks smelling blood. Jiang Hao's slightly shining figure froze in an instant, and he said inwardly, "Oh no." Sure enough, the next moment, he was surrounded again. Mr. Jiang, is the comprehensive science program difficult? Student Jiang, how many points can you get on the comprehensive science test? Simple. It'll only take about 20 to 30 minutes. If there are no accidents, full marks. Soon, under the siege of a group of hungry reporters, Jiang Hao was quickly defeated and fled. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. The last trip in the afternoon, English. Jiang Hao finished it within 30 minutes. At this moment, the candidates in the examination room saw Jiang Hao doing nothing again, and immediately they all looked at Jiang Hao with different eyes. Sasagi, has this guy really given up on treatment? Fuck, he's not going to finish early again, is he? Humph, just grandstanding. Most of the glances people gave Jiang Hao were filled with pity, doubt, disdain, etc. The invigilator in this examination room had a very deep impression of Jiang Hao. After careful observation, they found that Jiang Hao did not do anything wrong, so they stopped paying attention to him. Just then, Jiang Hao was about to lie down on the table and take a nap. Suddenly, the bench under his butt shook. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. When he looked down, he found that it was a candidate in the back row who was kicking his bench. After Jiang Hao glanced back vaguely, he found that the person behind him was actually making moves for him. Judging from his actions, the man actually wanted to copy his answer sheet. Chapter 124, Jiang Hao's warning, decomposing a mosquito. This person even wanted Jiang Hao to sit to the left, and then move the answer sheet to the right so that he could copy it. Jiang Hao understood and moved his body. Su Tianlong in the back row was delighted when he saw this. It seems that this person is very smart. However, the next moment, Su Tianlong's face froze. It turned out that Jiang Hao actually pulled his stool forward and laid down on the answer sheet, completely blocking it. This is the college entrance examination, and cheating will result in a sentence. Jiang Hao has no relatives or friends with him, so how could he risk his life for him? Jiang Hao didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he chose to tolerate it. However, some people actually regard Jiang Hao's tolerance as cowardice. It's getting even more rampant. At this time, Su Tianlong's face was gloomy, and he kept kicking Jiang Hao's bench, harassing Jiang Hao. This made Jiang Hao very angry. In June, there were a lot of mosquitoes in Tianhe City. A mosquito probably smelled Jiang Hao's delicious blood and landed on the back of Jiang Hao's hand. Just when the mosquito was sticking its butt out, ready to have a good meal. Bang! Originally, in the classroom where only the sounds of writing and flipping test papers could be heard, a crisp sound suddenly came. Everyone in the classroom was shocked instantly. The invigilator frowned and walked towards Jiang Hao. Everyone else, answer the questions carefully. He came to Jiang Hao and asked, "What's wrong with you?" This scared Su Tianlong, who was standing behind Jiang Hao. He thought Jiang Hao was going to expose him and became very nervous. Jiang Hao heard this and immediately changed his mind. He looked at the invigilator with a slightly apologetic look and spoke. "I'm sorry, teacher. Just now, a mosquito that didn't know how to live or die kept harassing me, and I swatted it to death." When the invigilator heard this, he was speechless. "Okay, answer the questions carefully. Pay attention next time." "Yes, yes." Jiang Hao nodded in response. Behind Jiang Hao, Su Tianlong became furious when he heard this. Isn't this clearly a warning to him? The meaning is very clear. When I was in Tianhe City No. 4 middle school, did I ever receive such a warning? The more Su Tianlong thought about it, the angrier he became. Not only did this person not copy the answers for himself, he also warned himself. It seems that after the exam, it is necessary to help this guy correct his bones. However, before that, I can't let him have an easy time. Anyway, he couldn't get into any good university, and he didn't know a word of English. If I can't have a good life, then this kid won't have a good life either. Thinking of this, Su Tianlong looked at Jiang Hao with resentment. After the invigilator left, he continued to kick Jiang Hao's bench. At this moment, Jiang Hao was staring at the body of the mosquito he had killed on the back of his hand and grinning foolishly. If other people saw this, they would think I was a fool. At this moment, a voice sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, the system found a dead mosquito. Do you want to decompose it? Break down. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a mosquito. You have obtained the skill insect taming, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Insect taming technique level 101, can control and drive all insects. Decomposition complete, should we fuse? After reading the annotations, Jiang Hao became even more interested in this insect controlling technique. Fusion. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao chose fusion. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sense of comfort all over his body, and then there was no change. At this time, driven by his curiosity about the art of controlling insects, Jiang Hao activated the art. Chapter 125, Little Guy, I can't cure you anymore. A wave that could not be seen or felt by the naked eye emanated from Jiang Hao. But in the blink of an eye, 10 more mosquitoes appeared on Jiang Hao's test paper. Jiang Hao stared at the 10 mosquitoes in surprise. He actually felt a sense of intimacy from these 10 mosquitoes. At this moment, a strange idea popped into his mind. I seem to be able to control these 10 mosquitoes? Coincidentally, at this moment, he felt the idiot in the back row kicking his stool again. Then, he had an idea and silently gave orders to the 10 mosquitoes in his heart. The next moment, these 10 mosquitoes seemed to understand what he said. They flew up from in front of him and flew towards his back row. Behind Jiang Hao, Su Tianlong kicked Jiang Hao's bench. Jiang Hao didn't make any move. He thought Jiang Hao was scared, and suddenly he became more and more proud. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if his cheek was pricked by a needle. Afterwards, his hands, arms, thighs, etc. all felt like they were pricked by needles. When he looked carefully at the place where the pain came from on the back of his hand, he suddenly found a mosquito working hard with its butt sticking out. Bang! Without any hesitation, he took advantage of the situation and slapped him. Little guy, I'll beat you to death. Su Tianlong looks very confident. However, when he took his hand away, there was no trace of the mosquito. Just as he was looking around, looking for the trace of the mosquito, At this moment, the candidates in the classroom who were answering questions seriously suddenly looked at Su Tianlong one by one, glaring at him. This is the college entrance examination, one of the important turning points in their lives. This person actually disturbed them on such an important occasion. In the front row, Jiang Hao heard the noise and chuckled in his heart. Little guy, I can't cure you anymore. The invigilator also frowned and walked over very unhappily. What's wrong with you? Su Tianlong was startled when he heard this. He looked up and saw that it was the invigilator, and immediately something came to his mind. I'm sorry, teacher. Just now, a mosquito that didn't know how to live or die dared to provoke me, and I swatted it to death. He imitated Jiang Hao's tone and spoke. The invigilator frowned when he heard this. Although he felt something was wrong, he couldn't blame him harshly. Pay attention and don't disturb others while they are doing their homework. After warning Su Tianlong, the invigilator turned around and left, looked at his watch and reminded him. Everyone hurry up, there are still 30 minutes until the end of get out of class. Hearing that there were still 30 minutes left, the candidates ignored Su Tianlong and hurriedly seized the time to answer the question seriously. At this time, Jiang Hao drove the 10 mosquitoes to crawl onto Su Tianlong's face one by one. Immediately afterwards, Su Tianlong felt as if his face was being pricked by needles one after another. He quickly reached out and rubbed his face. But as soon as he rubbed it, he felt a slight tingling sensation in other places. Su Tianlong was almost tortured to death. He scratched his face with red blood marks. At this moment, a mosquito flew past his eyes. Suddenly, Su Tianlong became furious. He finally found the culprit. Without any hesitation, he clapped his hands. Bang! A crisp sound rang out in the silent classroom. In an instant, all the candidates in the examination room cast angry glances at Su Tianlong. The invigilator also looked angry. Chapter 126, Nothing Can't Be Solved with a Slap. The invigilator took 3 or 2 steps to Su Tianlong's side, but when he saw Su Tianlong at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. He couldn't help but wonder, are there really so many mosquitoes in this classroom? At this time, Su Tianlong's face was covered with big lumps, and there were bloody marks on his face that he had scratched himself. It's as miserable as it looks. They were all sitting in the same classroom. Everyone else was fine, but Su Tianlong seemed to be particularly popular with mosquitoes. Looking at Su Tianlong's miserable appearance, the invigilator suddenly felt some sympathy for Su Tianlong. However, sympathy is sympathy, but this is an examination room, and there are these candidates. Su Tianlong's behavior has seriously affected others. As the invigilator, he can't just ignore it. Classmate, please be quiet. Be patient and answer the questions quickly, the time is almost up. Su Tianlong nodded with a frustrated look on his face. At this time, Su Tianlong was almost crying. What's wrong with me today? Why am I so popular with mosquitoes? Soon, the time was up, and when the invigilator collected the test papers, he turned around and left. The candidates in the classroom then spoke one by one, chattering and standing up to leave the examination room. Jiang Hao picked up the examination tools that had been packed up long ago and prepared to leave. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from behind him. Stop! Hearing the noise, everyone stopped and looked over. Jiang Hao also turned around. Jiang Hao was also shocked when he saw this. The guy sitting behind him had a face full of big bags and scratches, looking even worse than the natives in the Amazon jungle. The others were also stunned when they saw Su Tianlong's appearance. At this time, Su Tianlong pointed at Jiang Hao with a fierce look on his face. Kid, where are you from? You're so arrogant. It was originally a very serious scene, but when Jiang Hao saw Su Tianlong's expression, he couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. Jiang Hao's sudden laughter made Su Tianlong a little dazed, and then anger rose. Damn it, I'll make you laugh. Su Tianlong cursed angrily, then reached out and slapped Jiang Hao. Seeing this scene, the onlookers around were shocked. They thought Jiang Hao was going to be slapped. Unexpectedly, the next moment, there was a scream. The scene in front of them changed. Jiang Hao was still standing there, but Su Tianlong flew backwards. Ah! Seeing the scene, everyone opened their mouths wide. Fuck, is this martial arts? Sasa, am I dazzled? Can a slap send someone flying? His Su Tianlong has met a master this time. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao in awe, and some even looked at him with fanatical eyes. Su Tianlong struggled to get up, pointed at Jiang Hao with a look of horror, spoke incoherently, and kept backing away. You. Seeing this, Jiang Hao felt bored and turned away under everyone's gaze. After Jiang Hao left, the others looked at Su Tianlong with pity. Su Tianlong felt a little uncomfortable with the strange looks from the people around him. Get out of here! With a roar, Su Tianlong looked at the direction where Jiang Hao left with resentment in his eyes, and turned and left. After returning home, Jiang Hao turned around and went back to his bedroom after his mother asked him about his well-being. He needs to study his insect controlling skills carefully. He saw great potential in the art of insect taming. After many experiments, he found that the first-level insect controlling technique seemed to only allow him to summon 10 small mosquitoes. Chapter 127, Upgrading the Insect Taming Technique, Even Cabbage Can Be Decomposed. Jiang Hao was slightly disappointed. However, after he spent a skill point to upgrade his insect control technique to level 2, his insect control technique changed greatly. In terms of quantity, the second level of insect control can summon 100 insects. Among these 100 insects, in addition to mosquitoes, there are finally some other small insects. Although these bugs are small, they can sometimes have miraculous effects. It would be amazing if he could summon some poisonous insects. Insect Taming Technique Level 2010, Control and Drive All Insects. Level 2 insect taming is already so powerful, what about level 3? Jiang Hao's eyes were full of anticipation. System, spend 10 skill points to upgrade the insect taming technique to level 3. Jiang Hao ordered. Ding, the insect control technique has been successfully upgraded. Insect Taming Technique Level 30100, Control all insects and drive all insects. As the insect controlling technique was upgraded to level 3, a piece of information instantly merged into Jiang Hao's mind. After Jiang Hao digested the information, his face was full of smiles. Sure enough, not only did the number of third-level insect controlling techniques increase tenfold again, but the types also increased a lot. He can even control some poisonous insects. If anyone dares to offend him, he will kill him, right? And did 1T leave any evidence? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao became excited. Just when Jiang Hao was still excited, Jiang Ma's voice came and interrupted Jiang Hao's YY. Hao, come out for dinner. No. Jiang Hao finally suppressed his excitement to try out the third-level insect control technique and went out to eat. The college entrance examination is over and Jiang Hao finally has some free time. In the morning, Jiang Hao got up early as usual and prepared to make breakfast for his parents. Walking into the kitchen, Jiang Hao found various ingredients. What can I make with this cabbage? Jiang Hao looked at a cabbage in his hand and thought for a moment. Ding, I found a cabbage. Do you want to decompose it? At this moment, the system's voice suddenly came, and Jiang Hao was stunned. Ha! Cabbage can also be decomposed? I wonder what I'll get after the cabbage is decomposed. Jiang Hao was slightly stunned, then instantly became interested. Breakdown. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a cabbage. You received a mutant cabbage seed, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 experience points. Mutated Chinese cabbage seeds grow at super fast speed, eating them can beautify and nourish your skin. Extract? As the system prompt sounded, the cabbage in Jiang Hao's hand suddenly disappeared. A tiny ball of light appeared in his mind, with a seed spinning inside it. Seeing the seed, Jiang Hao was a little confused. Mutated cabbage seeds? Extreme growth, eating it can beautify the skin? Jiang Hao looked happy after he realized what was happening. Sassafras, my system is amazing. Extract. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, a purple particle the size of an ant appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao carefully kept it, then he looked at the various vegetables in the vegetable basket beside him, his eyes shining. Since we can obtain mutant seeds by decomposing cabbage, what about other vegetables? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao grabbed a red pepper. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sound arrived as expected. Ding, found a red pepper, do you want to decompose it? As the system prompt sounded, a smile appeared on Jiang Hao's lips. Breakdown. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao spoke. Chapter 128 Mutated Vegetable Seeds, each with its own effect. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a red pepper. You received a mutant red pepper seed, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Mutated red pepper seeds grow at an extremely fast rate, can stimulate appetite and be addictive, please use with caution. Decomposition complete, do you want to extract? After reading the annotation, Jiang Hao was also happy. Oh my, this mutant chili pepper is both appetizing and addictive? Jiang Hao thought about it and it seemed to be true. He likes spicy food, and the spicier it is, the more he wants to eat it. It seems that eating chili peppers is indeed addictive. Thinking of this, he didn't care much. Then he broke down the other vegetables in the basket one by one. In addition to cabbage and peppers, he also obtained 3 mutant seeds. Mutated cucumber seeds grow at super fast speed, eating them can help you lose weight. Mutated tomato seeds grow at super fast speed, eating them can beautify your skin. Mutated leek seeds grow at super fast speed, eating them can replenish energy and strengthen yang. After finishing the 5 kinds of vegetables in the vegetable basket, Jiang Hao felt a little unsatisfied. Looking at the 5 tiny mutant vegetable seeds in his hand, Jiang Hao was a little troubled again. He looked around and found that he had no place to plant these seeds. He searched everywhere but only found a not very big flower pot. Helplessly, Jiang Hao had to plant the mutant cabbage seed in a flower pot first. He is going to see the effect and plant the other seeds in some flower pots when he has time. After Jiang Hao poured some water into the flower pot, he planted the mutant cabbage in it. After placing the flower pot in his bedroom, Jiang Hao didn't pay any more attention to it. Although the system prompts that the mutant seed has the ability to grow at super fast speed, it can't grow all at once after he planted it, right? Jiang Hao went to cook without thinking much about it. What Jiang Hao didn't know was that as soon as he left, the mutant cabbage seeds he planted in the flower pot had already sprouted in the soil. Soon, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang got up, had breakfast, and went to Zhang's restaurant. Zhang Zishuan went to school. Jiang Hao also had some free time, and at this moment he suddenly remembered that Song Wanzhong seemed to have asked Song Wan'er to invite him to visit the Song family several times. Uncle Song has invited me several times. I didn't have time before, but now I have time. It's time for me to visit Uncle Song. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao called Song Wan'er to ask about it. After learning that Song Wanzhong was at home, he prepared some gifts and went out. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at a large manor. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived, he saw Song Wan'er already waiting at the door. Song Wan'er said with a resentful look on her face, "You're finally here. It's so hard to invite top student Jiang." Jiang Hao was a little embarrassed and touched his head. "Well, I didn't have time before, but now I have time, so I came right away." Song Wan'er looked at Jiang Hao's cute appearance and burst out laughing. "Okay, just kidding. Let's go, my dad is waiting." Under the guidance of Song Wan'er, Jiang Hao walked into the Song family manor. After entering, Jiang Hao sighed at the magnificent manor. Arriving at the hall, Jiang Hao finally met the famous Jade King Song Wanzhong again. In the hall, next to Mr. and Mrs. Song Wanzhong stood a well-mannered young man and a noble lady with outstanding temperament. Jiang Hao had already learned from Song Wan'er that they were her distant aunt and cousin from somewhere unknown. Chapter 129, Overestimating One's Own Abilities, A Small Punishment. "Dad, Mom, look who's here!" Song Wan'er cried out. Song Wanzhong saw Jiang Hao standing next to Song Wan'er outside the door, and immediately smiled and stood up and said, "Nephew Jiang, I finally invited you here." Jiang Hao greets Uncle Song and Auntie Song. Jiang Haoxing bowed to Song Wanzhong and his wife. On the side, Song Wan'er's distant cousin and aunt saw that Song Wanzhong was so polite to this young man, and their expressions changed subtly in an instant. The two looked at each other and instantly saw surprise, confusion, and worry in each other's eyes. At this time, Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wan'er's distant cousin and aunt next to him, pretending not to know them. "Uncle Song, who are these two?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself." At this time, Song Wanhua introduced to Jiang Hao. "This is Wan'er's distant aunt. You can just call her Aunt Feng." "Hello, Aunt Feng." Jiang Hao called out obediently. Song Wan'er's aunt nodded lightly, as if she was a little disliked by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't care. Seeing this, Song Wanzhong frowned, but didn't say much. "This is your Aunt Feng's son, Feng Jiangwo. He just returned from studying abroad. He's a doctor of medicine and has opened a fairly large private clinic in Tianhe City." At this time, Feng Jiangwo took the initiative to step forward, with a smile on his face, and extended his hand to Jiang Hao. "Uncle is joking, I'm just messing around, hello." "Hello?" Jiang Hao didn't think much about it and reached out to shake it. Just when Jiang Hao was about to let go, suddenly, he felt a force of moderate strength on his hand. Jiang Hao looked at Feng Jiangwo in surprise, only to see that he was looking at Jiang Hao with ill intentions, as if he was waiting for Jiang Hao to make a fool of himself. Seeing this, Jiang Hao sneered and exerted a little force with his hand. In an instant, Feng Jiangwo's hand was deformed. Feng Jiangwo's face changed, and he looked painful, as if he was afraid that others would find out, so he endured it and didn't scream out. After Jiang Hao punished the inexplicable Feng Jiangwo, he smiled and let go. Feng Jiangwo quickly pulled his hand back, and his hanging hand was trembling, but no one noticed these details. Feng Jiangwo stared at Jiang Hao, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. Okay, let's sit down and talk. At this time, Song Wanhua spoke, and everyone sat down one by one. After dinner, Feng Jiangwo prepared to find the right opportunity to turn the game around. He glanced at Jiang Hao, then at Song Wanner's mother. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he said, "Auntie, didn't you say you couldn't sleep well these days? Why don't you come with me to my clinic? I just recently got a new, most advanced medical machine from Country M. Can I give you a comprehensive checkup?" He Huixin was a little moved when she heard this. These days, she couldn't sleep for some reason. On the side, Jiang Hao heard it and suddenly remembered that he had insomnia not long ago, and it seemed that he still had the super tranquilizer pill synthesized by the system. At this time, Song Wanzhong also spoke. "Huixin, why don't you go and take a look with Jiangwo?" On the side, Feng Jiangwo's mother also hurriedly spoke up for her son. "All right." He Huixin agreed. Feng Jiangwo's face instantly filled with smiles, and he looked at Jiang Hao with some pride. Jiang Hao looked at Feng Jiangwo as if he was a fool. He didn't know what disease Feng Jiangwo had and why he was always picking on him. However, since that's the case, he wanted to be polite. "Aunt, are you just suffering from insomnia?" Jiang Hao suddenly spoke up. Chapter 130, There is nothing wrong with being ignorant. The problem is that you are ignorant but don't know it. Jiang Hao's question made everyone's eyes focus on him. However, Jiang Hao was not afraid at all and remained calm. Although He Huixin didn't know why Jiang Hao asked this question, she still answered it. "Well, I just have inexplicable insomnia these days, nothing else is wrong." Jiang Hao smiled slightly when he heard this. If Auntie just suffers from insomnia, it's not a big deal. At this time, Feng Jiangwo sneered, his eyes full of contempt. What? Could it be that Brother Jiang has a trick to solve Auntie's insomnia? An elementary school student who hasn't even grown all his hair is trying to act big in front of him. At this time, Song Wanzhong also frowned and looked at Jiang Hao with suspicion. Seeing that the situation was not right, Song Wanner also secretly pulled Jiang Hao's clothes, trying to remind Jiang Hao not to talk nonsense. Jiang Hao ignored Feng Jiangwo's ridicule. He reached into his pocket and took out a small gourd-shaped porcelain bottle. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, he pushed it in front of He Huixin. "Aunt, this is the 9-flower jade dew calming pill my master gave me. It can calm your mind, replenish your energy, and nourish your spirit. Originally, this was something my master exchanged with a medical master specifically to nourish and strengthen my spiritual power. But if Auntie needs it, I will give it to her and relieve her worries." Jiang Hao spoke in such a high-end and classy way that it also shocked the others. However, the 3 members of the Song family, who had been dealing with jade for many years, did recognize the extraordinary nature of the small porcelain medicine bottle at a glance. However, before anyone else could speak, Feng Jiangwo pointed at Jiang Hao with a sneer on his face. "Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter, Brother Jiang. You've probably read too many martial arts novels and haven't even realized you've been tricked by a charlatan. Master? Increase your spiritual power? Grandmaster? This is all from martial arts novels, there's no such thing in reality." As he said that, he stood up and reached out to take the small porcelain medicine bottle that Jiang Hao took out. "As for this thing, it looks quite decent, but it only sells for $3 or $4 outside." However, just when he was about to get the small porcelain medicine bottle, a hand suddenly reached out quickly and took the bottle before him. When he looked up, he found that his uncle Song Wanzhong was holding the small jade bottle, looking at it carefully, his eyes full of caution. Suddenly, he was surprised. "Uncle, you don't believe it, do you?" However, Song Wanzhong ignored him. At this time, He Huixin heard Feng Jiangwo was so ignorant and embarrassing, and immediately scolded him. "Jiangwo, stop talking." He Huixin's scolding made Feng's mother a little unhappy. "Sister, Jiangwo is right. Why, do you also believe what he said? Alas, you have all been deceived by this liar." As she spoke, she pointed at Jiang Hao, who looked calm, her eyes full of disgust. Then she continued. "I think you should get rid of this little liar and keep him away from Wanner. Wanner should spend more time with our Jiangwo. Song Wanner glared at her aunt, who had nothing to do with her, with disgust. When Jiang Hao heard this, he finally understood why Feng's mother and son hated him so much. He Huixin, who was standing aside, frowned and looked very unhappy. Her distant sister really has no vision at all, just like her son. Feng Jiangwo, who was standing by, was unaware of this. Listening to his mother's praise, although he appeared humble on the surface, he could not conceal the pride in his eyes. Chapter 131, Pretending to Know, Getting Slapped in the Face. However, just as Feng's mother was bragging about her son, Song Wanzhong suddenly shouted coldly. "That's enough." Feng's mother was frightened by Song Wanzhong's cold shout, and then she felt wronged, just when she was about to defend herself. But Song Wanzhong looked over with a cold face, and finally looked at Feng Jiangwo with some disgust. How could he not know the purpose of this mother and son? He was just too lazy to say it. Shame on you, pretending to know when you don't. As he spoke, Song Wanzhong pointed to the small porcelain bottle in his hand. This is a medicine bottle made of top-grade horse ivory jadeite, and it was carved by a master carver. This medicine bottle alone is worth over 1 million, and it's just a medicine bottle. Having said that, Song Wanzhong said no more, and his meaning was self-evident. The bottles of Guangxing medicine are so expensive, you can imagine how precious the medicine inside must be. Feng's mother and Feng Jiangwo were instantly stunned by Song Wanzhong's words. They looked at the small glazed ceramic bottle in Song Wanzhong's hand with disbelief in their eyes. How is this possible? It's just a small porcelain bottle, how is that possible? That's right, brother-in-law, you must have seen it wrong. At this time, Feng's mother and son seemed to have gone crazy, their eyes were dull and they were muttering to themselves. We felt a little reluctant, but at this time, Song Wanzhong glanced at Feng's mother and son, frowned, and spoke again. Hi, I think the mother and son are tired. Let's send them back. Yes, master. Soon, Uncle Hai brought people to ask Feng and her son to leave. The Feng mother and son were awakened and started shouting immediately. However, what surprised Jiang Hao was that after Uncle Hai patted the Feng mother and son lightly, the mother and son suddenly became quiet. Jiang Hao looked at Uncle Hai with curiosity. Was that acupressure just now? Is there really martial arts in this world? Jiang Hao didn't feel anything at all about punishing the Feng mother and son, a pair of jumping clowns. Just when Jiang Hao was lost in thought, Song Wanzhong's slightly apologetic voice suddenly came. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, nephew. We'll take this medicine. I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. As he spoke, Song Wanzhong picked up the wineglass and said, This cup is for my nephew. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quickly raised his glass and started to be polite. It's okay, uncle, don't worry. After a long time, Jiang Hao said goodbye to Song Wanner and her family. As for whether Huixin would take the tranquilizer pill, Jiang Hao didn't know. But he knew that a big family like the Song family would not easily believe his words. Even if you believe what he says, you must do some testing before eating it. After leaving the Song family, Jiang Hao ran to the flower and bird market, bought a few flower pots, and went back to plant the other mutant vegetable seeds. When Jiang Hao returned home with a few flower pots, he saw Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, and Zhang Zixuan sitting around the table in the hall, seemingly looking at something. They didn't even notice that Jiang Hao had returned. Jiang Hao immediately became interested and tiptoed closer to take a look. Fuck, it's growing so fast? Jiang Hao's voice instantly alarmed his parents and sister. Mother Jiang was startled. After she realized what was happening, she rolled her eyes and slapped Jiang Hao hard. You idiot, you scared your mother to death. At this time, Jiang Hao was staring at the big cabbage in the flower pot on the table, his eyes full of shock. Chapter 132, Mutated Chinese Cabbage Matures, Super Speed Growth Power. When Jiang Ma saw this, she remembered. It seemed like this flower pot was brought out from Jiang Hao's room by himself. Moreover, when she brought it out, there was clearly only a small green seedling in the flower pot. But who knew that when she came back in the afternoon, there was a completely tightly wrapped cabbage in the flower pot? She thought someone had nothing to do and planted a ripe cabbage instead. But Zixuan and his father said that they didn't change it, she didn't move, and Howard didn't come back. She thought it was haunted. Now, looking at Howard's expression, he seems to know something. Howard, what's going on? How come there's suddenly such a big cabbage in the flower pot? Mother Jiang asked curiously. As soon as Zhang's mother opened her mouth, Zhang's father and Zhang Zixuan's eyes immediately fell on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao reacted, looked at the cabbage in front of him, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Mom, these are mutant vegetable seeds I obtained through hybridization in my spare time. It grows quickly, and eating the cabbage grown from this mutant vegetable seed can also beautify your skin. Upon hearing this, Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, and Zhang Zixuan were shocked. When did Jiang Hao start studying this thing? At this moment, Jiang Ma suddenly seemed to think of something and asked quickly. Hao, you said it can grow quickly, so how long does it take for it to mature from the time it's planted? Jiang Hao was stunned and was really stumped by his mother's question. At this moment, he remembered that he seemed to have started planting at 8 o'clock in the morning, and now it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Mom, it takes about 6 to 8 hours from seed to maturity. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the whole family gasped. Hiss. They looked at the big cabbage in the flower pot on the table with shock. At this time, even Jiang Hao was shocked by the time. You know, the general growth cycle of cabbage is about 50 to 60 days. And now, the growth cycle of the mutated cabbage seeds has been shortened to 6 to 8 hours. All of a sudden, the time is shortened by more than 200 times. It's so scary. Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, and Zhang Zixuan looked at him as if he were a pervert. Jiang Hao felt uncomfortable being stared at by his family, so he pinched his fingers together and spoke timidly. Mom and Dad, I know I'm handsome, but there's no need to stare at me like that, right? I'll be shy. The whole family was immediately amused by the funny Jiang Hao. Fuck you, I've never seen anyone so narcissistic as you. Mother Jiang tapped Jiang Hao's brow with her finger and gave him a cold look. At this time, Father Jiang calmed down, immediately realized the crisis in the matter, and then said seriously. Hao, who else knows about this? Father Jiang's words instantly made the family nervous again. Jiang Hao knew what his father was worried about. He naturally knew the principle that a man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Dad, don't worry, I made this by myself, no one knows. Father Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Father Jiang stared at Jiang Hao, Mother Jiang, and Zhang Zixuan with a serious face, and spoke very cautiously. Mother, Hao, Zixuan, this matter cannot be spread casually. Jiang Ma, Jiang Hao, and Zhang Zixuan naturally understood the reasoning and nodded. Okay, Dad, don't be so serious. I'll use this cabbage to make some dishes for you to try. Jiang Hao felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he broke the cabbage and ran into the kitchen with it in his arms. Chapter 133, The Power of Mutated Vegetables, Jiang Hao's Thoughts. The mutated cabbage tastes really different, not to mention how many times more delicious it is than ordinary cabbage. What shocked Jiang Hao even more was the beauty-enhancing function of the mutated Chinese cabbage. Not long after they finished eating, Jiang Hao felt a greasy feeling all over his body, as if something was constantly being discharged from his body. The family lined up and took turns bathing. After each person washed 3 or 4 times, they stopped. Afterwards, Jiang Hao felt much more relaxed, and when he looked in the mirror, he was surprised to find that his face had become much whiter and tenderer. His mother has changed the most, she looks like she is several years younger. Such a powerful effect is truly shocking. If I sell this kind of vegetable, I'm sure it will fetch a very good price, right? Jiang Hao was very happy thinking this, but soon he seemed to have thought of something and a trace of regret appeared on his face. A cabbage like this wouldn't be too expensive to sell for 1 or 200 yuan, but I can't grow it on a large scale for now. But it's fine this way, after all, things are valuable because they are rare. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao no longer worried about it. As for the output of mutant vegetables, maybe I can talk to Shui Zishi about it. The more Jiang Hao thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and he immediately made a decision. That's settled. He also hadn't forgotten what Zhang's father had told him, but he wasn't foolish enough to confront others, so naturally there wouldn't be any big problems. With this idea in mind, Jiang Hao went to the kitchen again to decompose an ordinary cabbage and planted the mutant cabbage seed he had obtained. Tomorrow, he will have to rely on these mutated vegetables to negotiate business with Shui Zishi. No words all night. The next morning, Jiang Hao got up early and was surprised to find that all the other mutant vegetables he planted were ripe. After Jiang Hao collected all the mature mutant vegetables, he took out some and made a simple breakfast for his family. Then we finished breakfast amid the amazement of the whole family. In the blink of an eye, it's almost noon. Seeing that the time was almost up, Jiang Hao found the phone number left by Shui Zishi and dialed it. In an exceptionally clean and upscale office, Shui Zishi looked at the name displayed on her phone with some surprise. Is it him? I wonder what he wants from me. After a brief hesitation, Shui Zishi answered the phone with interest. Hello, Mr. Jiang, what a rare visitor. What do you want from me? Zhang Hao spoke and went straight to the point. It's nothing serious, I just want to discuss a business. After making an appointment with Shui Zishi, Zhang Hao took his mutated vegetables and drove straight to Tianfu Building. Arriving at Tianfu Building, Zhang Hao carried his bag and walked straight into the magnificent gate of Tianfu Building in a way that he thought was very handsome. However, he is only handsome for 3 seconds. As Zhang Hao just arrived at the door, the 2 security guards at the door looked at Zhang Hao, who was dressed simply, with strange expressions on their faces, and reached out to stop him. Hello, sir. Please show me your membership card. Zhang Hao then remembered that Tianfu Building seemed to be a membership-based restaurant. Shui Zishi seemed to have given him a supreme membership card of Tianfu Building. But I seem to have forgotten to bring it. Zhang Hao felt a little embarrassed and touched himself, but felt nothing. So, Zhang Hao looked at the security guard at the door and said embarrassedly, Brother, I forgot to bring my membership card. However, I have an appointment with the eldest lady of your Tianfu Building. Can you make an exception? Chapter 134 Big Brother, remember to write your name backwards from now on. At this time, one of the security guards spoke with an expressionless face. Excuse me, sir, we have rules. Although he knew this was the result, Zhang Hao was still a little depressed, but he didn't say much. At this point, he had already arrived and it was impossible for him to run back to get his membership card. He had no choice but to call Shui Zishi and ask her to send someone to pick him up. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, Miss Shui. I'm downstairs at Tianfu Building. I left in a hurry today and forgot to bring the supreme membership card you gave me. I was stopped by your security. Please send someone to pick me up. Zhang Hao did not avoid the phone while he was on the phone, so every word he said fell into the ears of the 2 security guards behind him. The 2 young security guards burst out laughing when they heard this. Then Zhang Hao heard the 2 security guards behind him whispering. How many people have come here today? Another one pursuing our eldest daughter. Yeah. The one who was just dragged out was okay. At least he was driving a luxury sports car and his clothes were worth a lot of money. But this guy, not only did he come by taxi, he's dressed very simply and doesn't even have a membership card, yet he still wants to pursue our eldest daughter. TSK TSK TSK. However, I admire this kind of warrior who dares to pursue our eldest daughter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao retracted his steps. Do they think I'm Shui Zishi's suitor? Zhang Hao turned around and looked at the 2 security guards in surprise. At this time, the 2 young security guards also knew that their discussion was overheard. However, they were not afraid, and one of them even secretly gave Zhang Hao a thumbs up. Brother, I admire warriors like you. However, we brothers still cannot let you in. Then, the man glanced at Zhang Hao's clothes and the bag in Zhang Hao's hand, and advised him again. Little brother, stop pretending and go back to study hard. What about the supreme membership card? If you have a blue crystal card, I'll even write my name backwards. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was speechless and didn't know what to say. After a brief pause, Zhang Hao smiled and asked with interest. Does your domineering eldest daughter have many suitors? At this moment, the young security guard who was talking to Zhang Hao suddenly looked proud when he heard this. Of course not. Today? Just when he was about to give a long speech to persuade this immature boy, the companion next to them accidentally saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walking towards them in the distance. Suddenly, the man's face changed, and he quickly whispered a reminder to his companion who was still talking to Zhang Hao. Laifu, stop talking, Manager Su is here. Upon hearing this, his companion quickly stood up. At this time, Zhang Hao also saw the middle-aged man walking towards here. Looking at the 2 young security guards again, Zhang Hao's mouth corners slightly raised. He spoke to the young security guard who had spoken to him before. Security boss, remember to write your name backwards for me later. The young security guard was stunned when he heard this. However, at this time, their general manager had already arrived at the door, and he didn't dare to think too much. When Su Jiu came back, he saw a child of about 17 or 18 years old staring at him at the door. There was no one else around, and he felt confused. Didn't the young lady say that Mr. Jiang was at the door? Su Jiuhui muttered to himself. Chapter 135, Zhang Hao's mysterious nature and his baffling questions. Just when he was about to ask the 2 security guards, the child who was staring at him actually came up to him with a smile and said something that shocked him. You are the one Miss Shui sent to pick me up, right? Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Zhang Hao. Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored the stunned Su Jiahui and the two shocked security guards standing beside him, and walked straight through the door. When Jiang Hao passed by the two security guards, he deliberately patted the big brother who was about to write his name backwards. At this time, Su Jiahui reacted and remembered Xue Zixi instructions. Immediately, he hurried to catch up and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry for my poor eyesight. I hope you can forgive me. My surname is Su, and I am the general manager of Tianfu Building S District." At this moment, Su Jiahui suddenly remembered something and quickly scolded the two security guards next to him. "You two, why don't you apologize to Mr. Jiang?" The two security guards looked at Jiang Hao, who was dressed simply, in shock. They didn't expect that their general manager would be so polite to this poor boy. At this time, Jiang Hao waved his hand. "No need, Mr. Su. This is their responsibility. I forgot to bring my card. Let's go quickly, Miss Xue is still waiting." After saying that, Jiang Hao stepped into Tianfu Tower, and Su Jiahui hurriedly followed and led the way. After Jiang Hao left, the two young security guards turned their gazes back and looked at each other at the same time, and then they stared at each other. Fuck, is what that brother said true? It seems so. Of course, all this was just a small episode for Jiang Hao, and he didn't take it to heart. Under the guidance of Su Jiahui, Jiang Hao came to a private room that was decorated very elegantly, grandly, and nobly. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Hao saw Xue Zixi. When Xue Zixi heard the noise, she looked up and saw that it was Jiang Hao. She quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, you're here." While greeting Jiang Hao, she gave instructions to Su Jiahui who was beside her. "Boss Su, give the order and serve the food." "Yes." Su Jiao turned around and was about to leave when Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. "Wait." Xue Zixi and Su Jiahui both turned around, and Xue Zixi asked in surprise, "Mr. Jiang, do you have any other instructions?" Jiang Hao glanced at Xue Zixi, then spoke in a mysterious tone. "Miss Xue, could you please ask the kitchen to make some vegetarian dishes with Chinese cabbage, peppers, cucumbers, tomatoes, and leeks? This has a lot to do with the business I want to discuss with you today." Xue Zixi became interested immediately after hearing this. "Oh, in that case. Boss Su, follow Mr. John's instructions." "Yes, miss." Su Jiahui left. Xue Zixi glanced at the bulging bag on the seat next to Jiang Hao and was a little surprised. She returned to her seat and sat down, looking at Jiang Hao with some curiosity. "Mr. Jiang, didn't you say you had business to discuss with me?" Jiang Hao looked at Xue Zixi, who had been piqued by his words, and said mysteriously, "Ms. Xue, don't be anxious. Wait until the food arrives. I promise that this business of mine will not disappoint you." Xue Zixi was indeed intrigued by Jiang Hao's mysterious behavior. "Oh, when did Mr. Jiang become so mysterious?" Jiang Hao smiled but said nothing. Seeing this, Xue Zixi didn't ask any more questions. After a long silence, Jiang Hao suddenly asked inexplicably, "Miss Xue, there should be a bathroom here, right?" Chapter 136, Xue Zixi's doubts and shock after understanding. Xue Zixi felt puzzled when he heard this, but he still answered truthfully. "Some." "That's good." Jiang Hao replied and closed his eyes to rest, which made Xue Zixi depressed. Looking at Jiang Hao like this, she began to doubt her own charm. Soon, the food was served. Jiang Hao picked up the chopsticks, picked up a little of each and tasted it, then shook his head, put down his chopsticks without saying a word. At this time, he took out the mutated vegetables he brought from his bag and handed them to the waiter under Xue Zixi's strange gaze. "Please ask your kitchen to make me the same dish using the vegetables I brought." The waitress looked at Jiang Hao with a strange expression, reached out to take the dish handed to her by Jiang Hao, and looked at Xue Zixi somewhat at a loss. He has never seen anyone bring their own ingredients to eat. Although Xue Zixi didn't know what Jiang Hao was doing, she still spoke. "Go ahead and let Master Zhao do the hard work." After receiving Xue Zixi's order, the waitress hurriedly took the mutated vegetables and went to the kitchen. Originally, Tianfulu's ingredients were all sourced through its own channels, and it never accepted outside ingredients, let alone ingredients brought by customers. However, with Xue Zixi here, everything is just a matter of a word. 20 minutes later, the dishes were served. Jiang Hao smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Xue Zixi. Xue Zixi picked up the chopsticks with doubts and tasted the dish that had just been served. As the dish entered her mouth, a rich and special aroma burst into her mouth. The aroma whetted her appetite, and she couldn't help but eat a few more bites. Afterwards, Xue Zishi felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and then she quickly tasted the dish that had been served to her. As soon as Xue Zishi took a bite of the dish, she frowned and spat it out. She was shocked to find that the two dishes were identical and were cooked by the same chef, but why did the taste differ so much? At this moment, she suddenly remembered the vegetables that Jiang Hao had just brought with him. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly looked up at Jiang Hao. "Mr. Jiang, those vegetables you just brought." Xue Zishi looked at Jiang Hao with anticipation, while Jiang Hao slowly tasted the vegetarian dish made with mutated vegetables that had just been served. The craftsmanship is a little bit worse, but it doesn't affect the comparison. Only then did he look at Xue Zishi and said, "Miss Xue must have already felt the difference, right?" Xue Zishi did not interrupt and waited quietly for Jiang Hao to continue, and Jiang Hao did as she wished. "This is a new variety of vegetable I researched, and it tastes more than 10 times more delicious than ordinary vegetables. This mutant vegetable just appeared, so I need to find some buyers. As one of the minority shareholders of Tianfulu, of course I would choose Tianfulu as my first choice. But, I wonder if Miss Xue is willing to do this business." As he said that, Jiang Hao looked at Xue Zishi. Xue Zishi was also shocked. Did she hear correctly? This was actually something Jiang Hao had researched himself. Is this something a high school student can do? I'm afraid even the country's national treasure level researchers may not be able to do that. However, she was not so shocked when she thought that this high school student was a master chef. "Miss Xue, are you interested in doing this business?" Jiang Hao saw Xue Zishi in a trance and reminded her. Chapter 137. Another 100 million, but is 100 million a lot? Xue Zishi was awakened and spoke quickly. Yes. I'm willing to pay 50 million to buy Mr. Zhang's batch of mutant vegetable seeds." Xue Zishi opened her mouth and asked for 50 million. However, Jiang Hao just looked at Xue Zishi, smiled and said nothing. Although 50 million is a lot, he has not yet told you the biggest feature of these mutated vegetables. If Xue Zishi knew that the cabbage she ate alone had extremely powerful beauty-enhancing properties, I'm afraid she wouldn't just pay 50 million to buy these 5 mutant vegetable seeds. At that time, 50 million might not even be enough to buy one of the mutant vegetable species. Xue Zishi saw that her bid did not satisfy Jiang Hao. After a brief silence, Xue Zishi spoke again. "How about this, Mr. Jiang? I'll pay you 100 million. How about selling all 5 mutant vegetable seeds to me?" After that, Xue Zishi followed closely. If Mr. Jiang is still not satisfied with the price, Zishi can do nothing about it. Xue Zishi spoke again and actually doubled the price. If the mutated vegetables had only undergone a huge change in aroma, he might have agreed long ago. However, the reality is not like this. Jiang Hao's silence made Xue Zishi frown. She felt that Jiang Hao was a little too greedy. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the time, then a confident smile appeared on his face and he looked at Xue Zishi. "Miss Xue, do you feel sticky all over and uncomfortable?" Xue Zishi was shocked when she heard this. After Jiang Hao's reminder, she seemed to really feel a little uncomfortable all over, and there was a hint of sweat smell. "Miss Xue, go take a shower. We'll talk later." At that moment, Xue Zishi thought that Jiang Hao had drugged him. However, seeing how calm Jiang Hao was, she gave up the idea. "Sorry, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll be right back." Xue Zishi spoke apologetically. Jiang Hao didn't say much. Soon, an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Xue Zishi finally arrived. This time, Xue Zishi rushed over and looked at Jiang Hao with shock on her face. "Mr. Jiang, what is going on?" Jiang Hao smiled slightly when he heard this. It seemed that Xue Zishi had already discovered it herself. Jiang Hao slowly extended a gesture for Xue Zishi to sit down, and Xue Zishi also sat down. Only then did Jiang Hao speak. "Miss Xue must have discovered it." "Yes, each of my mutated vegetables not only tastes 10 times more delicious than ordinary vegetables. Even each mutated vegetable has another very powerful attribute. The mutant Chinese cabbage possesses terrifying beauty-enhancing properties. I think Miss Xue has already sensed it, so I don't need to explain it further." As Jiang Hao spoke, Xue Zishi beside him was filled with shock. Although she had guessed it when she was taking a shower, she still felt incredible after hearing the truth from Jiang Hao's mouth. Afterwards, Jiang Haoyou gave a special introduction to the other 4 mutated vegetables. After listening to Jiang Hao's introduction, Xue Zishi felt like she was listening to a magical story. However, her personal experience just now could not be faked. After a long silence, Xue Zishi apologized to Jiang Hao. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, Zishi was judging you by your own standards. But, I wonder how Mr. Jiang plans to handle this deal?" At this point, she had realized that the price she had offered before was indeed far from enough. Chapter 138, Shocking Continuously, Shocked to the Point of Doubting Life. Jiang Hao was also silent for a while. How to do this business? He was a little hesitant. Originally, he wanted to grow these mutant vegetables himself and sell them to Tianfulu. But then he thought again and realized that he didn't seem to have the space to grow crops on a large scale. If he plants less, it won't be worth it. If he plants more, he will have to hire workers, and there will be many other issues such as land. Now that Xue Zishi has witnessed the power of mutated vegetables, he might as well throw all these problems to Xue Zishi. Moreover, the mutant vegetable seeds are all obtained from the system and are planted. The seeds produced by vegetables grown from seeds cannot be planted again. Therefore, even if the seeds were sold to Xue Zishi would not be able to copy them. I can only keep buying mutant vegetable seeds from him. In addition, the abnormal super speed growth property of the mutant seeds can be used as another powerful bargaining chip. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao spoke. I can sell you the seeds of these 5 mutant vegetables. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Xue Zishi was ecstatic. Real? Jiang Hao looked at the surprised Xue Zishi and gave a cunning smile. Real. However, I have already planted all these seeds, so every time you have to keep buying these mutant vegetable seeds from me. Upon hearing this, Xue Zishi's eyes widened, she gritted her teeth, and even had the urge to hit someone. However, she also knew why Jiang Hao did this. Xue Zishi said angrily. Name your price. Jiang Hao paused slightly after hearing this, and then spoke. How about this? I'll set the price of each mutant seed at 8 million per kilogram. Before Jiang Hao could finish his words, Xue Zishi suddenly jumped up with her eyes wide open. She almost couldn't help but scold Jiang Hao for robbery. Jiang Hao quickly waved his hand to stop Xue Zishi from exploding. Then he took out a paper bag from his body, pushed it in front of Xue Zishi, and added. Actually, these mutant vegetable seeds have an even more perverted property that I haven't mentioned yet. Xue Zishi said unhappily. What? She didn't believe that Jiang Hao's mutated vegetable seeds had any properties more perverted than those additional properties. Jiang Hao was not angry and said with a smile. That means I've compressed the growth cycle of these mutant vegetables to 6 to 8 hours. That means you can plant these seeds and harvest them in just 6 to 8 hours. Originally, Xue Zishi, who was indifferent, was suddenly startled and looked at Jiang Hao with horror. At this moment, he began to doubt his life. What? Jiang Hao knew this would happen, and quickly gestured to Xue Zishi to sit down. It's normal that you don't believe it. These are some mutant vegetable seeds. Plant them in a flower pot. You will see the results tomorrow, and then you can decide whether you are willing to do business with me. Okay, it's almost time, I should go back. After saying that, Jiang Hao stood up, picked up his school bag, and ended the conversation. Jiang Hao had been gone for a while, but Xue Zishi was still in shock. After she came to her senses, she quickly picked up the paper bag left by Jiang Hao, found a flower pot, and plucked the precious flower in the pot without mercy. Plant the mutant vegetable seeds, and then stare at the flower pot quietly. After leaving Tianfu building, it was still early. Jiang Hao planned to call his family to report his safety and then take a walk around. Chapter 139, Supporting Domestic Products and Admiring Foreign Countries. However, when he took out his mobile phone, he found that his broken phone, which he had used for almost 3 years, was out of battery again. Sassafras, I just charged it this morning, and it's dead without any use? Unlucky. Jiang Hao said inwardly. Looking at the old phone in his hand, Jiang Hao couldn't help but say. I've had it for 3 years now, it's time to upgrade. Plus, Mom, Dad, and Zishuan's phones should be replaced too. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao took a taxi to the largest electronics mall nearby. After entering Hongrui Electronic Mall, a sales lady soon came over to greet Jiang Hao. Hello, welcome to Hongrui Electronics Mall. What electronic products do you need, sir? Jiang Hao went straight to the point. What's the best cell phone you have? Upon hearing this, the sales lady began to introduce it to Jiang Hao very skillfully. Sir, the best thing we have here is Warwick fruit. As she spoke, the young lady took out two large screen mobile phones with very nice designs and began to introduce them to Jiang Hao. Sir, this is the latest Fruit 9 from Country M Fruit Company. The chip. At this time, not far from Jiang Hao, there was a young girl with a hot body, very revealing clothes, and a thick layer of foundation on her face. When she heard that the fruit phone introduced by the sales lady was the latest product launched by the M Country Fruit Company, her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly pulled a middle-aged man with a big beer belly next to her to come next to Jiang Hao and listen to the introduction of the receptionist. Jiang Hao felt someone approaching, but he just glanced at them and didn't care. The sales lady was still trying hard to introduce the fruit phone to Jiang Hao. However, after Jiang Hao heard the origin of this fruit phone, he immediately lost interest in listening. At this time, Jiang Hao interrupted the sales lady's introduction. Well, you don't need to introduce this one. Then he pointed to another mobile phone next to him and said, I support domestic production. Please introduce this Warwick movie to me. The sales lady was also very patient. She smiled at Jiang Hao and was about to introduce the Warwick to him. Yes, sir. However, Su Jiarong, who was still listening quietly at the side, was unhappy. No, just introduce this fruit phone to me, I haven't finished listening yet. Then, she glanced at Jiang Hao, who was sitting next to her, wearing simple clothes and had a young face, and her eyes were immediately filled with contempt. If you don't have money to buy it, just go away, kid. Don't make yourself sound so great. Still supporting domestic products? Can Huawei compare with fruit? Su Jiarong is a true Apple fan, so she naturally won't tolerate others disliking Apple phones. Jiang Hao turned around and glanced at the brainless girl with cold eyes. He disdained to argue with such a moron, and then said in a cold and merciless voice, Roll. Su Jiarong was scolded and became furious, reaching out to hit someone. However, Jiang Hao suddenly turned around and stared at Su Jiarong coldly. At this moment, when Su Jiarong's angry eyes met Jiang Hao's cold gaze, she was so scared that she took a step back. At this moment, she suddenly woke up. She was actually frightened by the look of a little kid. Thinking of this, Su Jiarong's face suddenly turned red and she felt ashamed. She turned around suddenly and threw herself on the chest of the beer-bellied uncle next to her, and started sobbing as if she was possessed by a drama spirit. Chapter 140, well, it's really cheap. Brother Hao, he is so mean. Woo woo. I just want that fruit 9. Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the couple hugging each other with a strange look, and immediately felt goosebumps all over his body. He actually thought the middle-aged man next to this brain-dead girl was her father. Who knew their relationship would be like this? At this time, even the sales lady who was introducing the mobile phone to Jiang Hao looked at the couple with a strange expression. At this time, the middle-aged man with a beer belly, who was called Brother Hao by the mentally retarded girl, gently patted the mentally retarded girl on the back and comforted her. It's okay, you're just a poor boy. Look at Brother Hao to avenge you. As he spoke, Brother Hao pulled Su Jiarong aside, then took a step towards Jiang Hao with a fierce look on his face. Poor bastard, you're looking for death. Did you also scold my girlfriend, Hao Jian? However, he was a little short, and when he rushed close to Jiang Hao, who was 1.8 meters tall, his aura was a little oppressive. At this time, Su Jiarong was looking at Jiang Hao with some pride. Seeing this, the sales lady who introduced the mobile phone to Jiang Hao hurried out and tried to separate Hao Jian and Jiang Hao. Sir, please calm down. Don't worry, sir. I'll introduce this fruit 9 to you right away. However, as soon as the sales lady came out, she was blocked by the stupid girl. Jiang Hao looked down at Hao Jian and fell into deep thought. Then he spoke very seriously. Yeah, that's right, it's really cheap. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, the sales lady next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing. When Hao Jian heard this, his face turned red. He glared at the sales lady fiercely and then cursed her. Fuck you. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and slapped Jiang Hao in the face. Seeing this, the sales lady was shocked and screamed. Ah! Careful! However, at this time Jiang Hao seemed not to notice and did not dodge at all. At this moment, seeing Jiang Hao not dodging or evading, the sales lady who was staring at this scene felt a little bit reluctant and subconsciously closed her eyes. On the side, Su Jiarong saw this scene and showed a happy and proud expression. Bang! After a crisp sound, a figure flew out. Ah! Then a shrill scream was heard. Everyone looked over. The sales lady opened her eyes and looked at the situation in front of her with a look of shock. When Su Jiarong saw the eyes, the smug expression on her face froze instantly. How is this different from what they thought? It turned out that in front of them, Jiang Hao, who was about to be beaten in their imagination, was actually standing there intact. Hao Jian, who was so fierce and hit someone just now, was lying on the ground not far away, covering his face and wailing. After a slight pause, Su Jiarong reacted. She pointed at Jiang Hao with a hint of fear in her eyes. You're done. How dare you hit Mr. Hao? As she said that, she quickly ran to Hao Jian, who was lying on the ground, and helped him up. Brother Hao, are you okay? Are you okay? At this time, the sales lady hurried to Jiang Hao and said anxiously, Sir, please leave quickly, or you'll be in trouble soon. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the sales lady in surprise. However, he did not listen to the sales lady's advice. This made the sales lady look anxious. At this time, Hao Jian was helped up. His face was full of anger. He covered his red cheeks with one hand and pushed Su Jiarong away with the other hand. Chapter 141, Ignorance is not wrong, but you are ignorant and have no brains. Then he pointed at Jiang Hao with a hint of madness in his eyes. You bastard, how dare you hit me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and he looked at Hao Jian coldly. Hao Jian was immediately frightened by the cold light in Jiang Hao's eyes and quickly took a few steps back. Then he felt ashamed. You just wait. As he said that, he took out his phone and prepared to call for someone. At this time, the commotion here alarmed many people, and soon, the general manager of Hongruwei Electronic Mall rushed over with 5 or 6 security guards. What's going on here? As soon as the general manager arrived, he immediately asked. At this time, Su Jiarong stood up and complained first. She pointed at Jiang Hao with an indignant look on her face. Are you going to do anything about this poor kid who has no money to buy a cell phone? Not only is he taking up space, he's even hitting people. At this time, Hao Jian, who was standing by, saw this and quickly spoke. Boss Wang, you take care of this matter. Look how that bastard hit me in the face. As he said this, he pointed at his own face. This pair of dogs and bitches were confusing right and wrong, but Jiang Hao did not refute them. However, at this time, the sales lady next to Jiang Hao couldn't stand it anymore. Just as she was about to stand up and explain the situation to their general manager, Jiang Hao grabbed her. At this time, the general manager frowned after hearing this and no longer had a good impression of Hao Jian, but when he saw Hao Jian covering his face, the balance in his heart still leaned slightly towards Hao Jian. However, he is not stupid enough to listen to only one side of the story. Then he set his eyes on Jiang Hao, who was dressed simply and carrying a cheap school bag. His good education prevented him from looking down on Jiang Hao because of his age and clothing. He asked politely, Is that so, sir? Jiang Hao glanced at the smug couple without further explanation. He took out a black gold diamond card from his pocket. Bang! It hit the glass counter. At this moment, General Manager Wang and Hao Jian's faces suddenly changed when they saw the black gold diamond card on the counter. General Manager Wang looked shocked. Hao Jian looked embarrassed as if he had eaten shit, and at the same time, he looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of regret. The black gold diamond card is not just a senior membership of the Royal Bank of Country R, it is also a symbol of status. How could he possibly offend someone who owned this kind of card? If these people want to deal with him, they can easily bring him down. However, now that things have come to this, he can only find a way to beg for forgiveness from this young man. Just when Hao Jian was wondering what method he should use to apologize to Jiang Hao so that Jiang Hao would let him go. At the side, the sales lady next to Jiang Hao sensitively noticed the change in expression of her general manager and Hao Jian when they saw the card. He immediately looked at the exquisite black, gold and diamond card on the counter with surprise and curiosity. This card made her feel familiar, but she just couldn't remember it. However, Su Jiarong, who was beside Hao Jian, did not see the expressions of Hao Jian and the general manager when they saw the card. She didn't recognize the card either. Puff! He looked at the pretentious Jiang Hao and sneered. Poor bastard, it's already this late, why are you still pretending? Who are you trying to scare with just a random gaming membership card? You little jerk! Shut up! Bang! Before Su Jiarong could finish her words, Hao Jian beside her shouted at her coldly and then slapped her hard. Chapter 142 Hao Jian, really cheap. Su Jiarong was stunned by Hao Jian's slap. Su Jiarong looked aggrieved as she looked at Hao Jian, who was staring at her angrily. Boss Hao, why did you hit me? At this moment, unexpectedly, the scene suddenly changed. Hao Jian ignored Su Jiarong's grievances and instead frowned in front of everyone's surprised gazes. Like a pug, he bowed and smiled as he came in front of Zhang Hao. "Sir, I'm sorry, it's Hao who has underestimated you." As he said that, he pulled the confused Su Jiarong over. "Oh, and her, it's all her fault, it's all this crazy woman." At this moment, Hao Jian thought that if it weren't for this vain woman causing trouble, he would not stand up for her and thus offend this big shot. The more Hao Jian thought about it, the angrier he became. He reached out and slapped Su Jiarong hard on the face again, and shouted coldly, "Bitch, hurry up and apologize to this gentleman and ask for his forgiveness, otherwise I won't forgive you." Su Jiarong was inexplicably slapped twice by Hao Jian, and she immediately became furious and was about to lose her temper. However, when her gaze met Hao Jian's eyes filled with coldness, she immediately reacted. "I am just a powerless college student from the countryside, and Hao Jian has many handles on me. Moreover, judging from Hao Jian's reversal of attitude, the card that this poor boy took out might not be that simple." Even Hao Jian was so afraid of this man, let alone a helpless college student like himself. At this moment, Su Jiarong became more and more frightened the more she thought about it. She slapped herself in fear and apologized to Zhang Hao. I'm sorry. I'm the one who looks down on others." Zhang Hao watched all this coldly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. The sudden reversal of the scene surprised everyone, and they immediately started talking about it. "Isn't that Mr. Hao Jian from the Red 9 Company? Sassafras, what is the identity of that young man? Fuck. Wasn't that guy so arrogant just now? How did he suddenly become a lickspittle?" Zhang Hao's indifference made Hao Jian and Su Jiarong even more uneasy. Hao Jian glanced at Zhang Hao and finally seemed to have made some difficult decision. Thump! Hao Jian knelt down on the ground, his voice filled with tears. "Sir, I have an 80-year-old mother at home and hungry children. Please be magnanimous and let us go." After saying that, Hao Jian began to kowtow. Seeing this, Su Jiarong knelt down quickly and followed suit. This scene made everyone laugh and cry. Zhang Hao was also disgusted by Hao Jian's exaggerated acting. He didn't expect that the card Shui Zishi gave him would be so useful. At this time, Hao Jian saw that his acting did not impress Zhang Hao, and he suddenly became anxious. He crawled towards Zhang Hao and was about to hug Zhang Hao's thigh. Seeing this, Zhang Hao hurriedly stopped it. Stop. Hao Jian looked at Zhang Hao expectantly, and Zhang Hao looked at the couple with disgust. "Put that shit away from me. I won't pursue this matter anymore, and you don't have to disgust me anymore. Take this woman and get out of here." When Hao Jian and Su Jiarong heard this, they were overjoyed and spoke immediately. Thank you, sir. Then, the two of them quickly stood up, walked through the crowd in shame, and disappeared. Zhang Hao looked at the direction the two people left and murmured, Hao Jian, you are really a jerk." Chapter 143, Disassembling the Cell Phone, 1,000-Mile Sound Transmission. The sales lady who was looking at Zhang Hao with admiration on the side also burst out laughing when she heard this. Zhang Hao heard the noise and turned to look at the sales lady. The sales lady immediately lowered her head and didn't dare to look into Zhang Hao's eyes. At this time, the general manager also reacted and said respectfully, "I'm sorry, sir. We are extremely sorry for today's accident. So, today, sir, if you like any electronic product, we will give it to you for free as an apology from our Hongrui Electronics Mall." Hearing this, Zhang Hao looked at the general manager in surprise, and then said, "No, I can still afford a few mobile phones." "Okay, it's okay." Then, he looked at the sales lady next to him. "Please introduce this phone to me." The general manager was also a smart man. He felt that he was not very popular with Zhang Hao, so he didn't want to make things difficult for himself. After hearing this, the sales lady finally calmed down and quickly introduced Zhang Hao. "Sir, this Huawei phone has the latest facial recognition function, and..." While listening to the sales lady's introduction, Zhang Hao picked up one and started playing with it. However, as soon as he picked up a mobile phone, his body suddenly stiffened. Ding, a cell phone was found. "Do you want to disassemble it?" Zhang Hao was shocked and did not act rashly. "I wonder what I'll get after the phone is disassembled." Just as Zhang Hao was thinking to himself, he suddenly saw a computer on the counter next to him, and his eyes lit up. Since mobile phones can be disassembled, computers should be no problem, right? Then he pointed to the computer inside the counter and said to the sales lady, Please help me get that computer out so I can take a look. The sales lady didn't show any impatience at all. After taking out the computer for Jiang Hao, she began to introduce the computer to Jiang Hao professionally. After Jiang Hao took the computer handed to him by the sales lady, he smiled. Because the system prompt sound arrived as expected and rang in his mind. After learning this, Jiang Hao no longer wanted to listen any further. Give me 3 of your best computers and 5 of those Huawei phones I just saw. I want to take them away. Jiang Hao interrupted the sales lady's introduction and spoke bluntly. The sales lady was also surprised when she heard Jiang Hao's needs. However, although he was surprised at why Jiang Hao bought so much, he would not pry into other people's privacy. Besides, it's not like this gentleman can't afford it. So after realizing what was happening, the sales lady quickly went to get the things for Jiang Hao. In the end, Jiang Hao spent 46,000 yuan, carried a big bag of things, and left with the sales lady seeing him off. After returning home, Jiang Hao took 2 mobile phones and 2 computers, and placed the rest in the living room. He took his things, ran to the bedroom, locked the door, and started his research. First, he took out the SIM card from his newly retired old phone and started calling the system. The system prompt sound arrived as expected. Ding, found an old phone, should we disassemble it? Jiang Hao didn't hesitate at all. Breakdown. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing an old man machine and obtaining the skill 1000 mile sound transmission, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. 1000 mile sound transmission level 1010 literally means no explanation needed. Decomposition complete. Do you want to extract and fuse? Chapter 144, First Trial of 1000 mile sound transmission, further analysis. After his old machine disintegrated, he actually gained this magical ability. Fuck, my system is amazing. Jiang Hao was shocked. Jiang Hao was shocked, but also excited, and quickly spoke. Extract fusion. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the skills merged into his body in an instant, and then, the techniques of the 1000 mile sound transmission technique appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. Soon, after Jiang Hao received all the memories, his face was filled with excitement. Sasa, this is indeed an immortal technique. When it is fully mastered, it can transmit sound to all the heavens and worlds. But, is it true that there are all the heavens and worlds? Jiang Hao was a little confused. But soon, Jiang Hao put this question behind him. However, at present, this magic is only at level 1, and the sound transmission distance is only 100 meters. Jiang Hao was a little depressed. Luckily I can use skill points to level up, and besides, 100-meter distance isn't useless. Thinking of this, the depression in Jiang Hao's heart also dissipated. You sound so awesome, I haven't tried it yet. After acquiring the new skill, Jiang Hao felt itchy and wanted to give it a try. As for the experimental subject, it was naturally Jiang Zixuan who was studying at home. A hint of mischief flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, and then he activated the 1000 mile sound transmission technique. Soon, a strange wave emanated from Jiang Hao. In the bedroom opposite, Jiang Zixuan was still studying peacefully, unaware that her bad brother was about to tease her. As she got to know her brother better and better, she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. So, she had no choice but to study harder. Moreover, she is in the 3rd year of junior high school this year. With the college entrance examination over, a high school entrance examination is coming soon. She has no cheats, so she can only rely on her own efforts. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into his ears, as if someone was calling her. Zixuan, Zixuan. Jiang Zixuan was a little confused, so he turned around and looked outside the door. When he found that there was no one there, he listened attentively. At this time, the voice sounded again. Zixuan, Zixuan, I am your brother. At this moment, Jiang Zixuan heard it clearly. Elder brother? This is her brother's voice. But she didn't hear any sound. Jiang Zixuan opened the bedroom door with some confusion and looked towards the hall. Brother, are you back? Jiang Hao didn't move. Zixuan, there's a gift I bought for you in the living room, go pick it out yourself. At this time, Jiang Hao's voice once again clearly reached Jiang Zixuan's ears. However, Jiang Zixuan couldn't tell where the sound came from. Gift? Soon, Jiang Zixuan found a pile of packaging boxes on the sofa in the living room. However, there was still no trace of Jiang Hao around. Brother, where are you? Jiang Zixuan's voice trembled a little. After hearing this, Jiang Hao felt that he had enough of teasing Jiang Zixuan, so he opened the bedroom door and stopped teasing her. Jiang Zixuan felt much more at ease after seeing Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao told Jiang Zixuan about it, and Jiang Zixuan took a computer and a mobile phone, then happily returned to the bedroom. Jiang Hao also returned to his bedroom to complete his great cause. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the brand new Warwick mobile phone he had just bought. I've already disassembled a phone. I wonder if I can get anything out of it if I disassemble it again. It was because of this consideration that he bought an extra mobile phone. When Jiang Hao took the brand new Huawei phone in his hand, the system prompt sounded again. Chapter 145, Further Decomposition, Eyes of Breaking the Law. Ding, a Huawei phone was found. Do you want to disassemble it? As the system prompt sounded, Jiang Hao hesitated, but finally he made up his mind. Break down. As Jiang Hao gave the order, the Huawei phone in his hand disappeared in an instant. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing, obtaining the skill Eye of Breaking Law, 0.9 skill points, 0.9 experience points. Eye of Law Breaking Level 1010, God Level Eye Technique. With it, nothing can deceive your eyes. Decomposition complete. Do you want to extract and fuse? The system's prompt sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. However, at this time, Jiang Hao had already been attracted by this new skill. The Eye of Breaking Law? Isn't it amazing? No matter why he obtained this skill by disassembling the Warwick mobile phone, Jiang Hao was still very excited. Extract fusion. The next moment, a purple light suddenly flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, instantly adding endless mystery to Jiang Hao. But soon, the purple light disappeared, and Jiang Hao's eyes returned to normal. And everything that just happened seemed as if it had never happened. At this moment, as the skills merged into his body, Jiang Hao realized the power of the Eye of Breaking Laws. To break the law is to break through all disguises and see the true meaning of the world. The first thing Jiang Hao thought of when he learned about the function of the Eye of Breaking Law was gambling on stones and finding a bargain. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickly took off a dragon-shaped jade pendant from his neck. He has been wearing this jade pendant since he was a child. His father said that it is an old item passed down in the family. He didn't know whether it was true or not, but he could use the Eye of Breaking Law to test it. As Jiang Hao activated the Eye of Breaking Laws, it seemed as if time was flowing backwards. All the experiences of this dragon-shaped jade pendant appeared in his mind. Everything played out in his mind like a movie in rapid reverse. From modern times to the Republic of China, to the Qing dynasty, to the Ming dynasty, right here, for some reason, the picture suddenly came to an abrupt end. However, after seeing these, Jiang Hao can at least be sure that this jade pendant is indeed an old item. As for why the picture suddenly cut off, perhaps it was because the level of the Eye of Breaking Law was not high enough. After all, the Eye of Breaking Law is only at level 1 now. At this time, Jiang Hao saw that it only took 10 skill points to upgrade to the second level of the Eye of Law Breaking. And he still has 10 skill points. System, upgrade the Eye of Law Breaking to level 2. As Jiang Hao gave the order, the system prompt sounded instantly. Ding, 10 skill points have been deducted successfully, and the Eye of Lawbreaker has been upgraded successfully. Eye of Law Breaking Level 20100, God Level Eye Technique. With it, nothing can deceive your eyes. After the Eye of Law Breaking was upgraded, Jiang Hao used it again to look at the jade pendant. Sure enough, this time the scene goes all the way back to the Song dynasty, and stops at a plain-looking stone in the hands of a master sculptor. Although it sounds like a long time, it actually only takes a few seconds. At this moment, Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Eye of Breaking Laws. He happily looked for things to experiment with, until Jiang's father and mother arrived, and then Jiang Hao gave up. After dinner, Jiang Hao gave the other 2 mobile phones to his parents, and took away all the deprecated mobile phones of his parents and Jiang Zixuan. He said that he wanted to exchange the phone for money so that it wouldn't be wasted, but in reality he was disassembling the phone and was kind of addicted to it. Chapter 146, Another Skill, Clairaudience. Mr. Jiang is truly an immortal. By disassembling 2 mobile phones, he gained 2 amazing skills. Of course he had to try it and decompose it further to see if he could get any other results. However, this time Jiang Hao was not as lucky as the previous 2 times. 3 mobile phones, an old computer, and only 1 mobile phone succeeded by chance again. Gained another powerful skill. Level 1 of the Clairaudience 010, you can know everything about the world while sitting at home. This made Jiang Hao ecstatic again. Later, after Jiang Hao's test, he found that a level 1 Clairaudient could only hear within 100 meters. However, what made him even happier was that his ability to transmit sound over a long distance worked perfectly with his ability to hear with super hearing. It would be even better if he could acquire the skill of clairvoyance. However, this is just his thought. Afterwards, he spent 20 skill points to upgrade the 1000-mile sound transmission and superior skills to level 2, and then he stopped. The next day, after having breakfast, Jiang Hao prepared to go to a nearby antique street to try to use his eye of breaking law to see if he could find a bargain. However, just as he was about to go out, Xue Zixi rushed over. This was the first time Jiang Hao saw Xue Zixi so upset. As soon as Xue Zixi arrived, she stared at Jiang Hao closely, as if there were flowers on Jiang Hao's face. Jiang Hao naturally knew that Xue Zixi must have been frightened by the rapid growth of the mutant vegetables. After a long time, Xue Zixi finally reacted. She looked at Jiang Hao with a complicated look and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang is truly an immortal." She was not exaggerating, her rapid growth was simply too incredible. At this time, Jiang Hao heard this and smiled without saying anything. Soon, Xue Zixi told the purpose of her trip. She agreed to the conditions proposed by Jiang Hao and purchased 2 kilograms of each of the 5 mutant vegetable seeds at a price of 8 million per kilogram. However, Jiang Hao said that the seeds are not enough at the moment and he needs time. And Xue Zixi also expressed her willingness to wait. So, the two sides reached an agreement to complete the transaction 1 month later. Xue Zixi also paid half of the deposit first. Jiang Hao earned another 40 million. After sending Xue Zixi away, Jiang Hao began to think about how to collect these 10 kilograms of mutant seeds. If he purchased these 5 kinds of vegetables in large quantities in Tianhe City, Xue Zixi would definitely be suspicious. So, he plans to go out of town to have a look after a while. Now, he continues to complete his schedule and go to pick up the bargains. After going out, Jiang Hao took the bus to the antique street. Due to the speed of the bus, the journey, which was not very long, actually took nearly an hour. Therefore, Jiang Hao considered learning to drive, getting a driver's license, and buying a car to get around in the future. It's an hour's journey and it's so boring sitting in the car. Squeak. After passing another station, the car stopped again. At this time, a mother holding a little girl got on the bus, but the little girl kept crying for some reason, so the mother had to keep coaxing the little girl. Since the bus's final stop is the train station, there are a lot of people on the bus. Now there were no seats at all, and the mother had to stand holding her crying child. Jiang Hao got on the bus earlier, so he got a seat. Many people around were disturbed by the crying little girl. Some people frowned, took a look, and then showed no concern. When Jiang Hao saw this scene, he stood up even though he still had a long way to go. Chapter 147, Giving up his seat to the human traffickers, the eye of breaking the law performs a remarkable feat. Big sister, please sit here with me. The child is crying. Jiang Hao stood up and spoke to the young mother with a smile. Upon hearing this, the mother turned around and looked at Jiang Hao with gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Then the mother sat down with her child in her arms. However, the little girl didn't know what was wrong and kept crying. There were already a lot of people on the bus, and it was very hot in June. When the child cries, the whole carriage becomes very stuffy. Many people were upset by the noise and frowned when they looked at the children. Jiang Hao stood by and watched the mother holding the child and coaxing the child in a low voice, but the child was still crying very sadly. However, the next scene made Jiang Hao feel something was wrong. The child was crying non-stop, which made people sad and cry. When Jiang Hao's eyes fell on the mother's face, he found that the mother seemed to be a little impatient with the child, and looked at the crying little girl with disgust. Then he saw the mother take out a lollipop from her pocket, peel off the candy wrapper, and put it directly into the little girl's mouth. Jiang Hao frowned immediately when he saw this scene. This made him doubt whether this child was her biological child. Not only can she not coax her own child, she also despises her own child. Even her last action does not seem like that of a mother. As Jiang Hao's attention focused more on this mother, he suddenly realized that the mother's posture of holding the child looked very awkward. Also, he found that one of the little girl's feet was bare, and she didn't even know when her shoe was lost. Moreover, the little girl's pants fell down, but the mother didn't react at all. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was a little puzzled. Is there such a careless and clumsy mother? At this moment, he suddenly remembered a report he had seen online not long ago. It is said that human traffickers have been rampant recently, committing many crimes everywhere, and have recently moved to Tianhe City. The report calls for everyone to pay attention. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao suddenly woke up. I won't run into human traffickers, will I? At this time, when Jiang Hao's eyes fell on the little girl, he found that the little girl stopped crying after eating the candy. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao said inwardly, "Am I wrong? Maybe this is the mother's way of coaxing her child?" Jiang Hao looked at it calmly, and at this moment, he suddenly thought of his eye of breaking laws. In an instant, his eyes lit up, and then he stared at the strange mother and daughter and used the eye of breaking law. In an instant, a series of images appeared in his mind. At first there was nothing wrong, the mother held the little girl. However, soon, a picture appeared. The childless mother in the picture suddenly changed and was not the current one. A mother carried her little girl into a barber shop. While the mother was doing her hair, the little girl walked out unsteadily by herself. At this time, the mother who was holding the little girl saw this scene from not far away and quickly came to the side of the little girl. She held a lollipop and lured the little girl to follow her. After the little girl caught up and walked for a distance, the woman looked back and found that no one was paying attention. Then he quickly came to the little girl, gave her the candy, picked her up and ran away. Seeing this, Jiang Hao knew that his guess was absolutely correct. He actually gave up his seat to the human trafficker. Chapter 148. I want to report that there is a human trafficker next to me. When Jiang Hao thought of this, he felt a toothache. What should I do now? Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask himself. If I take action now, I can take the little girl back from this woman. Then I might be misunderstood by others, which would be embarrassing. It seems that I can't take her by force unless it's absolutely necessary. Anyway, she is by my side, so don't panic. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao's brain started working at high speed and he began to think of a solution. At this time, a team of soldiers was on duty next to the traffic light at the intersection ahead. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the red light came on and the bus Jiang Hao was on had to stop. At this time, Jiang Hao's bus was only 60 or 70 meters away from the team of soldiers on duty. When the woman trafficker next to Jiang Hao saw the soldier on duty, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. Jiang Hao glanced calmly at the woman trafficker sitting on the seat and at the same time activated his 1,000 miles voice transmission skill. Suddenly, a special wave emanated from Jiang Hao's mouth and headed towards the team of soldiers on duty. Masayoshi-san is working meticulously with his soldiers. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into his ears. Brother Bing, there's a woman trafficker on the bus at the intersection to your left. She was holding a little girl of 3 or 4 years old and sitting in the third seat on the left. The child's name is Xiaobei, come and take her away. Who? Masayoshi-san asked back to the next group. Then he looked around in confusion, as if looking for something, but he found nothing. At this time, Masayoshi-san subconsciously looked at the bus not far away. The soldiers behind him all had strange expressions on their faces and spoke out. Squad leader, did you hear that too? As soon as Xiao Wang opened his mouth, the others were shocked. Report to the squad leader, I heard it too. I heard someone say there were human traffickers on the bus? Squad leader, do you want to take a look? Masayoshi-san was a little hesitant at first, but since so many brothers heard it, it couldn't be an auditory hallucination. As for whether what the voice just said was true or not, Masayoshi-san thought it was true. However, no matter whether it is true or not, he must investigate it, otherwise he will not be at ease. At this time, Masayoshi-san gave the order. Wang Sharon. Arrive. Direct that bus to pull over and be inspected. Yes. Everyone else, follow me up to check. Yes. As expected of China's well-trained soldiers, they follow orders promptly and do everything without any delay. Wang Shaoren ran to the bus and gestured for it to pull over. Although the bus driver was puzzled, he still did it. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's mouth corners slightly raised. Jiang Hao had been listening to the conversation between Masayoshi-san and Wang Shaoren. As for the human trafficker next to Jiang Hao, his face froze when he saw this situation, and he felt even more uneasy. The other people in the car were noisy, surprised, confused, etc., with different expressions. At this time, Masayoshi-san brought his men over and knocked on the car door. The driver understood and opened the door. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Masayoshi-san led his people into the car. Excuse me, we are on a mission. Everyone please show your ID cards for inspection. Although everyone had many doubts, they still started looking for their ID cards. Soon, the soldiers began to check one by one. And Masayoshi-san personally began to check the row on the left. Chapter 149. Life is like a play, it all depends on your acting. The woman trafficker next to Jiang Hao became nervous when he saw this and started to touch himself in panic. At this time, Masayoshi-san saw the opportunity and came to the woman trafficker. Before the woman trafficker could react, he reached out and picked up the little girl sitting on her lap. The woman trafficker only felt a lightness on his legs, and then he subconsciously stretched out his hand in a hurry, and then a surprised voice came. "Hey, Xiaobei, why are you here?" Hearing this voice, the woman trafficker shuddered all over and his face turned pale. When she slowly raised her head, she saw Masayoshi-san holding the little girl in surprise, and Xiaobei was not crying or making a fuss. The woman trafficker's expression froze, but soon she reacted and immediately lowered her head. At this moment, son Masayoshi's eyes suddenly fell on the woman trafficker, and he spoke with a hint of doubt in his tone. "Hey, who are you? Why are you bringing Xiaobei with you?" The woman trafficker immediately looked up with a forced smile on his face. He was a little scared and even stuttered. I am Xiaobei's nanny." "Nanny? But I didn't hear my sister hire a babysitter?" At this moment, Masayoshi-san seemed to be possessed by a drama spirit, acting as if it were real. Jiang Hao couldn't help but admire him. The woman trafficker was stunned when she heard this, but she reacted quite quickly. "Oh, I just got here these few days." "Oh." Masayoshi-san looked as if he understood everything. "I see. Where's your ID?" However, the woman trafficker searched her body for a long time but still couldn't find her ID card. Sorry, I forgot to bring my ID card when I went out," the woman trafficker said with a forced smile and an apologetic look on his face. Upon hearing this, Masayoshi-san frowned. Are you really Xiaobei's nanny?" The woman trafficker froze for a moment, and at this moment, Masayoshi-san suddenly pointed at the woman trafficker and asked Xiaobei in his arms. "Xiaobei, do you know her?" This frightened the woman trafficker. Without waiting for the little girl to answer, the woman trafficker seized the opportunity, pushed Masayoshi-san away, and ran towards the back door. However, she never expected that a team of soldiers had been waiting outside the back door for a long time. The moment she rushed down, a soldier beside her grabbed her arm and pinned her to the ground. Then the screams of the woman traffickers and the scolding of the soldiers were heard outside. "Ah! Behave yourself." At this point, Masayoshi-san was 100% certain that this person was indeed a human trafficker. At this moment, he became even more curious about the owner of the voice that had just tipped them off. All this happened in a flash, and when everyone reacted, they were shocked. "Fuck, what happened? What's going on?" Suddenly the car was in chaos. Helpless, Masayoshi-san had to explain. "Everyone be quiet. Just now, we received a report that there were human traffickers in this car, so we conducted an emergency inspection. Well, now the man has been caught. Now, I'm here to apologize to everyone for wasting your time." At this time, after Masayoshi-san explained the reason, there were bursts of exclamations. "Hiss, human trafficker? Sassafras, I haven't noticed yet." Then, thunderous applause broke out in the whole car. When Jiang Hao saw this scene, he smiled faintly. And no one knows that the unsung hero is right next to them. Chapter 150, Pick Up a Leak, Pick Up a Leak, there really is a leak to pick up. Masayoshi-san called the police, and soon the police took the man away, and this little episode ended there. After this little episode, Jiang Hao soon arrived at his destination. After getting off the car, Jiang Hao walked into the antique street. Everything around the antique street imitates ancient architecture. As a feature of Tianhe City, this place is very lively and has many tourists. Jiang Hao also looked around. "Hey, take a look, the blue and white porcelain handed down from our ancestors is being sold at a low price." Jiang Hao happened to pass by, took a casual look, and was suddenly speechless. That's not blue and white porcelain at all. It's just a modern handicraft, and it's new. Even without opening his eye of lawbreaking, he could tell it was a fake. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Hao had no choice but to look around aimlessly. At this time, there was a noise coming from the front. Jiang Hao looked up and saw some people gathered in front, seemingly arguing about something. Jiang Hao was a little curious, so he moved closer. Then he saw a young man arguing with a stall owner while holding a very ancient tiger talisman. Through the narration of the people around him, Jiang Hao learned that the young man was also here to pick up bargains like him. The young man saw the tiger talisman from the stall owner. He thought it was real, so he bought it for 50,000. However, when he took it to an expert for appraisal, the expert said it was a fake and not worth even $100. Later, the man realized that he had suffered a great loss and actually asked for a refund. As for antiques, once they are sold, there is no reason to return them. So, the two of them started arguing. At this time, Jiang Hao looked at the shape of the tiger talisman and found that the material was very simple and ancient. Judging from the appearance, he felt that this should be true. However, he also knew that the current aging technology was very powerful, but it was not enough to rely on this alone to determine the authenticity. As for asking him to make judgments based on knowledge and experience like an expert, he doesn't have that ability, but he has the eyes of breaking laws. So, Jiang Hao stared at the tiger talisman and used the eye of breaking law. As the eye of breaking law opened, a large number of images quickly appeared in Jiang Hao's mind. This tiger talisman has a very rich history and has passed through the hands of many people. Until the background of the picture in his mind changed from the present to the Republic of China, the Qing dynasty, the Ming dynasty, and the hands of a great general of the Han dynasty. Jiang Hao was suddenly awakened. He couldn't help but shout in his heart. Fuck, this is actually true. Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt delighted when he saw the young man who was determined to return the goods. Brother, since you don't want it, then I'll take it. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Jiang Hao was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it. At this time, Jiang Hao squeezed into the crowd, pretended to be curious as he looked at the pair of tiger talismans in the young man's hand, and then spoke. Brother, don't you want this anymore? At this time, the young man heard this, turned around and looked at Jiang Hao with a frown. Why, boy, do you want to buy this? Then, he took a look at Jiang Hao, who was wearing cheap sportswear and had a childish face, and immediately looked down on him. But, can you afford it? Jiang Hao was not angry. He pretended to be shy and said stubbornly with his head down. Brother, how much are you willing to sell it to me? At this time, the people around him saw that Lao Jiang Hao was so stubborn and seemed to have real intention of buying it, so a kind-hearted person immediately spoke up to remind him. Kid, that's fake. Experts have verified it. Don't buy it. Chapter 151, full of routine, who is the stupid one? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately pretended to be enlightened. Oh, I see. Then I won't buy it. Having said that, Jiang Hao was about to stand up and leave. But I still like them so much. At this time, Jiang Hao looked at the tiger talisman in the young man's hand with longing. When the young man heard this, he suddenly had an idea. It's all my fault that I bought a fake product, and now the stall owner won't accept a refund. However, since this silly kid likes it so much, I might as well sell it to him. That way, at least I can recover some of my losses. Although this sucker doesn't seem to have much money, he is really stupid. At this moment, it seemed that he had regarded Jiang Hao as a sucker. So, how could he let this sucker get away like this? He quickly stood up and grabbed Jiang Hao, while he fiercely scolded the kind-hearted person who reminded Jiang Hao. What are you talking about? This is an heirloom from my ancestors. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Then, he turned his gaze back to Jiang Hao and asked nervously. Hey, kid, how much can you offer? If the price is right, I can sell it to you. At this time, the people around looked at the young man strangely. When Jiang Hao heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Oh my! I was just asking the stall owner to return the item, but how come it's suddenly become an heirloom? You old man, you are so bad. However, since you tricked me first, I won't feel any pressure to cheat you. At this moment, Jiang Hao's heart was filled with joy, but on the surface, he remained calm and pretended to be confused and stupid. Jiang Hao looked very shy, lowered his head and stretched out 2 fingers. The young man was stunned when he saw the 2 fingers Jiang Hao stretched out, and said uncertainly. 20,000? Although it's a little less, since you like it, I'll be kind enough to sell it to you for 20,000. The young man looked heartbroken on the surface, but in fact, he was very happy. You know, he found that expert who said that this was a complete fake and not worth even $100. Although he spent 50,000 yuan when he bought it and now sold it for 20,000 yuan, he suffered a loss, but at least he could get back 20,000 yuan, so he didn't feel so heartbroken. Here's this for you. Do you want to pay in cash, via Alipay, or WeChat transfer? The young man was afraid that Jiang Hao would go back on his word. After being warned by the young man, the people around stopped interfering and just watched the fun. However, at this time, Jiang Hao did not take the tiger talisman handed over by the young man. The young man is still a little confused. At this time, Jiang Hao still lowered his head and said timidly. Hey bro, I only have 2,000 yuan. Not 20,000. When the young man heard this, his eyes widened. What? 2,000? However, he soon understood after looking at Jiang Hao's dress and his childish face. He was indeed delusional just now. How could a student take out 20,000 yuan so easily? The young man comforted himself with a painful look on his face. But 2,000 is 2,000, at least I can make some money back. On the surface, the young man looked very embarrassed. 2,000 is too little, isn't it? This is an old heirloom from my ancestors. How about you add some more? If you add some more, I'll sell it to you. Chapter 152. Oscar owes me a little golden statue. Jiang Hao had already seen through the young man's thoughts. I don't believe you. However, of course you have to act it out completely. So, Jiang Hao pretended to be eager and took a look at the tiger talisman in the young man's hand. Then he gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind, and took out 2 more pieces from his body. Then he took off his backpack, reached into it and pretended to take out money. In fact, his money is in the system space, and reaching into the backpack is just a cover. Soon, Jiang Hao took out a stack of money from his backpack, and then he held 2,000 yuan in one hand and 2 yuan in the other. Brother, this is all I have. The young man looked at the money in Jiang Hao's hands and his mouth twitched suddenly. It's only $2, why make such a big decision? Oh, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. The young man handed over the tiger talisman in his hand with a look of disgust, and then reached out to grab the 2,000 yuan that Jiang Hao took out. All right. 2,000 is 2,000. After saying that, he started counting the money. Jiang Hao took the tiger talisman that the young man handed to him and was secretly happy in his heart. When people around saw this scene, some were surprised, some shook their heads, and some looked at Jiang Hao as if he was a fool. Sasabi, this kid actually bought it. The young man refused to listen and said it was fake. Well, $2,000 will buy him a lesson, so he can know the dangers of society. Alas, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Everyone was talking about it, and no one was optimistic about Jiang Hao. After all, even the experts have authenticated it, so there will naturally be no mistakes. Soon, the young man counted the bills and found that there were exactly 2,000, and there was no problem with the money. Then, fearing that Jiang Hao would go back on his word, he quickly said, "Boy, let's settle now. I won't return the goods." Then he turned and left. However, he soon came back and snatched the $2 from Jiang Hao's hand, still muttering, "Well, mosquito legs are also meat, we can't waste them." The young man took the money and ran away. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared. At this time, Jiang Hao was holding the 2 tiger talismans in his hands, looking at the direction where the young man left, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a hint of arc. Jiang Hao was in a very good mood after buying a pair of Han Dynasty tiger seals for 2,000 yuan. It's so cool to find a bargain. Ignoring the strange looks from the people around him, Jiang Hao put away the tiger talisman and prepared to look around again to see if there were any other good things buried. And at this moment, a voice suddenly came. "Little brother, wait." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao turned around and saw that it was an old man in a zhongshan suit, with a tall and strong man following behind him. When other people around heard the noise, they all looked over. When they saw the old man, they were immediately surprised. Wow, it's Director Feng. Isn't this Director Feng from the Tianhe City Museum? I've met him several times. I've seen him too. Today is Wednesday. He comes here every Wednesday. It seems this old man is quite famous. Many people actually know him. Jiang Hao looked at the old man in confusion. At this time, the old man came to Jiang Hao and smiled. "Little guy, can I take a look at your pair of tiger talismans?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately understood that this person wanted to take his tiger talisman. Chapter 153. You old man, you were so bad. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao spoke up and refused righteously, leaving no room for negotiation. Cannot. He knew from the discussions of the people around him that this old man was definitely not an ordinary person. Jiang Hao's straightforward refusal surprised Feng Longxi. The young man just now was not like that. Jiang Hao simply refused, which surprised everyone around him. Sasabi, he actually rejected Director Feng. Isn't this a young fool? Maybe he doesn't know Director Feng? The discussions of the people around him did not affect Jiang Hao. In fact, Jiang Hao really didn't know this Director Feng. Moreover, he had no intention of having any interaction with Director Feng, so naturally he would not care about these things. At this time, Feng Longxi also reacted. Although he was rejected by Jiang Hao, he did not feel any dissatisfaction and still had a smile on his face. It's better not to look at it. Well, I just saw that pair of tiger amulets you bought for 2,000 yuan. I'm willing to pay 3,000 yuan. Can you sell it to me? Look, you didn't do anything, but you made $1,000. How great! Fomengshi seriously settled the account with Jiang Hao. I thought that an extra 1,000 yuan would surely make this shy child excited. In fact, he had been here for a while and saw everything that just happened. He also saw that the pair of tiger talismans were not simple, but he was too famous and everyone around him knew him. If he had made a move at that time, the young man would definitely be suspicious, and the price would probably not be too low. On the contrary, this kid looks shy and silly, and he should be a newbie, so he is easier to get along with. That's why he didn't make a move. He wanted to wait until Jiang Hao bought it, and then buy it from Jiang Hao. But what he didn't know was that Jiang Hao's shyness just now was all pretended, and Jiang Hao knew the details of the tiger talismans better than he did. At this time, Fomengshi looked at Jiang Hao with hope. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Fomengshi and immediately revealed a sarcastic smile, then spoke. You old man, you are so bad. Fomengshi froze when he heard this. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke again. Do you think I'm stupid? Can I buy a pair of Western Han Dynasty tiger talismans for 3,000 yuan? How about I give you $3,000 and you give me a pair of tiger talismans? After saying that, Jiang Hao looked at Fomengshi with contempt, then turned around and left under the stunned and astonished gaze of everyone. What? That's a tiger talisman from the Western Han Dynasty? Fuck. No wonder Master Feng took action. I think I understand something. Sasagi, could it be that the pair of tiger talismans are real? Everyone's eyes fell on Fomengshi's face. Fomengshi reacted and looked in the direction where Jiang Hao left, feeling suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the young man had realized from the very beginning that it was the real thing, and his shy look just now was all an act. Then Fomengshi was shocked and heartbroken at the same time. What was shocking was that even he could only tell that the tiger talisman should be real, but the young man actually knew the origin of the tiger talisman. At this time, Fomengshi looked at the gossip in everyone's eyes, and then smiled. I am greedy. That young man is right, those tiger talismans are actually real. It's worth at least tens of millions, or even priceless. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around gasped. Hiss. What? At least tens of millions? Or even priceless? The people around were stunned. Chapter 154. Who is the smart one? Jiang Hao is being targeted. They had just called Jiang Hao a fool, but it turns out that he was the only smart one. At this time, the one who regretted the most was the stall owner. He regrets it so much. That was originally his thing. However, the stall owner felt a little better when he thought that there were people who were worse off than him. If that young man knew that what he sold for 2,000 yuan was worth at least 10 million, I wonder what his expression would be. Fomengshi looked at Jiang Hao's departing back, his eyes full of regret. At the same time, I am also curious about Jiang Hao. How did he know that? However, no one can tell him the answer. Jiang Hao left, unaware of everyone's discussions. An afternoon passed and Jiang Hao gained some benefits. A Ming Dynasty painting and calligraphy, an ancient fan, an ancient Tang Dynasty coin, and a pair of tiger talismans. After not getting any big gains, Jiang Hao prepared to take his things home. In fact, the main reason was that he bought a pair of tiger talismans worth at least tens of millions for 2,000 yuan, and this news was completely spread. It is already difficult for him to find any bargains here, and another reason is that he is being targeted. That's right, he was being targeted. The target is the pair of tiger talismans on his body. It's worth at least tens of millions. It's already worth the risk. When Jiang Hao stood up from a small stall, he glanced vaguely at the corner behind him. There were 4 people there staring at him closely. The moment Jiang Hao stood up, they withdrew their gazes. This situation made Jiang Hao think of the plot in the movie. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly. I never thought that I would encounter such a situation one day. Jiang Hao turned around and left without saying a word. Seeing this, the 4 people in the corner behind him looked at each other and then hurriedly followed. Although some people noticed this scene, they just shook their heads. The people from Lu Yun society arrived really quickly. Now, that young man can only hope for the best. Who said it wasn't true? You stole those tiger talismans and yet you're still not leaving? You're even lingering here. Such greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Several old men looked at the direction where Jiang Hao left and shook their heads. They could foresee that next the young man would either have his tiger talisman taken away or be crippled. Compared to the powerful Luyun society, no one is optimistic about Jiang Hao, who has no background at all. Jiang Hao walked out of the antique street without any change of expression, and walked towards a place with fewer people while exploring. The four people behind him were confused. Brothers, do you feel something is wrong? Why does he choose to walk in places with few people? Brother, isn't this better? No one will disturb us while we're doing our work. Hearing this, the four of them followed without any suspicion. Soon, Jiang Hao turned around and turned into an alley. This should be a demolition area, and there was no one around, so Jiang Hao stopped. He turned around and looked at the four young men following him with a smile on his face. The four of them looked at each other, and one of them spoke. Boy, it turns out you've discovered us a long time ago. But you didn't run away and brought us here. It seems you are scared. In that case, then you should just hand over all the valuables on you to me. Maybe if Grandpa is happy, he'll let you go. Otherwise. At this point, the other three understood and each took out a baton from their pocket. The four of them swung their hands hard, stared at Jiang Hao with gloomy eyes, and snorted coldly. Snort! Chapter 155, Listen to you, don't I, Jiang Hao, have any face? However, in such a situation, Jiang Haomian was not afraid at all. You tell me to let it go, so I'll let it go? Don't you think I have any dignity? A bunch of idiots. Jiang Hao said with a sarcastic look on his face. The four people were instantly enraged. Court death. With a low shout, the four men rushed forward with batons in their hands and smashed them towards Jiang Hao. In this situation, Jiang Hao did not move at all. Seeing this scene, the four people thought that Jiang Hao was frightened by them and immediately showed a ferocious smile. However, just when the four men's batons were about to hit Jiang Hao, they suddenly saw Jiang Hao looking at them and smiling. The next moment, they only felt a flash before their eyes, and then they felt as if they were hit by a speeding train. The four of them stared at Jiang Hao with their eyes wide open in disbelief, and flew backwards. Bang! Ah! There were sounds of four people falling to the ground one after another, followed by a scream. Jiang Hao picked up a baton and walked over step by step. The four of them held their stomachs, in so much pain that they couldn't even make a sound. At this time, Jiang Hao's footsteps were like the sound of death, stimulating their hearts. The four of them looked up and saw Jiang Hao looking down at them with a baton in his hand and an evil smile on his face. They were so frightened that they trembled all over. You, what do you want to do? I'm from Luyun Society. Jiang Hao didn't care at all when he heard that. Luyun Society? Never heard of it. I don't want to do anything, I just want to break your legs. After saying that, in front of the four people's horrified eyes, he raised his stick and swung it down. Ah! Following a few heart-wrenching screams, the four men fainted. Looking at the four people who had fainted, Jiang Hao shook his head. It's really weak. Afterwards, he disassembled the weapon in his hand and got nothing. He had no regrets and turned away. The four people were not discovered until the evening when someone accidentally passed by and called the police. But all this is now in the past. When Jiang Hao returned home, his mother had already prepared dinner. The family sat together warmly and had the meal, then went about their own business. After Jiang Hao found many books about antique identification from that time, he started reading. After all, although he has the eye of breaking laws that can restore the truth of many things, he has to pick them up one by one to use the eye of breaking laws. The process is quite troublesome. However, once he has a certain ability to identify antiques, he can easily eliminate a large number of fakes. This way, he will feel much more relaxed. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Jiang Hao woke up and had just finished breakfast when his cell phone rang. Who could it be at this time? Jiang Hao was confused and took the phone to take a look. It's Xiaopang classmate. Jiang Hao answered the phone. Little fatty, what's up? At this time, the unique voice of the fat boy came from the other end of the phone. Class monitor, now that we've all graduated and are about to go our separate ways, other classes are organizing reunions. Look. Jiang Hao was a little surprised when he heard this. So early? At this time, the complaining voice of Xiaopang Tongxie came from the other end of the phone. My dear class monitor. If we don't organize now, are we going to wait until the results come out? Once the results came out, some people didn't do well in the exams, so how could they have the energy to organize this? When Jiang Hao heard this, he felt that it was right. Not everyone was like him. Chapter 156, Mad Dog Attacks People, Extreme Dog Lovers. Okay, I'll post an announcement in the group and ask for everyone's opinions. Afterwards, Jiang Hao hung up the phone and tagged everyone in the class group and said something. Soon, most people came forward and agreed to this matter. After all, we are all going our separate ways soon, and we may not see each other very often in the future, so it's a good opportunity to get together. Then, according to the principle of minority obeys majority, the time was set at 4 p.m. to gather in front of the entrance of Hongda Hotel. As the squad leader, Jiang Hao has to go to the Hongda Hotel in advance to reserve a seat. However, it was still early, and Jiang Hao planned to take a rest before going, so he sat on the sofa and browsed the web casually. At this time, he saw a report. It's about a dog attacking people, and the place is in their Tianhe city. The report said that a young mother was picking up her child from school and met a young man walking with 2 dogs on the way. Everything was fine at first, but suddenly the 2 dogs went crazy, broke free from their restraints, and threw the mother and child to the ground. The man yelled twice, but the 2 mad dogs ignored him and attacked others crazily. The man was so scared that he ran away. Fortunately, they were encountered by a police officer on duty. The police officer tried his best to drive away the 2 dogs and rescued the mother and child. However, both mother and child suffered varying degrees of injuries. Now, the whereabouts of the 2 mad dogs are unknown. The report reminds the general public to be careful when going out. Called the police immediately after discovering the problem, and the staff are now capturing and killing the 2 mad dogs. However, even in the previous report, in the comments below his post, there was a group of people who claimed to be dog lovers who were still defending the 2 dogs. Those 2 idiots must have provoked the cute dogs. Otherwise, why would 2 cute dogs attack them? Fuck, a bunch of farmers, and you still have the nerve to come to the hospital? You're worse than dogs. Damn it. Puppies are so cute, how dare you hit them? Tomorrow I'll go to your door and give you 2 wreaths. Some people even plan to conduct a human flesh search for the police officer who fought off the 2 vicious dogs. All the insults made Jiang Hao very angry. There have been many incidents of dogs attacking people, and some extreme dog lovers have even committed all kinds of unimaginable extreme behaviors. The more Jiang Hao watched, the angrier he became. He immediately turned off his phone, thinking, out of sight, out of mind. However, these 2 mad dogs have not been caught yet, and Jiang Hao is a little worried about his family. Then he called his parents and told them to be careful. At the same time, he also sent a text message to Jiang Zixuan, asking him to take a taxi home after school and not to stay on the road. After I reminded my family, it was already past 10 o'clock. Jiang Hao packed up his things and prepared to go to the Hongda Hotel to reserve a table in advance. Jiang Hao booked a table and came out of the Grand Hotel. It was almost 12 o'clock. Jiang Hao was ready to go home, but he was a little worried about Jiang Zixuan. It just so happened that this place was not far from Jiang Zixuan's school, so Jiang Hao turned and headed towards Jiang Zixuan's school. When I arrived at the gate of Jiang Zixuan's school, it was not yet 12 o'clock. Jiang Hao had no choice but to stand outside and wait. Jiang Hao, standing outside, looked around boredly. Suddenly, Jiang Hao looked up and stared at 2 fat dogs, one white and one black, in the distance. Aren't those the 2 dogs in the report? Soon, the 2 dogs ran into an alley and disappeared. Jiang Hao became alert and quickly followed. Chapter 157, The Power of Level 3 Insect Taming Technique and Li Xian's Hatred. Jiang Hao went into the alley, following the trail of the 2 mad dogs. Turning left and right, he saw the 2 mad dogs enter a house. When the 2 mad dogs went in, the door of that house was immediately closed. At this moment, when Jiang Hao used his super hearing skill, he heard a shocking conversation. This made Jiang Hao's face as cold as the coldest day of the year. Aunt, Ping Ping, and NN have returned to the old house. Ah. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Hurry up and send some steak to my 2 poor sons, don't let them starve. Don't let Ping go out for the time being. Those idiots are looking for my son everywhere. It's all the fault of those 3 idiots, otherwise how could my son have suffered like this? Damn rubbish, why don't you just die? Such vicious words made Jiang Hao think of those extreme dog lovers in the report he read in the morning. Is this what extreme dog lovers are? Not worthy of being a human being. Jiang Hao's face was gloomy. He looked at the family and murmured. Since you love them so much, I want to see how much they love you. Jiang Hao closed his eyes and activated the insect controlling technique. In an instant, a rustling sound arose around Jiang Hao. Then, tens of thousands of insects of various kinds gathered from all directions, turning into a frenzy. These tens of thousands of insects of various kinds seemed to be organized and had a purpose, and they all headed towards that house. Woof woof woof. At this time, the two mad dogs seemed to sense the danger and barked wildly. The resident was still unaware of the danger and watched the two big fat dogs barking at him. He was not aware of the danger and was comforting the mad dog with a concerned look on his face. Ping ping, Anan, what's wrong with you? Are you hungry? Come and eat. This is freshly bought beef. At this time, the swarm of insects had already penetrated into the family's house through the cracks in the ground. Then, a shrill scream was heard. Ah! Why are there so many bugs? Ping ping, Anan. After a long time, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and looked at the place where the heart-wrenching screams came from. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and then Jiang Hao turned and left. The third-level insect controlling technique makes every insect he controls become his eyes. Under the siege of tens of thousands of insects, the two mad dogs were stimulated and their madness relapsed instantly. They attacked their owner without recognizing any relatives. Because the door was locked, the two mad dogs could not escape. In the end, both of them would be buried in the small insect swarm created by Jiang Hao. As for that vicious family of extreme dog lovers, Jiang Hao did not take their lives, but they all received certain punishments. Such a result can be considered a kind of perfection. Jiang Hao returned from the alley, but Jiang Zixuan had already gone home from school, so Jiang Hao had to go home alone. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Hao arrived at the Hongda Hotel, and the other students from Class 8 of Grade 3 followed closely. Because Jiang Hao had reserved a table in the morning, a group of classmates took their seats one by one. After the meal, the students also gave each other blessings. Jiang Hao was also very happy and sent his blessings to his classmates one after another. Everyone seemed very happy. However, in a corner, Li Xian looked at Jiang Hao, who was in the center of the crowd and full of high spirits. Li Xian's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. Originally, he should have been the one standing there today. Chapter 158, Unkind Intentions, Borrowing a Knife to Kill. It's all Jiang Hao's fault. It's all his fault. Originally, all of that should belong to me. I am the center of attention. Li Xian roared in his heart. Bang! Li Xian angrily slammed the cup on the table. Everyone was startled and turned around to look over. Seeing everyone's gaze, Li Xian became intimidated and kept saying while smiling. Mistake, mistake. I'm a little drunk. You guys continue, I'm going to the bathroom. As he spoke, Li Xian staggered towards the door. The chubby kid next to Jiang Hao is a smart guy. He moved closer to Jiang Hao and said, Li Xian is jealous of you. Originally, he was the protagonist of this party. Jiang Hao sneered when he heard this, and didn't take it to heart. Don't worry about him, I'll toast everyone again. Outside the door, Li Xian heard Jiang Hao's words, looked at Jiang Hao with hatred on his face, and turned away. Li Xian went downstairs and was about to go out when suddenly a voice came from the side. Hey! Isn't this Mr. Li? Li Xian turned around in confusion and looked in the direction where the sound came from. A young man in formal attire, with a cigarette in his mouth, half closed his eyes and glanced at Li Xian. If it weren't for the scar on his face that ruined his image, he would really look like a successful person. Behind him were 8 young men who looked like him, all wearing light blue shirts and trousers. On the small pocket of their shirts, there is a big thumb-sized word Lu printed on it. Seeing these people, Li Xian forced a smile on his gloomy face and went to greet them. Team leader's son, are you here too? The young man who was leading the group, with a cigarette in his mouth, spoke. Yeah. Bring the brothers here to improve their food. At this time, team leader's son keenly noticed that Li Xian seemed to be worried about something, and then he spoke. Mr. Li doesn't look very happy. Who is the fool who offended Master Li? Do you need help, brother? When Li Xian heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he thought. Maybe I can spend some money and let Sun Qi help me get revenge. Moreover, Sun Qi is ruthless and is also a master of Taekwondo. Although Jiang Hao is a good fighter, can he beat Sun Qi, the Taekwondo master? Thinking of this, Li Xian's mind became active. Team leader's son, let's talk while we walk. Li Xian pulled Sun Qi and walked upstairs. Upstairs, Jiang Hao and his friends were drinking happily when Li Xian suddenly rushed in, interrupting everyone's interest. Everyone, stop, stop. At this time, pairs of puzzled eyes fell on Li Xian. Li Xian looked happy as he saw everyone looking at him. At the same time, he gave Jiang Hao a malicious look. Let me introduce some friends to you. Everyone is welcome. After saying that, Li Xian looked outside the door and led the applause. Upon hearing this, everyone looked confused, and some were even very dissatisfied. For a moment, everyone started chattering. What does Li Xian want to do? Who is it? Today is our class reunion. Why does he have to make us welcome his friend? That's right, what kind of plane is this? Everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. Jiang Hao looked at Li Xian and was also very dissatisfied. This was their class dinner, not his private party. However, he did not stop. He wanted to see what Li Xian wanted to do. Chapter 159, The Daily Life of a Dog, Luyun Society. Beside Jiang Hao, the chubby classmate looked at Li Xian and frowned. Brother Hao, Li Xian isn't coming here to cause trouble, is he? Jiang Hao heard this and said indifferently. It's okay, let him make a fuss. I want to see what he can come up with. At this moment, when everyone was chattering and talking, Sun Shi walked in with his 8 brothers. Sun Shi smiled and looked at the people sitting there. No one was applauding. He was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he seemed to be very familiar with everyone and joked. It seems that everyone doesn't welcome us very much. At this time, Li Xian quickly interrupted. How could it be? Let me introduce you all. This is team leader Sun from Luyun Society. Following him are his 8 brothers. Luyun Society? Below, Jiang Hao didn't care much at first, but when he heard Lu Yunxi, he suddenly felt familiar. Oh. I remember now. Yesterday, when I was walking home from picking up a bargain in Antique Street, the 4 robbers I encountered seemed to say they were from the Luyun Society. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. At this time, Li Xian, who had originally introduced Sun Qi to everyone, suddenly changed the subject, pointed at Jiang Hao, and introduced him to Sun Qi seemingly kindly. This is our squad leader Jiang. Then, he looked at Jiang Hao with a sinister smile and spoke. Class monitor, shouldn't you toast to team leader Sun on behalf of our entire class? If it weren't for my sake, you wouldn't be qualified to meet team leader Sun. Li Xian looked so arrogant that many people frowned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and stared at Li Xian. At this time, the chubby kid next to Jiang Hao couldn't stand it anymore, and immediately slammed the table, pointing at Li Xian and cursing. Li Xian, today is our class dinner, not your private party. If you want to be someone else's bootlicker, do it yourself, don't be a dog here, showing off your power. After the fat kid finished speaking, other people who disliked Li Xian also echoed him. That's right, that's right. Upon hearing this, Li Xian became furious and pointed at the fat boy. Wang Xiaoman, you. At this time, Sun Shi came over with a smile on his face, patted Li Xian like a gentleman, and spoke. Don't do that, it's hurtful. Then, at this time, Sun Shi's gaze also fell on Jiang Hao. Is this squad leader Jiang? However, the next moment, when he saw Jiang Hao's appearance, his face suddenly changed. Ha! It's you! You were the one who crippled my 4 brothers yesterday? Then he laughed wildly. Ha, it really comes without any effort. Boy, hand over those tiger talismans and let me break your limbs. I'll spare your life. At this moment, the 8 younger brothers behind him surrounded him instantly. At this moment, although Li Xian was a little confused, it seemed that Sun Qi actually knew Jiang Hao. However, it seems like they have a grudge. Seeing this, Li Xian felt ecstatic. Okay. It's better to kill him. At this moment, the sudden reversal of the plot made everyone a little unable to react. However, they saw the 8 younger brothers behind Sun Qi surrounding their squad leader. Several passionate young men from Class 8 of Grade 3 also stood up and glared at Kunki and others. For a moment, the scene was tense. At this time, Li Xian saw the opportunity and hurried forward. What are you doing? What are you doing? Sit down. This is a personal grudge between team leader Sun and the squad leader. Why are you working so hard? Chapter 160, Sun Qi's shock. Li Xian's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing this, Sun Qi raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Behind him, the 8 younger brothers understood and took out a butterfly knife one by one. They each held a butterfly knife in their hands and flexibly performed various tricks, which was dazzling. At this time, the students were shocked to see that these people were carrying knives, and they became a little worried. When Jiang Hao saw this, he decided to stop being silent. Okay, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need to mobilize all our forces to deal with a few small-time scoundrels. He reached out to stop his classmates from participating further. You guys step back. Xiao Pang and several other kids were a little hesitant, but Jiang Hao didn't let them participate, so they could only watch from the side. As long as Jiang Hao was slightly defeated, they will definitely rush forward. Jiang Hao's words instantly made Sun Qi and his younger brother's faces gloomy. At this moment, the happiest person was Li Xian. Li Xian stared at Jiang Hao with a sinister smile. What's the point of being strong? Can you beat a taekwondo master? On the side, Sun Qi heard this and immediately stared at Jiang Hao with a look of gritting his teeth. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Today, I want you to remember it for the rest of your life. Hit me. After saying that, he waved his hand, and immediately the 8 younger brothers behind him swung their knives and stabbed at Jiang Hao. The students around were suddenly horrified and screamed. Ah! Jiang Hao, be careful. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao seemed to be stunned, standing still, not moving at all. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. It's over, it's over. The squad leader is scared silly. Sasa, squad leader Jiang is probably in great danger now. Just when everyone was frightened and didn't dare to look at Jiang Hao. Bang! Jiang Hao, with a speed several times faster than that of an average person, instantly snatched the butterfly knife from the hand of the yellow-haired man who rushed up first. Then he clenched his fist and punched the yellow-haired man hard in the stomach, knocking him flying backwards. At the same time, behind the yellow-haired man, the 2 people were dragged away by the yellow-haired man and knocked out before they could react. Crack! The 3 people flew backwards past Sun Qi and smashed the dining table behind him. Suddenly, there was a burst of crackling sounds. Seeing this scene, the other 5 people were also frightened. They looked back at their 3 companions who were knocked away, then trembled all over and dared not come forward. Jiang Hao held the butterfly knife snatched from the yellow-haired man in his left hand and glanced at the remaining people. Suddenly, those people retreated. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's mouth corners slightly raised, and then his eyes fell on Sun Qi. In his left hand, the butterfly knife changed its movements easily, which was dazzling. Seeing such a scene, Sun Qi instantly lost his composure. One punch sent 3 people flying several meters away. This had to shock him. This is the real world, not those novels, TV dramas, or the like. Sun Qi looked at Jiang Hao solemnly, and then a few words came out from between his teeth. Trainer. Jiang Hao heard this and smiled without saying anything. Behind him, other students saw this scene and were shocked. Xiaopeng's worried look instantly turned into ecstasy. I knew that brother Hao would be fine. Chapter 161 Accidentally Obtaining Shaoli's Flying Dagger Skills. The other students finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Jiang Hao in shock, but at the same time they were happy for him. At this moment, Li Xian's face, which was originally full of joy, froze in an instant. This is impossible. Looking at the 3 people who were knocked out by Jiang Hao, Li Xian was also frightened. However, when he saw Sun Qi in front of him, he immediately felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and began to comfort himself in his heart. It's okay, it will be okay. And Sun Qi, the taekwondo master, will definitely be able to do it. How could Jiang Hao possibly beat Sun Qi? Absolutely not. Li Xian seemed to be hypnotizing himself and comforting himself. At this time, Jiang Hao stared at Sun Qi and asked back as if he had just heard it. What did you just say? You want to break my limbs? Then come over here and try? At this moment, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, found a butterfly knife, do you want to disassemble it? Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this, but without any thought, he issued an order in his mind. Break down. For Jiang Hao, he doesn't need weapons for such a small scene. At this moment, the butterfly knife in Jiang Hao's hand suddenly disappeared. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing a butterfly knife and obtaining the skill Shaoli's Flying Dagger, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Shaoli's Flying Dagger level 1010, Shaoli's Flying Dagger never misses its target. Congratulations on the decomposition. Do you want to extract and fuse it? What? Shaoli's Flying Dagger? Hiss. Jiang Hao was ecstatic. Originally, he didn't have much hope for this decomposition. Who would have thought that the system would give him such a big surprise? Shaoli's Flying Dagger. the third most powerful existence on Bai Xiaoxing's weapon list. He actually decomposed it so casually? Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Jiang Hao quickly spoke. Extract fusion. And with Jiang Hao's order, a stream of information instantly flooded into Jiang Hao's mind. At the same time, Jiang Hao's body was slightly transformed by the system. Soon, Jiang Hao accepted the system infusion. Only after he fully accepted the system's infusion and integration did Jiang Hao truly realize the power of Shaoli's flying dagger. After receiving the inheritance of Shaoli Feidao, Jiang Hao became more confident. At this time, he looked at Sun Qi again with a look of joy on his face. Good man. He was given such a great gift as soon as he arrived, so he decided to thank this good person from Lu Yun society. As for how to thank? Jiang Hao decided to let Sun Qi personally evaluate the third most powerful weapon on the weapon ranking list, Shaoli's flying dagger. At this moment, Sun Qi felt a sudden palpitation in his heart for no reason. At this moment, Sun Qi stared at Jiang Hao. He deeply felt a strong pressure from Jiang Hao. This pressure even made him afraid to act rashly. Finally, Sun Qi glared at Jiang Hao fiercely, then turned around and shouted coldly at the 5 people who had retreated beside him. Old 5, help them, let's go. Jiang Hao's strength was definitely beyond his imagination. He was definitely no match for the 3 of them who were knocked away so easily. Moreover, the number of people he brought today was too few. So, he decided to let Jiang Hao live happily for a few more days. After saying that, he led the way out the door without saying a word. Behind him, several younger brothers hurried over to help up the 3 people who were knocked down by Jiang Hao, and then Sun Qi was about to go out. At this time, even Jiang Hao didn't expect Sun Qi to be so cowardly. When the others saw that Sun Qi didn't even dare to fight Jiang Hao, they ran away in shame. Suddenly, they admired Jiang Hao even more. Chapter 162, Shaoli's flying dagger unleashes its might, Sun Qi retreats in shock. Behind him, several younger brothers hurried over to help up the 3 people who were knocked down by Jiang Hao, and then Sun Qi was about to go out. At this time, even Jiang Hao didn't expect Sun Qi to be so cowardly. When the others saw that Sun Qi didn't even dare to fight Jiang Hao, they ran away in shame. Suddenly, they admired Jiang Hao even more. However, this time, Li Xian behind Sun Qi was stunned. Originally he was counting on Sun Qi to avenge him. Unexpectedly, Sun Qi gave up automatically before the fight even started. Suddenly, he became anxious. He quickly caught up with Sun Qi and spoke. Team leader Sun, what are you doing? We agreed that I'll give you money in exchange for helping me teach Jiang Hao a lesson. Li Xian got nervous and blurted out everything immediately. It was heard instantly by everyone present. In an instant, everyone understood, and their eyes turned to stare at Li Xian with gritted teeth. Fuck! It turns out Li Xian is the one behind all this. Upon hearing this, Sun Qi immediately turned around and stared at Li Xian as if he was an idiot. As the saying goes, I'm not afraid of God-like opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. At this time, Li Xian was still unaware of his own mistake and blocked the way of Sun Qi and others like a gangster. Team leader Sun, hurry up, kill him and avenge me. Li Xian shouted loudly. Sun Qi was furious, and he raised his foot and kicked Li Xian hard in the stomach. Ah! Ugh! This kick made Li Xian vomit. At this moment, Li Xian was like a rolling gourd. Holding her stomach, she cried miserably. Sun Qi glared at him fiercely, then ignored everything and brought his men to the door. At this time, Jiang Hao was immediately unhappy when he saw Sun Qi retreating without fighting. He turned around and picked up a pair of chopsticks on the table. In an instant, Shaoli's flying dagger skill was activated. His arm turned into a shadow, and then the pair of chopsticks in his hand disappeared. Swish! Bang bang! Following a sound of breaking air, the next moment, 2 chopsticks appeared on the door that Sun Qi was reaching for. Most of the 2 chopsticks were inserted directly into the iron door, and the upper part of the chopsticks was still trembling. At this moment, Sun Qi realized it belatedly. With a look of horror on his face, he subconsciously retracted his hand quickly. At the same time, everyone heard the sound and moved, looking towards the direction of the gate in an instant. When they saw that most of the chopsticks were already stuck in the iron gate, they were immediately shocked. For a moment, the entire private room was dead silent. Everyone turned their heads with difficulty and looked at Jiang Hao's desk. Sure enough, the pair of chopsticks there was missing. Hiss! Everyone gasped, looked at Jiang Hao in horror, and spoke subconsciously. Fuck! The flowers and leaves are flying. Little Li's flying dagger? It turns out that martial arts really exist in this world. At this moment, Sun Shi just turned around and instantly met Jiang Hao's cold eyes, and his heart suddenly felt cold. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's faint voice came from the cold air. "Team leader Sun, did I let you go? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please?" Jiang Hao shouted coldly. Sun Shi was so frightened that he shivered all over. However, Sun Shi quickly recovered from his shock. He was threatened repeatedly by a young boy today. This made his face look extremely ugly. Sun Shi stared at Jiang Hao and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth with difficulty. "You, what else do you want?" Chapter 163, The Power of One Punch, Shocking People. Jiang Hao looked at Sun Shi indifferently and said in a cold voice, "I don't want to do anything. You can come and go as you please, it's not that easy. Take my punch and I'll let you go. Otherwise." Jiang Hao didn't continue speaking, but even so, Sun Shi's heart trembled. At this time, Sun Shi's face became more and more gloomy. He knew that Jiang Hao's punch was not so easy to take. That punch just now has already revealed everything. However, when he saw the pair of chopsticks next to him, half of which was stuck in the iron gate and the other half was still trembling, there was a trace of deep fear in his eyes. He can't escape. Helplessly, Sun Shi looked back at Jiang Hao, gritted his teeth, and said cruelly, "Good." Then, he took a few steps forward and confronted Jiang Hao. "Bring it on." Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't say much. He took a step forward, punched like the wind, fierce and domineering, and attacked Huanglong directly. Before anyone could react, his fist had already reached Sun Shi. Sun Shi subconsciously put his hands in front of his chest, ready to take Jiang Hao's punch. However, the next moment, the sound of bones breaking was heard in the air. Crack! Ah! Following a scream, fear and pain appeared on Sun Shi's face. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he flew backwards and hit the door. Bang! Then it fell to the ground, leaving a deep hole on the door. Hiss! Everyone gasped again. This was the second time they had witnessed Jiang Hao's fist. But this punch still made them feel incredible. At this time, Jiang Hao's voice came lightly. "Take your people and get out." Sun Shi's younger brother turned his gaze away from Jiang Hao in horror and hurried to help Sun Shi. "Team leader! Team leader!" Sun Shi's arms hung naturally, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and with the help of his younger brother, he struggled to stand up. He looked at Jiang Hao deeply, as if he wanted to imprint Jiang Hao's appearance in his mind. "Walk!" He said this to his younger brother. He is a smart man and would not say anything harsh at this time. At this time, his younger brothers also understood and quickly opened the door, helped Sun Shi and fled. At this moment, they didn't want to stay here any longer. But just as they stepped out of the door, Jiang Hao's voice suddenly came again. "Oh! Also, remember to settle the accounts here. Pay what's due and give what's due." When Sun Shi heard this, he was so angry that his eyes were full of fire. "Damn it, I didn't get anything today, not only did I get beaten up, but I'm even being blackmailed. This is simply too much." However, the situation is now stronger than he is, and even if his teeth are broken, he can only swallow it. Good. He almost spat out this word through gritted teeth. Sun Shi had just left. Li Xian, who was kicked down by Sun Shi, was already frightened by Jiang Hao's series of tough measures. Even Sun Shi, whom he had always believed in, couldn't take Jiang Hao's punch. And the move just now, which was comparable to the legendary flying flowers and twisting leaves, made his heart tremble even more. At this moment, he knew very well that Jiang Hao was not someone he could afford to offend. So, after Sun Shi left, he took advantage of no one's attention and secretly crawled towards the door. Swish! At this moment, a chopstick suddenly stuck in front of him, and 1/3 of the chopstick was stuck in the ground. Chapter 164 Did I let you leave? Two choices. Seeing the chopsticks almost stuck in his hand, Li Xian's body stiffened and trembled all over. When he slowly shifted his gaze to Jiang Hao, a faint voice broke the silence. "Li Xian, did I let you leave?" Hearing this, Li Xian was immediately frightened. He quickly turned around, knelt facing Jiang Hao, kowtowed repeatedly, and admitted his mistakes to Jiang Hao with trembling voice. "Jiang Hao, for the sake of us staying in the same place for 3 years, please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again." At this moment, he no longer cared about his humble self-esteem. Seeing such a scene, everyone around sighed. At the same time, they felt happy when they saw Li Xian like this. Jiang Hao looked at Li Xian, who was lying on the ground and begging for mercy with a crying voice, and he was unmoved. This kind of villain never learns his lesson. If you don't give him a deep memory, he will forget it as soon as he turns around. Looking at Li Xian, Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Okay, considering our 3 years together, I'll give you 2 choices. Li Xian, who was constantly begging for mercy, was overjoyed when he heard this and looked at Jiang Hao with hope. At this time, Jiang Hao glanced at Li Xian and said slowly. First, you're just like team leader Sunday. Take one of my punches and I'll let you go. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Li Xian felt a chill in his heart. Can he take Jiang Hao's punch? Even Sun Shi, whom he had always trusted, had his arms broken by Jiang Hao. If I take a punch from Jiang Hao, I'm afraid I'll lose half my life. At this time, Jiang Hao's voice came again, and he hurriedly looked at Jiang Hao again. However, Jiang Hao's next words made the glimmer of hope that had just risen in his heart fall to the bottom. Second, you cut off one of your fingers as a lesson. Li Xian was completely dumbfounded. If I cut off one of my fingers, wouldn't I become a cripple? Moreover, he had never been beaten since he was a child, let alone having a finger broken. He dared not even think about it. At this time, Jiang Hao picked up 2 butterfly knives from the ground and shook them in his hands. However, Jiang Hao's action put Li Xian under great pressure. Li Xian looked at Jiang Hao and cried. Jiang Hao, Grandpa Jiang, I'm going to die, please let me go. Please. Jiang Hao looked at the miserable Li Xian and remained unmoved. Since you don't choose, then I will choose for you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian was horrified and hurried to stop it. No. Before he could say anything, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Swish. What followed was a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! It is so sad to listen to it and makes you cry. At this time, looking at Li Xian's appearance, some timid people were also frightened, and some even almost fainted. The others looked at Jiang Hao with fear in their eyes. Is this still the Jiang Hao they know? At this moment, Jiang Hao was the representative of cruelty and ruthlessness in their eyes. On the side, Li Xian held his left hand and rolled on the ground screaming in pain. Jiang Hao frowned and shouted coldly. Shut up! At this time, Li Xian was already scared to the core of Jiang Hao. Hearing Jiang Hao scolding, he immediately lowered his voice. Even the other students were frightened by Jiang Hao's shout. Seeing this, the wrinkles between Jiang Hao's brows disappeared. Jiang Hao glanced at Li Xian and said lightly. If you take your severed finger to the hospital now, maybe it can be reattached. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. Chapter 165, Everyone's Fear, System Upgrade. Li Xian was in so much pain that cold sweat was pouring down his face. Upon hearing this, he staggered to his feet with difficulty and picked up the bloody severed finger on the ground. Finally, he looked at Jiang Hao as if he were looking at a flood or a beast, and quickly ran out while covering his broken finger with one hand. Watching Li Xian leave, Jiang Hao turned around with a smile and spoke to everyone. Okay, let's get on with it. However, at this time, no one answered Jiang Hao. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao, their eyes full of fear and terror. When Jiang Hao saw this, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. For a moment, the entire air seemed to be frozen. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Jiang Hao was like an emperor, emitting a powerful and domineering aura that made them dare not overstep the line in the slightest. Seeing this situation, Jiang Hao didn't know what to say. Originally, Jiang Hao was planning to go to KTV to sing with his classmates after dinner. However, at this moment, when he saw everyone's gaze, he couldn't muster any interest at all. Jiang Hao sat down, picked up the wine glass, poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth, then stood up and left. Forget it, he has figured it out. They are people from 2 different worlds. At this time, the little fat kid behind him saw this, and the fear in his eyes gradually subsided. He hesitated a little, pursed his lips, but ultimately did not scream. Jiang Hao left the hotel and looked at the bright sky. All the depression in his heart disappeared. Although he was very depressed after eating this meal, he was still very happy that this meal allowed him to acquire the magical skill of Shaoli Feidao. Go home. Thinking of Shao Li's flying dagger, Jiang Hao happily walked on the way home. As Jiang Hao walked, he looked at some visible objects around him, wondering what he could get by breaking them down. If he sees something worth taking apart, he reaches out and touches it. Along the way, the system gave him many surprises. He touched the many trees on both sides of the road and obtained life essence +3. He touched many iron objects and obtained refined iron +9. He touched many flowers and obtained mutated flower seeds +5. Of course, many of the decompositions failed, but this still gave him a lot of experience points. At this moment, his hand touched a plastic billboard. Ding, congratulations on the decomposition failure, gain 0.1 skill points and 0.1 experience points. At this moment, as the prompt sound of system decomposition failure sounded, Jiang Hao was about to touch another pot of flowers. The system prompt sound suddenly rang again. Ding, the system experience is full, do you want to upgrade? Jiang Hao was excited when he heard this. System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 2,100,100. Age, 18. Strength, 16. Agility, 4.8. Spirit, 3.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, swimming level 30-100, hacking level 50-1000, basketball level 50-1000, divine chef level 20-100, dog beating stick level 30-100, Shali flying dagger level 10-10. Supernatural powers, danger sense level 30-100, massive strength level 20-100, invulnerability level 101, eye of the lawbreaker level 20-100, 1000-mile sound transmission level 20-100, clairaudience level 20-100, insect taming level 30-100. Skill points, 16. Personal space, on. Chapter 166, Sports Car Hits and Flees, Shaoli's Flying Knife shows its power. After taking a look at the system panel, Jiang Hao quickly gave the order. Upgrade. Ding. Congratulations on the successful system upgrade. The success rate of decomposition or synthesis in the super decomposition and synthesis system has increased. Soon, a new system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 30-1000. Age, 18. Strength, 16. Agility, 4.8. Spirit, 3.2. Stamina, 0.8. Skills, swimming level 30-100, hacking level 50-1000, basketball level 50-1000, divine chef level 20-100, dog beating stick level 30-100, Shali flying dagger level 10-10. Supernatural powers, danger sense level 30-100, massive strength level 20-100, invulnerability level 101, eye of the lawbreaker level 20-100, 1000-mile sound transmission level 20-100, clairaudience level 20-100, insect taming level 30-100. Skill points, 16. Personal space, on. Sure enough, the experience gained from upgrading to level 3 increased tenfold. It may be difficult to upgrade in the future. However, for the time being, it doesn't have much impact on him. Then Jiang Hao looked at the remaining 16 skill points, as well as all his skills, especially the Shaoli flying dagger he had just obtained today. System, spend 10 skill points to upgrade Shaoli's flying dagger. Yes, host. Ding, Shaoli's flying dagger has been upgraded successfully. Shaoli's flying dagger level 20-100, Shaoli's flying dagger never misses its target. Jiang Hao felt the powerful pleasure brought by the second-level Shaoli flying dagger. For a moment, he had the illusion that the world was in his hands. After Jiang Hao woke up, he looked at the 6 remaining skill points on the system panel, as well as the immunity to all poisons which was still at level 1 among all the skills. He frowned slightly. For someone with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, this was not allowed. Although he would like to upgrade all his skills to level 3, he doesn't have that many skill points. System, spend 1 skill point to upgrade to immunity to all poisons. Yes, host. Ding, the upgrade to immunity to all poisons has been successful. Immune to all poisons 2010, the nemesis of all poisons. With it, you can taste all kinds of herbs without worry from now on. The upgrade to immunity to all poisons did not bring much feeling to Jiang Hao. Looking at a group of skills crying out for help, Jiang Hao let out a long sigh. Or there are too few skill points. Just as Jiang Hao was sighing, the roar of a sports car came from afar. Bang! Then there was a crashing sound. Before Jiang Hao could turn around, he heard a shrill scream coming from the side. When Jiang Hao turned around, he saw a yellow sports car speeding past him in the middle of the road. There was a sound of footsteps on the sidewalk behind, and a figure was knocked out, falling to the ground and rolling dozens of meters. Next to them, a group of people who were about to cross the sidewalk quickly retreated with fear on their faces. And the green light on the traffic light on the sidewalk is so dazzling. However, at this time, the roar of the sports car was getting farther and farther away. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt a surge of anger in his heart for no reason. When he turned around and looked at the sports car that was roaring and running away, a butterfly knife suddenly appeared in his hand. A cold light flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, and the next moment, the butterfly knife in Jiang Hao's hand disappeared. Swish. Chapter 167. I'm not a doctor, but I can save him. After a barely audible sound of breaking through the air, the sports car in the distance suddenly twisted, flipped over, and crashed directly into a big tree beside the road. Then a series of alarm sounds rang out. The people around were suddenly shocked and stopped to watch. Jiang Hao didn't even look at the sports car that had been smashed to pieces, but walked to the side, where the figure was lying in a pool of blood. Next to the pool of blood, a little boy was crying and shouting, "Dad! Dad!" Some people around have already called the police. At the same time, some people have voluntarily built a human wall to block the surrounding vehicles. When Jiang Hao saw this scene, a warm feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and at the same time, a sentence appeared in his mind. There is true love in the world. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao pushed through the crowd and came to the middle-aged man. Just as he was about to reach out to check the middle-aged man's breath, a delicate cry suddenly came from the side. "Don't move!" Jiang Hao looked up and saw a little girl holding the little boy next to him. "Who are you? What do you do? Are you a doctor? If not, don't make trouble." This girl looks weak, but her attitude is extremely tough at this moment, and her questions come one after another. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at the girl and said in a deep voice, "I'm not a doctor." However, as soon as he finished speaking, it caused a week of commotion. Upon hearing this, the girl frowned and looked at Jiang Hao with dissatisfaction. "If you're not a doctor, don't make trouble." When the others around heard this, they immediately agreed. That's right. A man who knows nothing and is even worse than a girl. The little girl is right. Doctor, who's a doctor? Hearing the accusations around him, Jiang Hao frowned and looked at the girl. Although I'm not a doctor, I can save him. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and their eyes were once again focused on Jiang Hao. Looking at Jiang Hao, whose face was so young, their eyes were full of suspicion. The little sister holding the little boy also frowned when she heard this. How can you save him if you are not a doctor? That's right, kid, stop it, the ambulance is coming soon. How dare you make trouble at such a critical moment? Get him out. Jiang Hao was very annoyed by the distrust of the people around him, and he said in a cold voice. Who are you to him? Can you be his master? Jiang Hao's cold shout immediately left the young lady speechless. You. The young lady was furious. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao's gaze fell on the little boy with tears streaming down his face and a helpless look. What's your name, little brother? You are already a little adult, and you have to make your own decision today. None of us here can make this decision for you. Finally, Jiang Hao said firmly and sincerely. I can save your father. Jiang Hao's words instantly left everyone around him speechless. When the little boy heard that Jiang Hao could save his father, he immediately stared at Jiang Hao timidly, his eyes full of pleading. My name is Xiao Bao, big brother, can you really save Dad? The little girl holding the little boy became anxious when she heard this, but she could do nothing because Jiang Hao was right. She can't make this decision. She could only glare at Jiang Hao fiercely. Jiang Hao turned a blind eye and looked at the little boy. Abel. Chapter 168, A Strange Way of Saving People, He Really Survived. When the little boy heard this, he burst into tears. Big brother, please save Daddy, Xiao Bao, don't let him lose his daddy. Jiang Hao gave a gentle smile and comforted him. Don't cry, Xiao Bao, you're already a little adult. Don't worry, Dad will be fine. After saying that, Jiang Hao reached out and gently stroked the middle-aged man's forehead. Why? The girl next to him wanted to stop him, but Jiang Hao ignored her. He didn't want to delay any longer. If he delayed any further, he was afraid that Xiaobao's father would be in trouble. Because he just felt that Xiaobao's father was on the verge of death. At this moment, even if the ambulance came, they probably couldn't save him. Jiang Hao placed his hand on Xiaobao's father's forehead, and everyone around him stared closely, holding their breath. System, inject 2 bottles of life essence. Yes. With Jiang Hao's order, 2 bottles of life essence disappeared from Jiang Hao's system space. A strong vitality was transmitted from Jiang Hao's hands into Xiaobao's father's body. With the injection of life essence, the injuries in Xiaobao's father's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones healed quickly, blood was produced at a very fast rate to replenish his lost blood, and the powerful vitality continued to stimulate the nerves in his body. In fact, a bottle of life essence can completely save Xiaobao's father, but Xiaobao's father was injured too seriously and his life force was almost gone. Jiang Hao then decided to use 2 bottles. At this time, as the 2 bottles of life essence completely spread in Xiaobao's father's body, all the injuries in his body were healed in the blink of an eye. His nerves were also reactivated. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao, who just touched Xiaobao's father's forehead for a long time without moving, and their faces were immediately filled with suspicion. The young lady next to him has even defined Jiang Hao as a charlatan. "Hey, can you do it?" Jiang Hao remained unmoved and maintained his posture. At this moment, someone next to him suddenly shouted excitedly. "Fuck," he moved, his fingers just moved. At this time, Jiang Hao also slowly raised his head. Everyone stared at Xiaobao's father and asked questions incessantly. When? Which hand moved? Even the young lady was attracted. At this moment, Xiaobao's father's eyelids moved slightly, and the next moment he opened his eyes. Looking at everyone, he opened his mouth slightly and a faint murmur came out. "Where is this?" This murmur instantly ignited the whole audience. "Fuck, it's really alive." "Hiss, what kind of technique is this?" Amidst the chattering of the crowd, Xiaobao's father sat up, and everyone was so shocked when they saw this scene that they couldn't close their mouths. Xiaobao broke free from his restraints and rushed into his father's arms, shouting excitedly, "Dad, Dad!" Jiang Hao looked at Xiaobao's excitement, a smile appeared on his face, then he turned around and slipped away quietly. Next to them, the young lady holding Xiaobao was also looking at the middle-aged man sitting in a pool of blood, hugging Xiaobao tightly with a look of shock. An unconscious murmur came out of his mouth. "That's impossible." At this time, the ambulance arrived. Make way, make way. Where are the wounded?" The young lady was awakened and immediately looked for Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao had disappeared. At this moment, the doctor was stunned when he saw the middle-aged man sitting in a pool of blood but was not hurt at all. Chapter 169, Are there immortals in the world? Now increase endurance. However, after the people around chattered and explained the cause and effect of the matter to the doctor, the doctor was even more confused. "Can you restore a severely injured person by placing your hand on his forehead?" Such a mysterious thing actually happened in real life. At one point, they began to seriously doubt whether the world they had lived in for 30 years was actually a fantasy world of immortal heroes. After hearing the whole story, Xiaobao's father took Xiaobao to look for Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao had already left. As for the life or death of the person driving the sports car, Jiang Hao didn't care at all. People like that don't deserve to live in this world. Because Jiang Hao's method of saving people was so magical, the matter spread quickly and attracted the attention of many people for a while. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's face was not photographed. The next day, Jiang Hao got up and saw his father eating breakfast and watching the news. Jiang Hao took a look and found that it was a report on yesterday's accident. Jiang Hao felt a little uncomfortable and was about to sneak away, but what he didn't expect was that Jiang's father actually started talking to him. Hao, tell me, are there any immortals in this world?" He was so badly injured, but after just a light touch on the forehead, he was alive and kicking the next moment. "It's terrifying." When Jiang Hao heard this, 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect that his actions would make his father start to doubt the world. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, then spoke seriously. "There shouldn't be an immortal. He should be a remarkable man with a broad mind, saving the world and saving people, right?" Father Jiang was startled when he heard this and turned around to ask, "Ha? How did you know?" Jiang Hao was speechless for a moment, but fortunately he thought of a solution in a hurry. "Well, I just saw it on my phone." "Oh." Dad Jiang believed it, and after Jiang Hao fooled himself into thinking it was true, he quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he left. After Jiang Hao had breakfast, he once again opened his system panel and looked at it. Looking at his physical data on the system panel, the other items are fine, but the endurance column is particularly eye-catching. Jiang Hao frowned and muttered to himself. "Leaving aside other attributes, my endurance attribute is too low. My endurance is not enough, which has a huge impact on my strength. Before, I always felt a tightness in my chest after every fight. Even after I launched that little flying dagger attack yesterday, I still felt a tightness in my chest. I didn't think much of it at first, but it seems like it's probably because I don't have enough stamina. The normal endurance value for an adult is 1, and mine is only 0.8. It's not even normal, so it's no wonder. Jiang Hao suddenly recalled the scenes after he had taken action several times before. His intense outburst in a short period of time did indeed greatly consume his endurance. But how can I increase my stamina? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao felt troubled. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hao murmured again. Perhaps long-distance running should increase my endurance? How about I give it a try? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao decided to give it a try. After changing into a set of sportswear, Jiang Hao went out. Choosing the road to the park, Jiang Hao began his long-distance running journey. An hour later, Jiang Hao stopped, feeling refreshed. Seeing the convenience store in front of him, Jiang Hao felt thirsty and walked over with his tired body. Chapter 170 Ding, decompose a can of Red Bull. Boss, give me a bottle of Red Bull. Okay. Your Red Bull, $5. Jiang Hao took the Red Bull handed to him by the boss, took out $5 from his pocket and paid the bill. Jiang Hao turned around and opened a Red Bull as he walked, just about to take a few sips to replenish his energy. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. Ding, found a bottle of Red Bull, should we disassemble it? Jiang Hao was stunned. But soon, he reacted. So, Jiang Hao turned around calmly and went back to the convenience store. The owner of the convenience store was a middle-aged woman. When she saw Jiang Hao coming back, she asked with a smile. Young man, what else do you need? Jiang Hao also smiled and spoke. Auntie, I'm a little thirsty today. Give me 3 more cans of Red Bull. Okay. The boss turned around and gave Jiang Hao 3 more cans of Red Bull. Jiang Hao paid the money, took the Red Bull, turned around and found a bench under a tree in the park to sit down. After taking out a can of Red Bull, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to call the system. System, decompose it for me. After Jiang Hao gave the order, he waited with anticipation. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a can of Red Bull. You've obtained an endurance pill, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Endurance pills, the best choice to increase endurance. Taking them can increase endurance by 0.1. Decomposition complete. Do you want to extract? Seeing the annotation of the endurance pill, Jiang Hao was ecstatic. Originally, he was still worried about his lack of endurance, but who knew that at this moment he actually decomposed a pill that specifically increased endurance attributes. Although an endurance pill can only increase his endurance by 0.1, Jiang Hao doesn't care about that. If the quality isn't good, make up for it with quantity. Extract. Jiang Hao quickly gave orders. The next moment, an ordinary black pill appeared in his hand. Looking at this ordinary pill, Jiang Hao swallowed it without hesitation. The endurance pill melted in his mouth, and then Jiang Hao felt refreshed all over his body. At the same time, his breath became slightly longer. Even the after effects of his heavy breathing after a long run disappeared. Jiang Hao quickly pulled up his attribute panel. Sure enough, in the columns that represent his physical fitness, his endurance attribute has indeed increased. Originally his endurance attribute value was only 0.8, but now it has become 0.9. Seeing his endurance value starting to increase, Jiang Hao was overjoyed and quickly took out another can of Red Bull from the food pocket beside him. Breakdown. Ding, congratulations to the host for failing to decompose. Gain 0.1 skill point and 0.1 experience point. Although Jiang Hao felt regretful about the failed decomposition, he did not care too much about it. After all, the decomposition of the system was not 100% successful. He took out another can. System, decompose. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. There is no doubt that he succeeded this time. After swallowing this new endurance pill, Jiang Hao prepared to go home and buy some more Red Bull downstairs to improve his data. He picked up the last Red Bull, opened it, took a sip, and was about to go home. But at this moment, his attention was suddenly attracted by an old man in green clothes under a tree not far away. Jiang Hao watched the old man moving under the tree, striking various poses, as if he was practicing martial arts. Out of curiosity, Jiang Hao walked straight over. Soon, Jiang Hao came to the bench not far from where the old man in green was practicing martial arts and sat down. Chapter 171 Is there real kung fu in the world? Pretentious old man. Jiang Hao looked at the old man with white hair and youthful face, who was in good spirits and slowly posed in various postures. He couldn't help but guess in his heart. This should be Tai Chi, right? But, is this really the Tai Chi that can move 1,000 pounds with a single ounce of force? Jiang Hao sat there quietly watching, and Qingshan seemed to have noticed Jiang Hao as early as when Jiang Hao came over, but he did not avoid him. Still practicing alone at a leisurely pace. On the other side, under a tree, two burly young men with sharp eyes stared at Jiang Hao closely, their bodies tense, one hand on their lower back. I believe that as long as Jiang Hao makes any unusual moves, they will take action immediately. At this moment, one of them suddenly spoke. Old 8, should we chase him away? Don't be impulsive, Lao Jiao. We can't take action without the old man's permission. Besides, you should know how terrifying the old man is. At this moment, Lao Jiao seemed to have thought of something, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the old man in green clothes who was practicing martial arts beside him, his eyes full of admiration. 2. At this moment, Jiang Hao, who was sitting on the bench, suddenly felt like he was being watched. Jiang Hao frowned, turned his head suddenly, and his sharp eyes fell on the 8th and 9th brothers standing beside him. The 8th and 9th brothers were also startled and quickly looked away. Old 8, he seems to have discovered us. At this moment, Jiang Hao was lost in thought. Who are they? At this moment, the old man in green seemed to have finished practicing and slowly stopped. Then, he walked straight towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao suddenly felt embarrassed, thinking that the old man was here to scold him. After all, it is definitely wrong to peek at other people practicing martial arts. The old man came to Jiang Hao, and Jiang Hao blushed and quickly stood up and said, Sorry to bother you, Grandpa. The old man in green smiled at Jiang Hao. Fine. You've been looking for a long time. Have you figured out anything? Jiang Hao was a little confused when he heard this, and didn't know what he was asking. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and spoke tentatively. Grandpa just practiced Tai Chi? Well, what else? Besides? Jiang Hao looked at the old man in confusion, but the old man nodded without comment. Jiang Hao suddenly felt depressed. What else? The old man on the side saw this and shook his head in disappointment. At this time, the old man turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Jiang Hao quickly spoke up and asked a question that had been puzzling him for a long time. Grandpa, do martial arts really exist? The old man turned around, glanced at Jiang Hao, and then seemed to be looking for something around. When he saw the wooden bench where Jiang Hao was sitting, his eyes lit up, and then under Jiang Hao's puzzled gaze, he walked over. One hand gently pressed on the wooden bench. After his hand trembled, he gently took it away, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Jiang Hao with a smile without saying a word. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the place where the old man had just taken his hand away, and saw a palm print that was 1 centimeter deep left there. I was suddenly shocked. At the same time, he recalled the acupressure technique of Uncle Hai who was beside Song Wanzhong. It turns out that Kung Fu actually exists in reality. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked up and saw the old man with an unfathomable look of a master. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a sense of evil interest suddenly arose in his heart. He decided to tease this old man who dared to show off in front of him. Chapter 172 The Old Man's Shock, Secret. Jiang Hao looked at the old man with admiration and exclaimed, Wow, Grandpa, you're amazing. Then, he looked at the deep palm print on the bench and suddenly became interested. Let me try it too. As he said that, he excitedly placed his hand next to the handprint. The old man on the side choked when he heard this. He glanced at Jiang Hao and saw that Jiang Hao was actually so naive that he thought that anyone could create that palm print with their bare hands. So, he curled his lips and restored his master image, wanting to see Jiang Hao make a fool of himself. However, at this moment, the old man suddenly heard Jiang Hao scream. Wow, I can also perform palm prints. I also know martial arts. Hearing Jiang Hao scream, the old man turned around with a look of disbelief, ready to attack Jiang Hao and take the opportunity to recruit him as a disciple. After all, it is not easy to meet such a patient young man, and he believes in the word fate. However, just as he turned his head to look at Jiang Hao, he suddenly looked down at the bench and saw that there was actually a handprint next to the palm print he had pressed. His eyes instantly focused on that place, and he looked at the new palm print in shock. How did you do that? The old man stared at Jiang Hao. At this time, Jiang Hao laughed secretly in his heart. I'll let you pretend. However, on the surface, Jiang Hao looked indifferent, as if he had done something very ordinary, and replied, This isn't that difficult, is it? When the old man heard this, he suddenly felt like vomiting blood. Not difficult? The old man's name is Su Weizhong, and he is the president of the Tianhe City Martial Arts Association. He practiced his family's Tai Chi for decades, but the way of heaven had long been silent, all laws no longer existed, and the entire world was in the Dharma ending age, so it had no effect at all. All along, he could only keep his body slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. However, just a month ago, the destiny seemed to have changed, and the traditional Chinese martial arts that he had practiced for decades suddenly flourished. In fact, his body suddenly seemed to rejuvenate, and his energy and blood, which had been declining with age, suddenly surged. Then, a surge of energy appeared in his body, and he seemed to have entered the legendary Ming gene. At the same time, he possessed extremely terrifying explosive power. His kung fu seemed to have just shown its true power. 6 well-trained special forces soldiers are no match for him. And he was able to make a 1 centimeter deep palm print on the wooden chair by relying on the strength in his body. And these are the results of his decades of practice. Today, someone actually told him that this is not difficult? He was deeply shocked. The old man looked at Zhang Hao as if he were a monster. However, at this moment, the old man seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly. Could he also be one of the lucky ones after the celestial change a month ago? He suddenly had an idea and stared at Zhang Hao with an eager look on his face. This kid is so powerful, it must be related to the changes in the world a month ago. He is actually a beneficiary, but he doesn't know it yet. If I accept him as my apprentice and let him learn my martial arts, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? However, at this moment, Zhang Hao was frightened by the old man's eager gaze. Hiss, this old guy doesn't have any special fetishes, right? Thinking of a possibility, Zhang Hao shuddered all over, stepped back repeatedly, and looked at the old man with horror. Grandpa, let me tell you, I'm not that kind of person. Chapter 173. It hurts, my friend. Zhang Hao's words made old man Su a little confused for a moment. What's wrong with me? Am I that scary? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and instantly understood what Zhang Hao meant. Suddenly, old man Su's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared at Zhang Hao, puffing out his beard and glaring at him. Silly boy, what are you thinking about? I am that kind of person, old man. After saying that, the old man glanced at Zhang Hao with some jealousy. If it weren't for the old man, I would have thought that you were silly and cute, and you have some patience, so I wanted to take you in as my apprentice. Otherwise, I won't pay any attention to you. When Zhang Hao heard this, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the old man actually wanted to take him as his apprentice. But what is that jealousy in your eyes? Zhang Hao couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, if you want to accept it, I have to be willing. So, he had an idea and decided to give it another shot. Zhang Hao stared at the old man and was immediately surprised. Wow, really? Old man Su thought Zhang Hao had been fooled, so he immediately put his hands behind his back and acted like a master. Well, since your attitude is quite sincere, you can become my disciple. Zhang Hao looked at the old man pretending to be cool again, his eyes suddenly rolled around, and when he saw 2 palm prints on the bench, one deep and one shallow, he immediately came up with a plan. But, Grandpa, the palm print I made is much deeper than yours, which means my martial arts skills are higher than yours. Shouldn't you be my disciple? Zhang Hao pretended to be ignorant and asked carefully. Upon hearing this, old man Su staggered, his image as a master collapsed instantly, and he turned around and hurried away. Hey, old man, where are you going? Aren't you going to take me as your master? Zhang Hao shouted, and old man Su staggered. His pace suddenly quickened, and it seemed as if he was running away. On the other side, under the tree, the 8th and 9th brothers, who were watching all this, suddenly looked as if they had seen a ghost. They only saw the old man chatting with the young man, so why did the old man suddenly want to take the young man as his master? Did something unknown happen between them? The two looked at each other and saw deep doubt in each other's eyes. However, old man Su had already walked far away, so they had to suppress their curiosity and hurried to catch up. Zhang Hao looked at the old man who was fleeing in panic and suddenly grinned evilly. After a while, in the bedroom, Zhang Hao sat on a chair. At his feet were 2 empty Red Bull boxes. At this time, Zhang Hao stared at the black pills in his hand, frowned slightly, and was very dissatisfied. I didn't expect the success rate of system decomposition to be so low. 48 bottles of Red Bull, only 9 were successful. However, with these 9 endurance pills, my endurance will be more than double what it was before. That should be enough for now. Zhang Hao thought about it for a moment and stopped caring about it. As he swallowed the black pills in his hand one by one, he felt waves of comfort, and he almost cried out in pleasure. After taking all the 9 endurance pills, Jiang Hao still felt a little unsatisfied. Looking at his own physical data column on the system panel, his endurance value instantly increased from 0.8 to 1.9. Jiang Hao felt satisfied. Afterwards, he deeply felt that his breath was much longer than before. He tried to use the dog beating stick technique, and sure enough, after using the martial arts, the chest tightness disappeared. Jiang Hao was very happy. He finally became more durable and was no longer the instant loser he used to be. You know, this issue concerns a man's face, he has to take it seriously. Chapter 174, The Sudden Arrival of the Cousin and the Wretched Stalker. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao had just finished lunch and was about to go out to try his luck and see if he could meet a master who could make weapons for him. Now, he is a master after all. How can a master not have his own weapons? Especially since he now possesses the miraculous skill of Xiao Li's flying dagger, but he doesn't even have a flying dagger. If others tell others about it, they will laugh at him. Moreover, he had decomposed 9 pieces of fine iron on his way home yesterday, which was just enough to make 9 flying knives tailor-made for him. Just as he was about to go out, his cell phone suddenly rang. Who could it be at this time? Jiang Hao was puzzled and took a look at his phone. Cousin? After seeing the name, Jiang Hao answered the phone without hesitation. Hey, cousin, it's me, your sister. A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Cousin, long time no see. Hee, it's been a long time, but we'll meet soon. I'm in Tianhe City. Tell me quickly, where did you move to? I asked the neighbors around here, and they said you moved away. Jiang Hao was surprised when he heard this. Cousin, school isn't over yet, is it? Shouldn't you be at the University of the East China Sea? At this moment, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became low. Something happened and I'm taking a leave of absence. Jiang Hao immediately noticed that his cousin was in a bad mood, and then he quickly spoke. Cousin, please go to Uncle Joe and wait for a few minutes. I'll be there soon. Good. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao's eyes were full of confusion. What on earth happened that made my cousin drop out of school? Moreover, my snobbish aunt actually let my cousin come to Tianhe City? Jiang Hao's eyes were full of confusion. Mom, my cousin Ife is coming to Tianhe City. I'm going to pick her up. Jiang Hao reported to his mother, who was busy in the kitchen, then turned and left. By the time Jiang's mother reacted and chased after him, Jiang Hao had already left. Mother Jiang looked at the direction Jiang Hao left, full of confusion, and muttered to herself. Why would my sister-in-law let concubine E come to Tianhe City? Besides, isn't concubine E studying at the East China Sea University? How, this damn kid, why don't you explain it clearly? On the other side, Jiang Hao had already taken a taxi to his cousin's place. Soon, they arrived at the destination. Jiang Hao negotiated with the driver and asked him to wait for a moment while he went to pick someone up. This made him want to buy a car even more. Now, he is not short of money, but getting a driver's license may take time. Soon, Jiang Hao saw a tall and beautiful woman wearing a white dress, carrying a small bag and dragging a suitcase. That was his cousin. However, at this time, my cousin's situation was a little bad. She was actually followed by a pervert who was wearing a white vest on the upper body, big shorts on the lower body, and flip-flops on the feet. Guo Yifei was very anxious at this time. She didn't expect that she would be followed as soon as she left Joji Noodle House. Why hasn't my cousin come yet? At this moment, she thought of the short videos she had seen, and suddenly became even more scared. Cousin. Just when she was frightened, she suddenly heard her cousin's voice. She quickly looked in the direction where the voice came from, and sure enough, she saw a boy walking towards him. That was his cousin. Concubine Guo Yi was extremely happy. When she saw Jiang Hao, most of the fear in her heart disappeared immediately. She hurriedly dragged her suitcase to meet him. Chapter 175 Master, give me another minute. The sloppy man who followed concubine Guo Yi felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. But after he took a look at the goddess-level concubine Guo Yi, he was unwilling to give up the fat meat that was about to reach his mouth, so he followed with gritted teeth. As for Jiang Hao, he was just a young boy, so he didn't take him seriously. Guo Yifei came to Jiang Hao and gave him a hug. Then, she whispered to him. Brother, look, is there a pervert following me? Jiang Hao was originally a little dazed by Guo Yifei's hug. However, after hearing what concubine Guo Yi said, he glanced at the wretched man. The wretched man knew that Jiang Hao was looking at him, so he went to the shade of a tree and pretended to enjoy the cool air. "It's okay, sister, I'm your brother here." After hearing this, concubine Guai let go of Jiang Hao. Only then did Jiang Hao get a clearer look at his cousin, whom he had only seen during video chats. A pair of clear and bright eyes, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, and fair and flawless skin with a faint blush. She is a great beauty who is no less beautiful than Song Wanner, but Song Wanner is the type of lady from a noble family, while her cousin is the simple and kind type. "Silly boy, what are you looking at? Help me drag the box. Let's get rid of that pervert." As she said that, concubine Guai handed the suitcase to Jiang Hao, took Jiang Hao's other hand and hurried away. Jiang Hao actually wanted her not to be afraid, but after being pulled by his cousin, he had no choice but to drag his suitcase and follow. Jiang Hao turned around and gave the wretched man a cold look. At the same time, his 1,000 miles voice transmission skill was activated instantly. "You better get away from me, you rubbish, or I'll destroy you." 50 meters away, the wretched man who was pretending to enjoy the cool in the shade of a tree was suddenly startled and looked around quickly. When he looked in the direction of concubine Guai, he happened to see Jiang Hao looking at him with cold eyes. He immediately felt guilty and quickly turned his head away from Jiang Hao's gaze. At this time, Guai had already left with Jiang Hao. The wretched man thought he was hallucinating. After all, he was so far away from Jiang Hao, and the voice just now appeared in his ears again. So he hurried to catch up. Jiang Hao brought his cousin to the taxi. He called, "Master, I'm here. Please open the trunk so I can put my things down." "Okay. Is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful." The driver was also a talkative person and started jokingly. When Jiang Hao heard this, he hurried to explain. "Master, this is my cousin." After saying that, he looked at her cousin deliberately, and her cousin didn't seem angry. "Oh, slip of the tongue, sorry." The driver smiled awkwardly and apologized repeatedly. "It's okay, my brother and I have a very close relationship." Concubine Guai didn't care and teased her. Jiang Hao put Guai in the car. Just as he opened the door, the driver suddenly spoke. "Little brother, you are being followed. Hurry up and get in the car. Be careful when you go out, especially around pretty girls." Hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately turned around and saw that the wretched man was standing not far behind him, looking at them with an unwilling look on his face. The wretched man seemed to see Jiang Hao looking at him, and quickly turned his head away, pretending to be doing nothing. Jiang Hao slammed the car door he had just opened, but he didn't get in the car. "Master, please wait for me for another minute." Chapter 176, I Will Never Break My Word. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored the driver and Gui's shouting and went straight towards the wretched man. Jiang Hao came in front of the wretched man. He didn't expect that this man was so calm. He knew he was coming, but pretended to know nothing. Jiang Hao got angry when he saw it. "Trash, you're pretending well, huh?" However, what he didn't expect was that even after all this, the wretched man still pretended to be nice to him. The wretched man looked at Jiang Hao and said innocently, "You mean me? What am I pretending to be? It's so inexplicable. Are you crazy?" Jiang Hao just laughed. "Humph, keep pretending. I warned you, if you follow me again, I'll kill you. You don't listen, but I won't go back on my word." When the wretched man heard this, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. "It's you!" However, before he could finish speaking, Jiang Hao had already reached out, placed his hand on the man's shoulder blade, and suddenly exerted force. Crack! Following a crisp sound, a shrill scream was heard. "Ah!" The wretched man curled up in pain. Jiang Hao threw him away like garbage and turned away. When Jiang Hao turned around and walked not far away, he suddenly found a stone in his hand. The next moment, with a flick of his arm, the stone disappeared instantly. "Oh!" Immediately afterwards, a creepy and strange scream came from behind him. The wretched man curled up on the ground, covering his crotch with his hands, and a stream of blood soaked through his shorts. Jiang Hao came back to the taxi, and the driver and Guifei looked at him in amazement. Jiang Hao got into the car calmly. "Master, let's go." The driver was awakened by this. "Oh? Okay, right away." During the 20-minute drive, the atmosphere in the car was extremely depressing. The driver looked at Jiang Hao intentionally or unintentionally through the rearview mirror many times. Beside Jiang Hao, Guifei would steal glances at her cousin from time to time. Although her mother and aunt are not on good terms and she seldom visits her aunt, with current technology, they can keep in touch through various electronic devices. Therefore, she has always had a good relationship with her aunt's family. However, when she met her cousin for the first time, she was actually a little confused about this cousin whom she once knew well. However, Jiang Hao was also very depressed at this time. Didn't he just teach a pervert a lesson? Why don't they talk anymore? Just like that, 20 minutes later, a taxi stopped in front of Jingtai community. Jiang Hao got out of the taxi, took his things and paid the bill. Thank you, master. Finally, Jiang Hao thanked him politely. The driver was immediately flattered and drove away in a flash. Jiang Hao suddenly became even more depressed. Let's go, cousin, we live here now. Jiang Hao dragged his suitcase and greeted Guo Yifei, who was looking around. Guo Yifei hurried to catch up, but when he looked at the environment around Jingtai community and the various exquisite buildings, he was immediately filled with suspicion. I'm afraid the houses here are not cheap. But she knew that his aunt's family was not actually rich. It is precisely because of this that my mother, who has some power, looks down on my aunt's family, and my aunt is also stubborn, so the two families rarely interact. Even this time, she came here without telling her mother. However, now, what he saw seemed inconsistent with many of her memories. Her cousin, who was previously overbearing and powerful, now lives in a high-end residential area, and she is becoming more and more curious. Chapter 177, Cousin Shock, Jiang Hao's Weirdness. Concubine Guo Yi followed Jiang Hao. Brother, I'm afraid the houses here are not cheap, right? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment, then spoke in an uncertain tone. Shouldn't it be expensive? When I bought it, it didn't cost much, just over 5 million. Jiang Hao's words immediately made Guo Yifei, who was following behind him, stagger. What's wrong? What's wrong? Slow down, sis. Jiang Hao quickly turned around and supported his cousin. Concubine Guo Yi glared at Jiang Hao with gritted teeth, then pushed Jiang Hao away. Fine. But in my heart, I had already cursed Jiang Hao countless times. You idiot, you stinky bro, over 5 million, and you actually said it wasn't a lot. You made me look bad, you're so pretentious, I'm ignoring you. Jiang Hao felt depressed when he saw his cousin ignoring him. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. However, what he said was indeed the truth. After all, compared to his net worth of hundreds of millions, 5 million is indeed not a lot. After a while, Guo Yifei remembered that Jiang Hao had helped her teach that pervert a lesson, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Well, thank you so much today, bro. Jiang Hao just turned around to look at his cousin when the elevator rang. We have reached the 16th floor. Jiang Hao had no choice but to take his cousin out of the elevator, find the door, and unlock it with fingerprints. Cousin, please come in. Concubine Guo Yi looked at this high-end residence that was decorated extremely beautifully, elegantly, and nobly. At this moment, Mother Jiang heard someone opening the door and hurried out. Just happened to see Concubine Guo Yi. Concubine Yi? Mother Jiang exclaimed in surprise. Aunt. Concubine Guo Yi also saw Jiang Ma. Suddenly, the two hugged each other in surprise. For a long time, Jiang Ma sat on the sofa with red and swollen eyes, holding the phone, fidgeting. Next to her, Concubine Guo Yi also had red and swollen eyes. Jiang's father and Jiang Hao were accompanying him. Jiang's father had a worried look on his face, while Jiang Hao had a strange look on his face. Just now, Concubine Guo Yi stated the purpose of her visit. It turns out that there was a reason why she took a leave of absence from school to come to Tianhe City. To be honest, everything was a disaster sent by heaven. Her father, Jiang Hao's uncle, suddenly complained of chest pain not long ago. So her mother accompanied her father to the hospital for a checkup. In the end, I found out it was cancer, and it was already in the late stage. This news instantly devastated the family. Guo Yifei was also urgently recalled from school by her mother. Her father is the owner of a small cosmetics company and his family is quite wealthy. So, her mother spent a huge amount of money and invited many experts. However, with today's medical technology, no one can be sure that cancer, a terminal illness, can be cured. What's more, her father is already in the late stage of lung cancer, and interventional treatment is useless, so he can only undergo systemic chemotherapy. However, even so, her father's life may be in danger at any time. Her father, the pillar of the family, suddenly collapsed, and the family basically collapsed. She didn't believe in fate, so she turned to the internet and tried to find some folk remedies through some online searches. By chance, he saw a video that has been very popular recently. In the video, a person was hit while crossing the road and was seriously injured and dying. Later, a young man actually put his hand on the forehead of the passerby who was hit, seriously injured and dying. After a while, the dying person was resurrected on the spot. Suddenly, everyone called it an immortal. After seeing this news, concubine Guo Yi immediately rekindled her hope. Perhaps, that immortal can cure my father's illness. Afterwards, after much inquiry, Guo Yifei found out that the place where the video took place was Tianhe City. So, this is the purpose of her coming to Tianhe City. At this time, Jiang Hao had a strange look on his face. So, cousin, you came here to see me this time? Chapter 178, Decomposition of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine, Surprise. The reason is simple, the immortal who saved people in the video his cousin saw was him. Jiang Hao felt a little embarrassed when he saw his mother crying and his cousin with whom he had always had a good relationship. Should I tell them? Forget it, let's not tell them for now. Even if I tell them now, they probably won't believe it. In order to avoid embarrassment, I still need to make some preparations. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment and then made a decision. Looking at his mother with red and swollen eyes, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a sense of guilt. Mom, don't be sad. I believe that my uncle is a lucky man and will be fine. Cousin, you just arrived, you should take a good rest. I'll go buy some fruit. Dad, I'm leaving. Jiang Hao comforted his mother and cousin in succession, then said goodbye to his father and left. As soon as Jiang Hao went out, he went straight to the library. Although I have saved lives many times, I never knew any medical skills. I always relied on the miraculous effects of the life essence. Now, I should study medicine systematically, at least I should understand some common sense. Besides, using life essence for ordinary illnesses is such a waste. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao stopped a car and headed towards Tianhe City Library. To others, Jiang Hao's idea is nothing but a pipe dream, but to Jiang Hao who has a powerful plug-in, all this is not a problem. In the library, Jiang Hao was holding a copy of Huang Di Neijing in his hand. System, decompose. Yes. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a copy of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. You have obtained a medical crystal, the skill Yin Yang 5 Elements Acupuncture, 1 skill point, and 1 experience point. Crystallization of medical skills contains part of Huang Di's medical skills, and by integrating them you can control part of Huang Di's medical skills. Yin Yang 5 Elements Acupuncture Level 101, a set of acupuncture methods that embodies the ultimate principles of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Congratulations host for the successful decomposition. Do you want to extract and fuse it? Jiang Hao opened his mouth wide, looking stupid. The people around him thought Jiang Hao was a psychopath and kept staying away from him. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the 2 crystals in his mind and felt so scared. He never expected that a copy of the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine would give him such a big surprise. Not only did he obtain the crystallization of medical skills, but he was also given a set of acupuncture methods. At the same time, he discovered that the skill points he obtained from decomposition this time finally exceeded 1. Just when Jiang Hao was happily investigating, he suddenly discovered that this medical crystal was only a part of Huang Di's medical skills. For a moment, Jiang Hao frowned slightly. But soon, he figured it out. How can Huang Di's medical skills throughout his life be fully explained in 1 book? However, for him, some of them are already very good. Extract and fuse. Following Jiang Hao's order, the 2 balls of light in Jiang Hao's mind instantly merged into his mind. The next moment, a large amount of medical knowledge instantly flooded into Jiang Hao's mind. At this moment, Jiang Hao was wandering in the endless ocean of medical knowledge, as if he had been enlightened. In an instant, Jiang Hao transformed from an ordinary person who knew nothing about medicine into a master of medicine. At the same time, a warm current flowed around his body and finally merged into the energy generated in his body when he upgraded the dog beating stick technique to the 3rd level. Suddenly, that energy was instantly assimilated by the original energy in his body. Chapter 179 Tell the family the truth and feel at ease. Jiang Hao had not expected such a change. Jiang Hao was full of doubts. System, why is this happening? Ding, host, the 5 elements Yin Yang acupuncture requires the acupuncturist to have the 5 elements qi in his body, so the qi that was later absorbed was the 5 elements qi. A set of exercises will produce qi of 1 attribute. Generally speaking, qi of multiple attributes cannot exist in the human body at the same time. Therefore, most people don't dare to change their skills easily. However, the host is different from ordinary people. Due to the existence of the system, the energy generated by the host's practice of various techniques will be converted into chaotic attributes by the system. The attribute of chaos includes all attributes between heaven and earth. Therefore, the host can learn any technique at will without any hidden dangers. After listening to the system's explanation, I quickly understood. A smile appeared on Jiang Hao's lips. The people around saw the strange expressions and hid further away. Jiang Hao ignored the strange looks from the people around him and turned away. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at others for not seeing through it. Jiang Hao achieved the purpose of this trip, so he bought some fruits and went home. When he returned home, Jiang Hao saw his mother holding a cell phone, walking around the balcony, looking at her phone from time to time, and seemed a little hesitant. Jiang Hao naturally understood why she did this. His mother is worried about his uncle and wants to call but doesn't dare. When Jiang Hao saw his mother like this, he felt a little sorry. Finally, Jiang Hao couldn't help it and decided to tell the truth to reassure his mother. Mom, Dad, cousin, come here, I have news about that immortal. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, and Gui Yifei gathered together. The three of them stared at a blooming rose on the table, looking as if they had seen a ghost. You know, just now, this rose looked like it was about to die. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao just gently stroked it with his hand, and the dying rose came back to life. Not only that, they also saw that the rose was blooming at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the side, concubine Gui Yi stared at Jiang Hao in disbelief. Mother Jiang rubbed her eyes, feeling that it all seemed like a dream. So, the immortal who saved people in that video is really you? At this moment, Jiang Dad's calm voice trembled slightly, breaking the silence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ma and Gui Yifei stared at Jiang Hao as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. Jiang Hao was stared at by three people and felt helpless. It's me, Dad. This is the third time you've asked me this question. Then, he met the gaze of his mother and cousin and offered comfort. Mom, cousin, don't worry. The qi generated by the technique I practice contains a great deal of vitality and has the power to bring the dead back to life. I'll accompany my cousin to visit my uncle tomorrow. I promise my uncle will be fine. After receiving Jiang Hao's assurance, concubine Gui Yi felt complicated. On the one hand, she was excited that she had found the immortal and her father was saved. On the other hand, she couldn't believe that the immortal she had been searching for was right in front of her, and he was her cousin. At the same time, she was even more shocked by Jiang Hao's mystery. Guo Chunlan looked at his mysterious son. Although he had many doubts, he felt more proud and excited. Dad Jiang feels the same way. At this time, with Jiang Hao's assurance, the family finally felt relieved. A smile finally appeared on Jiang Ma's face, while Gui Yifei was very excited. Her father was finally saved. Chapter 180 Arrival, Snobby Aunt. The next day, when Jiang Hao woke up early in the morning, he was kicked out of the house by his mother. Bang! Jiang Hao was holding his bag, looking at the closed door, his eyes full of resentment. Am I your biological child? Puff. On the side, concubine Gui Yi looked at her cousin with eyes full of resentment, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Okay, brother, let's go. When you cure my dad's illness, I'll treat you to a big meal. Gui Yifei pulled Jiang Hao and comforted him. Okay, sister, this is what you said. I won't be polite to you when the time comes. I will beat the rich. Jiang Hao looked so hostile to the rich that Gui Yifei couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Hao and complain. It seems like you are the rich one, right? As someone who inherited the traditional Chinese virtue of humility, Jiang Hao naturally would not admit that he is a nouveau riche. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao and Gui Yifei arrived at the gate of Luchuan City Cancer Hospital. Sister, is my uncle in this hospital? Jiang Hao asked. Upon hearing this, concubine Gui Yi nodded. Then let's go. Jiang Hao said this and walked in. At this moment, Gui Yifei behind him suddenly thought of something and reached out to hold Jiang Hao. Brother, wait a minute. Jiang Hao stopped, turned around and looked at his hesitant cousin, and said with some surprise. What's wrong, cousin? Concubine Gui Yi looked at Jiang Hao with some embarrassment. After hesitating for a long time, she spoke. Brother, if you go in, my mom will definitely say something to upset you. As soon as concubine Gui Yi opened her mouth, Jiang Hao understood that her cousin was giving him a heads up in advance, fearing that he would give up if he was unhappy. Jiang Hao looked at concubine Gui Yi with a smile, and naturally understood her dilemma. Okay, cousin, even though your mother doesn't like me, your father is not only your father, he is also my uncle. Even if your mother says something unpleasant today, I will endure it to save my uncle. Concubine Guai was moved when she heard this. However, she also heard that Jiang Hao still had a lot of resentment towards her mother. What do you mean your mom, my mom? That's your aunt. Guai Fei rolled her eyes, not giving Jiang Hao a chance to refute, then turned and walked towards the hospital. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head, then followed. Under the guidance of concubine Guai, Jiang Hao went all the way up to the 19th floor and arrived at the door of a private ward. Concubine Guai looked at Jiang Hao with some concern, and Jiang Hao quickly gave her a reassuring look. Crack! At this moment, the door of the ward suddenly opened. Then, a middle-aged woman dressed like a lady came out. Her eyes were red and swollen, and it looked like she had just cried. This person is Guai Fei's mother, Mu Xiaohua. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao couldn't help but mutter in his heart. It seems that although my aunt is a bit snobbish, she has a very deep affection for my uncle. At this moment, Mu Xiaohua was shocked when he saw his daughter suddenly appear. Concubine Yi, didn't you say you went to see that immortal? Why are you back so soon? Have you found the immortal? Without waiting for concubine Guai's reply, she suddenly saw Jiang Hao following behind concubine Guai, and her face immediately became gloomy. She glared at concubine Guai, who was trying to explain, and grabbed her arm. Come here, you damned child. Watching his aunt dragging his cousin away, Jiang Hao couldn't help but touch the tip of his nose and prepared to go in to see his uncle. Well, and you, come here too. Jiang Hao turned around and saw his aunt looking at him. Chapter 181, Worshipping Foreign Things and the Uselessness of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Helpless, Jiang Hao had to follow. Walking to the stairwell on the side, Mu Xiaohua looked at Jiang Chen with sarcasm in his tone. Your mother asked you to come? I heard that you can't concentrate on your studies and always rank last in the exams. Now you don't have much hope of getting into university. Your mother asked you to come here, probably because she wanted Ifei's father to arrange a job for you in the company to make a living, so that you can inherit the share that the old man left for her, right? Am I right? When Guai Fei heard her mother say this about Jiang Hao, she immediately became anxious and quickly spoke up to help Jiang Hao explain. Mom! How could you do this? However, before concubine Guai could finish her words, Mu Xiaohua turned around, stared at concubine Guai and shouted coldly. Shut up! You damn girl, I'll deal with you later. On the side, listening to Mu Xiaohua's imagination one after another, Jiang Hao suddenly realized how snobbish his aunt was. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Hao began to explain. However, before Jiang Hao could explain, Mu Xiaohua interrupted him. I don't care why you came here, but I think you probably know it now. My house is already a mess now, so you'd better not say anything bad to me in front of your uncle. Otherwise, I will have you kicked out. After saying that, Mu Xiaohua glared at Guai Fei fiercely, and then said calmly. Okay, now both of you come with me to find Professor William and Expert Hong and hear their latest consultation results. After saying that, Mu Xiaohua left in her high heels. Concubine Guai gave Jiang Hao an apologetic look, but Jiang Hao didn't care. Guai Fei and Jiang Hao followed her mother to the chief physician's office. In the office, Jiang Hao met William, the foreign professor his aunt had hired at a high price, and an expert named Hong. Mr. Guai had a 15 by 45-inch tumor in his lung. A biopsy confirmed it was cancer, and it was already in the late stage. We cannot perform resection surgery at this location, and can only use intervention, embolization and other means to temporarily kill some cancerous cells and prevent the cancer cells from continuing to spread. But such measures cannot guarantee Mr. Guai's survival. His life is still in danger at any time. This is basically the situation now. That expert Hong introduced. This is, Mu Xiaohua already knew the result, but she still couldn't accept it. At this moment, she seemed to think of a long-lost name, traditional Chinese medicine. At this moment, she seemed to have grasped the last straw and asked quickly. Expert Hong, Professor William, do you think Chinese medicine can treat my husband's illness? As soon as Mu Xiaohua finished speaking, Expert Hong spoke without thinking. I know Madame Guai is desperate to save her husband, but this disease can't be cured by traditional Chinese medicine, and Chinese medicine will only accelerate the patient's condition. Alas, we Chinese have been harmed by our ancestors. They have made Chinese medicine too magical. Chinese medicine can only cure colds and fevers, but it is useless for other things. After that expert Hong finished speaking, Professor William, the one with the big nose and blue eyes, nodded in agreement. Traditional Chinese medicine is useless, Western medicine is the mainstream. When Mu Xiaohua heard this, he was immediately disappointed. On the side, concubine Guo Yi felt uncomfortable listening to the two people's understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Puff. At this time, Jiang Hao was listening attentively, but when he heard the expert Hong talk about traditional Chinese medicine, he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 182. You are sick, and your illness is serious. Jiang Hao's laughter immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mu Xiaohua looked at Jiang Hao with a gloomy face, as if she could eat him. If there were no outsiders here, she would have started cursing. At this time, expert Hong frowned and seemed very unhappy. Who is this? Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua was afraid that expert Hong would misunderstand, so he quickly explained. This is the child of my distant cousin. He's had a cold these days and just sneezed. Expert Hong, please forgive me. After saying that, he turned around, stared at Jiang Hao fiercely, and threatened. Isn't that right, nephew? Concubine Guo Yi was startled and looked at Jiang Hao with deep concern. However, at this time, Jiang Hao ignored Mu Xiaohua's warning. Instead, his eyes fell on expert Hong, who was staring at him with a frown. Looking at the man surnamed Hong, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Expert Hong, after listening to your brilliant ideas, I beg to differ. I'm a TCM enthusiast. I've read a few TCM books, so I have a basic understanding of it. Expert Hong said that traditional Chinese medicine is useless, so I am showing off my skills in front of expert Hong. Jiang Hao ignored Mu Xiaohua's murderous gaze and stared at the man surnamed Hong. Then he spoke, shocking everyone. Expert Hong, you are ill, and seriously ill. A surge of anger rose in Hong's heart. He pointed at Jiang Hao, glared at him, and was about to speak, but Jiang Hao had already spoken before him. Your complexion is pale yellow, your eyes are bloodshot, and your lips are dry. You have excessive fire energy and are lacking water in the 5 elements. Do you often feel your throat is itchy and dry? Also, have you not had a good night's sleep for a long time? Also, I noticed you were often touching your chest when you were talking. Do you feel chest tightness and sometimes shortness of breath? After hearing Jiang Hao's analysis, the expert surnamed Hong's expression changed again and again. From disdain at the beginning, to seriousness, then surprise, and finally shock. The reason is simple. Jiang Hao was right about everything. He had never told these things to anyone. After all, he is a doctor himself. However, he couldn't find out what disease he had. He just thought he was too busy these days. However, today, it was revealed by a young boy. Moreover, he just denied traditional Chinese medicine. As a result, in a blink of an eye, this young man used traditional Chinese medicine to see his physical condition. How could he not be shocked? Maybe he can cure me? As soon as this thought came to mind, Hong Yangwei immediately put it out of his mind. I'm an expert. How can I let a young boy treat me? Hong Yangwei looked grim, but he forced himself to speak. You're talking nonsense. I didn't notice anything wrong with my body. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao took a closer look at the man surnamed Hong, then shook his head, looking very sorry. Alas, these are actually small things. Without waiting for Mr. Hong to be happy, Jiang Hao spoke again. It's just that I finally noticed that expert Hong's lips were a little purple, and there was a purple thread around his neck. This is clearly the symptom of being poisoned by a very rare and exotic flower, the purple blood peach fairy flower. As Jiang Hao spoke, the others' eyes followed Jiang Hao's story one by one and looked at Hong's lips and neck. They found that it was just as Jiang Hao said. Chapter 183. I can save you, but why should I save you? Moreover, if Jiang Hao hadn't pointed it out, they would have discovered it after a closer look, and they usually wouldn't have been able to tell it. This immediately shocked them. At this time, Jiang Hao continued to speak. This strange flower's poison requires a long breath before it can be planted. I see that expert Hong's shirt pocket is a little bulging. Expert Hong must have brought a sachet or something, right? As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Hong Yangwei did not refute, but involuntarily reached for his jacket pocket. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately knew that Jiang Hao was right again. Also, I suspect this sachet was given to expert Hong by a close relative. Otherwise, expert Hong wouldn't have hidden it so close to his body. It seems that expert Hong's family is not very harmonious. Listening to Jiang Hao's narration, Hong Yangwei's body shook and his face became extremely ugly. If expert Hong doesn't believe me, you can just take out the sachet and open it. Look inside the sachet and see if there are white heart-shaped petals with a hint of purple veins on them. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, Hong Yangwei quickly took out a very nice little sachet from his jacket pocket. Then he hurriedly found a small knife from the table and cut open the sachet. Sure enough, when he opened the sachet and poured out the spices inside, he found that the spices inside were actually a kind of white peach heart petals. Moreover, there are traces of purple veins on these petals. Upon seeing this, Hong Yangwei staggered suddenly, then collapsed on the chair with his eyes blank. Mu Xiaohua and others were already horrified. At this time, Jiang Hao continued to speak, and everyone's nerves were aroused, and they all listened respectfully. The poison of this strange flower is usually difficult to detect once it's planted. Only when the poisoning is severe and he has only a few days left to live, will he show some minor symptoms. But even so, it's hard to spot if you don't pay attention. At this point, Jiang Hao's meaning is self-evident. This expert Hong probably won't live long. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with awe as if he were a god. Jiang Hao looked at Hong Yangwei, whose face was ashen and his mind was in a state of panic, and suddenly smiled and spoke. Also, although this strange flower is poisonous and difficult to grow, once it's planted, it's very difficult to remove. As far as I know, I am the only one in the world who can cure this poison. When Hong Yangwei heard this, life suddenly reappeared in his eyes. However, before Hong Yangwei could speak, Jiang Hao suddenly asked back. But why should I help you cure this strange poison? In an instant, the fire of hope that had just ignited in Hong Yangwei's eyes was extinguished again. At this time, Jiang Hao pointed at Hong Yangwei and shouted angrily. You are so disrespectful to our ancestors, wantonly trampling on the treasures left by our ancestors. But he goes to lick the superficial techniques thrown out by outsiders. Why should I save an unfilial descendant like you? You don't even understand what your ancestors left you, and you've even fundamentally discarded it. However, I went abroad and learned some superficial foreign knowledge. Then return to your homeland in a triumphant manner and begin your grand speeches. Said, traditional Chinese medicine is useless. But have you ever really understood Chinese medicine? Do you understand it? Jiang Hao's tone was filled with sarcasm. People like you, even if you are not sick. But what you don't know is that your mind and even your soul are sick. And it's the kind that is incurable and beyond cure. Jiang Hao's last few words were almost shouted out. Chapter 184, The Immortal is Found, It's My Cousin. Pa pa pa. At this moment, thunderous applause suddenly came from outside the door. Well said. China lacks such clear-headed warriors. At some point, a group of patients' families or patients had gathered outside the door. They were attracted by the noise here. However, they did not expect that in this era where almost everyone worships foreign things, they would suddenly hear a strange voice. This voice seemed to awaken their spirits. They were immediately infected by Jiang Hao's spirit and applauded and cheered for him. Cousin, let's go. I don't want to stay here any longer. With that, Jiang Hao walked straight out the door. At this moment, the people outside automatically made way for him and watched him leave. Plop. At this moment, behind him, expert Hong fell to his knees. He even kept kowtowing and praying to Jiang Hao, who had already walked to the door. The doctor is right. I have already realized my mistake. Please save my life. Jiang Hao was slightly stunned, but did not stop. Expert Hong suddenly collapsed to the ground, his eyes blank. Concubine Guo Yi looked at expert Hong, who had been so arrogant, but now knelt on the ground. She immediately felt relieved and didn't want to stay here any longer. On the side, Mu Xiaohua, who was already stunned by all this, just stared blankly at Jiang Hao, who was leaving. At this time, when concubine Guo Yi walked to the door, she suddenly seemed to think of something, then she returned to her mother and spoke. Mom, let me tell you the truth, I found that immortal. What? Before his mother could be happy, concubine Guo Yi continued to add. Actually, my cousin is that immortal. Besides, my cousin said he could cure my dad. After saying that, Wei Fei hurriedly ran out after Jiang Hao, not giving Mu Xiaohua a chance to speak. Mu Xiaohua looked at the direction Jiang Hao left with a look of horror. Finally, she gritted her teeth and followed him. Jiang Hao and Wei Fei returned to the 19th floor and entered Ward 34. Jiang Hao finally met his long-lost uncle, Wei Jianyet. The only difference from what I remembered was that my uncle, who was once full of vigor and vitality, was now lying on a hospital bed with a sallow face and disheveled hair. Uncle! I'm here to see you. Wei Jianyet also saw Jiang Hao and was immediately surprised. How? Afterwards, the two of them cared about each other and had a conversation after reuniting after a long separation. But after a while, Mu Xiaohua came. Xiaohua, look who's here. Wei Jianye still thought that Mu Xiaohua didn't know about Jiang Hao's arrival, and was still telling Mu Xiaohua happily. Mu Xiaohua suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't know how to start. At this time, Jiang Hao glanced at Mu Xiaohua, who had already wilted, and then spoke. Uncle, my aunt and I have already met. As for the rest, Jiang Hao didn't say much. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua quickly agreed, and at the same time, his eyes were full of gratitude when he looked at Jiang Hao. On the other side, Jiang Hao was chatting with Gui Jianye. On the other side, Mu Xiaohua thought about his attitude and his daughter's words just now. With everything that just happened, she was so confused that she was a little afraid to face Jiang Hao. However, looking at her husband lying on the hospital bed, she finally couldn't help it. Hao, please save your uncle. Now, only you can save him. As he spoke, Mu Xiaohua took out a card from his pocket and quickly handed it to Jiang Hao. Here's 5 million. Take it first. As long as you make a move. Chapter 185, The Dean Blocks the Way, the domineering Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao felt helpless. He interrupted Mu Xiaohua and spoke. Aunt, who said I won't save you? I'm trying to understand the condition. As for money, I don't need it at all. At this time, Wei Jianye, lying on the hospital bed, was completely confused. What are you talking about? When will Hao be able to cure his illness? I know my illness. It's terminal cancer. No one can save me. Speaking of this, Wei Jianye was extremely depressed. Uncle, don't think too much about it. It's just cancer. It's not a serious illness. Give me a few minutes, and I will make you free of all illness and even live another 100 years. Wei Jianye took Jiang Hao's words as a comfort. He just smiled, and finally, as if giving up, he spoke. Well, I won't live long anyway, so let me see Hao's medical skills. Jiang Hao could see that his uncle didn't believe him, but he didn't explain any further. Cousin, aunt, please go out first. I will treat my uncle right away. Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei were immediately excited when they heard this. Yes, yes. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Wait. Then, the door of the ward was opened, and an old man in a white robe and with gray hair walked in with a dignified look on his face. Behind him followed Expert Hong, Professor William, and several other doctors. Dean. When Mu Xiaohua saw this person, he quickly saluted. However, this person ignored Mu Xiaohua. When this person arrived, he stared at the young-looking Jiang Hao and immediately became furious. You are just messing around. Who can cure cancer? Even the internationally renowned cancer expert Gibran Locke says it can only be controlled, not cured. Now, you actually believe that a young boy can cure cancer? I think you are not only ridiculous, but also crazy. I will never allow something like this to happen in my hospital. As soon as the dean appeared, he expressed his firm disagreement. Now, Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei looked at Jiang Hao even more anxiously. Jiang Hao was helpless. He had never been so tired after saving someone. He no longer wanted to explain. Old man, I don't care whether you doubt my medical skills or have ulterior motives, but you can't do this. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned to look at his uncle and spoke. Uncle, you have to make the decision on this matter yourself. As long as you let Ji, if this old guy dares to stop me, I will break his legs. As he spoke, Jiang Hao grabbed the steel pipe guardrail at the head of the bed with one hand and instantly flattened it. Seeing the scene, the dean was suddenly shocked. You. The dean pointed at Jiang Hao and was about to say something harsh. However, at this moment, Wei Jianye, who was lying on the hospital bed, shouted. Stop arguing. Wei Jianye looked at Jiang Hao and then apologized to the dean. Dean, I don't have much time left. Since I'm already in this state, I'm willing to let my nephew try. After Gui Jianye finished speaking, the dean was immediately furious and even wanted to curse. But when he saw the warning in Jiang Hao's eyes and recalled the scene just now, he suddenly didn't dare to go any further. Now, the dean is in a dilemma. At this moment, behind the dean, Expert Hong saw this and immediately knew that this was a great opportunity for him to please Jiang Hao and possibly even make friends with the dean at the same time. So he quickly stood up and spoke. Dean, I'm willing to vouch for Divine Dr. Jiang. Let Divine Dr. Jiang give it a try, okay? Chapter 186, The Beginning of Cancer Elimination, Jiang Hao's Plan. Upon hearing this, the dean looked at Han Yangwei and his expression changed. Although Han Jiangwei gave him a way out, he later called Jiang Hao Divine Dr. Jiang, which was a denial of him. How could this make him happy? The dean turned around and glanced at Jiang Hao, leaving only one sentence. In that case, if anything happens, you will be responsible for everything. It has nothing to do with the hospital. After saying that, the dean flicked his sleeves fiercely, turned around and left. The others followed, but only Expert Hong stayed. At this time, Expert Hong frowned, smiled, and nodded to Jiang Hao like a pug. Seeing this, how could Jiang Hao not understand Han Jiangwei's purpose? Divine Dr. Jiang, please focus on casting the spell. I'll be on guard for you. No one will disturb you. After saying that, Expert Hong took the lead and walked out of the ward, and Mu Xiaohua and her daughter quickly followed. At this time, only Jiang Hao and his uncle were left in the ward. At this time, Wei Jianye seemed to have given it his all. He looked at Jiang Hao and smiled. Hao, come on. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't act pretentiously. He took his bag and pulled out an emerald green jade box from it. The carving on it was extremely delicate, and it was obvious that it was extraordinary at first glance. Jiang Hao opened the jade box, and found 9 dragon head jade needles neatly placed inside. Seeing this scene, Wei Jianye was full of doubts. It seems that my nephew is not simple. However, even so, he did not believe that Jiang Hao could save him. Jiang Hao held a jade needle and looked at his uncle lying on the hospital bed. Uncle, unbutton your shirt. I will first block all the diseased cancer cells in your body to prevent them from spreading. Wei Jianye exposed his chest as Jiang Hao requested. At this time, Jiang Hao pinched the ice jade needle and at the same time mobilized the chaotic energy in his body and injected it into the ice jade needle. Then he opened the eye of breaking the law, and at the same time, the 5 elements yin-yang needle technique in his hand was instantly activated. Afterwards, Jiang Hao used a dazzling technique to quickly and accurately lock the 9 ice jade needles on the site where Wei Jianye's cancer cells were diseased. At this time, the remaining 5 elements in the 9 ice jade needles were injected into Wei Jianye's body along the ice jade needles. This 5 elements energy instantly connected into a piece in Wei Jianye's body, forming a cycle. This 5 element cycle locks all diseased cancer cells inside, completely preventing the continued spread of cancer cells. At the same time, Wei Jianye suddenly felt a cool air flowing through his body. Moreover, a sense of comfort seemed to come from the place where his chest had hurt before. At this time, Jiang Hao's voice came again. Uncle, I am now going to completely eliminate the cancerous cells in your body. This process may be extremely painful. Can my uncle endure it? If you can't bear it, I need to seal your acupuncture points now. You might fall asleep this way. If you can hold back, I'll just do it. Jiang Hao asked. Wei Jianye looked at Jiang Hao and shook his head. No, I can bear it. I'm afraid if I close my eyes I won't be able to open them again. Go ahead. After hearing this, Jiang Hao did not force it. Okay, then I'll do it. Uncle, please be patient for a while. After saying that, Jiang Hao placed one hand on the middle of the 9 ice jade needle locks, closed his eyes, and felt nervous. He didn't know whether his plan was feasible, but now he could only give it a try. System, decompose all cancerous cells. Chapter 187, Decomposing Cancer Cells, Gifted with Immortality. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. Yes, host. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Hao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The system didn't say it couldn't be decomposed, so it seemed that my plan was feasible. And this is the best solution Jiang Hao thought of, using system decomposition to completely eliminate cancer cells. However, he was not completely sure about this plan at the beginning. After all cancer cells are integrated with other cells and do not exist in isolation. The most important thing is that his hands cannot touch the cancer cells at all. However, this time, he seemed to have made the right bet. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a large number of cancer cells. You have obtained the innate skill Immortality, and have gained 1.2 skill points and 1.2 experience points. Immortality level 10100, with it, you can do whatever you want to die, and one day, you may even get tired of living. Fuse it and all your cells will mutate. The mutated cells will have the powerful ability to proliferate rapidly and super strong self-healing ability. Nothing can even stop your cells from regenerating. Decomposition successful, should we extract and fuse? As the system prompt sounded, Jiang Hao was suddenly startled. Isn't this the ability of a protagonist named Wolverine in a certain science fiction movie? Super strong self-healing, even immortality. Ah ah. At this time, Jiang Hao had not time to be happy when suddenly, a scream was heard, waking Jiang Hao up instantly. Jiang Hao quickly looked at his uncle. The decomposition of the system was completed almost in an instant. Even Guijianye's nerves did not have time to transmit the pain signal. It wasn't until a few seconds after the decomposition was complete that he felt the pain. At this moment, the great pain caused cold sweat to continuously seep out of Guijianye's forehead and his whole body to tremble. After all, how could he not feel pain when such a large piece of flesh suddenly disappeared from his body? At this time, outside the ward, Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei were worried and kept looking towards the ward. On the side, Hong Yangwei was also accompanying him. "Don't worry, Mrs. Guo. With Divine Dr. Jiang here, Mr. Guo will be fine." Hong Yangwei licked his face and comforted him. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaohua forced an ugly smile on his face. "Thank you, Expert Hong." But at this moment, a shrill scream made their hearts tighten in an instant. In fact, they almost couldn't help but rush in. "Don't come in." At this time, Jiang Hao's voice followed and stopped Gui Yifei and her daughter. Jiang Hao stopped his cousin and aunt from breaking in, and at the same time, he quickly gave instructions to the system in his mind. "System, quickly use a bottle of life essence." "Yes, host." The next moment, the last bottle of life essence in the system space disappeared instantly. As a large amount of life essence was injected into Guijianye's body through Jiang Hao's hands. Suddenly, a large amount of pure vitality instantly replenished Guijianye's consumption. At the same time, under the powerful stimulation of vitality, countless cells devoured too much vitality, so that they began to divide rapidly. In an instant, the large number of missing cells in Guijianye's pulmonary ducts were finally replenished by other cells at a rapid reproduction speed visible to the naked eye. Guijianye's pain also began to slowly ease. At the same time, Jiang Hao also used 9 ice jade needles to set up a large 5-element yin-yang formation again. He quickly transformed the chaotic energy in his body into the power of the 5 elements and injected it into Guijianye's body, providing more energy for the rapid decomposition of his cells. Chapter 188, Repentance and Letting Go of Past Grudges. After a long time, Guijianye's pain was finally suppressed. Jiang Hao then removed the needle, and his face turned pale due to the massive consumption of chaotic energy in his body. The whole body looked like it had been fished out of the water. At the same time, he used the 5 elements yin-yang acupuncture method twice in a row, which took a considerable toll on his mind. Guijianye, who had experienced great torture, fell into a deep sleep at this time. Jiang Hao glanced at Guijianye, forced a smile, and then couldn't help but complain. "Damn it, I must have enough life essence when I go out next time, otherwise I will die." Then, he remembered his cousin and aunt who were still worried outside the door, and Jiang Hao called out in a very weak voice. "Cousin, aunt, come in." After saying that, Jiang Hao moved his body to a chair beside him with difficulty. Outside the hospital door, Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei, mother and daughter, who were waiting anxiously with worried faces, heard Jiang Hao's weak voice and immediately rushed in. Behind him, Expert Hong followed closely. Now, his life is in Jiang Hao's hands. If there is any way to please Jiang Hao, he will naturally spare no effort to please him. After Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei came in, they saw Guijianye lying motionless on the hospital bed. They thought something had happened to Guijianye, and suddenly their bodies seemed to be struck by lightning and they stood still. Seeing this, Jiang Hao spoke in a bad mood. "My uncle just went through a lot of pain, and after he got better, he fell asleep. I have already eliminated all the cancerous cells in your uncle's body. You can now take him for a comprehensive examination." Mu Xiaohua and Gui Yifei were overjoyed when they heard this. Even the Hongyang guards behind them looked horrified when they heard this. Quick, let's take your dad for a comprehensive checkup." Mu Xiaohua looked at Guijianye, who was sleeping very peacefully, and spoke quickly. She was about to push the bed away when Expert Hong spoke. "Don't worry, Dr. Jiang. I'll have Xiao Lu come up to take Mr. Guo for a full examination." Jiang Hao nodded, accepting his kindness. Jiang Hao's simple response made Expert Hong very happy. Dr. Jiang is finally willing to pay attention to him. At this moment, concubine Guoyi suddenly realized that Jiang Hao was not in a good condition, and she hurried forward to show concern. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at his cousin and smiled with relief. "It's okay, cousin, I just consumed a lot of energy. I just need to rest for a while." After hearing this, concubine Guoyi finally felt relieved. On the side, Mu Xiaohua looked at Jiang Hao with complicated eyes. He had learned everything about the Jiang family from concubine Guoyi. Finally, she made a huge decision in her heart. She gritted her teeth, stood up, and bowed deeply to Jiang Hao. "Thank you, Hao Hao. It was always my aunt's fault before, please forgive me." Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled with relief. "If my aunt can repent through this incident, it will be worth it. We're all family, no need to thank me, aunt." This scene also made Guifei, who was squatting next to Jiang Hao, smile beautifully. The best ending is for the family to put aside their past grudges. Soon, several young men came pushing a hospital bed and took Gui Jianye away. Mu Xiaohua and expert Hong followed. Concubine Guo Yi was left behind to accompany Jiang Hao. Gui Jianye was taken away, and Jiang Hao lay on Gui Jianye's hospital bed with his eyes closed and his mind immersed in the system. Chapter 189, Powerful Immortal Body, Exploding Four-Dimensional Attributes. He didn't forget the immortality skill he gained when he decomposed cancer cells just now. Just as he immersed himself in the system's prompt sounded. "Decomposition complete, do you want to extract and fuse? If we don't integrate now, when will we? System, extract and fuse." Jiang Hao gave an order, and instantly, a strange wave spread throughout his body. This strange fluctuation instantly changed the gene chains in every cell in his body, fundamentally changing all his cells. This caused his cells to mutate. The result of this fundamental cell mutation was that Jiang Hao was twitching all over, and endless pain instantly spread throughout his body. Ah! The immense pain made him scream out. But fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a moment. However, even so, this scared Guifei, who was taking care of Jiang Hao, and she burst into tears. Brother, what's wrong with you?" Soon, after all the cells in Jiang Hao's body had mutated, Jiang Hao felt full of strength again. He even felt that he was stronger than before. At this moment, when he was about to look at his system panel, he suddenly heard Guifei's crying. He quickly logged out of the system. "It's okay, I'm fine. Sister, stop crying." Jiang Hao stood up and comforted him. Concubine Guiyi stopped crying when she saw Jiang Hao woke up. After a long time, Jiang Hao finally comforted his cousin and then he returned his mind to the system. "System, open my personal information panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 321,000. Age, 18. Strength, 24. Agility, 6.1. Spirit, 4.6. Stamina, 3.8. Skill. Swimming level 30100. Hacker level 501,000. Basketball level 501,000. Master Chef level 20100. Dog beating stick technique level 30100. Shaoli's flying dagger level 20100. Medical skill level 401,000. Grading Yang 5 elements acupuncture level 30100. Supernatural powers. Danger sense level 30100. Giant strength level 20100. Poison immunity level 2010. Eye of Lawbreaker level 20100. 1000 miles sound transmission 20100. Clairaudience level 20100. Insect taming level 30100. Undying body level 10100. Skill points 14. Personal space on. Seeing this system panel, Jiang Hao was ecstatic. He found that he really made a fortune this time. He simply integrated the first level innate magical power of immortality, which actually caused his four-dimensional attributes to skyrocket. Such a change made Jiang Hao ecstatic. From the data of upgrading the immortal body, Jiang Hao indeed saw the power of the immortal body. It's only level 1, but it actually requires 100 attribute points to fill it up. It seems that if you want to truly possess immortality, you have a long way to go. On the other hand, the results of Gui Jianye's comprehensive examination came out, and all the cancer cells in his body were removed by unknown means. Now, except that he is just a little weak, he is a completely normal person. When this result came out, the entire hospital was shocked. They even thought that the inspection was wrong at one point and checked it again twice. However, the test results remained the same. Gui Jianye is a normal person. Now, even the dean, who had originally looked sullen, was horrified and couldn't even believe it. Chapter 190, The Dean's Solicitation, Hiring Jiang Hao with a Large Sum of Money. However, looking at the 3 identical reports in his hands, he had to believe that someone could really cure cancer. Moreover, this person was actually a young boy whom he had denied. At this moment, the dean's expression changed drastically, and soon he made a decision. He was going to find Jiang Hao and hire him with a large sum of money. In this way, with Jiang Hao, the miracle doctor who can cure cancer, his hospital will become famous. As for the conflict between him and Jiang Hao, it was nothing at all. As the ancients said, the world is bustling with activity, all for the sake of profit. The world is in turmoil, all for the sake of profit. He believes that as long as the money is in place, nothing is impossible. Then the dean looked at Shaoli and asked, "Shaoli, where is Dr. Jiang?" Shaoli was also stunned. Doesn't the dean have a conflict with that genius Dr. Jiang? Why is he also called Dr. Jiang? However, although he was confused, as a smart man, he knew what to ask and what not to ask. "Dean, Dr. Jiang should still be in Ward 34. When the dean received the news, he rushed to Ward 34. In Ward 34, Wei Jianye was sent up after a physical examination. Because Jiang Hao had integrated his innate immortal body, his body was completely restored. At this moment, Wei Jianye stared at Jiang Hao, and his heart was unsettled. Cancer. It's a terminal illness, and no one in the world can cure it now. However, his nephew actually healed him himself. Jiang Hao felt embarrassed when his uncle stared at him. "Uncle, you are just a little weak now and need a lot of nutrition. But for this, you can go home and ask your aunt to make some more nutritious meals for you. So, you are healthy now and can be discharged from the hospital at any time." After hearing this, Wei Jianye was overjoyed. The illness that had been tormenting him physically and mentally was finally cured. At this moment, he felt relaxed all over. In that case, let's be discharged from the hospital. I don't want to stay here any longer. Wei Jianye looked at his wife and daughter who were crying with joy, and made a decision. Okay. I'll go and complete the discharge procedures right away. Mu Xiaohua was very excited and nodded quickly. On the other side, when expert Hong heard that Wei Jianye was going to be discharged from the hospital, he immediately became anxious because the poison from his strange flower had not yet been cured. Suddenly, he spoke quickly. Divine Dr. Jiang. However, at this moment, the door of the ward was opened and the dean walked in. He seemed to hear the discharge procedures. Suddenly, he said anxiously. No. Mrs. Gua, although Mr. Gua's cancer cells have been removed, he is very weak now. Please let him stay in the hospital for 2 days to receive nutritional supplements. Don't worry, our hospital will definitely give Mr. Gua the best nutritional medicine. The dean suddenly broke in and what he said seemed to make some sense. Mu Xiaohua didn't know how to decide and immediately looked at Jiang Hao. At this time, the dean also hurriedly came to Jiang Hao, with a smug look on his face and a smile on his face. Divine Dr. Jiang is truly an immortal. I was blind before and couldn't recognize the real face. I hope that Dr. Jiang will forgive me. Jiang Hao was a little surprised by the dean's sudden apology. However, even so, he ignored it. Seeing this, the dean smiled awkwardly. Knowing that Jiang Hao was still bothered by what happened before, he did not explain too much. It's like this. I want to hire Dr. Jiang to manage my cancer hospital at a price of 50 million per year. Finally, he added. If Dr. Jiang is not satisfied with the price, we can still negotiate it. The dean promised huge benefits and began to win over Jiang Hao. Chapter 191, Is 50 million a lot? Jiang Hao's warning. He didn't believe that the astronomical figure of 50 million couldn't attract a young boy. Even though this young boy has great medical skills. At this moment, everyone in the ward was shocked when they heard the dean's words. The first question is 50 million. 50 million a year, this is definitely a huge number. However, when they saw Jiang Hao, they suddenly remembered that Jiang Hao was a miracle doctor who could cure cancer. 50 million doesn't seem to be that much anymore. At this moment, the person with the most complicated feelings was Mu Xiaohua. She looked at Jiang Hao with complicated eyes. This nephew who was criticized by her as useless not long ago not only saved her husband today. Now, there are even jobs with an annual salary of 50 million that come to you. 50 million. That's almost enough to buy my own company, right? All of a sudden, everyone's eyes in the ward fell on Jiang Hao. However, how could Jiang Hao not know the plans of this experienced dean? You want to buy his golden sign that can cure cancer for 50 million? Dream on. There are many rich people in the world, but no matter how much money they have, it is useless if they get cancer. However, with today's technology, I'm probably the only one who can cure cancer. As long as this news gets out, there will definitely be a lot of wealthy people offering exorbitant prices to hire me. Is 50 million a year really a lot? Jiang Hao looked at the old fox, the dean, and smiled contemptuously. Dean, do you think 50 million is a lot? Believe it or not, as soon as this news gets out, someone will immediately give me 50 million to beg me. Jiang Hao's words immediately froze the dean's smiling face. Although Jiang Hao's words seemed to be pretentious, it was indeed the fact and he couldn't refute it. After all, there are many rich people in this world, but only Jiang Hao can solve the problem of cancer. At this time, Jiang Hao stood up, walked to the dean, reached out and patted him gently on the shoulder. He instantly injected a stream of chaotic energy into the dean's body. Ah, hiss! Then, the dean felt a heart-wrenching pain in his shoulder. Fortunately, the pain was only momentary and disappeared quickly. At this time, he quickly took a few steps back and looked at Jiang Hao with horror. What have you done to me? Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. Although I can cure cancer, the cost is too high. I don't want to be chased by people every day. So, this is just a warning from me. Having said that, Jiang Hao's eyes instantly became sharp. He stared at the dean and spoke word by word. Don't even think about hitting me. Also, I don't want to hear about this getting out. So, my uncle is not sick, it was your hospital that misdiagnosed him. Looking at the dean who looked aggrieved and indignant, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. I've already left a hidden hand inside you. As soon as this gets out, I'll trigger it at any time. When that happens, you will experience 3 days and 3 nights of the same agony worse than death, and then you will bleed to death from all 7 orifices. So, you'd better keep your men in check. After saying that, Jiang Hao looked at Expert Hong who was stunned beside him with a warning in his eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, turned around again and looked at the dean. Oh. I forgot to tell you, the method I left behind cannot be discovered by anyone except me, and no one can remove it. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with fear in their eyes, as if he were a god. Chapter 192, The Dean's Compromise, 1 million yuan for his life. The dean looked at Jiang Hao's smiling, innocent face. I couldn't help crying in my heart, is this a fucking devil? How can he be a young boy? I am still plotting against him. Am I courting death or is this my own fault? Looking at Jiang Hao's devilish smile, the dean forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Divine Dr. Jiang, I won't dare to do that again. I will keep it a secret. Please be so kind as to remove the device you've placed on me. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. No. But you don't have to worry. As long as you don't break the agreement, I won't trigger it. After saying that, Jiang Hao no longer paid any attention to the old fox, the dean. Okay, now my aunt is going to go with the director to handle the discharge procedures. Cousin, you stay with my uncle first. Then, Jiang Hao's gaze fell on Expert Hong, who was looking at him with hope. You, come out with me. Jiang Hao pointed at Expert Hong, then turned and left the ward. Upon hearing this, Hong Yangwei seemed to have guessed what Jiang Hao wanted him to do. He was immediately overjoyed and hurried to catch up. After Jiang Hao left, the director had no choice but to take Mu Xiaohua to go through the discharge procedures. Concubine Guoyi stayed to take care of her father. After Jiang Hao and other experts came out, they looked at him and then spoke. I didn't want to save you. On the side, Expert Hong felt uneasy after hearing what Jiang Hao said. But I will always avenge my grudges and repay my kindness. Since you apologized sincerely and helped me with a small favor, I'll reluctantly save you this time. At this time, Hong Yangwei was overjoyed, thanked Jiang Hao repeatedly, and made promises again and again. Thank you, Dr. Jiang, thank you so much. If Divine Dr. Jiang needs anything from me in the future, just tell me what you want. I will do it for you even if it means my death. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao waved his hand. All right. However, the purple blood peach fairy flower is extremely rare. You may want to research the origins of this rare flower yourself. I can save you once, but what if it happens a second time? Just take care of these yourself. Now take me to a quiet ward and I'll detoxify you. When Expert Hong heard Jiang Hao talking about the person who poisoned her, he immediately gritted his teeth. However, when he heard that Jiang Hao wanted to detoxify him, he immediately put aside his hatred and spoke. Yes, I will pay attention. Dr. Jiang, please come this way. Let's go to my office. Hong Yangwei office. Hong Yangwei was lying on the bed, with ice jade needles inserted in many places on his chest, neck, forehead, etc. following which a faint pink gas emerged from the dragon head mouth at the back of the ice jade needle. Hong Yangwei suddenly felt relaxed all over his body. At the same time, his chest was no longer stuffy and a cool air came from his throat. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke. "Alright, I've forced the purple blood peach fairy flower poison out of you." As he spoke, Jiang Hao cast a spell and quickly pulled out the ice jade needle that was inserted into Hong Yangwei's body. Hong Yangwei quickly stood up and felt a sense of comfort coming from his body. He was immediately overjoyed. At this time, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. "Dr. Jiang, here is 1 million. It's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Dr. Jiang." Jiang Hao slowly put away the ice jade needle, then glanced at Hong Yangwei's sincere eyes and pondered for a while. "Okay, I'll take this 1 million. It's your life-saving money." Jiang Hao reached out and took it. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves money but gets it in a proper way. He is not the kind of person who will throw tantrums. He will naturally take the money that is his due. If it's something I shouldn't take, I won't take it even if you give it to me. Chapter 193. If you are not brave, who will be strong for you? When I came out of Hong Yangwei's office, my aunt hadn't come out yet after going through the discharge procedures. Jiang Hao went downstairs to get some fresh air. To be honest, the atmosphere in the hospital was too depressing. After going downstairs, Jiang Hao found a place to sit on the lawn in the garden. Jiang Hao looked at the endless stream of people coming in and out of the hospital, and suddenly thought. Most people are desperately trying to make money, even at the cost of their health. Later, everyone used the money they earned to treat their illnesses, and in the end they were left with nothing. What on earth is this for? Just as Jiang Hao was thinking, he suddenly heard a sobbing sound. Whoa! When Jiang Haojing listened, he found that not far in front of him, a young lady was squatting there crying. Jiang Hao felt soft-hearted, stood up and walked over, took out a piece of paper from the paper bag he brought with him and handed it over. "Sister, stop crying." Then he felt a little emotional. Everyone in this world has a miserable life, you have to learn to be brave and strong. If you are not brave, who will be strong for you? For a moment, Jiang Hao seemed to remember his past years. Jiang Hao's voice is a little low, coupled with Jiang Hao's slightly magnetic voice, hearing it is a beautiful enjoyment. The girl seemed to hear Jiang Hao talking to her, then stopped crying and slowly looked up at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at the young lady's face and was surprised. Her skin was whiter than snow, her eyes were watery with a hint of redness and swelling, and there were 2 tear marks on her face, which made people feel pity for her. Jiang Hao shook the paper in his hand, and the young lady took the tissue after a slight hesitation. "Thanks." Jiang Hao nodded and asked. "What's wrong with you?" The girl paused, looked at Jiang Hao, seemed to feel that Jiang Hao was not a bad person, and began to confide in him. It turned out that the girl's name was Leah, and like Jiang Hao, she had just finished the college entrance examination. She comes from a single-parent family, which is not rich, even a little poor. She has lived with her father since she was a child. But not long ago, his father was diagnosed with cancer, which made the already not wealthy family even worse off. However, after scraping together 20,000 yuan, she brought her father here. Confirmed by the doctor, interventional surgery can still be performed for the time being. Then, everything was ready and we were ready for the surgery. However, just an hour before the operation that day, the doctor suddenly called Leah out. Then he told her that they were a poor family and that he, as a doctor, did not dare to give her father any medicine during the interventional surgery. The reason is that they have regulations that the national subsidy standard for poor households with this disease is 3,000 yuan per month. If he, as a doctor, secretly gave her father medication during the interventional surgery, it would exceed the prescribed standards. He, as a doctor, will be investigated and punished. So, he didn't dare to take medicine. Even when Leah bought the medicine herself and gave it to her father, he didn't dare to use it. Leah pleaded in vain, so she left the doctor's office with a sad face. She then asked other people what patients do when they encounter this situation. But the results he got when he asked next were surprisingly similar. Everyone told her, "That's because you didn't give the doctor a gift." She and her father were both honest people, so they didn't know that before surgery, people would give gifts to doctors so that they would take the upcoming surgery seriously. She was shocked and angry when she heard about this. Only then did she realize that in such a bright and clear world, there existed such dark and bad habits. Chapter 194. It turns out that there are dark corners where the sun doesn't shine. But what can she do even if she knows? She is just a weak woman with no power. Finally, she gave in. She borrowed money from everywhere and gave a red envelope of 1,000 yuan to her father's attending physician, a deputy director named Dang. At first, the deputy director surnamed Dang was reluctant to accept it and was hesitant. They said the hospital had regulations, or something like that. But in the end, he accepted it. The only difference is that, in the eyes of others, this red envelope was forced on the doctor by Leah and was completely voluntary. After receiving the red envelope, the doctor's tone immediately changed. "Don't worry, I will take your father's surgery seriously and I will use the medicine." Leah could only smile apologetically. This time it's over. However, interventional surgery can be performed more than once. It should be done once a month for 3 consecutive months at the beginning, and then the treatment effect can be observed before the time interval can be lengthened. Soon, the second month arrived, and Leah accompanied her father here again. She had been busy all day and had just had her father admitted to the hospital. Later, when she went to see the attending physician named Dang, this attending physician named Dang acted indifferent to Leah. Later, when Leah went to find that doctor, he was either sleeping during working hours or could not be found. One time at work, Leah went to ask him about her father's condition, but ended up disturbing his sleep. This immediately made the other person unhappy and he scolded Leah. After the aggrieved Leah came out, she finally reacted slowly. "Is it because I didn't give a gift this time?" Helplessly, she presented the gift again. Just like last time, she hesitated at first, but then accepted it. However, her attitude towards Leah took a 180-degree turn. Become amiable in an instant. The second one passed just like that, and the time for the third intervention soon arrived again. Leah came with her father, exactly the same as the previous 2 times. "If you don't give me a gift, I won't pay attention to you. If you have the ability, go somewhere else." But the continuous gifts given to the doctor, as well as her father's medical expenses and surgery fees every month, have made Leah heavily in debt. The money she earns from working part-time every day is just a drop in the bucket compared to such huge expenses. So, now no one is willing to lend her money. After all, she can't pay it back. If there is no money for gifts, Lee's father's attending doctor will stop giving him medicine. Stopping the medication is allowing cancer cells to spread. How terrible. She has no way to go, so she is crying here. Leah sobbed a little, then spoke with a nasal tone. "Tell me, how can I be strong?" After listening to Leah's story, Zhang Hao was shocked and even felt depressed. Doctor was originally a sacred profession. But it is precisely because of the existence of such bad doctors as Lee's father's attending physician that the profession of doctor is shrouded in a dark fog. Such a black-hearted doctor who doesn't take human life seriously is so terrible. Just then, a voice interrupted Jiang Hao's thoughts. "Divine Dr. Jiang, you are here." Jiang Hao looked up and saw that it was Hong Yangwei. Hong Yangwei spoke respectfully. "Dr. Jiang, Mrs. Gua has completed the discharge procedures and is waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Leah glanced at Jiang Hao. "He's so young, and he's actually a doctor? Oh no. If he's a doctor here, then if I say something bad about the doctors here, wouldn't that be?" Thinking of this, Leah's face suddenly turned pale. Chapter 195, One rat spoils the whole pot of porridge. Jiang Hao discovered that Leah seemed to have misunderstood, and quickly explained. "Don't think too much. I'm not a doctor here. I'm also a patient's family member. Besides, I'm so young, can I be a doctor? And like you, I just graduated from high school this year. I came here to visit my uncle." Seeing that Jiang Hao's explanation was well reasoned, Leah seemed to believe it a little. "Real?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao nodded helplessly. Only then did Leah feel relieved. Jiang Hao glanced at Leah and decided to help her. "Okay, I sympathize with you, come with me. I know the dean, I'll ask him to change your father's attending physician." Jiang Hao's words instantly made Leah alert again. She once had such naive thoughts, but her father's words broke her innocence. "Xiao Ye. We can't defeat them. They are a family, and the officials protect each other. How can a poor commoner like us fight against them?" Jiang Hao saw Leah's vigilance, how could he not understand? Leah was misled by those few scumbag doctors. So much so that she thought maybe all doctors were like this. When he thought of this, Jiang Hao became very angry. How many people across the country would get sick? Millions? Tens of millions? Hundreds of millions? How many people are like Leah, who has been misled by bad doctors and become disappointed in doctors? This is simply a case of one rat spoiling the whole barrel. Leah, if you believe me, just follow me. If you don't believe me, forget it. At this time, Jiang Hao's mood was extremely bad and he was no longer in the mood to explain. He has already given Leah the opportunity, whether she can seize it depends on herself. Old Hong, let's go. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned around and left. Yes, Dr. Jiang. Hong Yangwei on the side did not interrupt from beginning to end. Only after Jiang Hao spoke did he nod respectfully and follow. Jiang Hao paused when he heard this and spoke. Call me Mr. Jiang from now on, not Dr. Jiang. When Hong Yangwei heard this, he quickly changed his title. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Hao had just taken a few steps when Leah's voice came from behind him. I trust you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled. Then he asked Hong Yangwei who was standing beside him. Old Hong, where is the dean? Hong Yangwei said without hesitation. The dean is waiting for you in Mr. Guo's ward. Jiang Hao glanced at Leah and said to her. Hey, let's go. Leah nodded obediently. We spoke in silence all the way to Ward 34, and sure enough, the dean was there. When the dean saw Jiang Hao coming, he hurried forward respectfully. Mr. Jiang, I have completed Mr. Guo's discharge procedures. Jiang Hao just nodded, then looked at his uncle and the others and spoke. Uncle, aunt, cousin, please wait a moment. I have something else to take care of. Let's go later. Wei Jianye glanced at Leah behind Jiang Hao, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Okay, Hao, go ahead and do your thing. We're not in a rush. After receiving Wei Jianye's reply, Jiang Hao nodded. Then he turned and walked towards the door. When he reached the dean, he suddenly spoke. Dean, Lao Hong, you two come out for a moment. Although the dean was surprised, he still followed him out. Hong Yangwei had probably guessed something and followed him out as well. Behind Jiang Hao, Leah was shocked when she saw the dean's attitude towards Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao's attitude towards the dean shocked him even more. Chapter 196, Everything should be done in moderation, too much is as bad as too little. Jiang Hao and his group went out and came to an office. Everyone sat down, and the dean looked at Jiang Hao in confusion. Jiang Hao glanced at Leah and spoke. Leah, tell the dean about your situation. Let me see how he will handle this matter today. Upon hearing this, Leah looked at Jiang Hao's encouraging eyes, then she mustered up her courage and began to tell the story. After a long time, Leah finally finished speaking. At this moment, the dean's face turned ashen. Although he was not a good person, he was also very angry after hearing Leah's story. Although he had heard of doctors accepting gifts, as long as they didn't go too far, people would generally turn a blind eye and let it go. But he didn't expect that someone would go so far. Moreover, this person is from my own hospital. The dean looked up and met Jiang Hao's cold gaze. Suddenly, there was a frown. Judging from the situation, if I don't give him a satisfactory answer today, I'm afraid Jiang Hao will not let him go. On the side, Hong Yangwei also looked unhappy after hearing what happened to Leah. He has accepted gifts from others, but he has never threatened the patient's families to give him gifts by refusing to give the patient's medicine. The party is going too far. At this time, the dean looked at Jiang Hao with some embarrassment. Dr. Jiang, I'm very sorry about this. As compensation, I will arrange for a better attending physician for Leah's father, and I will also significantly reduce his medical expenses. As for this person, although he violated many regulations, these violations were only enough for me to give him a serious warning and a demotion. As for kicking him out. Having said that, the dean paused for a moment, and then he appealed to the audience's emotions and reason. Dr. Jiang, you know that even though I'm the director of this hospital, I don't have the final say in this hospital. So, the dean didn't continue speaking, but his meaning was already very clear. This evidence is not enough for him to kick this person out. Jiang Hao frowned when he heard this. He is not an unreasonable person. He cannot force the dean to make a decision without sufficient evidence. But he was unwilling to let this scum off so easily. At this time, Leah felt a little disappointed when she heard the dean's solution. But compared to before, it's like heaven and earth, and she is already very satisfied. Leah carefully pulled the corner of Jiang Hao's clothes, and then said timidly, Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I am already very satisfied with this result. Thank you. As she spoke, Leah bowed deeply to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at Leah, frowned slightly, and did not stop her. After accepting Leah's bow, Jiang Hao looked at Leah and comforted her. Don't worry, since I have accepted your bow today, I will definitely give you a satisfactory result. Then, Jiang Hao looked at the dean and said, Dean, I understand what you mean. In other words, as long as there is enough evidence, you can justifiably get rid of this person? When the dean heard this, although he was confused, he still nodded. Seeing the dean nod, Jiang Hao immediately spoke. If that's the case, then it's easy. This man is so greedy, I don't believe his background is that clean. Dean, please find me a copy of this person's information. I will find you evidence of other violations by this person. Speaking of this, Jiang Hao was extremely confident. Chapter 197, Sit Down, Just Basic Operations. Although the dean didn't know why Jiang Hao spoke so arrogantly, he still did as he was told. After interacting with Jiang Hao more and more, he found that Jiang Hao was not an unreasonable person. So, he still trusts Jiang Hao more. Dr. Jiang, wait for me for a moment. After the dean finished speaking, he sat in front of a computer in his office and quickly logged into his account. Soon, he retrieved the registration information of the surname Dang. Divine Dr. Jiang, this is his message. The dean introduced it to Jiang Hao, who was watching on the side. Jiang Hao took a look and then said, Get up and watch me do this. The dean quickly stood up and made room. Jiang Hao sat in front of the computer, under everyone's puzzled gaze. He put his hands on the keyboard and started typing away like a tiger. With Jiang Hao's world-class hacking skills, it would only take a few minutes for him to hack into anyone's electronic devices and investigate them. Afterwards, everyone was surprised to see negative information about the doctor surnamed Dang constantly appearing on the computer screen. Soon, their expressions changed from surprise to shock and then to horror. At the same time, when they carefully read the negative information about the doctor surnamed Dang on the computer screen, they became more and more angry, frightened, and scared. This person secretly sold medicines that were not allowed to be sold in the hospital. At the same time, he colluded with fake pharmacies outside and recommended patients to buy medicines from the fake pharmacies, and he took commissions from it. Also, all kinds of criminal evidence. He even forced a patient's daughter to have sex with him because he thought the patient had stopped taking the medicine. In the end, the girl couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide. It caused a sensation at the time, but the cause was not found and the matter was hastily closed. Seeing this, Leah suddenly felt a pang of fear in her heart. If she had not met Jiang Hao today, she would not have had the money to give a gift. Will she also suffer the same fate? Jiang Hao had already guessed that this kind of person was not a good person, and sure enough, he guessed right. Who has a USB drive? Give me one. Jiang Hao asked without even raising his head, looking at the computer. Everyone was awakened and began to feel around. Finally, the dean took a USB drive from his keychain. Here, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Hao took it and plugged it directly into his computer, downloading all the evidence. Bang! Soon, the download was completed, and with Jiang Hao's final tap on the keyboard, he pulled out the USB drive. Done! Everyone looked at Jiang Hao in awe. At this time, Jiang Hao handed the USB flash drive to the dean and stared at the dean at the same time. Dean, is this enough evidence? The dean was awakened and immediately spoke quickly. Enough, enough. This evidence will not only allow me to get him out of here legitimately, but he might even have to spend a few years in prison. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Hao with fear. They swore that no matter who they offended in the future, they would never offend Jiang Hao again. This is simply terrible. Jiang Hao is not only a miraculous doctor, he is also a god-level hacker. Especially the dean and expert Hong. After all, who doesn't have some twists and turns when sitting in their position? If they offend Jiang Hao, it would only take a few minutes for Jiang Hao to deal with them. Looking at the shocked and fearful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Hao waved his hands and said in a pretentious manner, Whatever you do, sit down. This is just basic operation. Everyone was speechless when they heard this, and couldn't help but complain in their hearts. This is the basics, then this foundation is too advanced, right? After Jiang Hao made such a fuss, everyone's fear of Jiang Hao disappeared immediately. Chapter 198, Synthesizing a Super Strong Anti-Cancer Drug, Do You Believe Me? Afterwards, Leah's father volunteered to take over from Hong Yangwei. And Jiang Hao did not stop him. Although Hong Yangwei was scolded by him for being useless, to be able to reach this position, he must have certain real talents and skills. The doctor named Dang was taken down and expelled by the dean with lightning speed, and the police were notified. Originally, the party member refused to admit it and kept making excuses, but after the dean showed him the evidence, he instantly became paralyzed. This result made Leah very happy. Finally, Leah looked at Jiang Hao, finally revealed a sweet smile, and bowed deeply again. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Hao looked at Leah, nodded, then turned and left without taking a single cloud with him. When Jiang Hao walked to the door, he suddenly seemed to think of something. He paused, turned around and spoke to Hong Yangwei beside him. "Lao Hong, go get me a few boxes of the most effective anti-cancer drugs on the market." Hong Yangwei was stunned when he heard this, and didn't know what Jiang Hao wanted to do. But he didn't hesitate too much. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment." Jiang Hao nodded and spoke. "Well, go quickly, and come back soon." "Leah, wait a moment." Leah didn't doubt it and nodded obediently. Soon, Hong Yangwei brought 6 boxes of anti-cancer drugs. "Mr. Jiang, is that enough? If not, should I go get some more?" Jiang Hao took the medicine handed to him by Hong Yangwei and took a look at it. "No need, you go out first, Lao Hong. I want to say a few words to Leah alone." When Hong Yangwei heard this, he understood and quickly retreated. Li Yaze looked at Jiang Hao. He was a little curious about what Jiang Hao was going to say to him. Jiang Hao held the medicine in his hand, his mind immersed in the system. "System, use every box of anti-cancer drugs to synthesize it for me." "Yes." "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing the drug. You've obtained a super anti-cancer drug, skill point +1, experience point +1. Super anti-cancer drug, powerfully resists cancer, absolutely inhibits the spread of cancer cells, and kills cancer cells with superpower. Extract? Ding, congratulations." Then a series of prompt sounds rang out, and soon, without Leah noticing anything unusual, the medicine in the 6 anti-cancer medicine boxes in Jiang Hao's hands had already disappeared. Extract. With Jiang Hao's order, for more anti-cancer drugs appeared in Jiang Hao's system space. Among them, only 2 boxes failed to be synthesized. Next, Jiang Hao instructed the system to use the jade in his space to make a small medicine bottle and put the 4 super anti-cancer drugs into it. Leah looked at Jiang Hao with some confusion. At this time, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and took out a small jade medicine bottle from his trouser pocket. He glanced at Leah and then spoke. "Do you believe me?" After what just happened, Leah obeyed Jiang Hao's every word. Leah didn't hesitate at all and nodded continuously like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly, and then handed the jade medicine bottle in his hand to Leah. "Since you trust me, that's good. There are 4 pills in this jade bottle. Give your father 1 pill every month, and he will get better." Upon hearing this, Leah looked at Jiang Hao in shock. "But my father has cancer. It seems like there is no cure for cancer." Leah thought Jiang Hao had made a mistake about her father's illness and emphasized. Jiang Hao heard this and spoke with a smile. "If you believe me, then do as I say. If you don't, then just ignore what I said." Chapter 199, Driving Skills Crystallization, the same cool system as ever. This is the last time I'll help you. Oh, and one more thing. Remember to keep this a secret, otherwise, you know the consequences. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned and left. Leah looked at Jiang Hao's departing back, gritted her teeth, and finally decided to believe Jiang Hao. He wouldn't lie to me. After his uncle was discharged from the hospital, Jiang Hao stayed at his uncle's house for a day, and then insisted on going home despite his uncle's family's strong persuasion. After returning home, Mother Jiang cooked a delicious meal herself to reward Jiang Hao. After he cured his uncle, he informed his mother immediately. So, Jiang Ma is in a good mood these days. While eating, Father Jiang suddenly spoke. Hao, now that you've graduated, when will you go back to your hometown to spend some time with your grandparents?" Jiang Hao pondered for a moment after hearing this. "Mom, I've thought about it. My sister starts her high school entrance exam the day after tomorrow. If she passes, we can go back together." Upon hearing this, Mr. Jiang nodded without saying anything more. After dinner, Jiang Hao stood upstairs, looking at the endless stream of cars on the street below, and suddenly remembered. It's time to buy a car. But before that, I need to learn how to drive and get my driver's license first. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao decided to look for some books about car driving back then. He is different from others. With the books he wants, he can quickly master the skill of driving. After a while, Jiang Hao finally found a copy of Motor Vehicle Driving Guide in the bookstore. After buying the book, Jiang Hao came out of the bookstore, found an empty corner, and took out the book. The system prompt sound also sounded. Ding, I found a copy of Motor Vehicle Driving Instructions. Do you want to disassemble it? Jiang Hao did not hesitate. Breakdown. With Jiang Hao's order, the book he had just bought disappeared. Then, the system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing a copy of Motor Vehicle Driving Guide and obtaining a driving skill crystal, plus 0.8 skill points, plus 0.8 experience points. Driving skills, the concentrated crystallization of driving experience of all kinds of transportation. With it, flying a plane will be a piece of cake for you, and pushing a train will be a piece of cake too. Decomposition completed, should we extract and fuse? Jiang Hao looked at the introduction about this crystal and was suddenly speechless. The system is still as cool as ever. I just want to learn how to drive a car quietly, but the system won't allow me to be low-key. You said flying a plane is fine. What is pushing a train? Can the train be pushed? As the saying goes, a cow does not blow, and a train does not push. When it comes to the system, it's the exact opposite. Extract fusion. After complaining about the system, Jiang Hao ordered the fusion of the newly obtained crystal. As the ball of light in Jiang Hao's mind disappeared, a flood of memories suddenly rushed into Jiang Hao's mind. But in a short while, Jiang Hao mastered the driving skill. And driving skills have almost become his instinct. Now all we need is a car. After Jiang Hao mastered the driving skills, he felt itchy when he saw a car. He is not very familiar with cars. After all, his family was not well off before, and buying a car was a luxury. Therefore, he never thought about taking a driving test, let alone driving. Therefore, if you want to buy a car, you have to find someone who knows cars to accompany you. Jiang Hao thought about it and finally called Song Wanner. Chapter 200. If you like it, just sell it to me. As a rich girl, Song Wanner should be familiar with luxury cars, right? This is what Jiang Hao thought. Jiang Hao Gong made a phone call and the call was connected soon. Oh my! Jiang is such a kind person. How come you suddenly remembered to call me? As soon as the phone was connected, there was a hint of resentment in Song Wanner's tone. Jiang Hao was extremely embarrassed and reached out to touch the tip of his nose awkwardly. Well, my uncle was sick a few days ago, so I went to see him and only came back today. No more talking, I have something to talk to you about. Do you know anything about cars? I want to buy one, but I don't know what kind. Over there, Song Wanner heard the words. You want to buy a car? Then don't buy it, I'll give you one. I have several garages at home, filled with nice cars that I've never driven. They were all gifts. Jiang Hao was shocked when he heard this. I don't even have a car, so are other people's luxury cars calculated by the size of their garages? This evil capitalist. Rich woman, are you going to support me? Jiang Hao teased. On the other side, Song Wanner was stunned when she heard this, and then her face turned red. Humph, who wants to support you? Song Wanner felt shy and a little embarrassed. No need for that. No reward without merit. I'd better buy it myself. It won't cost much. Just joking, Jiang Hao still rejected Song Wanner's kindness. Okay then, wait for me at Tianhe Square, I'll come find you. Okay then. After getting Song Wanner's reply, Jiang Hao packed up his things and went out. After meeting Song Wanner, Jiang Hao went to a large auto show under her leadership. I learned from Song Wanner that the organizer of this auto show was one of her uncles. Looking at the luxury cars everywhere, Jiang Hao was already dazzled. At this moment, they suddenly saw a group of people gathered in the distance, and there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner quickly squeezed in. It turns out that there is a very cool car here. Jiang Hao's eyes instantly fell on a luxury car that was emitting a black glow and had an indescribable naturalness about it, as if it was created by nature. When Jiang Hao saw this car, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Jiang Hao's eyes stayed on the car, and he subconsciously asked Song Wanner, who was standing beside him. Wanner, how about this car? Song Wanner took a look and then said indifferently. You like it? If you like it, just buy it. Song Wanner's words had just fallen. Ahem. Then there was a burst of coughing sounds all around. In an instant, countless people around looked over. At this time, a fat man next to Jiang Hao and the others heard what he said, glanced at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner, and then spoke. Brother, is this your first time here? Jiang Hao glanced at the fat man and nodded. It was indeed his first time attending such a car show. When the fat man saw this, he understood. Brother, do you know what this car is called? How much does it cost to buy it? Jiang Hao shook his head, and the fat man smiled triumphantly, unable to stop himself from showing off. Then Fatty will explain it to you. The full name of this car is Longteng Guosheng. It uses a dragon as its logo and was designed by the internationally renowned designer Duan Muhongyu. It's equipped with. The fat man spoke a lot of professional knowledge in one breath, which instantly made Jiang Hao look at him with admiration. At this time, the fat man looked at Jiang Hao with surprise, then smiled mysteriously and kept the secret. Then do you know how much this car costs? Chapter 201. Jiang Hao is domineering and protective. I want this car. Jiang Hao shook his head subconsciously. The fat man felt bored when he saw this. I'll tell you. This car is priced at 14.32 million. Hiss. After the fat man announced the price, everyone gasped. Seeing everyone's reaction, the fat man looked at Song Wanner and spoke. Sister, if I want to buy this car, I'm afraid even if I sell myself, it won't be enough. However, the fat man didn't know that from the very beginning when he explained. Song Wanner didn't show any surprised reaction at all. Song Wanner glanced at the fat man and then said indifferently. I don't need to buy one. I have several of the same model at home. They were all given to me by others. Song Wanner's words immediately caused a sensation again. Everyone looked at Song Wanner with suspicion on their faces. Is this true? That's right, it sounds like the truth. People nowadays are so hypocritical. A luxury car worth over 10 million yuan as a gift? It's true that poverty limits my imagination. At this time, even the fat man next to him frowned and pushed Jiang Hao. Brother, your girlfriend is really good at bragging, isn't she? Song Wanner didn't expect that she would be questioned by others just because she was telling the truth. She was immediately furious and wanted to explain. Seeing this, Jiang Hao grabbed Song Wanner. Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao with some confusion. Jiang Hao didn't look at Song Wanner, but glanced at the fat man, then smiled slightly. Thank you for the introduction, fatty. But my girlfriend never brags. After saying that, Jiang Hao took Song Wanner's hand and walked straight to the Longteng Guosheng in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Then he spoke to the salesperson who was responsible for this car. I want this car. Jiang Hao's protection of his shortcomings made Song Wanner feel as if she had eaten honey. However, the others were surprised when they heard this, and then they looked at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner, either puzzled or sarcastic. Fuck, is he really a rich second generation? This kid is so brave, he's still holding on. The fat man was surprised, and then instantly turned to worry. Brother, stop it. Come back soon. You can't just make random quotes here. However, Jiang Hao smiled at the fat man, ignoring the comments of the people around him, and looked at the salesperson next to him. The salesman was a young man, only about 4 or 5 years older than Jiang Hao. He quickly looked at Jiang Hao and felt a little confused. Looking at the way he's dressed, he doesn't look like a rich second generation. Did I meet some idiot who uses mahjong to buy a car? He had seen something similar not long ago. A man and a woman went to a 4S store to buy a car. They had already agreed on the price and were ready to sign the contract. Unexpectedly, in the end, the man and woman actually took out a large pile of mahjong tiles, all worth 40,000 or 80,000. In the end, the man and woman were inevitably beaten up. Later everyone found out that those two were really desperate to become internet celebrities and wanted to become internet celebrities by pranking others. At this time, he was wondering in his heart, but he still walked over. Sir, are you sure you want to buy this one? However, at this moment, a woman next to him looked at Song Wanner with some jealousy, and then took the opportunity to make a sarcastic remark. Tianhong, look at how childish they are, and then look at their clothes and temperament. How do they look like rich young men or rich young ladies? Are you trying to become an internet celebrity again and deliberately trying to prank people? I know someone did that not long ago, and he was almost beaten to death. As she spoke, the woman glared at Song Wanner fiercely. Chapter 202. They know the boss. This should just be a coincidence. This woman's snobbish words instantly aroused Jiang Hao's dissatisfaction. Jiang Hao frowned, very unhappy. On the side, Song Wanner was also shocked. As the daughter of the Jade King, she had never suffered such humiliation. Who are you? What does it have to do with you whether I want to buy this car or not? Jiang Hao frowned and looked at this arrogant woman. You don't need to care who I am, but it's you who is disrupting the order here. Don't you see where this place is? Is this the right place for a poor guy like you to come? The woman was extremely arrogant and sarcastically said. At the same time, she waved to the patrolling security guard not far away. Security, security. Come here, there's a disturbance. Her loud shout instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Is there any trouble? Who is so brave? Su Tianhong on the side seemed to be convinced by her. He frowned, looked at Jiang Hao, and spoke. Sir, I can let this matter go. Please go. Su Tianhong's words instantly angered Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Song Wanner looked at the two of them and said coldly. A bunch of idiots who look down on others. I've learned a lot today. My uncle Miao actually has people like you under his command. I wonder what my uncle would do if he knew what you've done. After saying that, Song Wanner angrily took out her phone and prepared to make a call. Song Wanner's words instantly made the crazy woman and Su Tianhong nervous. Uncle Miao? Our boss's surname seems to be Miao. Does she know the boss? The two looked at each other and saw doubt in each other's eyes. Then they looked at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner without any concealment. Not to mention Jiang Hao, and in order to keep a low profile, Song Wanner didn't dress very well either. However, this actually dispelled the idea that had just arisen in their minds. Impossible, it must be a coincidence. The crazy woman became even more arrogant. Go ahead and hit me. I'll see how long you can keep pretending. Song Wanner glanced at the crazy woman and ignored her. When Jiang Hao heard this, he looked at the crazy woman with sympathy, shook his head, and said nothing. However, before Song Wanner could get through the call, the commotion here alarmed the manager. The manager here is surnamed Huang, a slightly plump middle-aged man. Manager Huang looked at the gathered crowd and frowned immediately. What's wrong with this kid Su Tianhong? As he said that, he quickly led his men over and squeezed in. Su Tianhong, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? Manager Huang scolded. Su Tianhong and Zhu Yanli were scolded by the manager, and they immediately pointed at Jiang Hao and others and explained to Manager Huang. Manager, they are causing trouble here. They said they wanted to buy this Longtung Guoshang, and she even said she had several in her garage. When the manager heard this, he immediately pondered in his mind. Who is so arrogant? He has several Longtung Guosheng cars at home. Do you really think this is cabbage? Manager Huang frowned and looked in the direction Su Tianhong and the crazy woman pointed. Seeing Jiang Hao, he frowned slightly. This doesn't seem to be a young master from some family, right? Why haven't I seen him before? However, when his eyes fell on Song Wanner next to Jiang Hao, his expression suddenly changed. At this time, the crazy woman wanted to be the first to complain to the villain. Manager Huang, it's them. This shameless little girl even said she has several cars like ours. However, before she could continue speaking, Manager Huang suddenly turned around and slapped her. Pa! Chapter 203, sure enough, poverty limits our imagination. This slap stunned the crazy woman instantly. Manager Huang, you. Pa! Manager Huang's face was full of anger. He slapped the crazy woman again and then scolded her. I'm going to hit you. Get out of here, and you too. As he spoke, Manager Huang pointed at Su Tianhong and cursed. Su Tianhong was stunned when he heard this. He felt confused, and for a moment, his stubborn temper came out. Manager Huang, I didn't violate that rule, why are you asking me to get out? Manager Huang glanced at him coldly and ignored him. However, when he turned to look at Song Wanner, he tried his best to put on an apologetic expression and said respectfully. Miss Song is frightened. Don't worry, Miss Song. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. At this moment, the sudden turn of events made everyone confused. The onlookers around saw Manager Huang's attitude towards Song Wanner and immediately made bold guesses. Hiss, this girl can't really be the child of some big boss, right? I think it's possible. Seeing Manager Huang's attitude towards her, Song Wanner paused the call and asked. Do you know me? Upon hearing this, Manager Huang immediately apologized with a smile and spoke. I once had the honor of accompanying Chairman Miao to a banquet hosted by your father, and I met you there. You are Song Wanzhong, the Jade King of Tianhe City, Mr. Song's daughter. How could I not recognize you? Manager Huang revealed Song Wanner's background. In an instant, Su Tianhong, who was still tilting his neck and stubbornly waiting for manager Huang to give a reason, and the crazy woman next to him suddenly turned pale. At the same time, the onlookers around were also excited. My goodness, she is actually the daughter of Jade Prince Song Wanzhong? Hiss, I didn't see it. Hey, these two have hit a wall. Ignoring the people who were gloating, manager Huang then looked at Su Tianhong and the crazy woman who was covering her face. Now you know why I fired you? The one you're talking about is the Jade King's daughter. Chairman Miao is also a good friend of Mr. Song. And Miss Song didn't lie. Longting Guosheng does have a few. Not long ago, Miss Song had her birthday, and Chairman Miao gave her a Longting Guosheng as a birthday gift. As soon as manager Huang said this, Su Tianhong completely gave up. Everyone was amazed when they heard this. Sure enough, poverty limits our imagination. At this moment, Su Tianhong was filled with resentment. It's all this crazy bitch's fault. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't only be able to sell this Longting Guosheng, but I'd even have the honor of meeting the Jade King's daughter. At this time, Su Tianhong became more and more angry. He looked at the crazy woman who was also in a state of disarray, and then slapped her hard. Pa! It's all your fault. Then he looked up and met manager Huang's cold gaze. He immediately realized that an apology was useless, so he turned around and left. The crazy woman seemed to be awakened by Su Tianhong's slap. She looked at Song Wanner and seemed to have gone crazy. This is impossible. Impossible. You lied to me, you lied to me. Upon seeing this, manager Huang frowned and signaled to the security guard next to him. The security guard understood immediately, stepped forward, and carried the crazy woman out. At this time, manager Huang looked at Song Wanner and spoke quickly. Are you satisfied with my handling of the matter? Song Wanner glanced at manager Huang, and suddenly saw Jiang Hao watching the fun on the side, and then pulled Jiang Hao over. You should apologize to this person, not me. Besides, this is the guy who wants to buy a car today. I'm just accompanying him here. Chapter 204, Money Makes the World Go Round. Let him run for a while. Song Wanner's words immediately piqued everyone's interest again. Hiss, what is the identity of this young man that he actually needs the Jade King's daughter to accompany him? Sasa, I was wrong. This young man is actually not a simple person. Manager Huang was stunned when he heard this. Only then did he look at Jiang Hao seriously. A slightly handsome face, casually dressed, and a childish look. But who exactly is this young master? Why does he need the Jade King's daughter to accompany him? Jiang Hao looked at manager Huang, who was confused by Song Wanner, and seemed to guess what manager Huang was thinking. He glanced at Song Wanner, who was looking at him mischievously, shook his head helplessly, and spoke. Manager Huang, stop guessing. I'm not some young master. Can I buy this car? As Jiang Hao spoke, he took out the diamond card that Xue Zishi had given him from his pocket and handed it over. When manager Huang saw it, he was shocked. Yes, yes. I'll do it for you personally right away. Sir, please wait a moment. I will get the contract for you right away. Having said that, he ran to get the contract. Jiang Hao looked at manager Huang's departing back and suddenly felt a little emotional. This is truly a society that values money. When the people around saw manager Huang's attitude, they were shocked again. After a while, Jiang Hao paid the full amount for the Longtung Guosheng. Jiang Hao was so happy to get a new car that his hands were itching to try it out. Looking at his luxury car, he waved his hand and said to Song Wanner, Come on, today I'll show you my skills. Song Wanner looked at the complacent Jiang Hao and rolled her eyes at him. Whose brother are you? Jiang Hao drove all the way home. Originally, he wanted to show off his driving skills in front of Song Wanner, even being able to push a train by hand. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. There are so many cars on the road, it's a traffic jam. No matter how good the car he drives, he still has to obey traffic rules. So, his dream of speed racing was shattered. Another traffic light. Jiang Hao stopped the car depressedly and waited for pedestrians to cross the road. At this moment, on the side, in the same row, on another lane, a white car, which was also waiting for the traffic light, had its driver's window opened. Then, a young man with a cigarette in his mouth, tattoos on his arms and earrings in his ears waved to Jiang Hao and said hello. Jiang Hao opened the car window and the young man spoke immediately. Hey! Buddy! You bought such a nice car, how about we have a competition? After this section, we'll get on the Hanjiawan Expressway. Let's see who gets to Jingtai first, how about that? Jiang Hao heard this, took a look, and shook his head. Not so good. Then, without waiting for the young man to speak, he immediately spoke. You are no match for me. Jiang Hao's words immediately aroused the young man's fighting spirit. Oh, you're quite arrogant. We'll know who wins and who loses after the competition. At this time, the red light was about to pass, and the young man left a message. Anyone who doesn't dare to compete is a coward. After saying that, he closed the car window, and then a roar came from the back of his car. And the moment the red light disappeared, the white car rushed out like an arrow. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly. Seeing this, Song Wanner in the passenger seat was both excited and anxious. Chase them. Jiang Hao started the car silently, then said calmly. Let him run a little longer. Chapter 205, Overwhelming Upgrade, Being Hit. A minute later, the white car completely disappeared from the sight of Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Song Wanner was extremely anxious, so Jiang Hao stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out after a roar. Song Wanner was so scared that she screamed. After a while, the white car finally appeared in the sight of Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Song Wanner suddenly screamed excitedly. Quick, catch up with him. Jiang Hao smiled and sped up again. Soon, the distance between the two cars became shorter and shorter. The white car slowed down when it came to a sharp turn. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly accelerated, drifted perfectly, and in an instant, narrowly passed by the white car and rushed in front of the white car. Afterwards, Jiang Hao looked in the rearview mirror and saw the white car behind him that braked suddenly in fright. Then he stepped on the accelerator and accelerated again in an instant. Until the white car was thrown far away, and even quickly disappeared from the sight of the owner of the white car. In the white car, the young man looked at the disappearing Jiang Hao with a grim face, looking frightened. Damn, this is a lunatic. After speeding for a while and getting off the highway, Jiang Hao slowed down. Jiang Hao was savoring the pleasure of his adrenaline rush just now, and suddenly felt excited. The same thing happened to Song Wanner beside her. At this moment, a middle-aged woman was riding an electric scooter unsteadily next to me. When she saw Jiang Hao's luxury car, her eyes suddenly lit up. Later, when Jiang Hao passed by, she suddenly rushed up on her electric scooter and directly crashed into the car Jiang Hao had just bought. Then, a cry was heard. Ah! Someone hit me! Someone hit me! Jiang Hao subconsciously braked suddenly. On the side, Song Wanner's face turned pale with fright. Did you hit someone? Jiang Hao and Song Wanner got out of the car quickly. At this moment, the car door opened and the screams became louder. In an instant, pedestrians from all directions were attracted over. When everyone saw this, they pointed fingers at Jiang Hao and Song Wanner. Alas, young people nowadays don't know how to drive. That's right, driving a junkie car is like flying a plane. Jiang Hao and Song Wanner heard everyone's discussions. Song Wanner suddenly panicked and was about to help up the screaming woman. When the middle-aged woman saw Song Wanner was going to help her, she immediately revealed a barely perceptible smile. Another rich second generation has been fooled. Then she burst into tears. At this moment, Jiang Hao keenly sensed that something was wrong, and then used the eye of breaking law to instantly understand the cause and effect. I felt helpless all of a sudden. Damn it, I never thought that one day I would encounter a scammer. In the eyes of the lawbreaker, the truth of the matter was that his car was almost passing by, but the woman hit her herself. Look at the woman lying on the ground and unwilling to get up. If this isn't fraud, then what is it? Afterwards, Jiang Hao looked at his new car and saw that it had been hit by a big hole. He felt like crying but had no tears. My new car! At this moment, he looked at the middle-aged woman who was crying loudly, and suddenly felt a hint of disgust. He pulled up Song Wanner who was bending over. Song Wanner was stunned and looked at Jiang Hao. The middle-aged woman who was crying loudly was also stunned. I didn't give myself away, did I? But it was only for a moment, and she started crying again. My legs! My legs! Seeing that the scammer was still pretending, Jiang Hao immediately decided to teach him a lesson. Chapter 206, Is it a distortion of the mind or a loss of morality? Jiang Hao pinched something in his pocket, then stepped forward and asked. Are you okay, miss? When the middle-aged woman heard this, she immediately smiled subtly. Then, he started cursing at Jiang Hao. It's all right. Are you blind? My legs. Without 200,000, you little bastard, don't even think about leaving today. At this moment, Song Wanner seemed to know something vaguely, and then she became angry. The people around seemed to have noticed something at this time. These two young people are unlucky. They have been scammed. Hey, this kind of person, you said he has hands and feet, why is he doing this? Is this a distortion of the soul or a decline of morality? Everyone felt a little sympathetic towards Jiang Hao. However, although the woman who scammed him cursed at Jiang Hao did not show any dissatisfaction. Sister, I have 200,000 yuan. Get up first and I'll give you 200,000 yuan. As he said that, Jiang Hao returned to the car and took out the 200,000 cash he had just taken out of the car, which he had prepared as a backup. The onlookers around exclaimed in surprise when they saw Jiang Hao actually took out 200,000 yuan in cash from the car. Fuck, rich guy. Oh my god. Now I know why she, who has all her limbs, does this job. This money comes too easily, doesn't it? At this time, the woman who was trying to scam people was also stunned when she saw Jiang Hao really took out 200,000 yuan. She didn't expect it to be so easy this time, just give her the money. Looking at the 200,000, she felt happy, but suddenly she felt annoyed. If I had known this earlier, I would have asked for more. At this time, Jiang Hao handed over the money. Sister, this is 200,000 yuan, take it. Jiang Hao smiled and handed the money to the woman who was trying to scam him. Suddenly, the woman who was trying to scam people and the people around her looked at Jiang Hao strangely. Isn't this kid a fool? At this time, more than one or two people thought so. After all, they didn't believe that Jiang Hao couldn't see through such an obvious scam. Even at this moment, even Song Wanner next to him couldn't help but pull Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wanner, then gave her a reassuring look. The woman who scammed people took the 200,000 yuan with both hands. Although she was a little confused, she was happy to see that she had made so much money in an instant. I have long put Jiang Hao's weirdness behind me. Maybe he is really a fool. That's what she thought. Holding a pile of money, she quickly checked the authenticity of the banknotes. When she pulled out a real one, he excitedly climbed out from under the car. Then he looked at Jiang Hao and actually gave Jiang Hao a good guy card. Boy, you're such a good man. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously and nodded. At this time, the girl who was trying to scam people laughed, picked up her electric scooter, and then said, I'm fine, you guys go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled like a fox. Sister, I'm glad you're okay. Looking at this, everyone was confused. Oh my god, looking at such a smart guy, how could I not think he was a fool? However, just as everyone was shaking their heads and looking at Jiang Hao like a fool, Jiang Hao suddenly spoke. Sister, you're fine, but I'm in trouble. The woman who was trying to scam people was stunned and asked subconsciously. What do you want? Everyone is curious too. Jiang Hao smiled like a fox and spoke. Sister, do you know how much my car costs? Chapter 207. This is your 200,000, where is my 1 million? The woman who was trying to scam people seemed to be so happy about the 200,000 yuan in her arms that she actually followed up on Jiang Hao's question and asked. How much? Hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled and stared at the woman who was trying to scam her. He first extended one finger and then extended 4 fingers. The woman who scammed people to death hugged the 200,000 yuan she had just earned, and then imitated Jiang Hao's gestures with her hands. Then, he looked up at Jiang Hao. 114,000? Jiang Hao shook his head when he heard this. No, guess too high. The woman who was trying to scam people was surprised when she heard this. Is it 1,400,000? When they heard this number, everyone understood. No wonder he can easily come up with 200,000. However, Jiang Hao shook his head again at this time. Guess again. Guess boldly. When everyone heard Jiang Hao deny it again, they fell silent. Upon hearing this, the woman who was trying to scam people was silent for a while, then looked at Jiang Hao in horror, and finally spoke cautiously. It can't be 14 million, right? When this number came out, everyone's eyes instantly focused on Jiang Hao, as if they wanted to get Jiang Hao's personal confirmation. Jiang Hao nodded, then quickly shook his head. Just when everyone was confused, Jiang Hao spoke. You guessed right and wrong. To be exact, this car is 14.32 million. Well, if you don't believe me, I still have the receipt right here. As he spoke, Jiang Hao took out a receipt. The series of data on it was indeed quite a lot. Hiss. For a moment, everyone gasped. At this moment, the woman who was trying to scam people was also scared. It's over 14 million. This guy is really stupid and rich. I really should have asked for 2 million. At this moment, the woman who was trying to scam people was feeling heartbroken. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao grabbed the woman who was trying to scam him and brought her to his car. He pointed to the big hole on his car that was hit by the woman's electric bike. A pair of eyes flashed with an incomparable cold light, and then a bone-chilling voice without any emotion came. My problem is, this pit is worth $1 million. If you don't pay me today, don't even think about leaving. Jiang Hao's sudden outburst startled everyone. Then, everyone reacted. Jiang Hao is not stupid at all, this is a trap. The woman who tried to scam people has hit a wall this time. I'll give you 200,000 and you give me 1 million. At this point, the woman who was trying to scam people was completely dumbfounded. 1 million. Where can I find 1 million? At this time, Song Wanner, who had watched the whole process, suddenly smiled knowingly. This is the Jiang Hao he knows. At this time, the woman who was trying to scam people suddenly thought of a way. She lay down on the ground and started crying while hugging her legs. My leg. I got hit. Seeing this, everyone was speechless, and then they all looked at Jiang Hao. They want to know what Jiang Hao will do to deal with this deadbeat. At this moment, everyone saw Jiang Hao take out a mobile phone, tap on it, and turn up the volume to the maximum. Suddenly, a recording was played. At this time, even the woman who was trying to scam people stopped shouting, and everyone could hear it. Jiang Hao, sister, this is 200,000 yuan, take it. The woman who hit her, young man, you are such a good person. The woman who hit the car, I'm fine, you guys can go now. Jiang Hao, sister, I'm glad you're okay. After hearing this recording, everyone laughed unkindly. Sister, if you don't give me the money, I'm going to call the police. Chapter 208, failed to scam people, but was blackmailed instead. The woman who tried to scam people was stunned for a moment. After a long silence, the woman who was trying to scam her gave away the 200,000 yuan that she had just received and hadn't even warmed up in her arms. Here's your 200,000, please let me go. The woman who was trying to scam people looked at Jiang Hao pitifully, but when she met Jiang Hao's cold eyes, she finally lowered her head. Jiang Hao picked up the phone. Don't hit me, don't hit me. The woman who was trying to scam him was frightened and quickly took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Hao. I only have 200,000 here, I'll give it all to you, all to you. Jiang Hao took the card and glanced at the scammer. The woman who was trying to scam him thought Jiang Hao accepted it and was immediately overjoyed. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao turned around and asked the people around him. Does anyone have a pen and paper? Although everyone was confused, one of the students still provided Jiang Hao with 2 things. Jiang Hao took the item, said thank you, and then quickly wrote something on it. Soon, Jiang Hao finished writing. He handed the notebook and pen to the woman who was trying to scam him and said coldly. You gave me 400,000, and you still owe me 600,000. Here's the IOU. If it looks okay, sign it. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood and then applauded. The woman who was trying to scam people froze and looked at Jiang Hao. When she saw Jiang Hao's cold face, she knew that her plea was futile, so she signed her name. Afterwards, her face turned pale. Jiang Hao snatched the IOU from the scammer and returned the paper and pen to the student. Looking at the IOU, Jiang Hao spoke. Well, okay, you can go now. Go make some money. You're a rich man now. After saying that, he motioned Song Wanner to get in the car, and Jiang Hao also took the 200,000 yuan away. The two drove away. The woman who was trying to scam people was left standing there stupidly, and everyone looked at her with sympathy. This is probably what happens when you fail to scam someone and end up getting blackmailed. In the car, Song Wanner looked at Jiang Hao from time to time. Jiang Hao, do you think she will return the 600,000 yuan to you? Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wanner, his cold expression disappeared, and he spoke with a smile. No, he might run away once he wakes up. When Song Wanner heard this, she immediately became anxious. That won't do. No, let's go back and find her. These people who have hands and feet and try to scam people are the most annoying. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao just smiled but did not return. Song Wanner was furious when she saw this. You're still laughing. I just bought a car and it got hit by a dent. Jiang Hao glanced at Song Wanner and then explained. No. First, that pitfall can be repaired by manager Huang for free. So, we've essentially picked up 200,000 for free. Song Wanna reacted immediately after hearing what was said. Then she stared at Jiang Hao and said only one sentence. "You're awesome." Jiang Hao continued. "Secondly, even though I can drive, I don't have a license yet, so I can't afford to waste time with her." When Song Wanna heard this, she was stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something. Her face suddenly turned pale, followed by a scream. Jiang Hao quickly braked. "What's wrong? Wanner." However, Song Wanner gave Jiang Hao a fierce look and urged him to get out of the car. "Get out of the car, get out of the car." Jiang Hao got out of the car with doubts. Song Wanner quickly got into the driver's seat and glared at Jiang Hao. "Hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you wherever you're going." Jiang Hao was a little amused when he heard this, and Song Wanner lectured him. "You don't have a driver's license, and you're still speeding, you." Chapter 209, Going Home, 4th Aunt's Resentment. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed and Jiang Zixuan's high school entrance examination was finally over. Jiang Hao drove Jiang Zixuan back to his hometown with the farewell of Jiang's father and mother. It is worth mentioning that the hole in his car appeared after he called manager Huang. Manager Huang quickly sent someone to take the car away, have it repaired, and then sent it back after the repair. As for the driver's license issue, Song Wanner has also helped solve it. Song Wanner was extremely efficient. She finished it on the third day and sent it to Jiang Hao. So, now he is also a certified person. Along the way, the brother and sister chatted. Time passed quickly. 5 hours later, the brother and sister finally arrived at Jiangjia village. Jiangjia village is located deep in the mountains. Although the environment is beautiful, the conditions are not good. Come to think of it, Jiang Hao hasn't been back to his hometown for more than half a year. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived, he met a little boy about 10 years old. He was walking unsteadily while leading a big black cow. When the child heard the sound of a car behind him, he quickly led the big black cow to the grass beside him, clearing the way, and then stared at the car with his pair of black eyes. This is his third uncle's child, named Zhang Jingyi. Jiang Hao stopped the car, rolled down the window, and asked with a smile. "Jingyi, why are you still herding cattle? Why aren't you going to school?" Zhang Jingyi saw that it was Jiang Hao in the car and shouted excitedly. "Brother Hao, you're back?" Jiang Hao said with a smile. "I haven't been home for half a year. I'm going home to take a look. I'm going home first. When you're done herding the cattle, come over to my house and play. I brought you some delicious food." Zhang Jingyi was very happy and nodded quickly. Jiang Hao drove home. Soon, Jiang Hao stopped in front of a door, and this was his hometown. After parking the car aside, Jiang Hao and his sister Jiang Zixuan got out. At this time, a black puppy rushed out from the front door, barking and rubbing its head against Jiang Hao's legs. This puppy is called Xiao Hei and is raised by his grandmother. I have been raising it for almost 10 years. Then, a middle-aged woman came out and saw Jiang Hao at a glance. She suddenly shouted excitedly. Hao! Zixuan? You guys are back?" Jiang Hao looked up and then spoke with a smile. "Aunt C, we're back. John's father has 4 brothers, and his father is the second oldest. His uncle's family lives in Hongfeng City and rarely comes back for several years. His third uncle's home is in the same village, not far away. His fourth uncle stayed in his hometown to accompany his grandparents." Jiang Hao and his sister Jiang Zixuan soon met his grandparents, and the whole family was very happy. Both his grandparents are in their 70s and look quite strong. Especially his grandfather, his face was rosy and his eyes were bright, unlike the cloudy eyes of most old people. He was even more energetic than most people. When Jiang Hao came back, he was surprised to see that his fourth uncle was not there. "Aunt C, where is my uncle?" When fourth aunt heard this, the smile on her face immediately disappeared, and so did grandpa and grandma. "Your fourth uncle went to Lu Biao's house to repair the house a few days ago. The wall collapsed and he broke his leg. He is now recuperating in the lower room. He must have fallen asleep and didn't hear you coming. I'll go check on him." With that, fourth aunt turned around and was about to leave. When Jiang Hao heard this, he frowned and hurried to follow her. "When did this happen? Why didn't you inform us?" Upon hearing this, fourth aunt forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. "What's the notification? I know you're all busy." Jiang Hao heard the resentment in fourth aunt's tone, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Chapter 210, Fourth Uncle's Leg Injury, Jiang Hao Takes Action. His uncle's family was the wealthiest of his father's 4 brothers, but they usually didn't even come home for Chinese New Year. Their relationship had long since become distant. As for his family, their life was not easy in the past, and his 4th aunt knew it. Life is the same at his 3rd uncle's house. My 4th uncle broke his leg, and my 4th aunt had to take care of him, my grandparents, and a child who went to school all by herself. So, this is why there is resentment in 4th aunt's tone. Jiang Hao was silent for a while, then spoke. Aunt C, I'm sorry. 4th aunt secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled indifferently. It's okay, I'm used to it. When Jiang Hao heard this, he felt even worse. Aunt C, don't worry, I know some medical skills, let me take a look at my uncle first. No, I will drive my 4th uncle to a big hospital in the city later. After hearing this, 4th aunt shook her head and said with a smile. Hao, I'm glad you're so kind, but it's not necessary. Your 4th uncle's leg has been fixed, and now all he needs to do is recuperate. Besides, how much would it cost to go to the city for hospitalization? At this time, Jiang Zixuan, who was following nearby, interrupted. Aunt C, please let my brother take a look at my uncle first. My brother is a very skilled doctor. 4th aunt paused, looked at Jiang Zixuan and Jiang Hao seriously, and finally nodded. All right. Jiang Hao and his sister were very happy. When he arrived at the lower house, Jiang Hao finally saw his 4th uncle. He was lying on the bed with his right leg splinted, but he fell asleep. How you's dad? Wake up, look who's here. How you is his 4th uncle's child. 4th aunt pushed 4th uncle who was sleeping on the bed. Soon, 4th uncle slowly woke up. Jiang Hao and his sister stepped forward and called out. 4th uncle, we're here to see you. When 4th uncle saw that it was Jiang Hao's brother and sister, he was very surprised. Hao, Zixuan? Then he struggled to get up. Hey, 4th uncle, don't move, just lie down. Jiang Hao quickly suppressed him and let his 4th uncle lie down. Afterwards, the 3 of them had a conversation and Jiang Hao finally brought it up. 4th uncle, I've learned some medical skills. Can I take a look at your legs? 4th uncle smiled bitterly and spoke. Forget it, Dr. Su from the clinic has fixed it for me. I just need to rest for 3 months and I'll be fine. At this time, 4th aunt spoke up to help Jiang Hao. I heard Hao is a good doctor, let him help you. 4th uncle looked at 4th aunt in surprise, but finally agreed to Jiang Hao's request. After getting approval, Jiang Hao carefully removed the fixed boards and peeled off the gauze. Then the 4th uncle's right calf was exposed, which was purple, swollen. Seeing this situation, Jiang Hao frowned. Which rubbish doctor fixed the plate for you? It's so swollen, and even the bones haven't returned to their original position. When 4th uncle and 4th aunt heard this, they were immediately shocked. No way. I heard that Dr. Su is a top student from university. When Jiang Hao heard this, he became even angrier. Uncle 4, the person assigned to you isn't some greenhorn who's been assigned here for internship, is he? How did you find him with this kind of injury? Luckily, I came early. If I had been a few days later, your bones would have been dislocated. Even if they healed later, they would have left you with sequelae and you would have become a cripple. Upon hearing this, 4th uncle and his wife became anxious and spoke quickly. Hao, what should we do about this? Your 4th uncle is the pillar of the family. If he becomes lame, what will happen to him in the future? Chapter 211, 9 Ice Jade Needles, the Great Yin Yang Acupuncture shows its power again. Jiang Hao stared at his 4th uncle's legs and frowned for a while, then spoke to comfort him. Uncle C and Aunt C, don't panic. I will cure Uncle C. Jiang Zixuan on the side also comforted the 2 of them softly. If my brother says it will happen, then it will happen. Uncle and Aunt, don't panic. Just listen to my brother. Okay, I'll listen to Hao. Upon hearing this, 4th uncle and 4th aunt nodded repeatedly. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke. Aunt C, go to the clinic and buy some bone-setting patches. Zixuan, go get a basin of clean water and gently wipe Uncle C's legs. I'll go get something from the car. After the division of labor was clarified, Jiang Hao looked at his 4th uncle, who had a worried look on his face, and comforted him. Uncle C, don't be afraid. This little injury is nothing to me. I'll first reduce the swelling for you, then set your bones, and then apply my special medicine. It won't be long before you can stand up again. After hearing this, fourth uncle forced a smile. Okay, I'll listen to Hao Hao. Fourth aunt hurried out to buy something, while Jiang Hao went out and pretended to look for something in the car, then took out his set of ice jade needles from the system space. Jiang Zixuan was cleaning his fourth uncle's injured leg. When my grandparents heard the noise, they hurried over. Seeing Jiang Hao come in, Grandma asked quickly, Hao Hao, can you really cure your fourth uncle's leg? Jiang Hao looked at his anxious grandmother and his grandfather who was listening at the side, then smiled. Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry. No matter how bad I am, I wouldn't make fun of my fourth uncle's legs, right? Jiang Hao's words immediately put his grandparents at ease. Good. Grandma believes in you. Soon, his sister Jiang Zixuan cleaned the injured leg for her fourth uncle, and Jiang Hao took out 9 ice jade needles and used the 5 elements yin-yang acupuncture method. Use this to reduce the swelling of fourth uncle's legs. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Hao inserted 9 ice jade needles into fourth uncle's injured area with extremely fast movements. As the 9 ice jade needles pierced into his body, a cool feeling made fourth uncle feel comfortable. Fourth uncle, how do you feel? Jiang Hao pinched the ice jade needle in his hand and injected the 5 elements into the ice jade needle while asking. Jiang Hao's question instantly made everyone's attention focus on fourth uncle's face. Fourth uncle felt the coolness coming from his calf, which was originally swollen and painful like fire, and spoke. I felt a cool sensation in my shin bones, and the swelling and burning sensation I had before disappeared. Now I feel so good. Even people who don't know medicine can understand what fourth uncle said. This is Jiang Hao's acupuncture working. Suddenly, a hint of joy appeared on everyone's face. Jiang Hao nodded. This feeling is right. Look, the swelling in your legs is already going down. Jiang Hao's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at fourth uncle Jiang Hao's legs. Sure enough, fourth uncle's calves, which had been swollen like chicken legs, were no longer so swollen. Seeing this effect, everyone was even more delighted, and Grandpa and Grandma were finally reassured about Jiang Hao's medical skills. Soon, fourth aunt bought some bone-setting patches, and Jiang Hao's swelling was almost gone. The swelling on fourth uncle's wound had subsided. At this time, Jiang Hao took the bone-setting patch that fourth aunt had just bought. You guys keep an eye on my fourth uncle first. I'll go pick some blood-activating herbs at the door, mix some medicine, and be right back. Fourth aunt and Jiang Zixuan wanted to help, but Jiang Hao refused. Chapter 212 Super Bone Setting Patch, Incredible Painkillers. As soon as Jiang Hao went out, he took out the bone-setting patches and put one for every 3 patches. Since the system can even synthesize super anti-cancer drugs, it shouldn't be difficult to synthesize a super bone-setting patch, right? Thinking this, Jiang Hao took the 3 bone-setting patches in his hand. Ding, I found 3 bone-setting patches. Do you want to combine them? Synthesis. Jiang Hao gave an order, and the 3 bone-setting patches in his hand disappeared instantly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully synthesizing. You have obtained a super bone correction patch, 0.9 skill points, and 0.9 experience points. Super bone setting patch has super healing power and super compounding power. Whether you have a broken leg or an arm, just one patch can restore you to new life. Synthesis completed. Do you want to extract? Jiang Hao looked at the annotation and was shocked. The system is indeed powerful. He made the right bet. Originally, if he couldn't synthesize what he wanted, he was planning to use the essence of life to force his fourth uncle's cells to reproduce rapidly and repair his injuries. However, now that we have this thing, it seems that the essence of life is no longer necessary. Extract. Jiang Hao quickly extracted the super bone setting patch, and then synthesized all the remaining bone setting patches. After several syntheses, he got 4 bone setting patches in total, and failed several other times. Afterwards, Jiang Hao returned home with a super bone setting patch in his hand, ready to set his fourth uncle's bones. Seeing Jiang Hao coming in, the whole family surrounded him immediately. Hao Hao, is the medicine ready? Jiang Hao nodded, put the super bone setting patch aside, then took out a jade bottle from his trouser pocket and looked at his fourth uncle. Fourth uncle, I need to reconnect your dislocated bones perfectly, so it will be very painful. Here's a super painkiller from my collection. Take it first, and then I'll straighten your bones, and you won't feel any pain anymore. Jiang Hao opened the jade medicine bottle, poured out a white pill from it, and handed it to his fourth uncle. Fourth aunt quickly took a glass of water to fourth uncle. After fourth uncle took the pills, Jiang Hao pulled out the 9 ice jade needles. Then, under the tense gaze of everyone, he secretly opened the eye of breaking law, then kneaded it for a while, and when fourth uncle was not paying attention, he suddenly exerted force. Bang bang! With a slight sound, before fourth uncle could react, Jiang Hao had already reset his dislocated bones. It happened so fast that even fourth aunt, grandpa and grandma, Jiang Zixuan and others who were watching closely from the side could not see it clearly. Jiang Hao gently put down his fourth uncle's legs and spoke with a smile. Fourth uncle, I have already reconnected your bones. Fourth uncle was still confused. You're ready now? Why don't I feel anything? At this time, not only fourth uncle was confused, but everyone else was also confused. They all looked at Jiang Hao. Hearing this, Jiang Hao turned around to look at everyone and explained with a smile. Fourth uncle, you just took my super painkiller, of course you don't feel anything. If you don't believe me, you can pinch yourself and see how you feel. Jiang Hao had just finished speaking when his fourth uncle actually pinched himself hard. Jiang Hao was so scared that he quickly reminded him. Uncle C, don't use so much force, you'll hurt yourself. In fact, you have no feeling in your body right now. Even if you were stabbed, you wouldn't feel it. Sure enough, even though fourth uncle pinched himself so hard, he didn't feel any pain. Now, everyone looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. Such a powerful painkiller is comparable to giving the whole body anesthesia. Why haven't they heard of such an incredible painkiller? Chapter 213 Everyone's shock, Jiang Hao's shock. Jiang Hao did not explain, but took out the super bone setting patch from the side and applied it to his fourth uncle while explaining. Fourth uncle, I added a secret medicine to this bone setting patch. It has super healing properties and will quickly heal your bone injuries. After the effect of the super painkiller wears off, your injuries will have almost healed. By then, you can almost try to walk. Jiang Hao's words frightened everyone instantly. What? After the painkillers wear off, your uncle can walk again? Fourth aunt asked in surprise. On the side, grandma was also a little unconvinced. How, you must be mistaken. The old saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. No matter how much treatment is given, it will take at least 100 days of rest to recover from the broken bones. Jiang Hao already knew they would ask this question. Jiang Hao took his grandmother's hand and explained. Grandma, you've seen my medical skills, and the medicine I use is an ancient prescription passed down secretly by my master, so don't worry. I said my fourth uncle can go to the fields early tomorrow morning, then he can go to the fields early tomorrow morning. At this time, the grandfather who had been watching the whole process seemed to believe Jiang Hao and spoke. Women, long on hair but short on knowledge. Since Hao Hao said it's okay, then it's okay. Would Hao Hao lie to his fourth uncle? The old man still had his authority. As soon as he opened his mouth, he instantly suppressed everyone's doubts. Hao Hao, come out, let's go out for a walk. Hongmei, go cook. Hao Hao and the others probably haven't eaten yet. Hongmei is the name of fourth aunt. Zixuan, sit with your grandma for a while. Seer, just rest assured. Since Hao Hao has said so, you can rest assured. The old man gave the order, and the others followed suit. Jiang Hao looked at the old man's back, then turned around and smiled at everyone. Then fourth uncle, you take a rest first. Grandpa and I will go out for a walk. Fourth uncle and fourth aunt nodded. Go quickly. Remember to go home early for dinner. Jiang Hao responded and then followed the old man out. The old man walked in front, his pace getting faster and faster. Jiang Hao looked at the old man's quickened pace, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Jiang Hao didn't say much and continued to follow. However, the old man's pace became faster and faster, and finally he was almost running faster than the young man. At this time, Jiang Hao was extremely certain that the old man definitely possessed martial arts skills. The old man was the second person he had met who had martial arts skills. In fact, from Jiang Hao's point of view, the old man's martial arts skills seemed to be stronger than that of the pretentious old man he met in the park while running before. Jiang Hao was shocked. He had never heard that his grandfather knew martial arts. I only heard that my grandfather used to be an opera singer. Moreover, he goes home almost every year, but he has never seen the old man practice martial arts. Soon, the two chased each other into a small woods. The old man suddenly stopped, without even taking a breath, turned around and slapped Jiang Hao. The palm strike made a sound of wind, but it was not enough to hurt Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was afraid of hurting the old man, so he quickly retreated, but the old man kept chasing him. Helplessly, Jiang Hao reached out and pulled the old man's arm aside, then shouted to stop. "Grandpa, stop hitting me. I can't beat you." The old man pretended not to hear and punched Jiang Hao in the abdomen. However, Jiang Hao, who was well aware of danger, had already sensed it in advance. Helplessly, he had to reach out and catch the old man's fist. Make it impossible for him to pull it back. The old man tried many times, but when he couldn't pull it back, he gave up. He looked at Jiang Hao with complicated eyes. Chapter 214, The Old Man's Memories, The Changes in the Sky 40 Days Ago. "Grandpa, how do you know martial arts?" Jiang Hao let go of the old man's fist and asked curiously. The old man stopped and walked in the jungle, as if he was lost in some memories. "My grandfather was an orphan since he was young. He had no one to rely on, and he didn't have enough food or clothes to eat. He almost died. Fortunately, a theater troupe boss took a liking to me and I was able to join the troupe." The old man's voice came faintly, and Jiang Hao followed beside him and listened quietly without saying a word. "Because I have a little talent, I quickly achieved success. The boss also took a liking to me and asked a master to teach me some fighting techniques. Later, I became a martial artist, and those martial arts moves became my compulsory courses. I have great talent, and I quickly mastered those techniques and formed my own system." Speaking of this, the old man seemed a little proud. However, when he saw Jiang Hao standing beside him, his pride instantly turned into depression. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly urged him. "Then what?" The old man laughed when he heard this and continued speaking. "The master who taught me at that time looked at me with pity. They say I was born in the wrong era. This era is a time of utter silence, of all things not existing, of the Dharma ending age. I didn't understand at the time," the master said one last thing. "This era lacks a certain substance. No matter how hard you practice, you can't develop extraordinary powers. I was so conceited at the time, believing that man could conquer nature, that I vowed to cultivate the extraordinary powers that the master had mentioned and show them to him." When the old man said this, Jiang Hao was somewhat influenced by the old man's aura. However, the master just smiled and shook his head after hearing this. "Later, I kept practicing. But even so, this system could only make my physical fitness slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. However, even so, I did not give up my daily practice, and I persisted in this for more than 50 years. I originally thought that my life would just pass by like this, but 40 days ago, my body seemed to have come back to life. The energy and blood that had been declining with age suddenly surged, and I felt like I had undergone some kind of transformation." When he said this, the old man's tone was full of disbelief. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao frowned. 40 days ago, wasn't that when I first acquired the system? Could all this be related to the system? This idea shocked Jiang Hao instantly. I secretly buried this thought in my heart and continued to listen to the old man's memories. At this time, the old man continued to speak. "Then, I discovered a surge of energy within me. This energy constantly flowed throughout my body, and later, I realized I seemed to be able to control it. After continuous experiments, I finally gained control of this energy." As he spoke, the old man slapped a tree next to him. Bang! With a muffled sound, the tree shook violently, and then the old man pulled away. Jiang Hao saw a deep palm print left on the tree. It suddenly occurred to me that this might be the extraordinary power that the old master once talked about. When the old man said this, he became very excited. Slowly, the old man calmed down. "Grandpa, how did you know I know martial arts?" Jiang Hao asked his doubts. The old man glanced at Jiang Hao and continued. "Today, when you were giving your fourth uncle acupuncture, I felt a different kind of energy on the needle than the one in my body." Chapter 215, The Old Man's Imagination, Entrustment. "I wasn't sure at first, but then I called you out and deliberately sped up, and you were able to keep up. That's when I became certain you knew martial arts." Then, the old man felt a little complicated. There was shock, joy, and depression. The old man continued to speak. "But I didn't expect that your skills are even stronger than mine." Jiang Hao was speechless when he heard this. Have I really hit the old man? But he knew that these were instilled into him by the system, not cultivated by him. He felt a little reluctant and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain. At this moment, the old man asked. How, who is your master?" Jiang Hao was slightly stunned. Seeing this, the old man thought Jiang Hao was in some trouble and waved his hand. "Since your master won't let me tell you, forget it. However, to be able to teach a disciple like you, he must be a master. You must learn from him well and never make your master angry. Now, the world is undergoing great changes. Only by seizing opportunities can we avoid being eliminated in the coming great era. Having said that, the old man looked at the sunset in the sky, his eyes full of solemnity. At this time, Jiang Hao was a little amused and helpless when he heard the old man's imagination. He was originally at a loss as to how to explain it, but he didn't expect that the old man had already given him a perfect idea. Well, I can do it according to the old man's imagination. Jiang Hao said a little embarrassedly. Grandpa, I'm actually not that powerful. My master is really powerful. He gave me a few pills, and that's when I felt the energy inside my body. The old man was also shocked when he heard this. Pill? Could it be the legendary elixir? That should be it. Only the legendary elixir can have such an effect. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded again when he heard the old man's imagination. So, I had no choice but to continue. I think so. When I get a chance, I'll ask my master for a few and give some to Grandpa. The old man listened and felt relieved. How, it's enough that you have this intention, but I have practiced for decades and finally developed extraordinary strength. Now, my wish has been fulfilled, and I, an old man, am now satisfied. Originally, I wanted to pass on my martial arts skills to you, but I didn't expect your skills to be even higher than mine. You no longer need them. Next, this old man wants to see if Jingyi is willing to learn from me. Otherwise, I, an old man, will end up with all the hard work I've put in for decades. The old man was very open-minded and joked. Jiang Hao was about to say a few words of comfort, but the old man came under a big red date tree, looked at it for a few seconds, and then found a place to dig. Jiang Hao didn't know what the old man was digging, but he still helped him dig. Soon, the old man dragged out a small wooden box from the pit. At Jiang Hao's curiosity, the old man opened the small wooden box and took out a thread-bound book. The old man glanced at Jiang Hao and then handed it to him. Here, even though I know you don't think highly of the technique I devised, I still want to give it to you as a souvenir. Jiang Hao took it, feeling a little heavy-hearted. Why does it feel like the old man is saying goodbye before leaving? At this time, the old man threw the small wooden box back into the pit and filled it with soil again. How, let's go. Your fourth aunt should have prepared dinner, we should go eat. After saying that, the old man left first. Jiang Hao had no choice but to follow. Chapter 216, The Enthusiasm of the Folks, Scratches on the Car. When the grandfather and grandson returned to the doorstep, they saw many adults and children gathered in front of Jiang Hao's car, talking a lot. It turned out that just a short while after Jiang Hao went out with the old man, the news that he came back in a luxury car had spread throughout the entire Jiangjia village. Many people came to watch. At this time, everyone saw Jiang Hao and immediately greeted him. How, when did you come back? How, is this your car? You don't have a girlfriend yet? What do you think of my area? Jiang Hao was originally answering questions patiently, but everyone gathered around him and started speaking. The noise made Jiang Hao dizzy, and he was immediately shocked by the enthusiastic villagers. Isn't this too enthusiastic? For a moment, Jiang Hao was a little flattered. Seeing this, the old man gave a wicked smile and secretly slipped back home, leaving Jiang Hao alone to be surrounded by everyone. Jiang Hao was in a state of turmoil at this moment. He knew the big man who introduced his girlfriend to him. Her name was Jiang'an, and her daughter was Arya, whom Jiang Hao had seen before. She was big and strong, and extremely violent. He had experienced this before. Let her be your girlfriend? Jiang Hao shuddered at the thought. Jiang Hao rushed out of the encirclement as if escaping and originally wanted to go home and hide. However, just as he entered the door, he suddenly saw an obvious scratch on the body of his car parked on the roadside. Jiang Hao frowned, walked over and wiped it with his hand, only to find that it was scratched by something. Suddenly, Jiang became angry. My car has been through so many disasters, hasn't it? It was scammed right after I bought it, and now it's been scratched again after just a few days. The villagers behind were curious and followed to take a look, and were immediately shocked. Sasa, which happy guy scratched my car like this? Everyone turned around and looked at others with suspicion. However, everyone had the same expression, and they were all suspicious of others. However, behind the crowd, there was a girl with thick foundation on her face, bright red lips, and some fashionable clothes. The woman was about 30 years old and she was dragging a dirty little boy. Hearing everyone's questions, a trace of panic suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he involuntarily dragged the little boy behind him and hit him. At this time, a slightly plump middle-aged woman asked in a low voice. How, this car should be very valuable, right? Jiang Hao shook his head and spoke. Although this car doesn't cost much, it's very troublesome to repair the scratched paint. So please watch your children carefully and don't let them scratch it with iron or anything like that. As he spoke, Jiang Hao looked at the woman at the back of the crowd whose dress and appearance were out of tune with the others. When the woman saw Jiang Hao looking at her, she suddenly panicked and quickly avoided Jiang Hao's gaze. Through the eye of lawbreaking, he has learned that his car was actually scratched by the naughty child of that woman with a piece of iron. This made him both angry and helpless. They are all from the same village, so he can't blame them, so he can only warn them like this. Jiang Hao's words immediately made everyone frown. Judging from Jiang Hao's tone, he seemed to suspect that one of their children had scratched his car. Suddenly, everyone was a little angry and felt that Jiang Hao had gone too far. We were still helping him, but he started to suspect their child. At this time, a mother of a child was so angry that she reached out and slapped her child on the butt. Pa! Tell me, are you a little bastard? Chapter 217, Shameless, Fair Business. Other parents with children also followed suit. Although beating their children was not what they wanted, they could not let their children be suspected by others. Pa pa pa. For a moment, the sounds of spanking, children crying, and adults scolding were heard everywhere. Jiang Hao felt that he had been very tactful, but he still caused misunderstandings among others. Suddenly helpless, he quickly prepared to stop it. But at this moment, a little girl could not stand her parents' torture and confessed. Whoa, it wasn't Lele who scratched it, it was Jiang Xiaolong who scratched it. As soon as the girl's words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Jiang Xiaolong mentioned by the little girl. At this moment, the heavily made-up woman looked panicked and immediately looked at the little girl and questioned her. Jiang Lele, did you see my Xiaolong scratching the car? You silly girl, don't make false accusations. The little girl was immediately frightened and hid behind her mother, whispering. Mom, Lele didn't lie. I saw Xiaolong scratch it with a piece of iron. After the little girl finished speaking, several children beside her also spoke up. I saw it too. I saw it too. The piece of metal he had was still in his pocket. The words of the children immediately made most of the people believe it. At this time, the heavily made-up woman saw this and knew that she could no longer deny it, so she acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Even if it was my little dragon who scratched it, what does it have to do with you? It's just a broken car. Who asked him to park it here? She cursed, then took out 100 yuan and threw it at her feet. You just want to blackmail us. I've seen this kind of thing a lot. I'll give you $100, which should be more than enough to fix your shabby car paint. When my Dalong comes back, I'll tell him what happened today. Come on, Xiaolong, let's go home. After saying that, the woman actually turned around and left with the naughty kid. Behind her, the other villagers were very angry when they heard what the woman said. However, when they heard the name Jiang Dalong, they seemed to be afraid and had to suppress their anger and watch the woman leave. Jiang Dalong, the bully of Jiangjia village, has been uneducated since childhood and has become a gangster with more than a dozen younger brothers behind him. He was also a young and foolish man who once broke the leg of someone who offended him. He was eventually thrown into prison and spent 3 or 4 years in jail. Moreover, after Jiang Dalong was released from prison, he did not know how to restrain himself and even recruited a group of people to collect protection fees. I rarely go back to Jiangjia village, maybe once or twice a month. This is also the reason why people look fearful when they mention Jiang Dalong. Jiang Hao had originally planned not to pursue the matter, but when he heard the woman's harsh words and the insulting 100 yuan she threw down, he immediately became angry. Who told you to leave? However, the woman turned and looked at Jiang Hao with a hint of sarcasm. What? You think 100 yuan is too little? You want to extort more? Jiang Hao suppressed the urge to hit someone and spoke. I've known about your child for a long time, so I just reminded you, and I didn't intend to pursue the matter. But you know you're wrong, not only don't you even apologize, but you're also bullying me like this. Since you are so shameless, let's handle this matter impartially. As he spoke, under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Hao opened the car door and took out 2 lists from the car. Chapter 218 Jiang Hao's Methods, Punishing Evil. My car is worth 14.32 million. Here's the invoice. As he spoke, Jiang Hao took out one of the tickets, held it in his hand and passed it to everyone. Everyone looked at it one by one, and immediately they all gasped involuntarily. Hiss. More than 14 million. The Liu family only spent less than 200,000 yuan to build a yard, but it's not even enough for a fraction of the price of this car. Everyone was shocked by this astronomical figure. The heavily made-up woman's expression changed drastically. However, she still forced herself to speak sarcastically. Over 14 million for this junky car? You must be crazy. Your family is the only one that can afford a car? You wouldn't do anything sneaky like stealing someone else's car, would you? This crazy woman has a ruthless mouth and can even turn black into white. Zhang Hao suppressed his anger and spoke. You don't have to tell me this. If you have any questions, you can call the police to check. Of course, the crazy woman didn't dare to call the police. After all, it would be fine if no one reported the things his man did. If the police were really called, Jiang Dalong would probably be the first one to get into trouble. Or, I'll call the police to take care of it. When Jiang Dalong's wife heard that Jiang Hao wanted to call the police to solve the problem, she immediately panicked. Jiang Hao, don't go too far. I've already paid for the repainting, what else do you want? Jiang Hao looked at such a shameless woman and was immediately amused. Don't make yourself sound so wronged, as if I bullied you. Jiang Hao shouted coldly and looked at her with disgust. Then she took out another piece of paper from her hand and spoke. A few days ago, someone hit my car and put a small dent in it. In the end, she compensated me 1 million for the repair costs. This is an IOU, written in black and white. As he spoke, Jiang Hao raised the IOU in his hand. When everyone saw what was clearly written on it, they immediately believed it for the most part. For a moment, everyone was silent again. It was just a small pit, but he was asked to pay 1 million. How much does the scar caused by Zhang Xiaolong cost? At this moment, Zhang Dalong's wife's face suddenly turned pale. 1 million. She had never seen such a large amount since she was a child, let alone losing money. If Jiang Hao wants 1 million, even if he sells all her family property, it probably won't be enough. At this time, Jiang Hao spoke, his voice without any emotion. Originally, for a scratch this long, 1 million wouldn't be too much for you. However, I know you can't come up with it, but you're so heartless, and I'm not like you. Well, since we're both from Jiang village, you can take 500,000 yuan as compensation. Otherwise, I'll just have to call the police. Jiang Hao's words seemed to instantly sentence the crazy woman to death. After listening to Jiang Hao's words, everyone felt that it was reasonable for Jiang Hao to ask for 500,000 yuan, and there was nothing wrong with it. At this time, Jiang Dalong's wife was dumbfounded. Although Jiang Hao gave him a 50% discount, 500,000 yuan was still not something he could afford. At this moment, she regretted it immensely. It's all my fault for talking too much. Looking at Jiang Hao's cold eyes, she had no choice but to turn her pleading gaze to other people. I hope someone can plead for him. But his previous actions had already offended everyone who would be willing to plead for him. At this time, Jiang Hao took a pen and paper from the car and wrote the IOU directly. I know you can't pay it back right now, but I give you 5 days to get it together. Otherwise, I'll call the police. Chapter 219 System Explanation, Fourth Uncle's Leg Healed. Jiang Dalong's wife signed in a daze, and then staggered away dragging Jiang Xiaolong. Seeing the crazy woman being punished, everyone felt relieved and all the depressed emotions in their chests disappeared. However, they soon thought of Jiang Dalong, the thug whom Jiang Hao had offended, and they became a little worried. Hao, although you vented your anger for everyone today, you also provoked Jiang Dalong, so you have to be careful. Besides, Jiang Dalong will never give you that 500,000. Everyone kindly reminded Jiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled disapprovingly. It's okay, let Jiang Dalong come, I'm not afraid of him. I'm really angry today. I'm sorry if I've offended you. Please forgive me. Jiang Hao first lowered his head and apologized to all the uncles and aunts in order to eliminate the barriers between them. When everyone saw Jiang Hao apologize, they all smiled. It's okay, it's okay. Afterwards, everyone dispersed, and the news of Jiang Hao's expensive luxury car spread throughout Jiangjia village and even to several neighboring villages. At the same time, the adults in each family seriously warned their children not to touch Jiang Hao's car. After the matter was settled, Jiang Hao returned home, and naturally he was questioned by his family. Jiang Hao only said that he made a fortune in business not long ago. He planned to buy an apartment for his fourth uncle in Tianhe City and bring his grandparents over, but his fourth uncle was unwilling to accept Jiang Hao's gift. And the matter was left unresolved. At night, Jiang Hao lay quietly in bed, but he did not forget a doubt he had today. Grandpa said that he just underwent the transformation 40 days ago. At that time, he had just obtained the system. And is that change in the world related to the system? I'm afraid only the system can answer this question. Jiang Hao immersed his mind in the system and asked, System, are you related to the changes in the world 40 days ago? There was a moment of silence, and then the system prompt sounded. In this world, the laws of nature are silent, and all things no longer exist. The emergence of the system has injected new vitality into this world. And every time the system decomposes and synthesizes, it will continuously activate the laws of heaven and earth in this world, causing the spiritual energy to continuously revive. Jiang Hao was shocked after hearing the system's explanation. System, won't the entire earth return to the ancient times in the end? Ding, insufficient system authority, please upgrade the system level. You can't even tell me that? Jiang Hao felt depressed. So how much has the world changed now? Has any creature more powerful than me appeared? Ding, insufficient system authority, please upgrade the system level. After several consecutive questions, the system prompted insufficient permissions, which made Jiang Hao very depressed. However, up to now, apart from him, he has only seen 2 people with extraordinary powers. It seems that the changes in the world are not that big. However, even so, he has to prepare early. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao fell into a deep sleep. No words all night. The next day, Jiang Hao heard excited shouts coming from the next room early in the morning. When Jiang Hao got up, he saw his 4th uncle and aunt walking around in the yard with their support. 4th aunt cried with joy, and 4th uncle was as excited as a child. When Grandpa, Grandma and Jiang Zixuan saw it, they were shocked and gathered around to watch. Soon, after getting used to it, 4th uncle asked 4th aunt to let him go. He started wandering around the yard alone. Seeing this, everyone was even more shocked at Jiang Hao's medical skills. After breakfast, 4th aunt went to work in the fields. Jiang Hao had nothing to do, so he followed her. Chapter 220 Jiang Hao's plan to purchase vegetables from the entire village. My 4th uncle's family grows a lot of vegetables. When the vegetables are ripe, my 4th aunt will pick some and take them to the nearest county town to sell. Or wait for those vegetable vendors to come and buy them. This is also another source of income for 4th uncle's family. Hey, such good cabbage is so cheap now. 4th aunt looked at the cabbages in the field and sighed. Jiang Hao looked at 4th aunt in confusion. Aunt see, the price of our natural ingredients should be reasonable, right? Upon hearing this, 4th aunt gave a bitter smile. Hey, no matter how good the food is, the price will naturally go down if there are more of them. Besides, our place is so small that we can't consume that much. Jiang Hao looked at a large field of cabbage and various other vegetables, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Auntie, are there many families in our village who grow vegetables? Jiang Hao suddenly asked. 4th aunt was stunned for a moment, then spoke without thinking much. Our Jiangjia village has always been poor. Growing and selling vegetables is one of the villagers' sources of income. Almost every household grows a lot of vegetables. How, why are you asking this? When Jiang Hao heard this, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Come on, Aunt 4, let's go home and gather the villagers. I want to buy all the vegetables that are ripe in Jiangjia village. Jiang Hao's decision surprised 4th aunt. How, why are you buying so many vegetables? And these are vegetables from the whole village. If too many vegetables flood into the market, they will be unsaleable. Besides, vegetables don't preserve easily. 4th aunt hurried to persuade. However, Jiang Hao has made up his mind. Helpless, she could only follow him back. When 4th aunt brought Jiang Hao to the village chief and explained their purpose, the village chief agreed to promote Jiang Hao without asking. He had heard about Jiang Hao's expensive luxury car. Jiang Hao had become rich and wanted to help his fellow villagers, so he naturally agreed. Afterwards, the village chief announced the matter through the village radio, and soon many villagers rushed over. As soon as they arrived, they were all very excited and asked Jiang Hao about the situation. How, do you really want to buy vegetables from our Jiangjia village? How, what's your price for all kinds of vegetables? In fact, although every household in Jiangjia village grows a lot of vegetables and some of them are sold, it is a small place after all and the population is not large. Therefore, the number sold is limited, and the prices are not high. Most of the vegetables will be bought away by vegetable vendors at extremely low prices and sold to more places. Another part of it was broken in the ground. This is also the reason why the villagers were so excited when they heard that Zhang Hao was going to buy all the vegetables grown in the village. Zhang Hao comforted them one by one and asked them to sit down, and prepared to talk to them all at once after they were all present. Soon, everyone was present and Zhang Hao stood up to speak. I'm sure everyone already knows the purpose of calling everyone here today. That means I'm going to buy all the vegetables in the village and sell them to big cities. As soon as Zhang Hao finished speaking, he caused the people underground to whisper. Zhang Hao gestured for everyone to pause, then spoke again. Don't worry, everyone. I can buy all kinds of vegetables at a price 20% higher than the market price. Next, whoever wants to sell it can go to my sister to register, and then come to me to get the deposit. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, there was a commotion in the crowd. Hao, think carefully. If things go wrong, all the vegetables will rot, and you're still paying such a high price. You'll lose a lot. Chapter 221 Harvest, the long-awaited upgrade. Zhang Hao looked back and saw a tall and strong man looking at him with a worried look on his face. The person who was speaking was called Jiang An, a very simple and honest man. Zhang Hao smiled slightly and said to Jiang Ando, Uncle An, don't worry, I have my own channels, I won't lose money. When the others saw that Zhang Hao was determined to buy the vegetables, they were ecstatic. Olden, don't worry. Hao is a cultured man after all, how could he do business that would lose money? Yeah. Hao's car is priced at a sky-high price. This shows that Hao is very capable, so don't worry. Afterwards, many people took Zhang Hao's deposit, but some people were still waiting and watching. However, Zhang Hao did not force it. Soon, every household that had received the deposit began to harvest the ripe vegetables. Zhang Hao drove to the nearest county town and rented a large warehouse to store vegetables. Then we found a few large trucks and agreed on a time with them. Everything is ready. Zhang Hao returned and started to help his fourth uncle's family harvest vegetables. Soon, the vegetables from fourth uncle's house were harvested. Zhang Hao called a truck with a large scale and started weighing and loading the vegetables at the same time. Finally, after weighing all the vegetables from fourth uncle's house, the total price according to the price given by Zhang Hao was 15,230. Zhang Hao paid the full amount on the spot, and gave his fourth uncle an extra 5,000 yuan, asking his fourth uncle and aunt to help. Although fourth uncle refused to accept it, Zhang Hao still forced it into his mouth. Afterwards, Zhang Hao took his uncle and aunt to buy vegetables from other families. The sudden appearance of fourth uncle caused a sensation. They were from the same village, so they naturally knew that fourth uncle's leg had been broken a few days ago. How come it's fine today? Because Zhang Hao had anticipated this, he asked them not to tell anyone that he knew medical skills. So they lied, saying that fourth uncle's leg was just sprained and there was no bone damage, and he would be fine after a few days of rest. Everyone believed it. Then, the hot purchase of vegetables began. As the vegetables were purchased from each family, Zhang Hao also paid the money one by one according to the agreement. Now, those who are still looking around can no longer sit still. He immediately contacted Zhang Hao, and Zhang Hao naturally accepted anyone who came. After several days of aggressive purchasing, Zhang Hao bought up all the ripe vegetables in Jiangjia village. Suddenly, every household kept counting handfuls of banknotes and laughed happily. Zhang Hao followed the last car to the warehouse where all the vegetables were stored. After sending everyone away, he sorted out the purchased vegetables. Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing a cabbage and obtaining a mutant super cabbage seed, 0.8 skill points, and 0.8 experience points. Mutated super cabbage seeds grow at super fast speed, eating them can beautify and nourish your skin. Decomposition successful, do you want to extract it? Ding, congratulations to the host for decomposing the cabbage. Because the system was decomposed too much and the system prompts were too frequent, Zhang Hao temporarily blocked the system prompts. After a while, most of the cabbages in the warehouse disappeared, and Zhang Hao also obtained countless mutant cabbage seeds. However, after decomposing so many cabbages, the system experience should have been enough. But the system did not prompt. However, when Zhang Hao opened his personal panel, he discovered that even after decomposing so many cabbages, his skill points and experience points only increased by 100 points. Zhang Hao's face looked a little grim. System, what's going on? Chapter 222, Insufficient Skill Points, Upgrading to Immortality. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Ding, host, if you decompose the same thing multiple times, the skill points and experience points you gain will decrease as the number of decompositions increases. Even if the host decomposes too much cabbage, in the end, the host may not be able to gain skill points and experience points even if he decomposes more cabbage. Jiang Hao was shocked when he heard this. However, he soon figured it out. If there were no restrictions, he would be able to level up many times in a day. There is no way the system would leave such an obvious loophole for him to exploit. After figuring it out, although Jiang Hao was depressed, he continued to decompose other vegetables. After a long time, all the vegetables were finally decomposed, and Jiang Hao looked at his panel. Host, Jiang Hao. Level, 3520-1000. Age, 18. Strength, 24. Agility, 6.1. Spirit, 4.6. Stamina, 3.8. Skill. Swimming level 30100. Hacker level 501,000. Basketball level 501,000. Master Chef level 20100. Dog beating stick technique level 30100. Shaoli's flying dagger level 20100. Medical skill level 401,000. Grading Yang 5 elements acupuncture level 30100. Supernatural powers. Danger sense level 30100. Giant strength level 20100. Poison immunity level 30100. Eye of Lawbreaker level 20100. 1000 miles sound transmission 20100. Clairaudience level 20100. Insect taming level 30100. Undying body level 10100. Skill points 514. Personal space on. After decomposing so many vegetables, I only gained 500 skill points and 500 experience points. And now, to upgrade all his skills to the next level, he needs at least 100 skill points. And 500 skill points are only enough for him to upgrade 5 skills. But in the skill column alone, he wants to upgrade these 4 skills: the Divine Chef, the Dog Beating Stick Technique, the Literally Flying Dagger, and the Grading Yang 5 Elements Needle Technique. Moreover, there are Danger Perception, Tremendous Strength, Insect Control, and Immortality in the Talent column, which are all important means to enhance his strength. 500 skill points are obviously far from enough. Helplessly, Jiang Hao had to choose 5 of them for upgrade. First of all, life-saving measures must be in place. Therefore, Immortality is Jiang Hao's first choice. After confirming it, Jiang Hao gave the order without any hesitation. System, spend 100 skill points to upgrade the talent, Immortality to level 2. Yes, host. Ding, the immortal body has been upgraded successfully. Immortality level 201,000, with it, you can do whatever you want to die, and one day, you may even get tired of living. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Jiang Hao's face suddenly changed drastically. Then he fell directly to the ground, his veins popping out and his body twitching continuously. Roar! The intense pain made Jiang Hao roar involuntarily to vent his pain. But soon, the pain disappeared. After a moment's rest, Jiang Hao climbed up from the ground with lingering fear. System, why is the improvement of immortality so painful? Why didn't you remind me? Jiang Hao said dissatisfiedly. Ding, the improvement of immortality lies in changing the host cell gene chain. The reconstruction of the gene chain is naturally painful. As for why the system didn't remind the host, could it be that after the system reminded the host, he was ready to give up upgrading to immortality? Chapter 223, Upgrading Danger Sense, Upgrading the Divine Chef. The system's words left Jiang Hao speechless. Give up upgrading your immortal body? Are you kidding? That's impossible. At this moment, Jiang Hao quietly felt the changes after the upgrade of his immortal body. Every time he clenches his fist, a powerful force surges, and one punch seems to be able to break the sky and shock the world. However, all this is just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in strength. However, when Jiang Hao saw on the system panel that his physical attributes had doubled, he was immediately excited. Strength, 48. Agility, 12.2. Mental, 9.2. Stamina, 7.6. The 4 basic attributes have doubled overall. Jiang Hao's strength has skyrocketed. Choosing to enhance the immortal body is definitely the right choice. The change in the 4-dimensional properties of the body is just one of the benefits of immortality. Another benefit is super speed recovery and healing ability. I wonder if a second-level immortality can compare to Wolverine's physique. Jiang Hao was secretly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. However, he was still unclear about his own immortality and could not make a comparison at the moment. He couldn't hurt himself and then see the recovery ability of his immortal body, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao put his immortality aside for the time being. His eyes looked back and forth at other skills. Soon, Jiang Hao focused his attention on his innate magical power, danger perception. This is also a must upgrade. Danger perception has saved his life several times. After making the decision, Jiang Hao spoke. System, spend 100 skill points to upgrade my talent, Danger Sense to level 4. Yes, host. Ding, talent, Danger Sense upgrade successfully. Danger Sense level 40500 gives you a keen sixth sense, allowing you to detect the arrival of danger in advance and react, agility +8, spirit +6. Soon, the upgrade of his innate perception was completed, and Jiang Hao felt that everything around him was clearly visible. He could even sense everything around him without even looking. This made Jiang Hao very excited. After trying a few times, Jiang Hao secretly suppressed his excitement and looked at the prompt. He discovered that the skill points required to upgrade to level 5 danger perception were no longer increased tenfold. This made him feel a little relieved. However, even so, it still requires 500 skill points to upgrade. This is equivalent to all the gains he has gained from his busy days. Hey! I don't have any skill points, I can't afford to get hurt. Now, after upgrading his immortality and danger perception, he can use his skill points to upgrade 3 more skills. He has to think carefully about it, the benefits are huge and cannot be wasted. Looking at the system panel, Jiang Hao frowned. Let's leave the talents and skills at this level for now. The others will be enough for now. As for Julie, I'll deal with it after I master this surge in strength. Then, Jiang Hao set his sights on the skill bar. Swimming, hacking, basketball, these skills are enough, no need to upgrade. Next up is the chef skills. Jiang Hao's gaze stayed on the chef's skills. He still remembered that a level 2 divine chef could make food with attributes. He wondered what would happen at level 3. The more Jiang Hao thought about it, the more interested he became. Perhaps the additional properties of food made with the 3rd level divine chef skill are permanent? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated. System, spend 100 skill points to upgrade the divine chef skill to level 3. Yes, host. Ding, the godly chef skill has been upgraded successfully. Divine Chef level 301,000, this skill is practiced by the legendary chefs of God, who specialize in cooking food for God. Being able to use everything in the world as ingredients to make food that even gods would praise. Chapter 224, continue to upgrade and learn boxing skills. As the system prompt sounded, a large amount of knowledge flooded into Jiang Hao's mind again. However, as Jiang Hao's spiritual attributes skyrocketed, his ability to accept also increased rapidly. Soon, Jiang Hao accepted all the knowledge that was pouring in. After waking up, Jiang Hao was ecstatic. A level 3 divine chef can actually use special spiritual materials to make food that permanently increases its attributes. The added properties of food made from common ingredients can also last for a day. Jiang Hao was worried that he couldn't improve his strength on his own. I didn't expect that someone would bring me a pillow when I felt sleepy. The 3rd level divine chef skill can actually use special spiritual materials to make food that permanently enhances strength. But, what exactly is this special spiritual material? At this time, the system seemed to notice Jiang Hao's doubts and immediately spoke up to help him clear up his confusion. Host, special spiritual materials refer to medicinal materials that possess spiritual energy. Ordinary ginseng can only be considered a special spiritual material. Hearing this, Jiang Hao's body stiffened. Ordinary ginseng can only be considered a special spiritual material, so what is the real spiritual material? Ding, host, only ginseng that is over 100 years old can truly be considered a spiritual material. At this moment, the system gave Jiang Hao another blow. Jiang Hao's face suddenly turned dark. 100-year-old ginseng is hard to come by. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. Where can you find this? Jiang Hao was extremely depressed and stopped thinking about his chef skills for the time being. Next, Jiang Hao's eyes swept back and forth between the 3 skills, the dog beating stick technique, Shaoli's flying dagger, and the 5 elements yin-yang needle technique. Judging from the experience required to upgrade to the same level, Shaoli's flying dagger should be of a higher grade. Then upgrade Shaoli's flying dagger first. It's really because he has too few skill points, otherwise why would he be so conflicted? System, upgrade Shaoli's flying dagger. Yes, host. Ding, Shaoli's flying dagger has been upgraded successfully. Shaoli's flying dagger level 301,000, Shao Li's flying dagger never misses its target. Soon, the system prompt sounded. Afterwards, Jiang Hao only felt a stream of energy flowing into his body again, and after gathering, it was swallowed up by the domineering chaotic energy in his body. And the energy in his body also increased a bit. At this time, Jiang Hao's real combat power doubled again. As long as he wants, no one can get close to him. Jiang Hao suppressed his urge to try his skills and looked at the other skills and the remaining 100 skill points. After pondering for a while, he decided to keep the remaining 100 attribute points as reserves. Maybe in special circumstances, you still need other skills to break the deadlock. Looking at the attribute panel that had undergone tremendous changes, Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Afterwards, in the underground warehouse, Jiang Hao began to adapt to his surging strength. However, he found that he had the defense and long-range attack skills, and the only thing left was close combat. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered the martial arts that the old man gave him. He quickly took out the skills given by the old man from the system space. System, is there any way for me to learn this boxing manual? Jiang Hao looked at everything in his hands and asked the system with hope. It's impossible to let him learn the boxing manual by himself. Well, it's impossible to learn it, it's impossible in this life. Practicing boxing is so tiring. I'll just follow the system and be a small salted fish, just knowing how to shout 666. Ding, I found a book on the nameless boxing technique. Do you want to learn it? When the system prompt sounded, Jiang Hao was delighted. Yes. As the system prompt sounded, the boxing manual in Jiang Hao's hand disappeared. Chapter 225, News from the Blacksmith, Hope for Exclusive Weapons. Ding, acquired skill, Nameless Fist, skill points +3, experience points +3. Unknown boxing level 101, soften all kinds of moves and create your own style. The system prompt sounded, and Jiang Hao was delighted. Grandpa is truly a genius in cultivation. The boxing manual he researched has even been recognized by the system. At this moment, Jiang Hao sincerely admired the old man. System, upgrade your boxing skills to level 3. Yes, host. Ding, the nameless boxing technique has been successfully upgraded. Unknown boxing level 30100, soften all kinds of moves and create your own style. As his boxing skills improved, a stream of energy appeared in Jiang Hao's body again, flowing around his body, and finally gathered in his dantian and was assimilated. After acquiring the boxing skills, Jiang Hao started practicing in the warehouse to adapt to his newly increased strength. After a long time, Jiang Hao came out of the warehouse and drove home. When he returned home, Fourth Aunt had already prepared dinner and the whole family was waiting for him. After dinner, Jiang Hao and the old man went out for a walk. Grandpa, is there a blacksmith in our village who used to be able to forge iron? He has upgraded Shao Li's flying dagger to level 3, but he still doesn't have his own exclusive weapon. The 9 pieces of fine iron in his space have been left there for so long that they are almost getting moldy. The main reason is that technology is developing so rapidly nowadays that the technique of manual blacksmithing has long been obsolete. That's why Jiang Hao was hoping for a lucky break and wanted to see if there was anyone in the countryside who could inherit this craft. At this time, the old man heard this, stopped and looked at Jiang Hao's face. You want to make weapons? There was a hint of certainty in the old man's tone when he asked. Jiang Hao didn't hide it either. Well, my master taught me a throwing knife technique, but the throwing knives sold on the market are usually made by machines. They are rubbish. So, I was thinking of finding someone to play a few games with. After hearing this, the old man was silent for a while. After a long time, he spoke. Hao, although you are very skilled in martial arts, this is a society ruled by law. Besides, no matter how skilled you are in martial arts, you can't stop a bullet. Don't be stupid and do something illegal. The old man said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao naturally understood the old man's concerns. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. This is Jiang Hao's code of conduct. He certainly wouldn't do bad things for no reason. However, in order to dispel the old man's worries, Jiang Hao hurriedly explained. Grandpa, don't worry, I've grown up, I know what I should do and what I shouldn't do. I wouldn't dare do anything that breaks the law. I just lack the throwing knives to practice with. Besides, my master gave me 9 special pieces of iron, so I wanted to forge some throwing knives. Jiang Hao's words still worked. The old man pondered for a moment, then spoke. There was indeed a blacksmith in our village before, and he was very skilled. People from the neighborhood used to ask him to make farm tools. But later on, he got into a fight with someone and had his tendons severed. I'm afraid I can't help you. When Jiang Hao heard it, it seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. Grandpa, you mean Uncle Debiao? Jiang Hao then remembered that he had heard someone say this before. Uncle Debiao's full name is Jiang Debiao. He is over 40 years old but still single. It's all because his tendons are broken, so he can't hold things steady when he receives them. I didn't expect that he had such a glorious past. The old man nodded, and Jiang Hao was immediately overjoyed. Grandpa, it's okay. You forgot, I know medical skills. A ruptured tendon may be untreatable for others, but for me, it's a piece of cake. Chapter 226 Jiang Dalong comes seeking revenge. How powerful am I? Yes. How could I have forgotten? The old man then remembered Jiang Hao's amazing medical skills, and his face suddenly became happy. De Biao is a good guy. He suffered a lot in his life, but meeting you is the end of all hardship. Come on, I'll take you to find that kid De Biao. As the old man said this, he was actually ready to go right away. Jiang Hao quickly grabbed the old man. Grandpa, it's getting late now. Let's go tomorrow morning. I'll bring the things with me and we can go together. The old man had no choice but to give up. No words all night. In the morning, Jiang Hao just got up, and the old man had already gotten up early and went to the old woods to practice boxing for a while and came back. Just then, Jiang Jingyi suddenly rushed in. Brother Hao, my mom said that Jiang Xiaolong's dad drove back with a lot of people in the middle of the night last night. She asked you to hide quickly. Jiang Jingyi was breathing heavily, his two little cheeks were red. Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this. Only then did he remember that Jiang Dalong's wife had said she wanted to file a complaint, but there had been no news in the past few days. He thought Jiang Dalong's wife was scared. I didn't expect that Jiang Dalong was going to recruit people? But, would he be afraid of Jiang Dalong? He has never been afraid of the two big dragons. Besides, his strength just skyrocketed yesterday, so he will not be afraid of just one Jiang Dalong. Jiang Hao smiled and touched Jiang Jingyi's head, then took some snacks from the table beside him and gave them to him. Jingyi. Thank you for letting me know. Also, thanks second aunt for me. Tell her I'll be visiting her in a couple of days. Go back quickly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingyi grabbed Jiang Hao, but his little face was full of anxiety. Brother Hao, hurry up and leave. Otherwise Jiang Xiaolong's dad will come. Jiang Hao was touched when he heard this and gently pinched Jiang Jingyi's little face. Thank you Jingyi, but I'm not afraid of Jiang Dalong. At this moment, the old man heard the noise and walked in. He looked at Jiang Hao. Hao, are you sure? If not, take Zishuan and leave quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at the old man with a smile. Grandpa, how good do you think my martial arts skills are? Before the old man could respond, Jiang Hao spoke up. Actually, I don't even know how powerful I am right now. As Jiang Hao spoke, a powerful aura emanated from his body. A hint of shock flashed across the old man's eyes, and he said no more. Soon, a van arrived at Jiang Hao's house. 8 people got off the car one after another. Each of them was armed with an iron rod or a knife. The leader had a dark complexion and a scar on his forehead, and looked ferocious. This person is Jiang Dalong. Brother Long, is this the one? I want to see who dares to act so wildly against Brother Long. That is. At this moment, one of them suddenly showed a sinister smile when he saw Jiang Hao's car on the side of the road. Brother Long, since this car is the cause of all this trouble, how about I smash it up and help you vent your anger? Jiang Dalong took a look and said nothing, which was considered as his agreement. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man who suggested to smash the car showed a sinister smile and walked towards Jiang Hao's car with a stick. There was a lot of noise outside, and all the neighbors were alarmed. They opened the door to check. As a result, when they saw that it was Jiang Dalong, they immediately understood that Jiang Dalong was here to seek revenge. At this time, they also heard the yellow-haired man's words that he was going to smash the car. They were suddenly shocked and their faces were full of anxiety. This car costs over 14 million. Jiang Dalong, that bastard, why don't we call the police? Hao, you're the same, why haven't you left yet? Should we stop it? Hao is so nice to us. Chapter 227, In my eyes, you are not even an ant. The neighbors thought about the good things about Jiang Hao, and when they saw someone doing something bad to Jiang Hao, some of them couldn't stand it anymore. Just when Huang Mao raised the iron rod in his hand and was about to hit him down. Stop. A neighbor couldn't bear it anymore, shouted, opened the door, and walked out with a shovel. At the same time, the door of Jiang Hao's house suddenly opened, and his shoe was like a sharp sword. Before anyone could react, it hit the back of the yellow-haired man's head. Pa! With a loud noise, the yellow-haired man fell directly to the ground and was motionless. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change, and then shocked. Crackling. At this moment, with the sound of an old wooden door opening, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. The door opened, and Jiang Hao walked out with a calm and composed look on his face. Behind him, his fourth uncle and aunt Jiang Zixuan, the old man and grandmother, Jiang Jingyi, and others followed. When the neighbors saw Jiang Hao coming out, they also took shovels and hoes and looked at Jiang Dalong vigilantly. At this time, Jiang Dalong was also shocked when he saw this situation. He looked around and saw that the villagers who had allowed him to bully them in the past were now all filled with anger, holding farm tools and staring at him intently. This situation also scared him and his men. The 7 people who were originally arrogant looked at each other and saw avoidance in each other's eyes. Jiang Dalong looked back at the yellow-haired man lying in front of Jiang Hao's car, unable to get up, and a pair of slippers not far from the yellow-haired man. A slipper knocked someone unconscious? He suppressed the shock in his heart and put on a fierce look. Jiang Hao, you've grown so much. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you're trying to blackmail me. Now, you're actually joining forces with them to deal with me? Jiang Dalong pointed at Jiang Hao and the surrounding villagers and shouted harshly. Just wait for me. I hope no one of you gets left alone. Take Lao Lu with you, let's go. After leaving behind some harsh words, Jiang Dalong turned around and was about to leave with his men. But how could Jiang Hao let them leave just like that? Stop. Jiang Hao took a step forward and shouted coldly. Jiang Dalong paused, turned around and glared at Jiang Hao. What? You want to bully the minority with your numbers? Jiang Hao ignored it but looked around. Seeing the uncles and aunts around him who were willing to help him, he felt touched. Thank you all, uncles and aunts, for being willing to help me in this situation. However, this is a matter between Jiang Dalong and me. Today, I will handle it personally. Then he glanced at Jiang Dalong and his men and said with contempt. Besides, these are just a few small fry, so we don't need any help. Jiang Hao's words immediately made Jiang Dalong and his men extremely angry. At the same time, the surrounding neighbors were shocked. Hao, don't try to show off. That's right, there are so many of them. However, at this time, Jiang Hao raised his hand to stop everyone's persuasion. Jiang Dalong, there are always people better than you. You may be the king here, but in my eyes, you are not even an ant. Come on. Let me teach you a lesson today. Behind Jiang Hao, the others were very anxious and looked at the old man. Grandpa, please persuade Hao. That's right, how could Hao be their opponent alone? Yes. Mr. Jiang. However, while everyone was in a hurry, the old man looked calm. Let Hao handle it himself. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that the old man was crazy too. Chapter 228 I am alone, and I will pick a group of you. Hey! This. Everyone was very anxious, but Jiang Hao and the old man wouldn't let them go, so they could only worry. At this time, Jiang Zixuan looked at the anxious crowd and comforted them. Uncle and aunt, don't be afraid, my brother is very powerful. However, before anyone could object, Jiang Dalong looked at Jiang Hao, the idiot, and challenged them to a duel. Moreover, he picked on a group of them alone. Suddenly, they looked at each other, and then suddenly rushed towards Jiang Hao with the weapons in their hands. One of them rushed the fastest. He came close to Jiang Hao, raised the iron rod in his hand and hit Jiang Hao on the head. As the iron rod was about to fall, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao gave this person a contemptuous smile. Then, with quick eyes and hands, he stretched out his hand, grabbed the man's hand and squeezed it hard. Ah! The man screamed in pain, loosened his grip, and the iron rod fell. Jiang Hao didn't even look at it, but reached out with his other hand and grabbed the fallen iron rod. Immediately afterwards, a stick came hitting the man's leg. At this time, other people also arrived. The others raised their weapons and attacked Jiang Hao fiercely in various parts of his body. Seeing this, Jiang Hao pushed the person in his hand out with force. Suddenly, the 3 people were caught off guard and bumped into by the person Jiang Hao pushed out. The huge impact force made them feel like they were hit by a train. The 4 of them flew backwards together. It happened in a flash. Almost at the same time, Jiang Hao squatted down and swept across. He hit the two men's legs first and knocked them to the ground. Although Jiang Dalong subconsciously dodged Jiang Hao's sweep. However, before he could react, Jiang Hao had already grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Jiang Dalong rolled his eyes, his face flushed, and he was gasping for breath. He grabbed Jiang Hao's hands with both hands and tried to pull him away. Want Jiang Hao to let him down. Jiang Hao grabbed Jiang Dalong like a rag doll and threw him to the ground. Ah! Jiang Dalong screamed, then rolled over, touching his back with one hand. At the scene, Jiang Dalong and the people he brought were lying on the ground in all directions, groaning constantly. Only Jiang Hao was standing there. In just a few seconds, this one-on-many battle was over. At this moment, everyone around was staring at Jiang Hao with horror on their faces. Silence for a long time. The surroundings fell into dead silence. That's not all. Jiang Hao picked up an iron rod and, in front of the group of people's terrified eyes, broke their legs or arms one by one. For a moment, the scene was filled with shrill screams. Hiss. Everyone gasped. At this moment, there was a hint of fear in the eyes of the people around when they looked at Jiang Hao. At this time, Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Dalong with a cold face and said softly, Jiang Dalong, I'm waiting for your revenge at any time. But next time it won't just be one arm. Get lost. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, the people lying on the ground were terrified and quickly helped Jiang Dalong up. They supported each other and quickly got on the van. Jiang Dalong and others left in embarrassment. Jiang Hao then turned around and looked at everyone with a smile. Don't be afraid, everyone. I believe Jiang Dalong won't cause trouble again. At this time, a short, slightly plump middle-aged woman next to him looked at Jiang Hao and asked cautiously, Hao, do you know martial arts? Chapter 229, The Old Man Accepts a Disciple Who Can Forge Flying Knives. After Jiang Hao made up an excuse to fool them, the villagers dispersed one by one. Afterwards, the old man took Jiang Hao to Zhang Debiao's house. Jiang Jingyi also traveled with them. On the way, Jiang Jingyi looked envious and kept asking about Jiang Hao's martial arts. It seems that he has been deeply attracted by martial arts. The old man looked at Jiang Jingyi and spoke with a smile. Jingyi, do you want to be as powerful as your brother Hao? Jiang Hao knew what the old man wanted to do, so he just stood aside quietly and didn't disturb him. The old man's words immediately attracted Jiang Jingyi. Jiang Jingyi looked excited and nodded continuously like a chick pecking at rice. At the same time, he looked at the old man cautiously. Grandpa, can brother Hao teach me? The old man looked at his youngest grandson, smiled and shook his head. When Jiang Jingyi saw this scene, he lowered his head in disappointment. His hopes were dashed and he seemed about to cry. Seeing this, the master stopped playing dumb. Jingyi, your brother Hao's martial arts have been passed down from another tradition, so I can't teach you. But I can teach you my grandfather's martial arts. Jiang Jingyi, whose hopes had just been dashed, originally thought that he might not have the chance to learn martial arts. However, what he didn't expect was that after going through so many twists and turns that he thought there was no way out, he suddenly found another village. The flame of hope that had just been extinguished showed signs of rekindling. Only. Jiang Jingyi said cautiously. Grandpa, you also know martial arts? The old man smiled without saying a word, and slapped the tree with his palm, leaving a palm print on the tree. Jiang Jingyi was stunned. Grandpa, teach me, teach me. Jiang Jingyi was very excited. The old man's face became much more serious. Jingyi, if you really want to learn, I can teach you. But do you have the perseverance and the willpower to stick to it? Learning martial arts is not something that can be done overnight. Jiang Jingyi's face was firm and he nodded continuously. I can, and I will persevere. When the old man saw this, his seriousness disappeared and he became friendly again. Okay, tomorrow morning you get up half an hour earlier than today and come over here, and I'll teach you. Grandpa accepted Jiang Jingyi, and Jiang Hao was also very happy. Soon, the three of them arrived at Zhang Debiao's house. Jiang Hao explained his purpose and Zhang Debiao smiled bitterly. Ha! It's not that Uncle Debiao doesn't want to help you. But look. As he spoke, Uncle Debiao stretched out his hand. The hand was drooping and curled up, looking like a chicken claw. Jiang Hao looked at the old man's face, then smiled and spoke. Uncle Debiao, don't worry, I can heal your hand. Jiang Hao's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing a great shock to Zhang Debiao's heart. After a brief silence, Zhang Debiao glanced at Zhang Hao, and at the same time, he also specifically glanced at the old man who had been silent beside him. Zhang Hao's boast seemed to have some credibility. There was a tremor in Zhang Debiao's tone, which was due to his excitement. Hao, as long as you can heal my hand, I'll give you 100 blows, no problem. When Zhang Hao heard this, he immediately smiled. Okay, Uncle Debiao, if that's the case, I'll treat you right away. Zhang Debiao was very excited when he heard this. Hao, if you need anything, I'll get it ready right away. Uncle Debiao, that's not necessary. Just lie down and give me your hand. Zhang Debiao didn't hesitate and quickly lay down on the bed. At this moment, he could even clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Chapter 230, Treating Uncle Debiao, Pitiful Parents' Love. After a long time, Zhang Hao pulled out 9 ice jade needles from Zhang Debiao's wrist. Afterwards, he secretly injected half a bottle of life essence, which quickly repaired the injury on Zhang Debiao's wrist. Uncle Debiao, alright, try moving around a bit now. Zhang Hao spoke as he packed his things. Upon hearing this, Zhang Debiao tried to move his hands. Sure enough, he could grab it flexibly and even retract it freely. He hasn't felt this way for almost 20 years. Zhang Debiao cried with joy and kept trying various postures. It's really better, it's really better. When the old man saw this scene, he immediately showed a trace of relief. Zhang Hao didn't bother either. It took a long time for Zhang Debiao to react. He hurried to Zhang Hao and bowed deeply to him. Hao, thank you for making Uncle Debiao a complete person. Don't worry, Uncle Debiao will definitely satisfy you with what you want. Isn't this what Zhang Hao wanted to hear from Uncle Debiao? Then I'll leave it to Uncle Debiao. As he spoke, Zhang Hao took out 9 black iron blocks and a blueprint from his bag. Uncle Debiao, these are 9 special iron blocks I accidentally found. You can use these as the materials. Also, here are the blueprints. Zhang Debiao took the thing and took a look at it. Okay, Uncle Debiao will make it for you right away. Come pick it up at this time tomorrow. After getting Uncle Debiao's assurance, Zhang Hao and the old man did not disturb him from working and turned around to go home. On the way home, Zhang Hao met Uncle Lin coming down the mountain. He looked like he had encountered something good, and ran down the mountain with an excited look on his face. Uncle Lin, what good news makes you so happy? When Uncle Lin saw that it was Zhang Hao, he couldn't contain his excitement and spoke. Hao, I went up the mountain today and accidentally dug up a large wild ginseng. How much do you think it costs? As he spoke, Uncle Lin quickly took out 2 rolled-up shirts from his bag and opened them. Then, a ginseng about the size of a rolling pin appeared, with a red string tied to it. This ginseng has sparse roots, a light body, fine lines on the head, and a long stem. You can tell at first glance that it is top-quality wild ginseng, and it is of a good age. At this time, the system will give a prompt. Ding, found a 50-year-old wild ginseng. Do you want to disassemble it? Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Uncle Lin with a simple smile on his face and told him the truth. Uncle Lin, you're rich. This ginseng is 50 years old. Plus, it's wild, so its value is even higher. Uncle Lin chuckled and then asked hurriedly. So how much do you think this is worth? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao glanced at the honest Uncle Lin in surprise. Uncle Lin, are you going to sell it? Zhang An nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. Your brother Ping'an is not very capable. He's already 27 or 28 years old and still hasn't found a wife. Not long ago, he called me and said he has a girlfriend. Your aunt and I were very happy at first and asked him when he could get married, but his girlfriend said they could get married anytime. The condition is that you must buy an apartment in the city. If you don't, we won't get married. You know, your brother Ping'an has little education, so he doesn't have a decent job and doesn't make much money in a month. A house in the city costs at least 400,000 or 500,000 yuan, where is he going to get the money? I've been worried these days, so I'm going to go up the mountain to buy some things to sell. However, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky today and actually come across this ginseng. When Uncle Lin said this, he also laughed happily. Chapter 231 Good people have good luck, real medicinal food. Zhang Hao felt a little sad when he heard this. Poor parents in the world. At the same time, I feel helpless about the current distorted social situation. Zhang Hao took the wild ginseng from Uncle Lin's hand and suddenly remembered his level 3 divine chef skill. Isn't this wild ginseng a special elixir? So he looked at Zhang An and said. Uncle Lin, according to the market price, the price of 50-year-old wild ginseng fluctuates between 300,000 and 500,000. The higher the quality, the higher the price. This one is probably worth around 400,000. However, a private sale wouldn't give you such a high price. Besides, it's not safe. Well, if you really want to sell this wild ginseng, I'm willing to pay 500,000 for it. The extra money is my wedding gift to Brother Ping'an. Zhang Hao quoted his price. When Jiang Yan heard this, he was immediately excited. Great, great. Now I can finally buy Ping'an an apartment and get married. But, Hao, 500,000 is too much. 400,000 will be enough. After hearing this, Zhang Hao felt more approval for this simple and honest man. Uncle Lin, if I say 500,000, then that's 500,000. After all, sometimes it depends on who gets it. He's in the hands of someone who needs him, and the price isn't high at all. When we get home, I'll drive you to the bank to transfer the money. Zhang Hao still felt that it was worth spending 500,000 to buy a 50-year-old wild ginseng. After all, he was not short of money now. Money is meant to be spent, and this wild ginseng is quite valuable to him. The old man just watched and didn't say anything. He was not surprised at all that his grandson could easily come up with 500,000 yuan. After all, his amazing medical skills alone are enough to ensure that he never has to worry about having no money to spend. After transferring the money to Uncle Lin, Zhang Hao bought a lot of fresh vegetables and some medicinal herbs. Now that he has the special spiritual material, he naturally wants to test out his level 3 divine chef skills. When he returned home, fourth aunt was preparing to cook, and Zhang Hao quickly spoke. Aunt C, don't bother. I'll cook today's meal. You can try my cooking. When fourth aunt heard this, she was still a little unconvinced. When Jiang Zixuan heard that Zhang Hao was going to cook himself, she immediately pulled her fourth aunt away. Aunt C, my brother's cooking is delicious, but he's a little lazy and rarely cooks. Let's wait for his meal today. Fourth aunt looked surprised and was dragged away by Jiang Zixuan. Zhang Hao heard the resentment in Jiang Zixuan's tone and glared at him fiercely. You foodie, you ate so much of my food and you still blame me. Be careful, I won't give you any food today. Zhang Hao's threat frightened Jiang Zixuan so much that she immediately acted cute and begged for mercy. Brother, look, your sister is so cute, are you willing to let her starve? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, sent Jiang Zixuan away, and started to take action. Tie on your apron and pack up the ingredients, especially the wild ginseng and some Chinese medicinal herbs. Turn on the fire, add oil, put various ingredients into the pot, stir-fry lightly, then pour into the casserole and simmer slowly. In his view, these movements seemed to have a special beauty. Everything was done almost in one go. Zhang Hao seemed to have become a cooking god. Soon, a special fragrance spread and drifted for 10 miles. For a moment, the fragrance filled the air of the entire Jiangjia village. It caused countless dogs to bark wildly, and even the birds flying by couldn't help but circle around. Countless neighbors exclaimed, "What's this delicious food that smells so good? Whose family is doing this?" Chapter 232, Level 3 Divine Chef, Everyone's Amazement. Uncle and aunt, grandpa and grandma, and Jiang Zixuan were also surprised by the fragrance. They took a deep breath of the fragrance and immediately felt relaxed all over, as if they had inhaled divine air. Among them, the old man was the most sensitive. He keenly noticed that this fragrance seemed to contain something special. Moreover, it is useful for his cultivation. At this moment, he remembered the wild ginseng that Zhang Hao bought in the morning, and when he thought about Zhang Hao's magical medical skills, he seemed to have thought of something. I was just about to ask Zhang Hao. Then I heard Zhang Hao's voice coming from the kitchen. Zixuan, go call third aunt and Jingyi over, let's eat together. Zhang Hao naturally would not forget the favor he had done when Zhang Dalong came and his third aunt asked Jingyi to remind him of it. Although it was not necessary, he appreciated the kindness. Moreover, this medicinal meal is of great benefit to Jiang Jingyi, who is about to learn martial arts. Another thing is that my third uncle's family went far away to work, leaving only my third aunt and Jiang Jingyi and her mother, which is not easy either. Even if there is no such favor, he should still take care of me. Jiang Zixuan heard it, responded, said something to his fourth uncle and the others, and then went out. Upon hearing this, the old man looked at Zhang Hao in the kitchen with a look of relief. He was relieved about his grandson Zhang Hao. In the kitchen, Zhang Hao was multitasking, cooking in 2 pots and making soup at the same time. However, even so, he did not seem panicked at all. Everything is in order. After a long time, plate after plate of delicious delicacies with uniform color and fragrant aroma came out of the pot. Jiang Hao took them one by one and took a look. Spirit +2. Appetite +3. Delicious +2. Various attributes appeared before his eyes, and Jiang Hao smiled. However, all of this is just an appetizer, the real thing is yet to come. Jiang Hao turned around and looked at the casserole with soup beside him, then looked at his watch. 40 minutes is just right. Then, he lifted the lid of the casserole expectantly and took a look. A scent with spiritual energy instantly filled my nose. In the golden soup, there are a few white and tender ginseng slices mixed in, and a few red wolfberries and red dates are used as embellishments. The pieces of fat and tender meat are dyed golden. But Jiang Hao saw something different. Medicinal ginseng chicken soup, qi and blood +10, essence +6, fragrance +5, vitality +8, strength +3. Seeing so many additional attributes, Jiang Hao was immediately shocked. Hiss. As expected, it's a skill that even gods admire. It seems I have to pay more attention to special elixirs in the future. Jiang Hao was delighted. Brother, third aunt, and Jingyi are here. At this time, Jiang Zishuan's voice was heard. Jiang Hao was awakened and quickly answered. Got it, I've already prepared the food, come and help serve it. Afterwards, the family set up a dining table outside and sat in the yard to enjoy the food. Everything is ready and everyone is at the table. Everyone stared at the exquisite delicacies on the table and exclaimed in amazement. Hao, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. That's right. I feel like the chefs in those restaurants are far inferior to you. Everyone exclaimed in admiration, and when the old man started eating, they also started eating. When they took a bite, it triggered a new round of amazement. At the same time, they were surprised to find that the more they ate the food cooked by Jiang Hao, the stronger they seemed to be, the more energetic they felt, and they even felt a warm current flowing through their bodies. Soon, all the food on the table was consumed. Jiang Hao then took some more bowls and brought up the soup. Chapter 233, The Power of Medicinal Food, corrupted Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao scooped a spoonful for each person. At this time, Jiang Zishuan looked at the half-full bowl of soup in his hand, and saw that the bowls of others were almost full, and he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Brother, you are too stingy, aren't you? There's obviously so much in the pot, why are you only scooping out so little for everyone? Although others also had doubts, they just thought that Jiang Hao wanted them to try it and then make it themselves according to their needs. They all came to excuse Jiang Hao. Zishuan, your brother probably thought we were full and was afraid he'd give us too much to drink. But how could we not drink such a delicious soup? Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Is that so? Ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled without saying anything, but his eyes were fixed on the old man. At this moment, the old man stared at the ginseng soup in his hand, his heart in great shock. Just now, he just took a deep breath of the soup, but just this aroma made the energy in his body surge, making him feel like he had a breakthrough. Looking at the ginseng slices at the edge of the bowl, the old man couldn't calm down. Even if this soup contains 50-year-old wild ginseng, it shouldn't have such a powerful effect, right? At this time, the others looked at Jiang Hao staring at the old man and were suddenly a little surprised. What does this have to do with the old man? They also looked at the old man. The old man felt something, looked up at the confusion in everyone's eyes, and then spoke. Drink it. This soup is extremely good for your body. Besides, this pot of soup is extremely valuable. The ginseng inside is the 50-year-old wild ginseng that Hao bought from that kid Jiang in this morning for 500,000 yuan. When everyone heard this, they almost couldn't hold their bowls. What? 500,000? Fourth uncle jumped up, looking shocked. The others were not bad either, and they all looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. Fourth uncle suddenly became anxious. Hao, why are you spending money recklessly? Before fourth uncle could finish, the old man shouted. Sit down. What are you doing with all this panic? Hao, since you've already done it, just drink it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The old man shouted and everyone shut up, but the shock in their eyes was still there. Seeing this, Jiang Hao spoke. Everyone, drink it. After we finish drinking it, we will feel that it is worth it. Among the crowd, perhaps only the old man understood this sentence. Others also felt that spending 500,000 yuan for a bowl of soup was too corrupt. However, after they took a sip, they couldn't stop. When they finished drinking the half bowl of soup in their bowls, they suddenly felt hot all over and a warm current flowed through their bodies. Moreover, just half a bowl of soup made them feel bloated, and they couldn't drink any more even if they wanted to. At this moment, their faces were all flushed, and their eyes kept switching between Tang and Jiang Hao in surprise. At this moment, Fourth Ant suddenly pointed at the faces of others and exclaimed, Your faces." Fourth Ant's cry startled the others. They looked up, some were shocked, and pointed at each other. "Your faces." At this time, Jiang Hao spoke up to clear up everyone's confusion. "Don't be afraid, everyone, it's okay. These are all toxins discharged from everyone's body. Ant 3, Ant 4, and Grandma Zixuan, go wash them first." As soon as Jiang Hao said this, they quickly got up and left. At this time, there were only 4 people left at the dinner table. Fourth uncle and Jiang Jingyi stared at Jiang Hao and the old man in shock. Jiang Hao and the old man finished the food in their bowls without showing any strange expression. They scooped another bowl and started eating. Chapter 234. While drinking the soup, the old man had a breakthrough. After the old man drank 3 bowls, he suddenly stopped. At this time, his face was flushed, and the blood in his body was surging. He could no longer suppress the feeling of breaking through. Even though he was trying his best to suppress it, the slightest bit of energy he leaked out still made people feel extremely depressed. At this moment, the old man hurriedly got up, turned around, and went back to the house in the confused eyes of Fourth Uncle and Jiang Jingyi, and closed the door deliberately. Fourth Uncle turned around, looked at Jiang Hao with a worried look on his face, and asked, How, is your grandpa okay eating so much?" Jiang Hao glanced at the closed door, then turned to look at his fourth uncle, smiled and shook his head. The old man has absorbed the spiritual energy in the soup and can no longer suppress it, and is about to break through. Fourth uncle didn't know, he just saw that the old man's face looked not right, so he was worried about him. So he spoke out to comfort her. "Fourth uncle, don't be nervous, grandpa is fine." Upon hearing this, fourth uncle still frowned, recalling the scene just now, his eyes full of worry. "But your grandpa doesn't look right. Besides, I felt very depressed sitting next to him just now. Did we make him angry?" Jiang Hao stopped scooping soup with the spoon, looked at his suspicious fourth uncle, and had no choice but to explain helplessly. "Fourth uncle, don't think too much. The more you drink this soup, the better it is for your health. But it takes time to digest, so grandpa should probably go and rest." After hearing this, fourth uncle gave up half believing and half doubting. "Then I looked at the soup on the table and felt a pity. It's a pity that your second brother went to college and didn't have the chance to taste your soup." Jiang Hao smiled slightly when he heard this. "Fourth uncle, don't feel sorry for me, wait until my college entrance examination results come out. By then, third brother will be back soon. Bring him and fourth auntie to celebrate with me, and I'll make something even better for you." When fourth uncle heard this, he immediately looked happy and agreed immediately. It seems that Hao Hao is very confident about the college entrance examination. "Well, as long as you don't mind, our family will celebrate for you." Jiang Hao smiled and continued drinking soup. "If you don't drink this soup today, it won't have the same medicinal effect the second time you drink it. So, it would be a waste if he didn't drink it." Moreover, after drinking this soup, he clearly felt the energy in his body growing stronger little by little, and his whole body felt warm. His strength is also slowly improving. Eating can increase your strength. Such a good thing cannot be obtained even if others ask for it. As for why Jiang Hao is not bloated. In fact, the medicinal effects that Jiang Hao absorbed were all swallowed up by the immortal cells in his body as soon as they entered his body. Then, under the shocked gazes of his fourth uncle and Jiang Jingyi, Jiang Hao drank all the remaining soup. Burp. Jiang Hao burped and looked at his fourth uncle and Jiang Jingyi who were walking around in the yard, digesting their food. Then he glanced at the bathroom and spoke with a smile. "Fourth uncle, you and Jingyi should take a basin and go into the house to wash, otherwise you will probably have to wait." After saying that, Jiang Hao picked up the things on the table. Although he had drunk the soup and his body was also detoxifying, his body had already undergone multiple detoxifications, unlike his fourth uncle and the others. After a long time, when Jiang Hao had cleaned up the mess, he moved a bench and sat in front of the old man's door to guard it. At this time, the old man was making a breakthrough and would not allow anyone to disturb him. Soon, the old man's voice was heard from the room. "Hao Hao, come in." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quickly got up and went into the room. Chapter 235, The Old Man's Breakthrough, The Overconfident Old Man. Jiang Hao had just pushed and pulled the door when he suddenly felt a throbbing sensation, and at this moment, the danger perception skill was passively triggered. A fist kept growing bigger in his eyes and came towards him. Seeing this, Jiang Hao smiled slightly, as if he didn't see it, and turned to close the door. However, he happened to dodge the fist. The fist refused to believe in evil and kept chasing Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned his body and dodged the punch again. Only a gust of wind from the fist blew Jiang Hao's hair. Afterwards, the owner of the fist threw punches one after another, but Jiang Hao happened to dodge them every time. If other people saw this scene, they would definitely think that the two of them had reached this level after a long period of tacit cooperation and practice. It was not until Jiang Hao came to the bed, turned around and sat down that the owner of the fist behind him stopped. Jiang Hao met the old man's complicated eyes with a smile. Looking at the old man's depressed expression, he asked, "Grandpa, a breakthrough?" Yes, the person who just launched a sneak attack was the old man. The old man had just made a breakthrough and was very excited. "I just want to see who is more powerful, myself or my grandson after the breakthrough." However, the result made him despair. Even after his breakthrough, he couldn't even touch Jiang Hao. Could it be that he had already given in to me when we first fought? The old man thought back to the first time they fought, and suddenly said inwardly, "Abnormal." Helplessly, the old man nodded, acknowledging that he had completed the breakthrough. However, what Mr. Jiang didn't know was that although he had made a breakthrough, Jiang Hao was not idle either. The upgrade of his immortal body alone has doubled his strength, not to mention the flying dagger of Shaoli, which has enhanced his danger perception. So, how can Jiang Hao's strength improvement be faster than his? There is nothing surprising about such a result. Jiang Hao looked at the old man's depressed expression, then smiled and comforted him. "Grandpa, you are the most powerful martial artist I have ever seen." Of course, he wouldn't tell the old man that he had only seen two people who knew martial arts, including the old man himself. "Besides, even though I'm so powerful, I'm still your grandson." This sentence is indeed the truth. No matter how powerful I am still a grandfather. When the old man heard this, he felt better. "Hey, old man, I have completely given up competing with you. It's so depressing." The old man glanced at Jiang Hao and said helplessly. Jiang Hao suppressed his laughter. "Grandpa, don't be afraid. Wait until I find a more powerful elixir and make it into a medicinal meal for you. Maybe one day you'll be able to defeat me." When the old man heard this, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. "You kid, you're still teasing your grandpa. When that happens, who knows how much your strength will skyrocket." Jiang Hao laughed it off and said, "What the old man said is true." At this time, the old man looked at Jiang Hao, the joking expression on his face disappeared, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. "How, after my breakthrough, I seem to be able to sense the substance in the air that can promote the growth of my cultivation. That's the special substance that the master who taught me this trick mentioned." As the old man spoke, he closed his eyes and felt quietly. Jiang Hao was shocked when he heard this. "Grandpa, what realm are you in now? Did the master who taught you tell you how the realms are divided?" Jiang Hao was anxious and asked immediately. Chapter 236, The Division of Strength, Envious Villagers. Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes and said a little depressed. That old master didn't say anything either. After all, he hasn't even cultivated extraordinary powers. And I also cultivated to this level through my own exploration. After saying that, the old man looked at Jiang Hao strangely. "You don't know either? Didn't your master tell you?" Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, "Oh no." Unexpectedly, he suddenly heard the old man speak again. "It seems your master is only a little ahead of us. He's still groping his way forward and doesn't know how to divide strength." Hearing the old man's imagination, Jiang Hao nodded quickly. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead obscurely and cried out inwardly. That was a close call. At the same time, he gained a better understanding of the old man's imagination. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the system. The system should know, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickly immersed his mind in the system and asked, "System, how exactly do you divide realms?" As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the system prompt sounded as expected. However, the system did not solve his puzzlement as he expected. "Ding, the host's authority is insufficient, please upgrade the system level first." Jiang Hao felt depressed when he heard this. Insufficient permissions again. In the evening, when Jiang Hao went out for a walk after dinner, every time he met someone, that person would ask him about the ginseng that Jiang An bought him. Jiang Hao didn't expect that in just one afternoon, the news that Jiang An dug up wild ginseng from the mountain and sold it to him would spread. At this time, another woman saw him and immediately chased after him. This person's name is Tian Suetsue, and she is the wife of a carpenter in Jiangjia village. How, did you really pay 500,000 for the wild ginseng that Jiang An dug? Jiang Hao felt a little annoyed. After all, this concerned other people's privacy and he didn't want to talk about it anymore. Aunt, this is my Uncle N's privacy. Why are you asking about it? Seeing that Jiang Hao's face was not very good, Tian Suetsue didn't dare to ask anymore. Okay, I won't ask. After saying that, he quietly approached Jiang Hao and whispered. How, if there is another ginseng, will you still accept it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao looked at Tian Suetsue in surprise. Aunt, do you have ginseng too? Tian Suetsue smiled awkwardly when she heard this. Not yet. Tomorrow I'm going to the mountains with your uncle to see if we can run into him. When Jiang Hao heard this, he immediately understood. She saw Jiang An find wild ginseng in the mountains and exchanged it for 500,000 yuan from him. So, I was a little jealous and thought that there was more than one wild ginseng on the mountain, so I decided to try my luck. Moreover, I'm afraid there are quite a few people who have this idea. But is wild ginseng really that easy to find? What's more, it's vintage. However, these have nothing to do with him. He actually hoped that they could find it, and it would be better if it was hundreds of years old. After taking a look at Tian Suetsue, Jiang Hao smiled. Buy it. As long as it's over 50 years old, I'll give you 500,000 yuan each. For a plant between 50 and 100 years old, I can offer between 500,000 and 1.5 million. Those older than 100 years are worth over 2 million. When Jiang Hao told the price, Tian Suetsue was so shocked that she opened her mouth wide. If I could get one of these, wouldn't I never have to worry about anything in my life? Tian Suetsue seemed to have already dreamed of her life as a lady, and it was almost waving at her. Chapter 237, The Old Man Teaches Martial Arts, and Jiang Hao was shot even when lying down. Okay, I'll go back and prepare, and go up the mountain early tomorrow morning. Just wait for my good news. Having said that, Tian Suetsue turned around and ran home quickly. Jiang Hao looked at Tian Suetsue's receding figure and shook his head. Dreams are always beautiful, but reality is cruel. Even if he told the truth, they might not believe him. Let them try and find it. Maybe they will find it. However, what Jiang Hao didn't know was that countless people were so excited that they couldn't sleep that night. No words were spoken that night. The next day, many people in the village rushed into the depths of the mountains early in the morning with dry food. Jiang Hao was still sleeping in, but Jiang Jingyi arrived early, his face full of excitement. The old man also got up early. The old man couldn't stand it anymore when he saw Jiang Jingyi coming so early and Jiang Hao was still sleeping in. How, get up and come with us. A young man without even a hint of vigor, what a sight. Jiang Hao didn't want to go at first, but was eventually pulled up by the old man. On a small path, the old man and Jiang Jingyi walked in front, and Jiang Hao looked at the old man with resentment on his face and followed behind them. I came to the grove where the old man had been practicing martial arts before. Jiang Hao sat on a tree stump, leaning against the trunk, looking at the old man and his younger brother Jingyi, yawning repeatedly. The old man and Jingyi stood opposite each other, and the old man looked at Jingyi with a serious face. Jingyi, when you learn martial arts from Grandpa, there are a few rules you need to remember. Jiang Jingyi looked at the old man and listened carefully. At this time, the old man continued. First, don't show off your martial arts skills in front of outsiders. Second, no matter how you cultivate your martial arts, you must not do anything illegal. Third, don't be competitive with others, but don't let yourself be bullied either. As long as you are not in the wrong and can't win, just go find your brother Hao. As he spoke, the old man looked at Jiang Hao and spoke. I think your brother Hao will help. Right? How? Jiang Hao was originally watching the show from the side, but he never expected that he would be shot while lying down. Jiang Hao opened his mouth, and finally looked at his younger brother Jingyi's hopeful eyes and the old man's threatening eyes. Finally, he succumbed to the old man's tyranny. Seeing Jiang Hao lower his head, the old man nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Jiang Jingyi again, his eyes becoming sharp. However, if you violate any of these three rules, you will be punished at the very least, or even have your weapon revoked at the worst. I will personally destroy your martial arts and let your brother Hao Hao support you for the rest of your life. It should be easy for Hao Hao to raise you. The old man took a look at Jiang Hao lying on the tree trunk and felt very uncomfortable. After all, I am a martial arts genius, but after decades of hard training, I am still no match for such a lazy boy. Jiang Hao standing by was once again an innocent victim, not knowing how much hatred his attitude was attracting. Even the old man was depressed by him. Jingyi, do you remember it? The old man shouted coldly. Jiang Jingyi was startled and answered quickly. Remember. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now I'll teach you, just follow me. When Jiang Jingyi heard this, he was immediately filled with passion. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the morning has passed. The old man held a branch and seriously corrected Jiang Jingyi's wrong movements. Chapter 238, Martial Arts Fanatic Jiang Jingyi, a sudden cry for help. Jiang Jingyi's face was covered in sweat and he was mentally exhausted. But what surprised Jiang Hao was that even so, Jiang Jingyi never complained of being tired. The old man looked at Jiang Jingyi, and the admiration in his eyes was no longer concealed. Afterwards, Jiang Hao went to Uncle De Biao's house and obtained 9 flying knives that made him very satisfied. When he came back, Jiang Jingyi was still practicing. Jiang Hao saw that it was almost noon, so he interrupted the teaching between the grandfather and grandson. Grandpa, it's almost time, shall we go home? Besides, martial arts can't be mastered overnight. It's remarkable that Jingyi has persisted for so long in his first attempt. The old man pretended to be serious when he heard this. If you don't have talent, you have to work harder. Back then, I endured a whole day under the scorching sun. When Jiang Jingyi heard this, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Brother Hao Hao, I can still hold on. Jiang Jingyi's words surprised Jiang Hao and the old man. However, looking at Jiang Jingyi's trembling body, the old man still felt distressed and changed the subject. However, what your brother Hao Hao said is also true, martial arts training cannot be achieved overnight. Let's stop here today and go home for dinner. When Jiang Jingyi heard this, he immediately relaxed and fell to the ground. Frightened, Jiang Hao rushed out, picked up Jiang Jingyi, and checked him out. The old man heard the noise behind him, turned around and saw this scene, and shouted. Jingyi, Jingyi. Grandpa, Jingyi is fine, he's just a little exhausted. As he spoke, Jiang Hao quietly injected half a bottle of life essence into Jiang Jingyi's body. A huge amount of vitality surges in, and the cells instantly gain huge energy and regain vitality. Jiang Jingyi slowly opened his eyes. The old man was relieved. The old man suddenly came to his senses, and his seriousness disappeared. He looked at Jiang Jingyi with a kind face. Jingyi, if you feel tired in the future, just tell Grandpa. Don't force yourself. Do you hear me? Jiang Jingyi nodded. Okay, Grandpa, Jingyi is fine, don't blame yourself. If you want to learn martial arts, you have to endure hardships. I'll carry Jingyi on my back. Jingyi, take a rest. Let's go home. Then the grandfather, grandson, and grandson went home. When he arrived at the door, Jiang Jingyi was already jumping around. After Jiang Hao injected half a bottle of life essence, it not only replenished all of Jiang Jingyi's consumption, but also allowed him to accumulate a large amount of vitality in his body. These life forces constantly transformed Jiang Jingyi's body, making his body more compatible with spiritual energy. It can be said that it is an unexpected success. In the afternoon, Jiang Jingyi kept practicing various movements by himself. Seeing this, Jiang Hao secretly said, Will the old man teach a martial arts fanatic? However, who would have thought that Jiang Hao's words would come true? However, all this is a story for later. As evening approached, those who had gone into the mountains in the morning to look for wild ginseng and dreamed of getting rich overnight returned one after another. Sure enough, as Jiang Hao expected, no one found wild ginseng that was more than 50 years old. Only 1 or 2 people were lucky enough to obtain a few wild ginseng roots that were more than 10 years old and less than the thickness of a thumb. However, Jiang Hao still bought it and prepared to make soup for Jiang Jingyi. After all, Jiang Jingyi practices martial arts every day, which consumes a lot of energy. Jiang Hao looked at the road leading into the mountains, and when no one came out, he turned around and prepared to go home. Although he knew this would be the result, he still felt a little regretful. Just then, a sudden scream made him stop. Help! Help! When Jiang Hao heard the cry for help, his super hearing skill was activated instantly. Then, like a swift cheetah, he rushed straight towards the road leading into the mountain in a few steps. Chapter 239, Shocking Beast Roar, People Seeking Help. Soon, Jiang Hao saw a man and a woman on a path in the jungle. However, the condition of these two people is not very good at this time. The two men were in a dishevel, their clothes torn by the branches, but they no longer cared about these. At this moment, they just wanted to escape in a panic. While running, they looked back from time to time, their eyes full of fear, as if something terrible was chasing them. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying beast roar made Jiang Hao's ears buzz. Jiang Hao's face was stern, as if he was facing a great enemy. However, as the sound of a huge run quickly faded away and there was a strange movement in the woods, the surroundings returned to calm, and the sense of danger disappeared. The danger disappeared, and Jiang Hao hurriedly ran towards the two people. Jiang Hao took a closer look and found that one of them was Tian Suetsue, who had asked him about the price of ginseng yesterday. And the other man was her husband, the carpenter from Jiangjia village, Jiang Guoqing. At this time, the two were still in shock, and when they saw Jiang Hao, they kept shouting for help. How, there's a monster behind us. At this time, Tian Suetsue was out of breath, her eyes full of fear, and she was crying. On the side, Jiang Guoqing's face was pale, and he covered his other arm with one hand. The arm was wrapped in a thick layer of clothes. However, even so, traces of blood still seeped out of the clothes wrapped around the arm. Jiang Hao also keenly smelled the smell of blood. It's okay, Auntie. The monster seems to have run away and didn't chase us. Jiang Hao spoke out to comfort him. No, didn't chase me? Tian Suetsue turned around and checked in surprise. When she found that there was really no movement at all, she burst into tears of joy. These are the tears of mixed sorrow and joy they shed after surviving the disaster. We survived. Tian Suetsue left her husband and collapsed to the ground, like a madman, crying and laughing at the same time. At this time, Jiang Guoqing took a look at the forest where they ran out, smiled slightly, and then his eyes went dark and he fell down. Jiang Hao was startled, and quickly supported Jiang Guoqing. Tian Suetsue, who was standing next to him, was also awakened at this time. She hurried to Jiang Hao's side, with a look of fear and anxiety on her face, and kept shaking Jiang Guoqing. Boss. After Jiang Hao checked, he found that Jiang Guoqing had just lost too much blood and consumed too much physical energy. In addition, his mind was tense all the time, so he fainted after suddenly relaxing. And, don't worry, I know some medical skills, I'll help uncle. After saying that, Jiang Hao quickly laid Jiang Guoqing flat on the ground. Slowly unwrapped the bloody clothes wrapped around his arm. Then a large wound appeared on his arm. This looks like it was bitten by something. Jiang Hao was full of doubts at this time. What on earth did they encounter? What was that beast roar just now? However, this is not the time to ask this question. Saving lives is the most important thing. At this time, Tian Suetsue stared at Jiang Hao with hope, tears streaming down her face, her voice sobbing. How is your uncle? Why don't you send him to the hospital? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao stood up while explaining, reached into his trouser pocket, and took out the ice jade needle box from the system space under the cover of his trouser pocket. Aunt, don't panic, I have a way, wait a moment. Then, he squatted down, pulled up Jiang Guoqing's arm, and quickly used the ice jade needle to seal the blood vessels in his arm to prevent blood loss again. Chapter 240, Saving Uncle Guoqing, What Happened? Afterwards, with the help of the system, Jiang Hao silently injected a bottle of life essence into Jiang Guoqing's body. Then, Jiang Hao took out a super bone setting patch from his arms and applied it to the wound. Finally, he pulled out the ice jade needle, tore off a piece of clean cloth from his body, wiped the blood off Jiang Guoqing, and bandaged him. Although Tian Suetsue didn't know how good Jiang Hao's medical skills were, just looking at Jiang Hao's 9 ice jade needles and his skillful movements. Suddenly I felt a sense of awe. Moreover, there was no one else at the scene at that time, so he could only trust Jiang Hao. However, seeing Jiang Haoquai actually starting to bandage the wound, she felt a little worried. How, is the treatment finished? How is your uncle? Tian Suetsue asked hurriedly. Jiang Hao took a look and then said. Aunt, don't worry. I've already treated Uncle Guoqing's wound and used my special medicine. He will wake up soon. He just fainted because of excessive blood loss, physical exhaustion, and mental exhaustion. After Jiang Hao gave the explanation, Tian Suetsue felt a little relieved. At this moment, when her gaze just focused on Jiang Guoqing's face again, Jiang Guoqing's eyelids trembled slightly, and then he woke up slowly. Tian Suetsue suddenly cried out in surprise. Wake up! Wake up! Boss, are you awake? Jiang Guoqing woke up and slowly sat up. Then he looked around and recalled everything. he still remembered that it was Jiang Hao who caught him before he fainted. How, you saved me? Jiang Hao nodded. At this time, although Jiang Hao had thousands of questions, it was already dark, so he spoke up to remind. Uncle Guoqing, Auntie, it's dark now. It's not safe here. Let's go home first. After Jiang Hao's reminder, Zhang Guoqing and Tian Suitsui seemed to have thought of something, looked terrified, and quickly got up. Yes, let's go home quickly. Afterwards, Jiang Hao and Tian Suitsui supported Zhang Guoqing and hurried down the mountain. After sending Zhang Guoqing home, Jiang Hao stayed for a while and then prepared to ask what had happened. In a room, Zhang Guoqing sat on the earthen Kong, leaning against the wall, and Tian Suitsui went to change clothes. Jiang Hao sat on the Kong, looking at the silent Zhang Guoqing, and finally couldn't help but asked. Uncle Guoqing, what on earth happened to you? Why are you so embarrassed? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoqing glanced at Jiang Hao, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. He then paused and spoke. Yesterday, your aunt heard that your uncle had dug up some wild ginseng and went to you to exchange it for 500,000 yuan. She was jealous and felt that there must be more than one wild ginseng on the mountain. When they said they wanted to go digging for ginseng, I originally disagreed because it was a matter of luck. However, your aunt didn't give up and went to ask you about the price of wild ginseng. After she came back and told me, I was momentarily bewildered and agreed. Having said that, Zhang Guoqing glanced at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao also touched the tip of his nose somewhat awkwardly. It seems like this has something to do with me? At this time, Zhang Guoqing continued. This morning, we went into the mountains early. We wandered around for a long time and found some wild ginseng, but they were too small. Later, I was about to give up, but your aunt disagreed and said she wanted to go look for it in the primitive forest under Eagle Teeth. Jiang Hao frowned when he heard this. Uncle An, have you entered the primitive jungle under Eagle's Teeth? Chapter 241, Forbidden Land of Death, Wild Ginseng over 100 years old. Zhang Guoqing did not refute. Jiang Hao was shocked and suddenly felt a little angry. Uncle Guoqing, don't you know how dangerous it is there? There are all kinds of large wild animals in there, and there's even poisonous miasma in some places. You're looking for death if you go in. Have you forgotten what happened 8 years ago? Jiang Hao's voice suddenly rose a few degrees, and he was a little angry that the other party did not fight back. 8 years ago, a family in Jiangjia village wanted to renovate their house, so they thought of cutting some wood from the mountains to save some money. After all, a piece of wood costs more than 20 yuan, and a house requires at least 64 pieces of wood, which costs a lot of money. So, the couple and their 18-year-old son went into the mountains. But although there are many trees on the huge mountain, there are only a few good woods that can be used to build houses. Then the family accidentally walked into a cliff that looked like an eagle's beak, with a primitive jungle below. There was indeed good wood everywhere, and the family was so excited that they started cutting wood without even checking the surroundings. They don't know that this primeval forest has been left untouched and has remained in its most original state. So, there are all kinds of wild animals and even wild people. Sure enough, the huge noise made when they were cutting wood attracted many wild beasts, and the couple was attacked and killed on the spot. Only their 18-year-old son escaped, but in the process of escaping, the son panicked and went deeper into the cave. In that primeval jungle, the rotten branches and leaves accumulated over the years formed miasma. The son inhaled a large amount of miasma and was ultimately unable to escape. The villagers didn't know about it until a few days later when they stopped seeing the family. Then they realized something was wrong and called the police. According to the information, the police learned that they had gone into the mountains to cut wood and never returned. So it was determined that they were trapped in the mountains and were either still alive or dead. The police and villagers then went into the mountains to search and finally found traces on the edge of the primitive jungle, and there were wild animals roaming nearby. The police on duty at the time acted decisively and quickly asked the villagers to evacuate. After reporting this, special police were dispatched, and they indeed discovered many large beasts in that primeval jungle. However, they discovered that this beast seemed to only appear in that primeval jungle and never left that primeval jungle. In recent years, with the development of society, mountains and forests have been destroyed and the real pristine jungles have become less and less, so this piece of pristine jungle has been protected. The police set up a protective fence around the primitive jungle, and the matter was dropped. That primitive jungle became a forbidden area for Jiangjia village, and no one dared to enter. When this incident happened, Jiang Hao was about the same size as Jiang Jingyi, and he was also in his hometown. So, he remembers it more clearly. But what he didn't expect was that Jiang Guoqing and Tian Suizue were so suicidal that they dared to go there. At this time, Tian Suizue just walked into the room and heard Jiang Hao's angry voice. How, don't blame your uncle. It was all because of me being possessed by the devil and confused for a moment. Tian Suizue quickly admitted her mistake and took the responsibility. For a moment, Jiang Hao didn't know what to say. However, at this moment, Tian Suizue seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said excitedly. How, actually it was okay at the beginning. Moreover, we actually found a very large wild ginseng in it. Tian Suizue said excitedly. Based on what Tian Suizue said, Jiang Hao judged that this wild ginseng was definitely more than 100 years old. Chapter 242, The Hidden Truth, Amazing Medical Skills. However, at this moment, Jiang Guoqing frowned, a trace of fear flashed across his face, and then he suddenly scolded. Shut up, stop talking. Jiang Guoqing's sudden rage scared Tian Suizue. Jiang Hao was a little confused and looked at Tian Suizue strangely, but happened to see Tian Suizue's evasive look. Suddenly, he felt that Tian Suizue was hiding something about this matter. After all, if they discovered wild ginseng that was hundreds of years old, given Tian Suizue's personality, how could she not pick it? Also, what happened to the bite wound on Jiang Guoqing's arm? Also, what was that beast roar he heard at the end? At this time, a smile appeared on Jiang Guoqing's stiff face, and then he spoke. How, don't listen to your aunt's nonsense. Where can you find such a big wild ginseng? Jiang Hao stared at Jiang Guoqing, but did not believe what he said. After all, if Tian Suizue hadn't really seen such a big wild ginseng, she wouldn't have described it in such detail. Jiang Hao glanced at Jiang Guoqing's arm and then spoke up to remind him. Uncle Guoqing, the wound on your arm should be healed now. You can take off the bandage I put on it and wash it. Jiang Hao's meaning is very clear, I saved your life. And you actually hid the truth from me. When Jiang Guoqing heard this, his expression froze, as if he understood something. However, he soon pretended to be surprised. Really? It's healed so soon? Jiang Hao stared into Jiang Guoqing's eyes and replied. Yes. Although the animal bite wound on your arm is indeed very serious. But for me, it's not a big deal. If you don't believe me, try moving your arms. Jiang Hao deliberately emphasized the words animal bite wounds. Jiang Guoqing's pretending smile froze and his body stiffened. But soon, he lowered his head and moved his arms. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that his arm was actually healed and he didn't feel any pain at all. He quickly took off his clothes, unwound the bandage on his arm, and tore off the last layer of bone-setting patch. However, he was horrified to find that the bite wound on his arm had disappeared. There was only a piece of tender red flesh that stood out from the dark skin around it. Seeing this, Tian Suizue hurried over, grabbed Jiang Guoqing's arm, widened her eyes in disbelief, and kept stroking the pink new flesh. At this moment, they felt that everything seemed like a dream. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's mouth corners slightly raised. But he just watched quietly without making any noise to disturb them. After a long time, Jiang Guoqing and Tian Suizue seemed to wake up and looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief. This. Jiang Hao looked at the two people's incredible eyes and smiled. Uncle Guoqing, how is it? Is my medical skill okay? Jiang Hao's admission immediately broke the worldview that Jiang Guoqing and Tian Suizue had formed over decades. There was a long silence. Jiang Guoqing finally spoke. How, let me tell you the truth. Your aunt and I did find a wild ginseng on the edge of that primeval jungle. It's the one your aunt was talking about. Speaking of this, Jiang Guoqing suddenly became excited, and even his voice suddenly rose a few degrees. But, how, I don't want to say it's for your own good. You can't go there. Jiang Guoqing glanced at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't say anything, just stared at Jiang Guoqing quietly. Chapter 243 The Real Truth, Money and Life. Helpless, Jiang Guoqing had to continue speaking. Because, there's a huge brown bear guarding that wild ginseng. When talking about the brown bear, Jiang Guoqing's eyes were full of fear. That brown bear was incredibly big, at least 3 meters tall. I was about to dig up that plant when the brown bear suddenly jumped out and bit my arm. Fortunately, I subconsciously dodged it. At this moment, a hint of relief flashed in Jiang Guoqing's eyes. Then your aunt and I ran for our lives. For some reason, the brown bear slowed down after chasing us for a distance. This is how your aunt and I escaped. When Jiang Guoqing thought about this, he seemed to feel something strange. At that time, we were so frightened that we just ran away, and finally met you. After saying that, Jiang Guoqing looked at Jiang Hao with complicated eyes. They became greedy because of Jiang Hao's words and almost died, but in the end, they were saved by Jiang Hao. It's as if it was arranged by God. That's why I didn't let your aunt tell you. I was afraid that after hearing it, you would run off to pick them and lose your life for nothing. When Jiang Guoqing said this, he was naturally reminding Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was originally lost in thought, but when he heard Jiang Guoqing's reminder, he smiled slightly. Uncle Guoqing, what are you thinking about? Although I need wild ginseng, I'm not desperate enough to pick it. Besides, we don't just have wild ginseng here. As long as I put this price out there, those who own wild ginseng will naturally come to me to trade. Besides, if my aunt hadn't asked me yesterday, I would have thought you were just looking for it in our back mountain. I never thought you would be so bold as to go there. When Jiang Hao said this, Jiang Guoqing and Tian Suizui suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Afterwards, Jiang Hao glanced at Jiang Guoqing and Tian Suizui, especially Tian Suizui, and gave a reminder. Uncle, aunt, you guys, no matter how much money you have, it's useless. You still have to live. You guys are working too hard. At the same time, Jiang Guoqing felt relieved after hearing this. However, in response to Jiang Hao's complaints, he smiled bitterly in self-deprecating manner. Oh, don't say that. Who knew then? Maybe he was possessed by a ghost. You're right, even if you have money you still have to live. This will be a lesson for me. I will never fight to the death again. I, your uncle, haven't had enough of life yet. After Jiang Guoqing finished speaking, Tian Suizui beside him also quickly agreed. Me too, me too. Seeing the two of them like this, Jiang Hao thought it seemed that they really remembered this lesson. Afterwards, Jiang Hao looked at the time and saw that it was getting late, so he said goodbye and went home. After returning home, Jiang Hao lay on the bed, thinking about what Uncle Guoqing had said. Also, the roar of a beast that he heard at the end through his skill of hearing ears. Suddenly, he felt itchy in his heart. Yes, he had to admit that what Uncle Guoqing said today, the roar of the beast he heard, and the mysterious primeval jungle attracted him. Of course, this is also partly due to the wild ginseng that is over 100 years old. Moreover, I am different from Uncle Guoqing and the others. I have superb martial arts skills. At the same time, he also possesses various magical skills and terrifying physical fitness. Even if he encounters the brown bear that Uncle Guoqing mentioned, with his current powerful strength, he is absolutely confident that he can win. At that moment, he made a decision. We'll enter that primeval forest tomorrow. Chapter 244 Exploring the Forbidden Land of Death, Brown Bear Tracks. No words all night. The next day, Jiang Hao got up and went to the kitchen to get busy. He made a lot of delicious food and finally put most of it into the system space. A small portion was left for family breakfast. Before leaving, Jiang Hao also put 2 large buckets of water from his home into the system space. After all, these are essential for survival in the wild. After the system was upgraded to level 3, the system space has expanded to 100 cubic meters. He can even take his car away at will. So this is definitely a travel gadget. Then Jiang Hao told his family that he had something to do and would not be back at noon, and then drove out. Jiang Hao first went to a nearby town to buy a set of travel clothes and some necessities for survival in the wild. Unfortunately, he has not yet acquired a powerful and lethal skill such as swordsmanship or knife skills. Besides, there is nowhere to buy swords and the like. So, as a second best option, he bought a machete. After all, this is still available for purchase. After completing the purchase, Jiang Hao drove to a secluded place. Then he got out of the car and used his clairaudience skill to check around. After finding that there was no one around, he put the car into the system space. Everything in the system space is still, even time is still. So, it doesn't hinder anything. After changing his clothes, packing everything up, and figuring out the direction, Jiang Hao set out on his journey. Jiang Hao's terrifying physical fitness enabled him to quickly reach the outskirts of the primeval forest under Eagle Teeth. After crossing the guardrail, Jiang Hao entered the primeval forest without hesitation. After entering the primeval forest, Jiang Hao activated his super hearing skill. The second level skill of clairaudience enables Jiang Hao to detect any movement within a radius of 100 meters immediately. So, Jiang Hao was relaxed along the way, looking here and there, as if he was here for sightseeing. The primeval forest is worthy of its name. Various animals and plants that are rarely seen outside are surprisingly common here. Jiang Hao was walking when he suddenly stopped. Because he heard a loud snoring. A hint of joy appeared on Jiang Hao's face, and he immediately followed the trail. Soon, Jiang Hao found a ginseng plant with lush branches and leaves under a giant tree. However, his eyes did not linger on the ginseng. Instead, he looked to the side, at a big pit under a tree that required almost 4 people to hug. In the big pit, a brown furry thing was curled up there, mixed with the dead branches and leaves nearby, which made Jiang Hao almost ignore this guy. Looking at a piece of rag not far from the tree, Jiang Hao was certain that the furry creature was the brown bear that had bitten Uncle Guoqing. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, without hiding his figure, and stood out. Ever since he got the system, he has never encountered a strong opponent. And after several upgrades, he himself didn't even realize how powerful he was. Now, when he encounters a brown bear, he can use this brown bear to test his own strength. "Hello?" Jiang Hao shouted. The furry thing shook for a while, and then a huge head raised up and stared at Jiang Hao. Looking at Jiang Hao, a trace of confusion flashed in the brown bear's eyes, as if he was saying, "When did this guy break into my territory?" Jiang Hao looked at the brown bear and waved his hand. The brown bear seemed to understand Jiang Hao's gesture and immediately turned over and stood up. The brown bear stared at Jiang Hao intently. Then the 2 front legs were suddenly lifted up and hung in the air, and the whole body stood up directly using the 2 strong hind legs. Chapter 245, There is nothing that a fat meal can't solve. As soon as the brown bear stood up, Jiang Hao realized that this guy was really big. It was just like the huge tree next to him that required 3 or 4 people to hug. The momentum alone was enough to give people a tremendous sense of oppression. Roar! The brown bear roared towards the sky, as if declaring its territorial sovereignty. Then, he rushed out directly, and with a few jumps, he was in front of Jiang Hao. He stretched out a huge bare paw and slapped Jiang Hao on the head. At this moment, Jiang Hao was shocked by the huge power of the brown bear rushing towards him, but he did not retreat. As the brown bear's huge paw slapped down, Jiang Hao stretched out his hands as fast as lightning. He simply grabbed the bear's claw with both hands, and his innate supernatural power of immense strength was instantly displayed. With a sudden exertion of force, he easily threw the brown bear away. Bang! The brown bear fell to the ground with a loud crash. At the same time, it also let out a strange scream. Although the brown bear looks huge, its weight is probably only about 1,000 kilograms. With Jiang Hao's current strong physical fitness and strength that is nearly 5 times that of its body, it is indeed not difficult for him to lift it. After failing in the attack, the brown bear quickly got up from the ground and confronted Jiang Hao again. Jiang Hao looked at the brown bear that was thrown so hard by him, but it just screamed and then acted as if nothing had happened. He really is thick-skinned. However, at this time, the brown bear was even more confused. It doesn't understand how such a small thing can be more powerful than it. After this fall, the brown bear seemed to be much more cautious. Don't be impulsive easily. However, its lack of movement does not mean that Jiang Hao will not move. Jiang Hao charged forward and in less than a second, he was in front of the brown bear. He used his great strength talent again and kicked directly at the brown bear's head. Before the brown bear could react, he was kicked over. It never expected that Jiang Hao was not only powerful, but also extremely fast. The brown bear let out another strange scream. He rolled on the ground and hit a tree directly. At this moment, before the brown bear could turn over, Jiang Hao rushed up, rode on the brown bear, and started punching and kicking it. Jiang Hao's fists fell like raindrops. The brown bear was beaten so badly that it had no power to fight back. Under Jiang Hao's iron fist, it kept wailing, and its painful howls kept echoing in this quiet primeval forest. The small animals around were frightened and ran away in all directions. In this primeval forest, some large animals not far from the brown bear were also frightened by its screams. They all stopped and looked in the direction of the brown bear. After a long time, Jiang Hao beat the brown bear up and seemed to be tired, so he stopped. He took a few steps back and stared at the miserable brown bear. At this time, the brown bear's originally smooth brown coat looked like it had been casually trimmed with scissors. There were clumps of brown hair everywhere on the ground. The brown bear was lying under a tree, with blood in its nose and mouth, and it had no strength to turn over. At this moment, the look in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Hao was filled with immense fear, and even tears of grievance flowed from the corners of his eyes. "Mom! I want to go home." Jiang Hao looked at the brown bear that was unable to stand up, and at the same time noticed the fear of himself in the brown bear's eyes. As soon as he approached, the brown bear immediately curled up in fear, looking at Jiang Hao with pleading eyes. Chapter 246, Bears also get scared sometimes, and are ready to recruit younger brothers. Seeing it like this, Jiang Hao felt weird. Is this brown bear still able to challenge powerful beasts like tigers and lions, or even defeat them? They all say he has the courage of a bear and a leopard. It seems that this bear also gets scared sometimes. Seeing this situation, Jiang Hao thought to himself. Could it be that it was defeated by itself? If the brown bear heard Jiang Hao's muttering at this moment, he would be so aggrieved that he would die. Fear is an emotion that every living creature experiences. Who says that we bears can't have this emotion? At this time, the brown bear was trembling, ready to face Jiang Hao's iron fist. At this moment, it felt so aggrieved. It had done nothing today, but it suffered such a cruel attack for no reason. Mom, I want to get away from this pervert as soon as possible. At this time, in order to verify whether the bear had been subdued by him, Jiang Hao walked in and extended his hand to the brown bear again. The moment Jiang Hao stretched out his hand, the brown bear shuddered with fear and closed its eyes, as if it was ready to face Jiang Hao's iron fist. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao was much gentler. He reached out and touched it, smoothing out its messy fur, while his eyes were fixed on its head. As long as it makes the slightest unfriendly move, Jiang Hao will let it know how the flowers are red. After waiting for a long time, the brown bear didn't get Jiang Hao's iron fist. He was a little surprised and then secretly opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Hao. However, this glance happened to meet Jiang Hao's eyes that were staring at it. It was so frightened that it immediately fell down and pretended to be dead. Jiang Hao was immediately amused by the bear when he saw it looking so bear-like. Okay, stop playing dead, I won't hit you anymore. Jiang Hao always felt that this bear was very intelligent and seemed to understand what he said. Sure enough, when Jiang Hao opened his mouth, the brown bear raised its head again and glanced at Jiang Hao. After a long time, seeing that Jiang Hao really stopped beating it, it was suddenly very happy. It tried hard to turn over and rubbed against Jiang Hao affectionately, as if begging for mercy. Like a puppy. Seeing this look, Jiang Hao was 90% sure that he had defeated it. However, the action of it rubbing against people made Jiang Hao feel extremely weird. Can you imagine a huge brown bear rubbing against Jiang Hao like a puppy approaching its owner? However, perhaps it was because it had been taught a lesson too badly by Jiang Hao before. So, after just getting up for a short while, the brown bear couldn't hold on any longer and lay down on the ground again. Seeing this, Jiang Hao felt that the brown bear was indeed quite pitiful. And he had to continue wandering in this primitive jungle, so he had the idea of taming it. It's quite a sense of accomplishment to have a brown bear as my little brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao decided to subdue it. Of course, to recruit followers, you have to use both soft and hard tactics, give them a beating and then a sweet treat. Now the mallet is almost done, it's time to take out the sweet dates. Jiang Hao looked at the blood at the corner of the brown bear's mouth and the injuries all over its body caused by him beating it, and then an idea came to him. He took out a bowl from the space, scooped some water, then took out a bottle of life essence and poured some of it into the water. Then, he handed the bowl to the cowardly bear. The brown bear sniffed it and keenly noticed that there was a smell in the water that was extremely tempting to bears. And this bowl of water seems to have endless benefits for me. It's even more attractive to bears than the smell of the wild ginseng it has been guarding. Out of instinct, it quickly stuck out its tongue and started licking it continuously. Chapter 247, A Beating and a Sweet Date. After drinking a bowl of water mixed with half a bottle of life essence, a powerful vitality instantly spread out from the brown bear's body. In an instant, a feeling of comfort spread throughout its body. But in the blink of an eye, all the injuries on the brown bear left by Jiang Hao's beating were gone. Even the remaining part of its vitality was finally integrated into the cells in its body, constantly transforming its cells. After the brown bear recovered, he rolled over and stood up, full of energy, as if he had regained his former glory. However, when it looked at Jiang Hao, there was fear, gratitude, and closeness in its eyes. At the same time, it looked at the other half bottle of life essence in Jiang Hao's hand, full of desire. Jiang Hao was a little surprised when he saw this. Sure enough, this guy is very spiritual. Jiang Hao deliberately raised the remaining life essence in his hand, and then put it away. When the brown bear saw that half of the bottle of life essence in Jiang Hao's hand disappeared, he suddenly became anxious. It actually leaned on Jiang Hao and began to rub against him, acting cute. Even so, Jiang Hao just kept hanging on and didn't care. Jiang Hao took out an engineering shovel from the space, came to the wild ginseng guarded by the cowardly bear, and prepared to dig the wild ginseng. When the brown bear saw this, it howled with reluctance in its eyes, but did not step forward to stop it. Jiang Hao just glanced at the cowardly bear and then ignored him. Jiang Hao came to the wild ginseng and confirmed that it was indeed more than 100 years old. As for the specifics, he has to dig them out. Then he started digging. But the brown bear was uneasy, walking back and forth around, and from time to time looking at the wild ginseng that it had been guarding for a long time. Finally, it seemed to feel that out of sight, out of mind, and actually lay down with its back to Jiang Hao and went to sleep. Jiang Hao was surprised. The intelligence of this cowardly bear is even higher than he expected. This made him even more determined to trick this cowardly bear into becoming his little brother. After a long time, Jiang Hao finally dug out this wild ginseng. After systematic testing, it was found that this wild ginseng was actually 200 years old. This gave Jiang Hao a big surprise. While Jiang Hao was digging wild ginseng, an interesting thing happened. That is, the brown bear who was pretending to be asleep would actually look back from time to time. He secretly looked at the wild ginseng, his eyes filled with reluctance. However, it soon deceived itself by covering its eyes with its bare paws and pretending to be asleep. After Jiang Hao happily collected the wild ginseng, he looked at the cowardly bear covering its eyes with its paws and laughed. Then, he scooped another bowl of water with the bowl, took out the half bottle of life essence, and poured half of it into the water. After seeing this, the brown bear immediately stood up and circled around Jiang Hao excitedly. His eyes looked at the bowl in Jiang Hao's hand from time to time, and he kept sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. Jiang Hao handed the bowl over, and the dog immediately began to lick it happily. Soon, the bowl of water was gone, but it still felt a little reluctant, so it looked up at Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao spoke and raised the remaining life essence in his hand. "If you come with me, I'll give you this." Then, regardless of whether it understood or not, it packed up its things and turned around and left. The brown bear looked at Jiang Hao as he left, feeling reluctant to let him go. After Jiang Hao walked out for dozens of meters, the brown bear still hadn't caught up. He immediately thought that this stupid bear didn't understand. But he's already gone, he can't go back, right? Doesn't this Mr. Jiang have any respect? Chapter 248, Your Little Bear Brother is Online, Decomposing the Chameleon. So, I decided to give up. But at this moment, he suddenly heard some movement behind him, and then a smile appeared on his face. It seems that this cowardly bear is not stupid at all. As for why Jiang Hao was sure that the brown bear was not attacking him by surprise, but was going to follow him? This is naturally due to his level 4 danger perception. The brown bear was not hostile, so the danger perception was not triggered. Sure enough, the next moment, the cowardly bear came up, rubbed against Jiang Hao's body, and then lay down. And roared at Jiang Hao. It seemed like he wanted Jiang Hao to ride on him. Jiang Hao was surprised, hesitated for a moment, and then rode on it. The brown bear stood up and carried Jiang Hao on its back, moving in the direction Jiang Hao had just been heading. The man and the bear, who were originally incompatible, wandered in this primitive jungle in tacit understanding, and there was a strange harmony. During the journey, Jiang Hao encountered many animals that are rarely seen outside. There are wild boars, wolves, tigers, foxes, and more. And these animals gave him the feeling that they were smarter than any similar animals he had seen outside. Maybe it was his illusion. Jiang Hao gained a lot along the way. Afterwards, he came across 200-year-old wild ginsengs and an extremely rare giant 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. This made him exclaim that this trip was worth it. Of course, he encountered many dangers along the way. Attacks by wild beasts are just one of them. There are also various poisonous insects in the jungle. However, Jiang Hao possesses the skills of being immune to all poisons and controlling insects, so there is no danger from poisonous insects. And wild animal attacks are common. Even though there was the huge brown bear Xiaosang, there were still some ignorant beasts who attacked them. Xiaosang is the name he gave to the brown bear, because he thought the brown bear was too cowardly, so he named it Xiaosang. For example, the pack of wolves he had just encountered not long ago. Nearly 20 wolves. If Jiang Hao hadn't exploded on the spot, he would have captured the wolf king and beaten him half to death, scaring away the wolves. It's really hard for him and Xiaosang to escape unscathed. This also made him realize the dangers of this primeval forest. Jiang Hao sat on Xiaosang's body and looked around curiously. This place was indeed a primeval forest. Various precious trees that are rarely seen outside are everywhere here. Just then, he suddenly saw a chameleon lurking on a branch. Jiang Hao immediately became interested, so he patted Xiaosang, and Xiaosang stopped. He jumped off Xiaosang and moved towards the chameleon. As Jiang Hao got closer, perhaps the chameleon discovered that someone was spying on it. The color of its body changed instantly, becoming exactly the same as the surrounding branches. At this moment, if Jiang Hao had not been keeping an eye on it in advance, he might not have been able to discover it. Jiang Hao suddenly felt envious of the little guy's talent. Jiang Hao grabbed it and looked at it carefully in his hand. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding, a chameleon was found. Do you want to disassemble it? Jiang Hao was stunned when he heard this, and then he spoke. Break down. Jiang Hao prayed silently in his heart, hoping to acquire a useful skill. The next moment, the system prompt sounded again, and the chameleon in his hand disappeared directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully decomposing a chameleon. You have obtained the talent skill, transformation, and gained 1.1 skill points and 1.1 experience points. Talent skill, transformation level 101, this is more than just a powerful jungle survival talent. Decomposition complete, do you want to extract and fuse? When Jiang Hao heard that he had obtained a talent skill, and it was the skill he had just envied, he was immediately delighted. Chapter 249, Powerful Transformation Talent, Someone Who Suddenly Appears. Is this destiny? Jiang Hao felt proud. As for the system's inexplicable annotations, Jiang Hao didn't care. Without the slightest hesitation. Extract fusion. Jiang Hao gave an order, and instantly, a strange change merged into his body. At the same time, a flood of memories merged into his mind. Then he was ecstatic, and only then did he realize that he had underestimated the system's interpretation of talent. This is indeed more than just a powerful jungle survival talent. Because in his memory, this transformation talent was somewhat similar to the talent of a mutant named Mystique in a movie he had seen. However, at only level 1, it is far inferior to Mystique's transformation talent. But the difference is that Jiang Hao can upgrade this talent through skill points. In this way, reaching the level of the Transfiguration Witch is a sure thing, and he may even surpass the Transfiguration Witch. When Jiang Hao thought of this, he immediately gave instructions to the system. System, upgrade the talent skill transformation to level 3. Yes, host. Ding, talent upgraded successfully, transformation to level 3. Talent, transformation level 30100, this is more than just a powerful jungle survival talent. After upgrading to level 3, Jiang Hao had a hunch that he could easily change his appearance. With a slight thought, Jiang Hao's skin actually changed. His skin color actually became somewhat similar to the color of the surrounding trees. It's no worse than a chameleon. However, his clothes cannot change color, which becomes his biggest flaw. Perhaps, he should learn from Mystique, stay naked all the time, and use his skin to transform into clothes? Jiang Hao thought about it and suddenly felt a chill. Afterwards, Jiang Hao put this problem aside for the time being and waited to see if there was anything that could solve this problem. At this time, Jiang Hao just mounted Xiaosong and was about to move on. Suddenly he heard some movement in front of him, and he quickly patted Xiaosong. Xiaosong understood and stopped immediately. Jiang Hao carefully jumped off Xiaosong, and his talent, clairaudience, was activated instantly, and he listened carefully. Suddenly, I heard the voices of several people talking. Boss, is this map given by the organization real or fake? Is there really a tomb of the Zhou Emperor here? We've been here for 4 days and haven't found a single one, but Lao Wu has lost his life. A man complained. And at this moment, he was scolded by another person. Old 4, shut up. What did I say when I came here? Less talk, more action. Everyone else, stay alert. According to the map, we're getting close. Then there was a silence, and after a while, the leader spoke again. However, this time, his tone seemed a little low. As for Lao Wu, after we complete this mission, I will send his share to his mother. Everyone, pay attention. I don't want anyone among us to die again. Alright, let's rest here for a while. Check your bullets and stay alert at all times. When Jiang Hao heard this, he was shocked. He didn't expect that he was not the only living person in the primeval forest, but there was also a group of tomb robbers. Moreover, this is a group of organized tomb robbers, and they even have guns in their hands. In China, the supervision of firearms is extremely strict, and not everyone can own one. Chapter 250 Eavesdropping, I am the king of the jungle. At the same time, Jiang Hao was puzzled as to which Zhou emperor they were talking about. King Wen of Zhou? King Wu of Zhou? Or maybe King Yu of Zhou? Or other emperors of the Zhou dynasty? Because up to now, China has never successfully excavated any tomb of the Zhou emperor. Also, what kind of organization are they talking about? However, all of this remains a mystery for the time being. At this time, Jiang Hao became interested and decided to go and find out. Jiang Hao patted Xiaosang and signaled him to wait here. And he himself, using his talent, transformation, quickly changed the color of his body and sneaked towards the direction where the sound came from. But after a short while, Jiang Hao saw a group of people not far away. There are 6 people in this group. In addition, he heard that one person died before, which means that there are 7 people in this team in total. Jiang Hao looked at the equipment of this group of people and suddenly felt that they did not look like tomb robbers. Because they are wearing various costumes and carrying various weapons and equipment, they look like mercenaries on TV. You can tell at first glance that he is not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, looking at how skillful these people's movements were, their clear division of labor, the alert posture of the 2 of them, and their sharp eyes, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Jiang Hao determined that this should be a team of mercenaries. But who hired these mercenaries? For a moment, Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Hao decided to arrest these people and ask them clearly. Although there are 6 people on the other side, and each of them is elite, this is only for others. As for Jiang Hao, who possesses all kinds of strange skills, he doesn't even need to use force to capture them. What's more, in this most pristine forest, he is the king. Immediately, Jiang Hao activated the 3rd level insect controlling technique, and in an instant, a special wave emanated from Jiang Hao. Soon, countless poisonous insects within a radius of 100 meters gathered from all directions. These poisonous insects live in this primeval forest all year round. Their toxicity is so strong that it is incomparable to those ordinary insects outside. Perhaps, any one of them could take someone's life. What's more, Jiang Hao's 3rd level insect controlling technique can already summon tens of thousands of insects. At this moment, a rustling sound was heard. One of the 6 people seemed to have heard something. He looked around but found nothing. "Third brother, did you hear a rustling sound?" This person was still worried and asked the person next to him. Upon hearing this, the man became alert and then listened attentively. At this moment, a breeze blew by, instantly causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. He thought it was the sound of leaves, so he relaxed his guard and said nonchalantly, "Seventh brother, don't be too nervous, it's just the sound of wind blowing through leaves." When Lao Chi heard this, although he was hesitant, he did feel a breeze. "I just thought I was too nervous and stopped caring about it." When Jiang Hao heard the conversation between the 2, he burst into laughter. "It seems that even God is helping me." Then, he gave an order and directly drove the tens of thousands of poisonous insects to attack. Suddenly, some poisonous insects silently climbed onto the bodies of the 6 people on the ground. It got into their clothes and moved around them. At the same time, above their heads, another group of poisonous insects fell from the branches. In the air, a small number of flying animals also attacked. Then, a scream was heard. "Ah,